Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. As everyone watched, Alice and Starstreak slowly walked onto the stage, although neither spoke a word. Just by standing on the stage, the audience could feel an intense pressure emanating from the two so strong. That is the Witch of the West. Shock filled Blue Phoenix's eyes as she stared at the confidently smiling, blonde, doll-like girl on the stage. Although Alice currently wore a black cloak, she had not bothered to hide her appearance or equipment. Thus, Blue Phoenix could determine that the witch wore the Flaming Sun set equipment. The Flaming Sun was a level 50 fine gold set equipment for Elementalists. The set had a total of 8 pieces. Blue Phoenix had recognized the set because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also possessed the chest piece. That was one of the several pieces of equipment they had obtained after killing a level 55 Grand Lord in a temple ruin in the Apocalypse Empire. Yet Alice wore the complete set. That was a level 50 fine gold set equipment they were talking about. Why wouldn't she be shocked? After reaching level 50, even mysterious iron equipment became very difficult to obtain, much less fine gold set equipment. The Flaming Sunset equipment had a slightly unique effect. After gathering all 8 pieces, players could equip the set at level 45 inches. Other words, Alice was at least level 45. She even surpassed the first-ranked player on the Fire Dragon Empire's ranking list when pairing Alice's superb combat standards with the level 50 Flaming Sunset equipment and level 45. She was practically invincible among current players. Miracle really is impressive. I never expected that they had secretly conquered the temple ruins. Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she watched Alice. She had wanted to conquer those ruins for a long time. The ruins contained a treasure called the Fire God's Eye, something she sorely needed. Now that the Witch of the West wore the complete Flaming Sunset equipment, this meant that the temple ruins must have been cleared. Needless to say, they must have taken that treasure. She had planned to use the Fire God's Eye as a trump card on Thunder Island now that Miracle had it. Her chances of success had decreased. Moreover, Phoenix Rain did not doubt that Alice currently had the Fire God's Eye equipped. If the information she had found described the item correctly, there was no point in competing in the second round. Why haven't you sent anyone up yet? I don't want to wait here all day, Alice asked indifferently as her aqua blue eyes gazed down at her phone beneath the stage. A silent march's defeat had surprised her as well. It had only increased her interest in Alluring Summer. As for the other members of the Asura battle team, she didn't care about them at all. She only wanted a quick end to this boring farce. Please wait a moment. We are still swapping weapons. Fong said. Swapping weapons? Starstreak glanced at Alluring Summer, who stood beside Fong, curiously. Immediately, his expression tensed. Alluring Summer had just passed her death sigh to Violet Cloud. Suddenly, a question popped in his mind. Was that staff supposed to be an elementalist staff? Moreover, when he recalled the skill Alluring Smile had used with Death's Sigh, he grew more serious. Damn, the Asura battle team is simply too cunning. They're passing the staff they used in the first round to the person fighting in the second. Genius. The competition has no rules limiting weapons or equipment to one person. With this, the next match will be interesting to watch. Naturally, the audience noticed Violet Cloud receive Death's Eye. An excited discussion swept through the venue. They had already witnessed Dimensional Fracture's might, and they had to admit that it was extremely powerful. If the skill were used again, they might see a replay from the first round. When Thousand Miles saw this, his expression twisted, yet he couldn't accuse the Asura battle team of cheating, as there were no rules against their actions. While everyone chatted among themselves, Fong and Violet Cloud approached the stage following which the name list for the second round was officially announced on the floating screen above the arena. Elementalist Alice and Assassin Starstreak versus Swordsman Yi Fong and Cleric Violet Cloud. Everyone was confused about the Asura battle team's choice of classes. In terms of classes, both sides had their own advantages. Both the Elementalist and Assassin class were classes with high burst damage. If Alice and Starstreak worked together, they could easily instant kill a player. On the other hand, the combination of Swordsman and Cleric was more suited for attrition battles. With a cleric's support, the swordsman could fight without worrying too much about defense, however. Against a pure burst damage combination, the swordsman and cleric combination would be at a huge disadvantage. If Alice and Starstreak combined their attacks, the two could easily kill Surefoam before Violet Cloud could heal him. The Asura battle team should have fielded a swordsman and an assassin instead, as the Asura battle team tried to rely on the move from the previous match and sending their sole remaining magical class player onto the stage. Everyone had their guesses. Staff weapons could only be used by magical class players among the 5 members the Asura battle team had brought to the Dark Arena, excluding Alluring Summer. Violet Cloud was the only magical class player remaining. Taking Death's Sigh into consideration, it wasn't surprising to send Violet Cloud into the second round. You can't be hoping to rely on the move that killed March to defeat us, right? Alice asked Surefoam. Laughing, she continued, I admit that the move is indeed powerful. However, its flaws are obvious. If we didn't know about the skill, it would certainly kill us. However, we know about it already. As long as we treat that cleric like a melee player, we can easily disable the move. Furthermore, you have to face Starstreak and me, not March. Or do you think that you'll have an opportunity to use that skill? Alice hadn't spoken quietly. Hence, the audience had heard her clearly. Some of the players who originally thought that the Asura battle team had a chance of victory couldn't help but agree with Alice's words. Although the Asura battle team's plan was a good one, had they forgotten who their opponents were? They were talking about the Witch of the West and Speedstar. If the two worked together, even if they hadn't known about Death's Eye, they could easily emerge victorious. No, I believe you have misunderstood 2 things. First, Death's Eye isn't an elementalist-specific weapon, Surefoam said, waving his hand. Second, Alluring Summer didn't loan this weapon to Violet Cloud. Rather, Violet Cloud had loaned the weapon to Alluring Summer. It has simply been returned. The venue fell silent after Surefoam's explanation. Nobody could believe what he had just said. Such a lethal weapon wasn't actually an elementalist weapon. Only a fool would believe that. A bluff. This is definitely a bluff. That's right. How could a weapon like that be meant for a cleric? Everybody instinctively rejected Surefoam's declaration. They all knew how massive the impact would be to use a weapon not suited for one's class. It would be impossible to exert the weapon's full power. Looking back at the power Alluring Summer had displayed with Death's Sigh, that weapon should be meant for elementalists. As everyone assumed that Surefoam had been bluffing, the competition's timer began to count down. Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Hellscythe _Vampire Cat. Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Although Surefoam had not spoken loudly, every word he said made everyone present shudder involuntarily, particularly the members of the evil dragon battle team, who had thought that they were already at the cusp of victory, now wore stiff expressions on their faces. He must have deliberately said those words to disrupt Alice's and Starstreak's mental states. Does he really take us for fools? Since they're too weak, they can only use small tricks like these to have any hopes of winning. That's right. It's a pity that their opponents this time are Alice and Starstreak. Even if what he said is true, it won't change the outcome of this match. He's just bluffing. Let's see how Alice will take care of them in a moment. None of the evil dragon battle team members believed Surefoam's words. They all began laughing in ridicule as they looked at Surefoam and Violet Cloud. Is it really a bluff? Unlike his teammates, however, Miracle Dragon continued scrutinizing Surefoam. However, even after observing the swordsman for some time, he did not discover any awkwardness on Surefoam's face. On the contrary, Surefoam's eyes were practically glowing with confidence. Seeing this convinced Miracle Dragon that the swordsman's words were true. If Surefoam was telling the truth, and that Death's Eye was actually a weapon meant for clerics, then the current Violet Cloud was definitely a very threatening cleric. However, even after coming to this conclusion, Miracle Dragon did not bother doing anything. He only smiled as he silently watched the timer above the stage count down slowly. Everything was just as Alice said. Violet Cloud might be a threat in this match, but she wouldn't be able to control its outcome. If the Asura battle team really thought they could win this match, then they were seriously underestimating the Miracle Guild. When only 5 seconds remained on the timer, Alice and Starstreak who had been motionless all this while, suddenly moved. Alice directly chose to distance herself over 30 yards away from Sure Foam and Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Starstreak circled around to Violet Cloud's side. His motive could not be any more obvious. To kill Violet Cloud first when Alice was 35 yards away, she took out a crimson, wooden staff, which had a crimson flame burning at its tip, the flame looking just like an eye that could see through everything. The moment this staff appeared, fire-type mana began massing rampantly around Alice, the mana casting a faint, red glow around the elementalist. At this moment, it was as if Alice had become the goddess of fire, although I don't know whether your words are true or not. The fact that you've exposed your trump card so soon will only lead to your miserable defeat. After Alice completed her preparations, she smiled faintly at Sure Foam. Right as she finished speaking, the timer above the battlefield hit 0 at the same time. Alice began chanting. Although she was only double casting right now, her chanting and writing speeds were much faster than silent marches in the blink of an eye. A massive, crimson magic array appeared before Alice. A tornado of flames then emerged from the magic array and extended rapidly towards Sure Foam and Violet Cloud. At the same time, a gigantic, dark blue magic array formed beneath the swordsman's and the cleric's feet, freezing the ground beneath them completely. Ice-cold fog then rose from the ground, enveloping a radius of 15 yards. This scene stupefied the audience members. This is the Witch of the West? She is simply a monster. Blue Phoenix's eyes were wide open as she stared at the stage. Her heart twinging with helplessness like never before. The two spells Alice displayed were the Tier 1 Curse Torrent of Flames and the Tier 1 Curse Freezing Fog. Although both these spells were extraordinarily powerful, they were extremely difficult to learn. Moreover, their casting times were also considerably long. Blue Phoenix herself needed around 3 seconds to cast either of those spells. In a PvP match between experts, these spells were simply too impractical. Nevertheless, despite double casting 2 curses, Alice had managed to complete them in less than 2 seconds. This casting speed was unbelievable, as expected of the Witch of the West. To think she has managed to grasp even the technique to double cast Tier 1 curses. Phoenix Rain wore a grim expression as she looked at Sure Foam and Violet Cloud, who were about to face an assault from Ice and Flame's magical class. Players were generally countered by speed-based classes due to their weak melee capabilities and long casting times. However, in their research into the combat techniques of God's domain, the various superpowers had discovered a technique to shorten the casting time of spells, speed casting, which even allowed some higher-tiered spells to be cast instantaneously in God's domain. The purpose of chanting incantations and writing runes was to assist in forming an accurate magic array and hasten the gathering of mana for a spell. The higher the accuracy of a magic array, the higher the completion rate of the spell cast. Meanwhile, the higher the completion rate of a spell, the greater the power said spell could display. At 50% skill completion rate, the system would determine a skill to be effective and allow its activation. Hence, as long as players managed to visualize a sufficiently accurate magic array in their minds, they could still use a spell successfully, even without chanting or writing. Only, the higher tiered a spell was, the more complex its magic array would be, which naturally made imaging the magic array in one's mind more difficult. If one wished to accomplish this, they needed to go through a long adaptation process. Meanwhile, speed casting was a technique that required players to form a prototype mental magic array of sorts while using incantations and runes to compensate for the imperfections in the magic array. By doing so, players could save up on plenty of time. Although the principle sounded very simple, in actual practice, the technique was extremely challenging, not to mention applying it in double casting. This was no longer a feat that was achievable through hard work. Fortunately for Alice, she was wielding the Fire God's Eye, which Phoenix Rain had been hoping to obtain all this time. The Fire God's Eye had a passive effect that improved the skill completion rate of fire-type spells by 5% and other types of spells by 3%. While this increase might seem very small, it could allow elementalists that were still a step away from grasping speed casting to grasp the technique, raising their combat power to a whole new level at the same time as Alice launched her attack. Starstreak had entered stealth and was waiting for an opportunity to land a fatal blow on Violet Cloud Icefire domain. She's using her trademark move right off the bat. The corners of Sure Fang's mouth twitched as he looked at the approaching tornado of flames. The Icefire domain was Alice's trademark. She would first use Ice-type spells to restrict her opponent's movements, then follow up by attacking with a large-scale Fire-type spell. The combination of these two opposing elements would amplify the power of both spells exponentially when she used this move against an MT of the same level. Even if said MT had activated a life-saving skill, they would either die instantly or have most of their HP taken away. It's up to you now, Sherfong said softly as he looked at Violet Cloud nodding. Violet Cloud began twirling the scythe in her hands while chanting an incantation boom. When the tornado of flames came into contact with the icy fog, like a keg of gunpowder coming into contact with fire, a massive explosion ensued, releasing a torrent of blue and crimson mana. Even Alice, who stood quite a distance away, had her mage robes blown back by the resulting shockwave. As for Starstreak, who was relatively close to the epicenter of the explosion, he nearly got swept off his feet. The power of the attack greatly surpassed that of a Tier 1 curse. The explosion engulfed everything within 20 yards of Sure Fang and Violet Cloud, the range of the attack surpassing even that of Alice's freezing fog. This range could already rival that of a large-scale destruction spell. Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. As the explosion came to a roaring end, the rampant mana also gradually began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the might of Alice's Icefire domain had stupefied the many experts present. Everybody capable of taking part in the Dark Arena was someone of high status and position. Among them, there was no lack of powerful experts from large guilds at this moment. However, every one of these experts had their breaths taken away by the Witch of the West, particularly those magical class experts, who even found themselves gasping for air when they witnessed this scene spell combination. This is too amazing. It's a true spell combination. Someone has actually managed to turn theory into reality. So, this is the Witch of the West. At this moment, the magical class players present could not help but want to rewatch the earlier scene several hundred times. Double speed casting was already plenty amazing. However, using it as a base, the Witch of the West had displayed an even stronger ability, and that was spell combination. This was a peak technique that countless magical class players dreamed of bringing off in God's domain. The sight of melee classes combining the strength of their attacks was no longer rare. However, the difficulty of superpositioning two different types of spells was much, much greater than that of stacking the strength of melee attacks. The reason for this was, firstly, players had less control over their spells than over their bodies. Secondly, one's grasp of timing needed to be extremely accurate. Due to these two reasons, spell combination was deemed to be an impossible technique. Yet, now, the Witch of the West had displayed that technique before everybody. Isn't she a little too strong? If she's grasped spell combination, no player in the same tier can match her. Cloud Yarn was filled with shock as she looked at Alice, who was standing proudly on the stage right now. The other members of the Midnight Tea Party agreed with Cloud Yarn's words. From the destructive power they saw, they could tell that the effect of spell combination was much stronger than that of strength stacking. Even just the combination of two ordinary Tier 1 spells resulted in a power that could rival that of a Tier 2 spell. Being able to cast Tier 2 spells as a Tier 1 player would provide one with an overwhelming advantage over others, not to mention being capable of combining two Tier 1 curses together. Anyone who did not possess a defensive skill that provided invulnerability would be killed instantly. What a pity. Endless Scars could not help but sigh as she took another look at the Asura battle team. Her view of the battle was mostly the same as her teammates. However, unlike them, she did not consider Alice invincible among those of the same tier. At the very least, among the experts she knew, there were many that could contend against Alice. One of the said experts was none other than the Sword King Black Flame, whom she had met just recently. Unfortunately, Black Flame was not participating in this competition. Otherwise, there would definitely be an interesting fight to watch if the two of them fought. Just as everyone believed that the Asura battle team's members had already been killed and was waiting for the system to announce the victors, two vague figures appeared standing amid the scattering smoke. They managed to survive, even that. Everyone could not help but grow confused. Even an MT with their life-saving skill activated would most likely die when going up against that kind of destructive power, not to mention a swordsman and a cleric, which were inferior to MTs when it came to HP and defense. The instant Violet Cloud's figure emerged, Starstreak, who had been looking for an opportunity to strike all this time, activated Shadow Steps and dove straight into the smoke clouds. He then stabbed his pitch-black dagger at the back of the petite figure before him. Starstreak completed the entire process like flowing water. He made no sound whatsoever as he moved, and included no excess movements in his actions. Immediately, the pitch-black dagger struck at Violet Cloud at a speed invisible to the naked eye ambush. Dang! Sparks flew into the surroundings as the clangor of metal clashing resounded throughout the stage amid the little sparks. One could faintly see a long sword wrapped in blue lightning holding back the advance of Starstreak's pitch-black dagger. He blocked it. Starstreak was inwardly surprised, however. As a peak expert, he would not fall back just because one of his attacks failed to land. He promptly adjusted his previous strategy as he flipped the silver dagger in his left hand into a reverse grip. In the next moment, the silver dagger began emitting cold air. He then activated the epic ranked Frost 2's strongest skill, Frostburst. At Sure Foam and Violet Cloud, Frostburst was a skill that dealt a large amount of ice-type damage in a fan-shaped area before the user. At the same time, the skill would also freeze all creatures within the affected area for 5 seconds. Even if one used a control removal skill, they would still be affected by Frostburst's other effect, which reduced the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a 20-yard radius for 10 seconds. With this, Starstreak would have an absolute advantage throughout the skill's duration. Boom. The space before Starstreak immediately turned into a world of frost, following which he used Absolute Strike and struck at Violet Cloud once more. Pong. However, before he could reach his target, Starstreak, who had transformed into a streak of shadow, found himself stopped without warning. It was as if his entire person had crashed into a wall. What's going on? Starstreak was thoroughly bewildered at this moment. There was actually an invisible wall before him. Meanwhile, not only had this invisible wall stopped his absolute strike, but even the ice burst he used before had been blocked. Both Sure Foam and Violet Cloud were completely unharmed in the next moment. The invisible wall shattered, and a blue sword light suddenly struck at Starstreak. The link between the two processes was simply perfect, giving Starstreak practically no time to react. Pump. In the nick of time, Starstreak managed to move a dagger into the path of the blue sword light. However, as soon as Starstreak stopped this sword light, several more followed in rapid succession. Every one of them targeted at the assassin's weak points. What fast swordsmanship! Starstreak hurriedly brandished his two daggers to fend off the onslaught. Each time he repulsed an attack, it felt like a hammer pounding his arms, the resulting vibrations inflicting pain. Meanwhile, watching the numerous sword lights interweaving with one another, the audience was dazzled by what they saw. Everyone could only see the afterimages of the hands of both sides. They could not see the swords and daggers clashing against one another at all. The speed of the battle had everyone holding their breath in the blink of an eye. Dozens of attacks had been exchanged. If Starstreak was careless for even a moment, he would definitely get hit. How are his attacks so fast? After receiving dozens of attacks, Starstreak was confounded. Frostburst could reduce the speed of all enemies within 20 yards, yet the speed of Sure Fang's attacks did not seem to have been affected whatsoever. If not for Starstreak being an agility-based assassin, Sure Fang's attacks would have struck him by now. However, what Starstreak did not know was that the opponent he currently faced was a level 49 swordsman equipped with a level 50 magic light set equipment, as well as a fragmented legendary item. If not for Sure Fang's speed having been reduced, he would have long since defeated Starstreak in their contest of speed. Seeing as Sure Fang had already secured the advantage, Starstreak had no other choice but to activate his Berserk skill. Once he activated his Berserk skill, he intended to force back Feng and open a distance between them to prevent the swordsman from furthering his assault. Then, he would look for an opportunity to strike. After all, an assassin did not have many advantages against a swordsman in a frontal clash with this in mind. Right when their weapons were about to clash once more, Starstreak activated his berserk skill, Phantom, his strength and speed soaring by a large margin. In the next instant, both his daggers abruptly struck at the killing ray in Feng's hand palm. Starstreak felt like he had just attacked a steel wall, both his hands aching from the resulting vibrations. In contrast, the arm Feng used to swing killing ray only trembled slightly impossible. Starstreak was stunned. Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Starstreak knew full well the pros and cons of his berserk skill. Phantom, however, even though Phantom provided only a 50% increase to his strength, which was lower than what some other berserk skills provided, when combined with his equipment, even repulsing a berserker of the same level was child's play to him yet. Now, even such a huge boost to his strength did next to nothing to change the result of his clash. With Feng thinking up to this point, Starstreak suddenly came up with an incredible thought. Feng had not been going all out at all during their previous clashes. As for the possibility of Feng having activated a berserk skill as well, it was simply impossible. Berserk skills would manifest on a player's body one way or another when activated. Moreover, the strength of a player's aura would also increase currently. However, Feng showed no such signs. Hence, the only possibility was that Feng had been hiding his strength. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak could not help but shudder. Feng's basic attributes were actually so high that he could hold his ground even after Starstreak had activated his berserk skill. Although Starstreak had only briefly fallen into shock, this duration was enough for peak experts like Feng to land a killing blow. Disappear. Illusory Shadow. 6 blue sword lights struck at Starstreak from 6 different angles. Starstreak instinctively defended himself with his daggers. However, the instant his daggers came into contact with the sword lights, his complexion immediately darkened. The sword lights had actually moved through his daggers unhindered. It was as if these sword lights were phantoms that did not possess a physical body. Just as the 6 sword lights were about to land on Starstreak's body, the assassin gnashed his teeth and reluctantly used Vanish. His entire person then disappeared from everyone's sight. The brief invulnerability provided by Vanish also neutralized the 6 sword lights. After disappearing, Starstreak did not retreat. Instead, he chose to launch another assault. This time, he used the ultimate move of the epic dagger he wielded with his other hand. Tooth Blade. 3 phantoms suddenly appeared around Feng. A white eagle, a hungry wolf, and a black bear. Starstreak and the 3 phantoms then attacked Feng from 4 different directions at the same time. Starstreak himself remained in stealth, so Feng could not see what exactly he was doing. Vanish was a life-saving skill that forcibly placed one into a stealth state for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, so long as one did not do anything, they would remain in a forced stealth state. In other words, not only could Vanish be used to escape, but it could also be used to attack. A majority of the information a human received from their surroundings came from one's vision. Hence, it was extremely difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see, not to mention doing so while receiving other attacks. One's vision would automatically shift their brain's focus towards the things that they could see, and this only made it even more difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see. Dang. 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 A series of metal clashing sounds echoed throughout the battlefield. What decisiveness! Starstreak's mouth twitched as he looked at the completely unscathed swordsman before him. The instant he launched his attack, Feng had activated Defensive Blade without hesitation, preventing Starstreak from doing any damage whatsoever. However, this was also a good outcome, as Feng no longer possessed any life-saving skills. Furthermore, Starstreak's Tooth Blade skill had a duration of 10 seconds. He could definitely finish off Feng during this period. On the other side, Alice had also begun chanting an incantation. With a light wave of her staff, over a dozen ice arrows and fireballs appeared around Alice. She then sent the attacks flying at Feng and Violet Cloud. At this moment, Violet Cloud was also done, chanting her own incantation as she slammed the butt of Death's Sigh on the ground. Immediately, over 100 pitch-black blades appeared around Violet Cloud, densely circulating around her body. This scene instantly stunned everyone in the arena. How can this be? Endless Scars' eyes widened, her mind utterly confused as she looked at the scythe in Violet Cloud's hands. Could that possibly be the real deal? According to the ancient book she read, these 100-plus dark blades should be the manifestation of Shadow Rage, the strongest skill of Death's Sigh. The only thing different was that the information recorded regarding Shadow Rage stated that it would summon thousands of Shadow Blades when activated, each one possessing the power to heavily injure even Tier 5 monsters. When these blades were concentrated, they could slay even gods. Just as Endless Scars was entertaining such thoughts, Violet Cloud controlled the Shadow Blades to counter the approaching ice spears and fireballs. She also sent some to attack Starstreak. Upon seeing this, Starstreak immediately panicked. He hurriedly controlled his 3 Phantom Beasts to defend him from the oncoming Shadow Blades. Dang. The power packed within the Shadow Blades was massive. Even when Alice combined the power of the ice spears and fireballs, the spells had only managed to slow down the speed of the Shadow Blades and weaken their power slightly. The blades still proceeded to fly towards Alice after shattering the Elementalist spells. Meanwhile, on Starstreak's side, despite him having activated his Berserk skill already, he just barely managed to defend against the Shadow Blades with the help of his 3 Phantom Beasts. However, every Shadow Blade he blocked numbed his arms. His HP also decreased by over 200 each time. On the other hand, Alice was brimming with excitement rather than feeling anxious. Waving the Fire God's Eye, she suddenly formed a massive crimson magic array before her just as the Shadow Blades were about to land on Alice's body. The ground in front of her suddenly shattered. A flaming hand then emerged from the fissure and blocked all the oncoming Shadow Blades, following which the fissure on the ground grew steadily larger. Shortly after, another hand emerged from it, the 2 hands appearing as if they were trying to rend the ground and clamber up. How can this be? She can summon the Flame King all by herself? Phoenix Rain was deeply shocked as she looked at the Flame Giant, which was slowly climbing into the stage right now. The reason why she wanted to obtain the Fire God's Eye was not just its ability to improve the completion rate of spells. More importantly, it could summon the Flame Monarch from hell. However, summoning the Flame Monarch required a large amount of mana, roughly 10 magical class players' mana. If she had the Flame Monarch's strength, claiming 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island would not be impossible. Meanwhile, the fact that Alice had managed to summon the Flame Monarch by relying on only her own power was simply inconceivable for Phoenix Rain. The appearance of the Flame King made the audience members gasp. Flame Monarch, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 65. HP 60, 000/60, 000/000. Now that the Evil Dragon Battle Team had summoned a level 65 Grand Lord to assist them, there was no longer a need to continue this match, not to mention 2 experts. Even 20 experts would be cannon fodder when going up against a level 65 Grand Lord. As a matter of fact, regardless of how Violet Cloud tried to attack Alice using her Shadow Blades, the Flame Monarch blocked all her attacks without any difficulty. The Grand Lord was like an indestructible wall. That move of yours really is amazing. I never thought that I would have to use this trump card of mine. However, this match is as good as over now. Although the Flame King I summoned isn't in its completed form, it still possesses the strength of a Grand Lord. You two have no chance of winning. You might as well give up now. At this moment, Alice's complexion was slightly pale. As for her mana, not a single point remained at the moment. However, the pride in her eyes was unwavering. Flame Monarch, show them your strength. At Alice's order, the Flame Monarch roared, its voice echoing throughout the arena. Immediately after, the air on the stage began steaming as columns of fire shot up from the ground. The columns of fire then transformed into massive fireballs, their numbers reaching 36. Every fireball was the size of a house. One could just imagine what kind of scene would occur when these massive fireballs landed on the ground. The audience members felt their scalps tingling when they saw these fireballs. How was this a fight between players? It was more appropriate to call this a battle between NPCs. Compared to the usual PvP matches, this match was on an entirely different level. Time to end this. Alice then pointed at Sherfong and Violet Cloud suddenly. The 36 massive fireballs descended on the duo. Chapter 1159. Matching up against a Grandlord. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1159. Matching up against a Grandlord. Alice, have you lost your mind? I'm still here. Starstreak was furious as he glanced at the descending fireballs. Violet Cloud's shadow blades still had him pinned down. He did not have any concentration to spare for an escape. If these fireballs struck, he would get caught in the impact with no other options. Starstreak decided to use his final life-saving skill, his Epic Boot's additional skill, Flash Steps. The skill allowed him to teleport to any location 15 yards away. It had a 1-minute cooldown, and 3 charges. Starstreak used Flash Steps twice and instantly moved 30 yards away. Meanwhile, although Violet Cloud desperately blocked the incoming fireballs with her shadow blades, the fireballs were unaffected. She also had no hope of dodging these attacks similar to her shadow blades. Alice controlled these fireballs. Not only did they contain massive power, but they also had a wide attack range. With so many of the fireballs, if Alice wanted to, she could even destroy the entire stage. Phoenix Rain, who watched the fight from a VIP room, could not help but shake her head. The Asura battle team had lost this competition. Although each competition in the Dark Arena had 5 matches, the Asura battle team had only brought 5 members. Once they lost this match, regardless of whether the battle team won the next or not, the Evil Dragon battle team would win the competition. After all, the final 2 matches were 3-on-3. The Asura battle team did not have enough members to participate. Hence, so long as the Evil Dragon battle team won one of the first 3 matches, the competition would be over sure enough. Defeating the Evil Dragon battle team is impossible for the Asura battle team. Phoenix Rain was more or less disappointed, although she hadn't bet any excess resources on this competition. With how lively the Dark Arena was today, they would still earn a significant amount if the Asura battle team won. However, she had only considered the idea. In another VIP room, Purple Jade gritted her teeth as she watched the massive fireballs above the stage, frustration flashing in her eyes. However, that feeling wasn't due to the match's ending. Rather, she was frustrated with herself. The Witch of the West had made her feel like a child. New to the world before this match, she had believed that she was only a thread away from the virtual gaming world's pinnacle. Looking back at it now, however, the idea was laughable. She was far weaker than Alice regarding both combat techniques and items. It was no wonder why her guild leader constantly told her to work on her foundations and explore the world with Yuan Tiexin more often. Jade, do you see it now? This is a battle at the pinnacle of God's domain. If you wish to challenge these people, you need to grasp your own domain, Yuan Tiexin advised Purple Jade. But don't feel down. You are still young. Unlike this old man, who no longer has any hope of reaching that realm, you will join their ranks one day. In the past, he had also dreamed of leading the secret pavilion towards the apex of the virtual gaming world. However, only after encountering people of that realm did he realize that the virtual gaming world was not as simple as he had assumed. Virtual reality games had been popular all over the world for over a century now. With the world's population being so high, countless gaming experts from the younger generation emerged each year. Furthermore, God's domain gained more influence with each passing day. Meanwhile, on the stage, Sherfong abruptly jumped towards the massive fireballs, meeting them in the Air Guild leader. Violet Cloud, who was desperately trying to counter the attacks, was confused. Sherfong activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his aura immediately transforming. Golden divine runes flickered across his body as if he had donned golden armor. Alice sneered when she saw Sherfong activate a berserk skill. The massive fireballs were the result of the Flame Monarch's Tier 3 curse, Wrath of the Stars. Each fireball was powerful enough to rival a Grandlord. Tier 1 players had no hope of defending against such attacks. The difference in power was simply too great. Even if Sherfong had a skill that provided invulnerability, she could simply control the 36 fireballs to attack him one after another. Invulnerability skills generally had short durations. If she hit him once every second, she could continue her attack for 36 seconds. As Sure Feng was about to collide with a fireball, he activated Blade Liberation immediately. Power flowed into him from Killing Ray, allowing his attributes to soar once more. Looking at the fireballs before him, Sure Feng tightened his grip on the sacred sword in his right hand and swung it forward. Thundering Flash. Combat technique for Moon Lotus. Like a sharp blade, arcs of blue lightning sliced through the massive fireballs. One after another, all the crowd had seen were 4 streaks of light, leaving Sure Feng's hand in the blink of an eye. 23 of the 36 unstoppable fireballs split in half and exploded like fireworks. Silence fell over the arena. No one had expected this shocking reversal. Even Alice was stunned. A Tier 1 player had sliced the fireballs, which contained the strength to rival level 65 Grandlords, in half. No matter how she looked at it, this was impossible. Yet Sure Feng had done just that. Just how powerful is he? Phoenix Rain's gaze was fixed on Sure Feng, who remained in midair. She could not bring herself to believe that the man she was looking at was the same person she knew. Just who is he? Thousand Miles unconsciously tightened his grip on his swords as he watched the detonating fireballs. He knew full well how powerful the Fire God's Eyes Flame Monarch was. After all, he had handed the staff to Alice personally, yet a Tier 1 player had sliced one of the Flame Monarch's team wipe moves in half. This was simply inconceivable. If this competition had been held before Sure Feng's visit to the Fallen Ark, he wouldn't have been able to repel the Flame Monarch's attacks. However, he had obtained epic pauldrons from the killing the mythic fossilized Tyrannosauruses. They were called the Tough Pauldrons. Aside from epic ranked basic attributes, these pauldrons only had one skill. Moreover, it was a passive skill. The passive skill was called Power of Destruction. When the player faced attacks with higher strength than their own, the wearer's strength would increase by 35% against weaker enemies. This skill had no effect whatsoever. However, against stronger enemies, this passive skill was godly. Hence, Sure Feng's strength had increased by 35% as he fought the massive fireballs. In addition, he had triggered Angry Tyrant's second passive skill, Angry Blow, which had doubled his strength. It was only thanks to those passive skills and Thundering Flash's effects that his plan had succeeded. However, after a brief silence in the arena, Sure Feng activated Wind Rider and charged towards Alice, who was over 30 yards away. While he had neutralized the fireballs, he was still helpless against the Flame Monarch itself. Once Blade Liberation's 20-second duration ended, he would be powerless to turn things around. You want to kill me? Despite seeing Sure Feng flying towards her, Alice was neither surprised nor afraid. On the contrary, she was a little excited. It had been a long time since she had faced such a challenge. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Saying so, Alice merged her body with the Flame Monarchess without hesitation. Sure Feng executed Chop against the Flame Monarch. However, before Killing Ray slid even 1 meter into the Flame Monarch, its advance halted. The Sacred Sword couldn't reach Alice, and the Flame Monarch's core. I've already told you that you have no chance of victory. I know that you can't maintain this power for long. Unfortunately for you, my Flame Monarch can last for 5 hours. Alice said, shaking her head. She then controlled the Flame Monarch to attack Sure Feng. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, I'm not your only opponent, Sure Feng calmly stated. Suddenly, realization dawned on Alice as she looked across the stage. Immediately, she noticed Violet Cloud swing down Death's Eye in her direction. Compared to when Alluring Summer had used Dimensional Fracture, Violet Cloud used it at full HP. The instant Violet Cloud swung the scythe, the spectators faintly saw a giant phantom appear behind her. The sight was enough to make them shudder. Starstreak, who had planned to help Alice, was stunned. He felt as if his body were full of Lee Death's phantom. It's the real thing. Endless Scars was astonished when she saw this. Waves of emotion crashing in her heart space above the stage suddenly split apart with its hulking body. The Flame Monarch couldn't dodge the attack in time. In the blink of an eye, both the Flame Monarch and Alice split in half. Chapter 1160, Victory Declaration. Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1160 Victory Declaration. The scene of the Flame Monarch's body, splitting in half, burned itself into everyone's minds. The audience shuddered. It died? How can such a powerful skill exist? He was telling the truth. Dimensional Fracture's power far surpassed the spectators' imaginations. They finally realized that Sure Feng hadn't been bluffing compared to Violet Cloud's Dimensional Fracture. Alluring Summers was child's play in God's domain. There were many sure kill skills capable of instant killing players of the same tier, however. They couldn't accept a skill that could split a Grand Lord in half. Countless players would despair against a Grand Lord's high defense. That Sure Feng's weapon had pierced the Flame Monarch so deeply had already been impressive. They won. Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Alice's bisected body gradually transform into particles of light and disappear. That was the Witch of the West they were talking about. Moreover, Alice had controlled a level 65 Grand Lord. No matter how she looked at it, Alice should have had an overwhelming advantage. None of the audience had believed that the Asura battle team could win this round. At most, they had expected Sure Feng and Violet Cloud to struggle as long as they could for survival. Just how many secrets is Zero Wing hiding? Yuan Tiexin's eyes twitched uncontrollably when he saw the attack split the Flame Monarch in half. As one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons, he knew much about God's domain in reality. Violet Cloud's Dimensional Fracture had only dealt slightly over minus 100,000 damage. To the Grand Lord, this could barely put a dent in its 60 million HP. However, splitting the Flame Monarch in half had injured it severely. There were very few means current players could employ to injure a Grand Lord. Normally, one had to rely on powerful Tier 3 magic scrolls to do so, yet the cleric had done so with her weapon's additional skill. As far as Yuan Tiexin knew, none of the various large guilds possessed such a weapon or equipment in God's domain. It was also common knowledge that the more powerful a weapon or piece of equipment was, the more difficult it would be to obtain. Still, an upstart guild like Zero Wing had obtained such a powerful weapon. No matter how Yuan Tiexin looked at this matter, he found it simply inconceivable. The Death Sigh in Violet Cloud's hands had also astonished the Midnight Tea Party's Endless Scars and Breeze Wine. According to the ancient book they had found, Death Sigh, one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, had long since been destroyed. Not even a blacksmith god could repair it, however. No matter how they looked at it, the cleric's Death Sigh looked more like the real article than a replica. When she had used Dimensional Fracture, she had even summoned Fourth Death's Phantom. The pressure Death Phantom emitted was no laughing matter. Without a doubt, that was definitely divine might. Otherwise, there was no way an expert of Starstreak's caliber would suddenly freeze up under such pressure. No replica could reproduce divine might. Endless Scars and Breeze Wine thought about how Violet Cloud wielded the real Death Sigh. They were overcome with shock. A fragmented legendary item. Although this term was no longer foreign to experts like them, they hadn't heard of any guild obtaining a fragmented legendary item until now. Fragmented legendary items were godly items that experts constantly strove to find. Meanwhile, such a weapon had appeared before their very eyes. Why wouldn't this fact shock them? However, Endless Scars and Breeze Wine did not know that the Death Sigh Violet Cloud wielded was not, in fact, a fragmented legendary item. It was simply a replica, only this replica was slightly special. Death Sigh, Replica, Two-Handed Staff, Epic Rank. Level 45, Level 120, Level 45. Equipment requirement: Strength 400, Intelligence 700. Attack power plus 1,650. Strength plus 120. Agility plus 80. Endurance plus 105. Intelligence plus 142. Vitality plus 161. When staff is wielded, casting speed increased by 15%. Cast range plus 10. Magic damage increased by 20%. All healing effects increased by 25%. Spell critical rate increased by 10%. Mana consumption decreased by 10%. All magical skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 10. Durability 220/220. Additional passive skill dash. Death's Harvest. Whenever a creature dies within 40 yards, Wielder will regenerate 1% of their mana. Simultaneously, Wielder will receive a death buff, reducing the death penalty by 1% when Wielder dies. Buff can stack up to 30 times additional active skill, 1-. Dimensional Fracture deals absolute damage 2 tiers above Wielder's tier, up to a maximum of tier 4, to an area of 20 by 60 yards. Attack ignores all defensive and invulnerability buffs. At the same time, the attack will inflict a stun debuff to everyone within 40 yards of the wielder for 3 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. Additional active skill 2-. Shadow Rage. Use mana to form Shadow Blades. Every Shadow Blade costs 100 mana. Each Shadow Blade strength is equal to 150% of Wielder's intelligence and inflicts an additional 20% shadow damage. Wielder can produce a maximum of 300 Shadow Blades duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. The blacksmith god Soros crafted this replica using the fragments of the legendary staff Death's Eye. Replica can be upgraded by absorbing 5 god crystals. Current crystals absorbed 0/5. Although it was a replica, it contained fragments of the real article, making it far stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. When Shurfeng had appraised this weapon, he had been shocked. As long as they gathered a sufficient number of god crystals, Death's Eye could evolve in a fragmented legendary weapon. Zero Wing really does possess a lot of secrets. As Endless Scars stared at the weapon in Violet Cloud's hands, she could not help but cover the appearing on her face, joy and passion burning in her eyes. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions and returned to her usual calm and indifference. It seems that I need to have a chat with Abandon Wave. Meanwhile, after Alice's death, the summoned Flame Monarch began to disappear from the stage. Fear filled the audience's eyes as they stared at Shurfeng and Violet Cloud in awe. Currently, Starstreak was the only member of the Evil Dragon battle team remaining on stage. Unfortunately, he had no hope of defeating both Shurfeng and Violet Cloud. The match was as good as over. A recently established guild had contended with Miracle, which had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years. No one would believe this. Although the competition's outcome had yet to be decided, the various Dark Arena battle teams would record the Asura battle team's fame, listing it as a team to take note of. After all, this competition wasn't like the Asura battle team's matches against the Glorious Lions in the previous competition. Battle Wolves had treated the Dark Arena's competitions like a hobby. Hence, the Super Guild hadn't sent its full force into the competition. Meanwhile, it was obvious that Miracle took the competition seriously. Otherwise, the Super First-Rate Guild would not have dispatched the Witch of the West and Speedstar. Most importantly, it had instructed the Sword Freak, Miracle Dragon, to lead the team. Indeed, as everyone had expected, Starstreak stood no chance against Shurfeng, who had activated twofold Berserk. After a few bouts, Starstreak had exhausted his means of protecting himself. Eventually, Shurfeng killed him with Instant Strike, surprising the crowd. Once again, Starstreak's defeat ushered in the start of the 3rd round. This upcoming fight would decide the outcome. Naturally, for such an important battle, Miracle Dragon, the battle team's leader, took to the stage himself. Miracle's reputation was riding on this battle. They could not afford to lose this next match. With each step Miracle Dragon took, his aura grew slightly stronger. By the time the man reached the stage's center, the audience felt as if they were staring at death itself. It'll be too boring to fight only one person. The rest of you just face together. I'll end this battle in 10 moves. Miracle Dragon proudly proclaimed as he thrust his greatsword into the ground and looked towards Shurfeng and the others. The instant Miracle Dragon said so, the audience immediately broke into an uproar. Chapter 1161, Sword Freak. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1161, Sword Freak. Upon Miracle Dragon's sudden declaration, the arena boiled with excitement. Does he want a 1-on-2 fight? As expected of the Sword Freak, he's too domineering. Has Miracle lost their minds? They could have won this competition, yet they want to take such a risk. Miracle is probably trying to earn back their reputation. That sounds about right. The Evil Dragon Battle team has already lost 2 rounds. Even if they win this competition, it won't be anything to boast about. The audience discussed the declaration fervently, each person having their own opinion. Some felt that Miracle Dragon was being a fool, while others thought that the Sword Freak wanted to show off the guild's strength. However, they could all agree on one thing. Miracle Dragon's gamble was somewhat risky. The Asura battle team still had 2 players remaining. One was a berserker, and the other was an assassin. This class composition was somewhat disadvantageous for a swordsman like Miracle Dragon. Berserkers had higher strength than swordsmen, while assassins were faster and more nimble. Although a Miracle Dragon possessed superior combat techniques, if he had to clash head-on with a berserker while guarding against an assassin's interference, he would easily lose any advantage. Moreover, both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were relatively famous experts in God's domain. While the guild could redeem much of its lost reputation if Miracle Dragon won, its reputation would plummet further if the swordsman lost. Big Sis Rain, the Asura battle team, actually has a chance of winning. Although Miracle Dragon is very famous, when it comes to strength, he is no match for the Witch of the West. If Fire Dance and Gentle Snow work together, they'll have at least a 50% chance of emerging victorious. Blue Phoenix said excitedly. Miracle Dragon was also known as the Sword Freak. Almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew of him. He had gained his fame due to the secret pavilion's evaluation. He had been deemed as the expert closest to grasping a domain. Due to this reputation, peak experts from various super guilds had challenged him, using the opportunity to improve themselves. After all, only domain realm experts were considered super guilds and super first-rate guilds true mainstays. Many had also challenged Miracle Dragon to gain an understanding of just how far they were from their own domains. Hence, Miracle Dragon's fame had grown with each passing day. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, neither Fire Dance nor Gentle Snow was a match for Miracle Dragon. However, if these women worked together to supplement their weaknesses, they should be able to defeat him, emerging victorious. Phoenix Rain quietly observed Miracle Dragon. I don't remember him being a rash person. It was common knowledge that Miracle Dragon was wildly arrogant. However, this arrogance was due to his strength. While Miracle Dragon might act crazily, he almost never did anything without being confident of success. A one-on-two fight was already disadvantageous, but Miracle Dragon had also claimed that he would win in 10 moves. He had forced himself onto a path with no retreat. This was no longer arrogance. He was simply seeking death, as Phoenix Rain considered warning sure foe. Miracle Dragon glanced at the other swordsman, who had remained silent all this time. Are you afraid? I've already offered you an edge in this match, a higher chance of winning the competition. If you don't want to accept the challenge, then just send your fighter up here. But don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The moment Miracle Dragon finished speaking, the audience began to echo his words. Asura battle team, are you a bunch of cowards? You're even afraid to accept this challenge. You guys are even too scared to accept a 2-on-1 match? It seems that the rumors are true. You guys only have a few capable experts. The rest of you are just for show. The spectators were either large guild, upper echelons, or famous experts. The outcome of the competition between Asura and Evil Dragon was none of their concern. They only wanted to collect as much information as possible. They could learn far more if the Asura battle team sent 2 experts to face the Sword Freak rather than 1. Just what is his goal? Meanwhile, inside a VIP room, Miracle Dragon's behavior had confused Purple Jade. Among the many swordsmen in God's domain, she was most eager to challenge Miracle Dragon. There were 3 reasons for this. First, unlike other swordsmen who used 2 one-handed swords, both of she and Miracle Dragon used greatswords. Second, Miracle Dragon was known as the closest swordsman to achieving a domain. If she fought Miracle Dragon, she could get a clearer view of her future goal. As for the third and most important reason, she wanted to learn Miracle Dragon's trademark skill, weakness observation. This ability was precisely the reason Miracle Dragon had few rivals among experts of the same realm. It was also the reason he had earned the title Sword Freak. By observing his opponents, he could grasp their weaknesses and launch a series of seemingly crazy attacks. However, while he might have appeared to have gone mad, in reality, he was extremely calm. His attacks were perfectly choreographed. In the end, his insane attack method would throw his opponents off, and he usually beat them senseless. How could an expert, who had mastered such a powerful move, take such a huge risk and provoke the Asura battle team? Jade, your observation is correct. Yuan Tieshi nodded, smiling. As you suspected, Miracle Dragon does not take risks lightly. He only acts when he is absolutely confident of succeeding. But defeating both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow in 10 moves is too difficult, even for him. Purple Jade simply could not figure out how Miracle Dragon could win in 10 moves. No, he can, Yuan Tieshin said as he caressed his beard. Chuckling, he continued, some time ago, he had secretly class-changed into the hidden class Magic Swordsman. Moreover, he received a Tier 3 Sure Kill skill book, which the guild had only obtained after much difficulty. With the epic equipment the Miracle Guild has lent him, his combat power has risen significantly. Magic Swordsman? Purple Jade's eyes sparkled when she heard these words. A hint of envy blooming in her heart. Magic Swordsman was a hidden class that focused on attacks. Although the class could not compare to a peak class like the Necromancer, it was one of the few advanced classes. Do you think Miracle Dragon would be so foolish and challenge the Asura battle team for no good reason? Yuan Tieshin could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng. I wonder how Yifeng intends to respond. If it were up to me, I'd refuse this challenge. At most, I'd give up this round and leave both players to fight in a 2-on-3 match. This way, we'd have a higher chance of winning the competition. Although Miracle took this competition seriously, there were only 4 noteworthy experts on the Evil Dragon battle team. Although the remaining 6 were extraordinarily strong, there was an obvious gap between them and the former 4. If the Asura battle team wanted to win this competition, a 2-on-3 match would be more advantageous. As soon as Yuan Tieshin said so, Shifeng stood up, a serious expression on his face as he looked at Miracle Dragon. All right, we don't have any issues. I hope you don't regret your decision. Regret? Rest assured, I will not regret it. Miracle Dragon did not take Shifeng's warning seriously in the least. However, he liked Shifeng's personality. Unfortunately, the man's worries were superfluous. Rather, Shifeng should focus on helping Fire Dance and Gentle Snow survive against him for 10 moves. When the audience heard Shifeng agree to Miracle Dragon's request, they erupted into cheers. Ha! What a fool! Yuan Tieshin could not help but roll his eyes at Shifeng. Despite knowing that it was a trap, Shifeng decided to jump right in. Chapter 1162, Madness vs. Madness. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1162, Madness vs. Madness. When the participants for the 3rd round had been decided, the arena's audience began to grow restless. Part of the reason was that Shifeng had accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, while another was the anticipation for the competition's outcome. If the Asura battle team won this match, they would secure a complete victory. Seated in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, Thousand Miles watched Shifeng, who stood beneath the stage. With burning rage, Phoenix Rain has truly done it this time. She even kept our intelligence department in the dark. Due to the Evil Dragon battle team having lost 2 matches in a row, they had no choice but to expose the strength Miracle Dragon had kept hidden to restore some of the guild's reputation. Not only did this disrupt his plans, but also lost him a lot of resources. This mess's culprit was none other than the guild Phoenix Rain secretly supported, Zero Wing. Zero Wing was simply a recently established guild in a small kingdom. If not for Phoenix Rain's support, how could Zero Wing possibly obtain such a powerful weapon that could instantly kill 2 of Miracle's generals? Maple, investigate Zero Wing thoroughly. Find someone to tail every member of the Asura battle team as well. Thousand Miles instructed. Cleansed Maple understood. Cleansed Maple promptly bowed before taking his leave. At this point, Miracle was completely helpless against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After all, both were super first-rate guilds, and neither feared the other if their guilds started an all-out war against each other. Only other guilds would benefit, however. Zero Wing was different. It was only a subordinate guild Phoenix Rain controlled. It would be simple to cause trouble for the Upstart Guild, especially now that the Asura battle team had revealed that it possessed so many dazzling weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain, I'll let you enjoy this situation for now. Thousand Miles could not help but shift his gaze towards Death's Eye in Violet Cloud's hands. Greed flashing in his eyes, the evil dragon battle team had only dared to expose their epic items because they didn't fear becoming targets. However, the Asura battle team didn't have that luxury. Revealing such items was akin to placing a fresh piece of meat before a pack of hungry wolves. Not only would the Asura battle team lose this competition, but they would also lose their weapons and equipment. As the third match's rules changed abruptly, the Dark Arena's host adjusted the team's payout rate. The Asura battle team's payout rate for a complete victory, in particular, had risen to 1-9, breaking the Dark Arena's record. The host is quite bold. What's there to be afraid of? This is the final match. In any case, we know that the Asura battle team has no chance of winning. Moreover, the host has earned a fortune this time. Before the competition had even begun, many had bet on the evil dragon battle team's complete victory. This time, the host must be trying to lure even more idiots away from their money. It's a pity that not many people here are fools. Rather than bet on the Asura battle team, it would be safer to bet on the evil dragon battle team. Although the returns are low, it's better than nothing. Everyone among the audience was sorely tempted as they looked at the new payout rates. However, practically no one would bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. Instead, they all bet on the evil dragon battle team. Some of the players that had previously been reluctant to gamble had even placed bets on the evil dragon. Miracle had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years now. The sword freak Miracle Dragon was even famed for never acting without confidence. If he lost this next match, the Asura battle team would secure a complete victory. Yet, despite such a huge burden, Miracle Dragon still dared to do so. This could only mean that he was confident of succeeding. Meanwhile, inside another VIP room on the third floor, although 4 people occupied the room, an extraordinarily chill atmosphere dominated the Space Nine Dragons. Why are you here? Phoenix Rain glanced at Nine Dragons Emperor and Martial Dragon with disinterest. When she had previously rejected Thousand Miles' proposal, Nine Dragons Emperor had already spoken ill of her in front of Ku Rong, the great Pavilion Master. He had even advised the guild elders to reduce her authority within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the Asura battle team's performance thus far had been astonishing. As a result, those who had schemed against her within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no choice but to remain silent for now. Rain, must you be so cold? At the end of the day, we are from the same guild. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned. Very quickly, however, a kind smile formed on his face as he said, "Moreover, I am here to thank you. If not for your determination to support the Asura battle team, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with Miracle and gain the support of many of their guild elders. If you're trying to flaunt your relationship with Miracle, then let me congratulate you. Only, do you think the great Pavilion Master will be pleased to see you work so closely with the guild's longtime rival?" Phoenix Rain giggled. You. Nine Dragons Emperor was momentarily speechless after joining God's domain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had frequently butted heads with Miracle. Recently, their guilds had caused a huge scene due to the situation on Thunder Island. In the end, they had exposed Thunder Island, and many other superpowers had begun to intervene. Due to this, Ku Rong's hatred for Miracle had grown more intense. So, what? Nine Dragons Emperor said after recollecting his thoughts. Proudly, he proclaimed, "As long as I gain sufficient authority on Thunder Island, it won't matter if the great Pavilion Master disapproves of my methods. After all, he wants a beautiful future for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion more than anything. You, on the other hand, are in a far more pitiful state. Now that you've invested so much money and resources into a useless upstart guild, you don't even have the resources to hire help. How do you intend to compete on Thunder Island now? However, I can point you to a brighter path. Bet everything you have on the evil dragon battle team. This way you can, more or less, earn what you need. At the very least, you'll be able to hire one player. Otherwise, you will only bring shame to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Standing by the side, although Blue Phoenix wanted to say something, she was not in a good position to do so. Sarcasm tainted Nine Dragons Emperor's words. While he seemed to be offering advice, secretly, he was sealing off their path of retreat. They had already rejected 1,000 Miles' proposal. How could they bet on the evil Dragon Battle team now? If news of this matter spread, Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would certainly be awkward. Thank you for your kind suggestion. Smiling, Phoenix Rain turned to Blue Phoenix and said, Blue, take this epic mage robe and these items and bet them on the Asura Battle team. Big sis Rain. Blue Phoenix was stunned when she saw the items Phoenix Rain traded to her. Wasn't this wager a little too drastic? Phoenix Rain had passed her the items they had prepared for the campaign on Thunder Island. If they lost these items now, they would suffer for it on Thunder Island. Amazing. In the guild, others often call me ruthless. However, it would seem that I am no match for you, Rain. Although I've bet plenty of resources and items on the evil Dragon Battle team, they are of little importance. You, on the other hand, actually bet the epic mage robes the guild obtained on the Asura Battle team. I really must hand it to you. Nine Dragons Emperor praised the calm, composed Phoenix Rain. Inwardly, though, his heart fluttered in joy when he saw the items Phoenix Rain intended to gamble. The host was no fool if they were willing to offer a 1-to-9 payout rate. If one bet a piece of epic equipment, they could get 9 pieces if the Asura Battle team won. Although the host wouldn't actually hand out 9 pieces of epic equipment, they would still offer items of equal value. However, could such an ideal situation happen? While Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor had been talking, the timer above the stage had begun to count down. The arena fell silent as everyone focused on the 3 people on the stage. The spectators couldn't help but gasp when they saw the Asura Battle team's formation. What are they trying to do? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Fire Dance walk to a corner of the stage, while Gentle Snow stood within 20 yards of Miracle Dragon. These women's intentions couldn't be more obvious. The Asura Battle team was trying to pick a one-on-one fight with Miracle Dragon. Chapter 1163, Swift Sword. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1163, Swift Sword. Despite the timer's clear indication that the battle would begin soon, everyone stared at Sure Phone, who stood below the stage. They were actually letting one person take on Miracle Dragon. Aren't they underestimating the sword freak a little too much? That's right. Miracle Dragon is being kind enough to give the Asura Battle team a chance, yet they're trying to throw that chance away. What fools! Has the Asura Battle team's leader given up on the competition? How boring. He accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, yet he's playing such tricks at the very last minute. Does he think that he can save his team's reputation, even if they lose? The spectators couldn't help but glare at the Asura Battle team with contempt. The originally exciting match had become a disappointing farce. This Asura Battle team really is interesting. Nine Dragons Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw the formation. Turning to look at Phoenix Rain, he said, Rain, although I know you have a lot of resources on hand, there's no need to waste them like this, right? You might as well just give them to me if you want them gone so badly. As soon as Phoenix Rain had bet the epic mage robes their guild had obtained after much difficulty, the Asura Battle team had pulled such a move. Nine Dragons Emperor even wondered if the Asura Battle team were working for Miracle. The Great Pavilion Master had personally awarded the epic mage robes to Phoenix Rain if she lost the robes here. One could just imagine how angry the Great Pavilion Master would be. Phoenix Rain remained silent. However, she looked rather pale. Just what is ye phone trying to do? She had not bet all of the weapons, equipment, and tools she had prepared for Thunder Island due to Nine Dragon Emperor's provocation. Rather, she had done so after carefully considering the matter. Currently, she didn't have enough resources to hire enough capable experts. Although she had signed an agreement with Sure Phone, it was simply too difficult to occupy 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island. If she only managed to occupy 1 monster encampment, her results would be no match for Nine Dragon Emperors, who was working with Miracle. Her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be no different than if she failed to occupy a single encampment. Hence, Rather than wait for her inevitable fate, she'd rather go broke and gamble everything on the Asura battle team's complete victory at the very least. If the team succeeded, she'd have a higher chance of occupying 2 encampments on Thunder Island. Even if she failed to do so, she was confident of occupying 1 encampment, however. Shifeng's current decision had placed her in a very awkward position meanwhile. Blue Phoenix burned with rage. She wanted nothing more than to rush up to Shifeng, crack his head open, and take a look at what was going through the man's mind. Shifeng had thrown away their chances of victory. As everyone chatted amongst themselves, the timer finally came to an end. Standing on the stage, Miracle Dragon glanced at Fire Dance in the corner. He then shifted his gaze to the valiant war goddess before him, anger burning in his eyes as he asked, "Is this the arrangement you have decided on?" Originally, he thought he would get to enjoy a good fight. He hadn't expected the Asura battle team to make such a move. Gentle Snow was certainly talented. She had even led a first-rate guild before. She was also a great beauty. In the virtual gaming world, many knew her as a peak expert and a goddess. However, none of that meant anything to players on his level. In his eyes, Gentle Snow's only noteworthy achievement was her fight in White River City, during which she had reached the refinement realm mid-battle. However, with such combat standards, he could have killed Gentle Snow even before he had become a magic swordsman. "That's right. I'll be your opponent," Gentle Snow calmly declared. "Are you trying to annoy me?" Miracle Dragon asked with a frosty tone as he glared at Gentle Snow. Even the area around Miracle Dragon had frozen. "I'll give you one last chance. Come at me together." However, Gentle Snow and Fire Dance remained motionless. Neither of them showed any signs of changing their minds, so be it. "Don't blame me for being merciless," Miracle Dragon bellowed. Activating Windblade, he dashed towards Fire Dance. The audience barely saw his afterimages in the blink of an eye. Miracle Dragon crossed 10 yards. Less than 100 yards separated the swordsman and the assassin. It would only take a few seconds for Miracle Dragon to reach his target so fast. The spectators were surprised by Miracle Dragon's speed. Even peak assassins, who were famed for their speed, would be no match for him. However, even when less than 20 yards separated Miracle Dragon and Fire Dance, the latter refused to move as she quietly watched the swordsman approach Yuri looking to die. Miracle Dragon growled. He had long since locked his killing intent on Fire Dance in hopes of forcing the assassin to react. However, Fire Dance's attitude was still lax. She underestimated him. Miracle Dragon no longer held back. He unsheathed the light blue greatsword from his back and swung it at Fire Dance. The instant Miracle Dragon slashed at Fire Dance, everyone heard the whistle of the blade slice through the air. No one in the audience could see Miracle Dragon's greatsword or his hands. It was as if they had vanished, as expected of a sword freak. "His swift sword has improved once again," Nine Dragons Emperor exclaimed as he watched Miracle Dragon. "What a pity. Fire Dance won't even know how she died." Swift Sword was one of Miracle Dragon's trademark moves. Although the attack with his greatsword seemed like a normal slash, that swing contained the power of every muscle in his body. With this power, he could manipulate his greatsword like a whip. His attack could exceed the normal speed limit the system had set on players. This technique's principle was similar to that of strength superpositioning. However, while the theory was simple, very few peak experts could achieve it. Not a single player could employ the technique to Miracle Dragon's level. This was the reason behind Miracle Dragon's title of Sword Freak. Even a Void Realm expert would struggle to perceive Miracle Dragon's attacks. They would need all of their concentration, pushing their 5 senses to their very limits to barely combat the swordsman's attacks. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had only recently set foot into the refinement realm. No one expected her to see Miracle Dragon's greatsword. This was also why the Asura battle team only had a chance if both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow attacked Miracle Dragon together. The clang of metal reverberated throughout the arena. Miracle Dragon's greatsword had stopped roughly 5 yards away from Fire Dance. Before anyone had realized it, Gentle Snow had appeared before Fire Dance, her silver greatsword acting as an immovable wall that prevented Miracle Dragon from reaching the assassin. Miracle Dragon was confused when he saw Gentle Snow. He simply could not figure out how Gentle Snow had appeared before him. He couldn't understand how the Berserker had managed to stop his swift sword. Either as Miracle Dragon pondered these questions, Gentle Snow put some strength into her arms, using her silver greatsword to force Miracle Dragon a few steps back. The gap between their strengths was now obvious. Can you take this match seriously now? Gentle Snow glanced at Miracle Dragon, her voice extremely calm as she spoke, acting as if Miracle Dragon's swift sword wasn't worth her concern. Chapter 1164, Duel of Swords. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1164, Duel of Swords. Miracle Dragon's eyebrows jumped in surprise when he saw Gentle Snow's calm exterior. The audience was similarly stunned. Gentle Snow was incredibly famous in the virtual gaming world. However, when it came to combat standards, she could only reign supreme among first-rate guilds. Compared to the older generation's peak experts like Miracle Dragon, however, she was greatly inferior. No one had expected her current performance. Even Galaxy Past and Purple Eye, Gentle Snow's old rivals who had come to watch this competition, were dumbfounded. Is that really the Gentle Snow I know? Purple Eye balled her fists as she stared at Gentle Snow, her heart refusing to believe this. In the past, she hadn't been very familiar with Superpower's peak experts. She only knew that these experts were extremely powerful, and they lived in two completely different worlds. There was little chance for them to encounter each other, however. After participating in the secret pavilion simulation training system, she understood how strong these peak experts were. Their combat standards were beyond her imagination. With equal equipment and levels, even 10 of her wouldn't be enough of a warm-up for one of those peak experts. Yet, the Gentle Snow, who had stood on the same stage as the Star Alliance, could now hold her ground against a peak expert like Sword Freak. How could she not find this shocking? I have truly underestimated you. It's no wonder why you had become Ouroboros's guild leader. Miracle Dragon could not help but smile. The blade of disaster, which still trembled in his hands. However, whether or not you take me seriously will depend on your ability to block my next move. Saying so, Miracle Dragon's expression changed. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and executed Swift Sword once more this time. However, he did not settle for a single slash. Rather, he launched a series of attacks. While Swift Sword was difficult to defend against, an expert of similar standards would have no issues blocking one strike. Hence, Miracle Dragon decided to up his assault and execute multiple Swift Sword attacks. This way, even an expert of the same standards would not casually challenge Miracle Dragon head-on. Shrill, whistling sounds reached the audience's ears. Everyone was fascinated as they watched Miracle Dragon attacks. This was especially true for the swordsman experts among the crowd. Miracle Dragon's swordsmanship was the peak they all aimed for, enraptured by the flashing sword lights. Even Starstreak, who was on the same team as Miracle Dragon, had goosebumps. If he stood in Gentle Snow's shoes, he would have no choice but to activate a life-saving skill against Miracle Dragon's consecutive swift swords. Just before the sword lights struck Gentle Snow, the Berserker swung her silver greatsword suddenly. An explosion shook the arena as Gentle Snow continued to brandish her greatsword. A series of explosions rang out from the stage. It sounded as if the stage were being bombarded. After several seconds, Miracle Dragon stopped his assault, shot plastered on his face. Even when he had faced Domain Realm experts, they had only blocked a portion of his attacks while relying on their footwork to evade the rest. However, among the 15 attacks he had just launched, Gentle Snow had effortlessly blocked everyone. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since joining God's domain. However, Miracle Dragon did not know that Gentle Snow currently wore the level 50 Magic Light set. Although she was missing the chest piece, she still had the 7 Luminaries battle armor, which possessed the passive skill magic reinforcement, increasing her physique by 30%. With her superior basic attributes and physique, Gentle Snow had no issues blocking Miracle Dragon's swift sword. Too strong. She's just too strong. Was the Snow Goddess always this strong? Crap. Is she the incarnation of the War Goddess? The skill Gentle Snow displayed flabbergasted the audience. Although many experts watched the battle, The number of people that could actually block Miracle Dragon's consecutive swift swords could be counted on one hand. Everyone had assumed that the Asura battle team had given up and just wanted to end this match as quickly as possible, however. It would seem that this wasn't the case. Who is this Gentle Snow? Thousand Miles' expression was twisted and ugly. Even the various large guilds had detailed information on Gentle Snow's leadership of Ouroboros, not to mention a super first-rate guild like Miracle. However, no matter how many times Thousand Miles read through Gentle Snow's files, he had not found any information that hinted at the woman's capability of standing against Miracle Dragon. Although Gentle Snow originated from a first-rate guild, she had never taken part in any of the superpowers training systems. She hadn't been tutored by a famous expert, either, yet she now stood toe-to-toe against a peak expert like Miracle Dragon. Seeing Gentle Snow's aura, Thousand Miles was even afraid that the woman would surpass Miracle Dragon at any moment. How could this happen? In another VIP room, Blue Phoenix was ecstatic. The Asura battle team has won for sure this time. If Gentle Snow alone could already put Miracle Dragon in such a bind, the duo should have a 70% chance of defeating Miracle Dragon if Fire Dance joined the Battle Phoenix Rain's side in relief. She hadn't expected the Asura battle team to have such a trump card, damn it. How has Gentle Snow's combat power improved so much? Nine Dragons Emperor, who sat beside Phoenix Rain, could not help his growing anxiety when he saw Miracle Dragon at a disadvantage. I admit that you are skilled enough for me to take seriously. Miracle Dragon congratulated Gentle Snow. Aside from shock, his gaze contained a hint of joy. I never thought that I would meet an expert such as yourself in the Dark Arena. It seems that I haven't wasted my time making the trip here. I'll show you my latest creation. If you can block this, I'll admit defeat. Saying so, Miracle Dragon activated his Berserk skill. Suddenly, his aura exploded from his body. It felt as if a fierce beast had just woken from its slumber. The man's blade of disaster instantly released a black glow. When the greatsword moved, the weapon even sliced apart space itself as it left a black line in its wake. The audience gasped when they saw the greatsword's sharpness. It seems that Miracle Dragon is finally getting serious. When Starstreak noticed the blade of disaster cut apart space, his gaze focused on the swordsman in God's domain. The swordsman class had two development paths, the dual sword style and the greatsword style among them. The dual sword style was more common. As one-handed swords were lighter, they were more suited to players who pursued speed and dexterity. When fighting monsters, one could also use either or both hands to block an attack. As for the greatsword style, needless to say, a greatsword was much heavier than one-handed swords. This, in turn, made greatswords more difficult to handle. However, the advantage was obvious. They possessed great destructive power. Miracle Dragon's talent was suited to the greatsword style. Not only could his combat technique, Swift Sword, make up for the greatsword's lack of speed, but the weapon's destructive power also made up for the Swift Sword technique's lack of power. Most importantly, Miracle Dragon could use weakness observation, allowing him to detect his opponent's weak points and exerting his greatsword's full potential. Moreover, Miracle Dragon was a magic swordsman. With a magic enhancement, his attack speed and power had risen to a whole new level. Even those old domain realm monsters wouldn't casually face the man head-on. Fall. 6 extreme slashes. As Miracle Dragon opened his eyes, he dashed at Gentle Snow as he launched 6 slashes. However, his attacks were faster than his consecutive swift swords. This time, he completed all 6 slashes in a single breath, targeting Gentle Snow's blind spots. It was simply impossible for the Berserker to dodge all of the attacks. The instant Miracle Dragon executed 6 extreme slashes, the peak experts in the various VIP rooms held their breath as their eyes widened, deeply afraid of missing this exciting moment. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, the recipient of this powerful technique, could feel the pressure from Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. The pressure weighed down her arms and legs. How could she block such a technique? Gentle Snow had no choice but to go all-out. Legacy Berserk skill, Starlight Saint. 7 Luminaries Domain. Chapter 1165, Complete Victory. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1165, Complete victory. She's too strong. Is she an NPC in disguise? When Gentle Snow had activated her Berserk skill, the crowd had been startled as Gentle Snow activated Starlight Saint. Her originally pitch-black armor transformed into a white, feathery gown. 3 pairs of silvery white metallic wings, decorated with golden divine runes, stretched from her back. Golden divine runes also surfaced on Gentle Snow's unblemished cheeks and forehead, adding a hint of divinity to her appearance. However, the players in the audience were experts. They naturally would not be frightened by a change in appearance. The real reason that they were intimidated, the feeling of power Gentle Snow gave off. This feeling was different from the pressure one normally felt from stronger opponents. This was kind of like the fear they felt when facing creatures of a higher life rating normally. They only experienced this feeling when facing NPCs or monsters, yet they were afraid of Gentle Snow inside a third-floor VIP room. Surprise colored Phoenix Rain's expression as she watched. Does she have a hidden class as well? This thought surfaced in Phoenix Rain's mind. She had already taken a look through the files of the Asura battle team's members. Although the information recorded stated that Gentle Snow possessed this kind of berserk skill, as most berserk skills would alter the player's body, she hadn't bothered to look into the matter further now. However, Phoenix Rain was certain that Gentle Snow possessed a hidden class. She would never give off such a powerful feeling otherwise. The only explanation Phoenix Rain could come up with was that Gentle Snow had used one of those mysterious legacy berserk skills. Meanwhile, only peak legacies possessed legacy berserk skills. Thinking up to this point, Phoenix Rain could not help her growing curiosity about Zero Wing. She could accept the fact that the Asura battle team's members exposed one epic item after another. However, she could not fathom how Zero Wing had managed to obtain a peak legacy in God's domain. Peak legacies were much rarer than epic weapons and equipment. Even now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had not found a single clue leading to a peak legacy, much less obtaining Onis for Miracle. Only after mobilizing all of the guild's power did they manage to obtain a peak legacy for the Witch of the West. As everyone was shocked by Gentle Snow's display, Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes descended on the female player. This 6 extreme slashes technique was Miracle Dragon's current limit. Even peak experts of similar standards would be fortunate if they could block 2 or 3 of the slashes. If they did not activate a life-saving skill, the attack would devour their HPAs. These 6 slashes were about to carve into Gentle Snow. 3 silvery white holy spears appeared before the berserker. Gentle Snow's greatsword had also transformed into 2 one-handed swords. This instantly resolved the issue of her previous blind spots. When Miracle Dragon's greatsword descended, a series of crisp, metallic clangs echoed throughout the arena. In the end, Gentle Snow had blocked all 6 slashes. Moreover, she remained unharmed even after blocking the attacks. She had not lost a single HPU. Blocked them all. Miracle Dragon's expression froze. The entire venue fell silent as the crowd stared at Gentle Snow. Incredulously, Thousand Miles was more shocked than anyone. Miracle Dragon's strongest technique had been neutralized. How could this happen? While Thousand Miles had considered the possibility of Gentle Snow blocking all 6 attacks successfully, it was with the assumption that she would use an invulnerability skill. However, Gentle Snow had not used anything like that. She had relied on her own techniques. How does a little guild like Zero Wing have such a genius? Thousand Miles' jealousy began to bubble up as he watched the snow goddess. That's right. He envied Zero Wing from Gentle Snow's data. He knew that the woman had not received any training from a special system. Yet with weapons and equipment on par with Miracle Dragon's, she had suppressed her opponent. This was insane. If Gentle Snow joined Miracle, even Thousand Miles himself couldn't imagine what kind of future lay ahead of the woman. Moreover, Gentle Snow was a talented manager. Rather than calling her a genius, it would be more apt to call her a prodigy. If Gentle Snow became his subordinate, it was highly possible that he could rise to guild leader in the future. Aside from Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, who had taken to the stage in the previous matches, were similarly talented. In Miracle, they would definitely be considered top-class players, yet such prodigies and geniuses continued to emerge within a small guild like Zero Wing. This was ludicrous. Thousand Miles suddenly had an idea. Poach Gentle Snow and the others for Miracle. This is too amazing. She actually managed to suppress the sword freak. Is this the Snow Goddess's true strength? How did she block that move? Although many among the audience were experts, they all knew that they would die instantly under the onslaught of Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. However, by the looks of Gentle Snow, it was clear that she still had energy to spare after her defense. Everyone in the crowd had goosebumps. They realized that they were about to bear witness to a historic moment. Gentle Snow was going to defeat the Sword Freak Miracle Dragon. The Asura battle team would annihilate the evil dragon battle team. Big Sis Snow is so amazing. I couldn't even see those attacks, yet she blocked all of them. If I had been in her shoes, I would have been defeated. Violet Cloud watched Gentle Snow with admiration. I wonder when I'll reach that realm. In response, Sure Foam simply chuckled. In reality, he wanted to reassure Violet Cloud that her combat techniques were stronger than the Snow Goddesses. It was the gap between their equipment that made the difference. The 7 Luminaries battle armor, in particular, was almost a cheat against melee players. Gentle Snow would not fare so well against the Witch of the West. The 7 Luminaries battle armor had 2 passive skills. Among them, Magic Reinforcement could improve the user's physique by 30%. Physique improvement in God's domain was not limited to increasing a player's speed and stamina. More importantly, a player's 5 senses also improved, which allowed them to keep up with speeds they normally could not. This was the benefit of an item that had once been legendary equipment. Despite its fragmented state, its effects were still frightening. Miracle Dragon also felt the effects of the 7 Luminaries domain, decreasing his speed significantly. Even if she hadn't used the 3 Holy Spears, with Gentle Snow's current level, basic attributes, and physique, she would have no problem blocking 5 of the 6 attacks. With her battle armor's frightening defense, she wouldn't receive much damage from one strike. This was what made fragmented legendary items so terrifying. A single item could create a peak expert. This was also why the various large guilds in the past have been so desperate to obtain fragmented legendary items. Meanwhile, on the stage, just as Gentle Snow was about to display the 7 Luminaries domain's might, Miracle Dragon revealed a bitter smile as he raised one hand and forfeited the match. Miracle Dragon had kept his word before everyone realized what had happened. The system automatically declared Gentle Snow and Fire Dance the winners of this match, following which the competition came to an end. The Asura battle team had achieved complete victory over the evil dragon battle team. Chapter 1166, Asura becomes famous. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1166, Asura becomes famous. Only after the system announcement did the audience react to the competition. It's over just like that? This is ridiculous. The Asura battle team has achieved another complete victory. After these 3 matches, everyone finally understood what high-level PvP truly meant. The duels today were on a whole different level compared to the PvP battles they fought before. Particularly, the experts of first and second-rate guilds were so excited that they had forgotten to breathe as they watched the match between Miracle Dragon and Gentle Snow. However, they all had to admit that this competition had completely exceeded their expectations. Before the competition had begun, almost no one had believed that the Asura battle team could achieve victory, much less a complete victory. After all, the evil dragon battle team's strength was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, this upset had also caused many people to cry out in anguish. They all regretted not betting on the Asura battle team's complete victory. That was a 1-to-9 payout rate they were talking about. If they had wagered all of their guild's resources, the returns would be unimaginable. After all, every player capable of entering the Dark Arena had extraordinary origins. It would not be difficult to collect several hundred pieces of excellent equipment, rare tools, and materials. If they had won the bet, they would earn back several thousand items. Just the thought gave them shivers. After the competition ended, the Asura battle team had officially been added to the various superpowers list of targets. After Miracle Dragon left the stage, Alice walked up to him and asked in a soft but serious tone, Miracle, you're the face of the guild. Why didn't you go all out? She knew full well how powerful Miracle Dragon was, others might not. But she had seen his strength with her own eyes. Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes was far from his true power. When Miracle Dragon activated his Berserk skill, he could execute 9 extreme slashes. Although there was only a difference of 3 attacks, he could have defeated Gentle Snow, yet the swordsman had not done so. As a result, the evil dragon battle team had lost the competition. In addition, this wounded the guild's reputation. You think too highly of me. Although I did conserve my strength, do you think Gentle Snow wasn't doing the same? Miracle Dragon could not help but turn to the Asura battle team's snow goddess. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly as he said, "Don't forget, she too possesses a peak class. Rather than exposing my 9 extreme slashes and forcing Gentle Snow to use her twofold Berserk in return, we'd benefit more if I save that trump card for Thunder Island. Don't forget, Thunder Island is our guild's true target." Hearing Miracle Dragon's explanation, Alice understood. While everyone believed that the strongest aspect of peak classes was the lack of shortcomings, in reality, the true power of peak classes was their ability to use twofold Berserk. In fact, she hadn't bothered to use twofold Berserk against Sure Fong and Violet Cloud because she wanted to surprise the various super guilds in the contest for Thunder Island. Thinking up to this point, Alice shifted her gaze to Sure Fong, her expression tensing. Could he possess a peak class as well? Alice suddenly recalled the scene when Sure Fong had sliced apart the Flame Monarch's fireballs. Sure Fong definitely had not achieved that feat simply by relying on a single Berserk skill. After all, he was only a Tier 1 player, not Tier 2 if this was true. Then Zero Wing really was terrifying. Despite being an upstart guild in a small kingdom, Zero Wing had 2 players that wielded peak legacies. Even Miracle couldn't say the same. They won. Inside a VIP room, Purple Jade's eyes burned with fighting spirit and frustration as she looked at Gentle Snow. Originally, her goal was to defeat the sword freak Miracle Dragon. Now, however, Gentle Snow had defeated that old monster, and she was only a few years older than Purple Jade. Moreover, Gentle Snow had never experienced any superpower system training. This realization wounded Purple Jade's pride. However, it also rekindled her hope. At the very least, she now knew that someone from the younger generation could defeat Miracle Dragon with a sword. Zero Wing is truly an interesting guild. They keep surprising everyone. As Yuan Tianxin watched Sure Fong, he recalled his first meeting with a young man. The youth, who hadn't been worth mentioning, had grown into an expert that even he feared. It really made him wonder if you're getting old. "Jay, let's go. The Dark Arenas auction is likely about to start. We need to send our items over." Purple Jade nodded in response. She then followed Yuan Tianxin and left the VIP room. In another VIP room, Nine Dragons Emperor was extremely pale. He paled further when he noticed Phoenix Rain's grin. Although the woman hadn't said anything, he felt as if she had plunged a knife into his heart. "Miracle. That bunch of trash. They made me lose so many resources." Although he had mentioned that he had only bet a small amount of unimportant resources on the evil dragon battle team, in reality, he had wagered plenty of excellent weapons and equipment. Among them, there were over 50 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. Currently, even independent expert players were only around level 39 or level 40, despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion frequently mobilizing their members to kill field bosses of higher levels. They had a very small stock of level 40 dark gold equipment yet. He had lost over 50 pieces in the blink of an eye. With 50 level 40 dark gold items, he could easily employ 10 peak experts. However, what annoyed him the most was the fact that Phoenix Rain had made a fortune. Just the thought of Phoenix Rain gaining the equivalent of 9 epic mage robes was enough to drive him mad. Weary leaving. Without speaking to Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor stormed out of the room with Martial Dragon. Haha. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wing is simply amazing. They actually achieved a complete victory against the evil dragon battle team. Not only have we earned a fortune from outbet, but we also got a huge haul from the competition's total bets. With this, we won't have to worry about needing resources for the competition on Thunder Island. Blue Phoenix exclaimed excitedly after Nine Dragons Emperor had left the room. We have indeed won this time. However, the contest on Thunder Island is key, Phoenix Rain said. Smiling faintly, this victory was only secondary to her. What truly impressed Phoenix Rain was the strength that Zero Wing had displayed today. With the resources she had obtained today, they definitely had a chance of occupying 2 monster encampments. However, inside another VIP room, when Abandoned Wave saw the Asura battle team win, he started to laugh like a lunatic. I'll let you celebrate for now. Soon, however, you will fall from heaven straight into hell. Abandoned Wave wore a sinister smile as he watched Sherfong and the others. However, as Abandoned Wave was about to leave the room, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the Asura battle team's rest area. This person was none other than the commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion. Thousand Miles showed no anger over the evil dragon battle team's loss. On the contrary, he wore a friendly smile as he approached Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave was shocked every time he had spoken with Thousand Miles. The man wore an indifferent expression. Thousand Miles didn't respect him at all, yet the man smiled at Gentle Snow. No matter how Abandoned Wave looked at it, he found it odd. Hello, I am Thousand Miles, a Vice Guild leader in Miracle. I watched the entire competition, and I have to admit that your performance was dazzling. May I ask if you would be interested in joining Miracle? If you are, I guarantee you that you'll immediately be elevated to the position of Guild Elder and will be promoted to Vice Commander in the Purgatory Legion. In the future, you might even become a Vice Guild leader. Chapter 1167, Impervious to Reason. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1167, Impervious to Reason. Although Thousand Miles' tone was plain, his words stunned everyone in the arena, even the evil dragon battle team's members, who were approaching from short distance away, revealed stunned expressions, confusion in their eyes as they looked at Thousand Miles. What's the commander trying to do? Silent March could not believe her ears when she heard Thousand Miles' offer. She was not surprised that Thousand Miles had taken the initiative to invite Gentle Snow to Miracle. Rather, she was shocked by what he promised. The Snow Goddess Miracle was a super first-rate guild. When it came to number and quality of experts, Miracle was even stronger than some super guilds. The guild had no shortage of newcomers each year, either. However, no newcomer had ever become a guild elder or vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions the moment they joined. Even Silent March, a genius Miracle had nurtured internally, did not receive such a treatment. The vice guild leader really is going all out this time. Alice simply smiled. It was extremely difficult to become an elder in Miracle as there were a limited number of spots. Unless the guild expanded, it would not add more elders. As for the position of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, countless players vied for such an honor. Thousand Miles didn't have the authority to give it away. Even Miracle's guild leader could not make such a decision alone. Such an important matter needed to be discussed among the guild's upper echelon. Since Thousand Miles had spoken with such certainty, he was definitely prepared to pay a massive price to recruit Gentle Snow. Based on the woman's performance in the last match, it was possible that he could fulfill those promises. Miracle Dragon didn't comment on the matter at all. However, Miracle's other experts glared enviously at Gentle Snow. He had offered her the position of one of Miracle's elders. They all strove for that position. Only by becoming an elder would one have truly joined the ranks of Miracle's upper echelons. It was like joining a company's upper management. If they became one of Miracle's elders, even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds had to treat them with respect. Thousand Miles had even promised Gentle Snow the position of vice guild leader. If they could become a vice guild leader, they would receive a portion of the guild's shares. They could also influence the guild's decisions standing by the side. Sherfong said nothing in regard to Thousand Miles' offer. Though he did frown, Thousand Miles' poaching method was the perfect representation of how super first-rate guilds operated. Thank you for your invitation. However, I have no intention of leaving Zero Wing. Gentle Snow rejected the offer without hesitation. Why? Is Miracle not a match for Zero Wing? Thousand Miles frowned. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to reject him so straightforwardly. She hadn't even considered his offer. This reaction irked him a little. You are very strong. If you remain in a guild like Zero Wing, you won't be able to fulfill your potential. However, if you join Miracle, you'll be able to display your abilities fully. In the future, as Miracle continues to develop, you will even have the opportunity to become a branch guild leader and manage an entire kingdom or empire. Although 1,000 Miles hadn't been loud, the many expert players present could hear his words clearly, and they all gasped in shock. Many upper echelons and guild leaders stared at Gentle Snow enviously. They all wished they were standing in her shoes. Everyone knew that God's domain was massive, and that even super guilds could not single-handedly rule over the entire game. Hence, superpowers would create branch guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to develop and expand their guilds as a whole. These branch guilds' management would be left to the branch guild leaders. Becoming a branch guild leader was the equivalent of establishing a guild of their own. Moreover, this guild would have the support of a super guild. Becoming one of Miracle's branch guild leaders was many times better than becoming a vice guild leader. Even a main headquarters guild leader would have to treat them with respect. This was far better than being the guild leader of a measly, first-rate guild. How about it? Won't you consider my offer? 1,000 Miles had already investigated Gentle Snow's situation. He knew that Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. Ouroboros no longer existed in the virtual gaming world. However, if Gentle Snow became a branch guild leader, she would be fully capable of establishing another Ouroboros. Only, said Ouroboros would bear the name Miracle's name. He believed that this offer could tempt the Snow Goddess. It was certainly a higher honor than being Zero Wing's vice guild leader. Thank you for your high evaluation, vice guild leader Miles. However, I've already stated that I will not leave Zero Wing. If you have nothing else to discuss, I will be on my way, Gentle Snow said. She then turned and left, wanting nothing to do with 1,000 Miles. Everyone in the arena was flabbergasted. Gentle Snow had tossed away such a heaven-sent opportunity. They simply could not figure out what was going through Gentle Snow's mind. Had she lost the ambition she had when she had been the guild leader of a first-rate guild? Even if she had lost this ambition, she should still want to grow stronger. In that case, joining Miracle should be her best option. Big Sis Snow, you're so cool. I almost fell for you. Violet Cloud's eyes shone brightly as she tugged on Gentle Snow's delicate armchair. Foam also released a sigh of relief. He was a little touched by Gentle Snow's response. Very few could hold themselves back when faced with the temptation of reality, not to mention the conditions 1,000 Miles had offered as for fire dance and alluring summer. They simply smiled at 1,000 Miles. Although they had a word or two for the man, in the end, they chose to turn and leave. Miracle might be an insurmountable existence to Zero Wing right now, but the same could not be said for the future. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Sure Phone transformed Zero Wing into an existence that even surpassed Miracle. What a fool. She is simply impervious to reason. Wrathful flames burned in 1,000 Miles' eyes as he glared at Gentle Snow's departing figure. Just you wait. It won't be long before you beg to join Miracle. The struggle for dominance in God's domain was only beginning. Mainstream players were beginning to obtain mounts, and various groups were beginning to occupy NPC towns. It was only a matter of time before conflict broke out between countries. Moreover, various industrial titans had begun to set their sights on the game, investing large sums. Soon, the competition between guilds would intensify. There was a saying that destruction pursued the great. In such a competitive environment, it would not be surprising for today's Overlord to vanish from the game tomorrow. At the end of the day, only superpowers like Miracle would continue to stand tall, following which 1,000 Miles led his subordinates out of the arena and headed for the Dark Arena's auction venue. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room upstairs, the Midnight Tea Party's members had watched every second of the competition. What an interesting guild. Endless Scars' cherry-red lips formed a joyful smile as she looked at the Asura battle team members due to this incident. Endless Scars' interest in the guild known as Zero Wing had grown. Her opinion was the opposite of those who were shocked and confused. The fact that an upstart guild could keep a former guild leader of a first-rate guild from leaving showed that this upstart guild held something even more attractive than what a super first-rate guild could offer. There was no other reason that someone who had once led their own guild would dismiss a rare opportunity to display their abilities on a larger stage, preferring the small state that no one paid much attention to. After the competition had ended, Shifeng headed towards the Dark Arena's exchange counter. Before the competition had begun, he had brought all of the guild's resources with him. Afterward, he had deliberately agreed to Miracle Dragon Challenge to push the Dark Arena's host to increase the competition's payout rate, and indeed, just as he had expected, the host had eventually offered a payout rate of 1-9 for a complete victory. After that, he had bet everything he could afford to lose on the Asura battle team. Here's my ticket. I would like to redeem my resources. Shifeng smiled as he handed over the ticket the Dark Arena's host had issued him to the female player manning the counter. He had bet 300-plus pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment, 800-plus pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment, as well as plenty of high-tiered magic scrolls and rare materials. The total value of his bet easily exceeded 90,000 gold, sir. The woman manning the counter nearly jumped in shock when she saw Shifeng's ticket. Chapter 1168, Dark Auction. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1168, Dark Auction. Is there a problem? Shifeng asked the female receptionist. No, the amount is just a little too high for me to handle. I'll have to ask my superiors before I can transfer the resources, the receptionist said, smiling bitterly. The amount of resources recorded on the ticket Shifeng produced was frightening. There were usually many bets placed in the Dark Arena, and it was not uncommon to see players gamble several hundred or even over 1,000 weapons, equipment, rare materials, and tools. However, Shifeng's wager was completely outside of the norm. Just the level 40 dark gold equipment he had bet numbered more than 300. Various large guilds' mainstream equipment was still level 35. Level 40 weapons and equipment were still rare, much less level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment. Normally, guilds let their experts use these items. Very few guilds would be willing to gamble these items in this competition. Although there were quite a few first-rate guilds that had level 40 dark gold equipment, they had only bet around 20 to 30 pieces at most. Even then, it was considered an extravagance. Overall, the majority of the guild's wagers were level 35 weapons and equipment, tools, and rare materials. Most importantly, Shifeng had bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. The Dark Arena had to compensate him with 9 times the resources he had bet. According to the Dark Arena's rules, players would get priority over resources of the same rank when claiming their winnings. In other words, if a player had bet level 40 dark gold equipment, once the competition was over and said player collected their winnings, the Dark Arena would give that player the level 40 dark gold equipment that had been wagered on the losing team. Only when the Dark Arena was out of level 40 dark gold equipment would it compensate the player with items of a lower rank. Meanwhile, this competition was unusual. Rather than relying on the system, the Dark Arena's host was the bookkeeper. As a result, the bets did not follow the natural payout rates, which resulted in an unbalanced payout ratio. If the bets on the losing battle team were not enough to cover the bets placed on the winning battle team, the host would have to cover the rest. Shifeng had bet over 300 level 40 dark gold weapons and pieces of equipment. In other words, the Dark Arena had to pay him over 2,700 level 40 dark gold equipment. Shifeng was also going to redeem over 7,000 level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment. He was definitely going to wring the host dry with so many weapons and equipment. One could easily arm a legion of 1,000 level 40 experts and have plenty to spare. Even the Dark Arena's host couldn't collect so many items within a short time as the Dark Arena. There was a minimum requirement of the quality of the items wagered. For example, level 35 secret silver equipment would not be accepted. The bare minimum was level 35 fine gold weapons or equipment. The same was true for rare materials and tools. Although many had bet on the Evil Dragon battle team, there were still a few players who had bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. In fact, one person had even gambled an epic item. After considering all of the bets, the remaining resources would not be enough to pay off Shifeng's claim. After a moment, the receptionist finally received feedback from her superiors. Turning to Shifeng, the receptionist awkwardly reported, "Sir, as your wager was somewhat large, so we aren't able to transfer all of the required resources within a short period. Aside from resources of the same rank, May I know if you are willing to accept a portion of the payment in coins or magic crystals? That's fine. I'll take payment in both coins and magic crystals. Shifeng nodded. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome. The host had set the payout rates too high. Even if a lot of people had gambled on the evil dragon battle team winning, there were bound to be a few who tested their luck. It was only natural that the host was in a predicament. After all, it was not that easy to procure top-tier resources. Even super guilds were not immune to the difficulty. In fact, the only reason he had so many items lying around was thanks to Pantheon, Blackwater, and Heaven's Burial. If he had not trapped and killed so many of their expert and elite players, he wouldn't have been able to collect so many items, either. After all, when he placed items of such rank in the guild warehouse, guild members traded in their GCPs very quickly unless, of course, the host was willing to let their own guild experts go naked. Obviously, this was impossible afterward. Shifeng had Fire Dance, and the others transport his winnings in total. Shifeng had won tens of thousands of weapons, equipment, tools, and rare materials. Even his own bag space couldn't hold that many items. Guild leader, did you just rob the Dark Arena's warehouse? Fire Dance was breathless as she looked weapons and equipment in her bag. If it were simply common weapons and equipment, she wouldn't have said anything. Even the most inferior item with a piece of level 35 fine gold equipment. Our harvest is even greater than when we annihilated the Blackwater army. With this, our guild won't have to worry about weapons and equipment for some time. Gentle Snow's eyes shone as she looked at Shifeng's winnings. With these weapons and equipment, our guild can start expanding again. Weapons and equipment were a guild's foundation to develop a guild. One first needed to develop the guild's weapon and equipment supply. Currently, guild's main sources for weapons and equipment were powerful field bosses and large-scale team dungeons. This was also why the various large guilds needed experts. Without experts taking the lead, it would be very difficult for elite and ordinary players to kill powerful monsters or raid difficult team dungeons. However, what Gentle Snow did not know was that their harvest from the Dark Arena not only helped prepare Zero Wing for its next expansion, but also covered their construction fees for upgrading Stone Forest Town to intermediate rank next. Shifeng simply needed to pay the construction fees, and NPCs would begin rebuilding Stone Forest Town. According to the Grandmaster Town, design transport these items back to the guild for now. I'll go and participate in the auction. When Shifeng glanced at the time, he noticed there were less than 10 minutes before the dark auction began. It would be a huge loss to miss out. Moreover, Shifeng had just obtained 420,000 magic crystals and 50,000 gold coins from the host. He had practically emptied the host's pockets, following which Shifeng hurried to the auction venue. The dark auction was known as one of the largest auctions in God's domain. There were always a plethora of items up for auction, and every one of them was of excellent quality. Even fragmented legendary items had been for sale in the past. Although many large guilds wanted to participate, it was extremely difficult to do so. The minimum requirement to attend the dark auction had been the same to enter the Dark Arena in the past. Moreover, each invitation was limited to one person. One could not bring guests, of course. These rules hadn't been implemented yet. Any player that had received an invitation to the Dark Arena could take part. As soon as Shifeng reached the underground arena's top floor, he noticed a sea of people. There were more than double the number of players who had watched the competition. Upper echelons from super guilds and super first-rate guilds that had not been in the audience had arrived here as Shifeng searched a place to sit. A familiar voice came from behind him. Yifeng? When Shifeng heard this voice, he could not help but turn towards its source immediately. He noticed Autumn Goose. She had already risen to level 41 and wore silver armor trimmed in red. Standing beside Autumn Goose was the Wind God Spear's commander, Fallen Wind. The man had already reached level 42. His level was quite eye-catching as he stood among the crowd. A glamorous beauty stood next to these two. The woman wore deep red leather armor and had a tattered and broken sword hanging from her waist. Although she had hidden her level with her black cloak, one could easily tell she was a first-class assassin based on her sharp aura. Moreover, Shifeng was very familiar with this beauty's face. Almost every superpower in God's domain knew the woman's nickname. She was Arrogance, one of the flower of seven sins, seven sins. Chapter 1169, Legacy Item. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1169, Legacy Item. They actually know each other. Sherfone was a little surprised to see these three walking together. He had never imagined that the Wind God Spear would have a connection with the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that not even super guilds dared to provoke. Meanwhile, within the organization, the most famous players were none other than the Seven Sins. The peerless beauty standing before him wielded the title Arrogance, Hidden Soul. In the past, the Flower of Seven Sins had been hired to assassinate a super guild's guild leader. Eventually, the organization completed the task. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul was among those who took part in the assassination. A super guild's guild leader was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risen to that position in the first place. In addition, a large group of peak experts usually followed these guild leaders, making assassinations nearly impossible. Yet the Flower of Seven Sins had succeeded due to that incident. Hidden Soul's fame had skyrocketed. That incident had shocked the entire virtual gaming world. Noticing Autumn Goose's excitement, Hidden Soul glanced at Sherfone before asking softly, "Autumn, is he an acquaintance?" At this moment, Sherfone wore a black cloak, so she couldn't check his level. However, the fact that the man had been allowed into the Dark Auction House proved his status MHM. Yi Feng is the expert we told you about before. If not for his help, our Wind God Spear would have suffered tremendously. Autumn Goose nodded. That's right. If not for Brother Yi Feng lending a hand, we would have been trapped inside the Trial of God. Fallen Wind said so. This is the guy you were talking about. Hidden Soul could not help but study Sherfone more carefully while Hidden Soul quietly observed Sherfone. Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose approached him to say, "Hello, Brother Yi Feng. Long time no see." Smiling, Fallen Wind continued, "I never thought that you'd be here to participate in the auction as well. Why don't you join us?" He had personally witnessed Sher Feng's strength, and he admired the man. It was also thanks to Sher Feng that he had improved his combat standards. If possible, he really wanted to spar with Sher Feng in the future. That's right. We came here with Big Sister Soul this time. Big Sister Soul's invitation card allowed us to use a room on the second floor. You get to know what items are up for auction in those rooms. This way, you'll have an easier time bidding on what you want. Autumn Goose added originally. Sherfone had wondered why Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose had been surprised to see him. Logically, they should have seen him in the arena. However, he understood after hearing the players' comments, not many people were particularly interested in the Dark Arena's competitions. After all, the various superpowers would never reveal their true strength here. However, it was a different story for the Dark Auction hence. It wasn't unusual for others to be unaware of his situation. Moreover, Hidden Soul had brought Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose as her guests. It was even less likely for them to know about the Asura battle team, seeing as both Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose had passionately invited him to join them. Sherfone agreed after considering the matter. Not just anyone could enter the second floor rooms. Only superpowers had this privilege. Meanwhile, as Autumn Goose had said, the second floor rooms provided a preview of the items that were up for auction. With this insight, one could organize their funds and plan the items they wanted to buy. It was an advantage of status and position. For people from first-rate guilds or below, they could only wait for the items reveal patiently while Sherfone chatted with Fallen Wind as they walked upstairs. Hidden Soul pulled Autumn Goose to his side and asked softly, "Little Autumn, did you say that Rain refused to leave her guild because of him?" "I'm not sure. I only know that Yifeng has quested with Rain several times. After that, no matter how much I try to persuade her, she wouldn't leave Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing is impressive. Now that I think about it, even I envy her a little," Autumn Goose said, shaking her head. "So, that's how it is." Hearing Autumn Goose's words, Hidden Soul shot Sherfone a frosty look. "It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to get to know him properly." The Dark Auction House's second floor rooms were quite spacious. Each one was roughly the size of a basketball court. Aside from the staff member station within, There was a table lined with precious alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. Any bottle on display could easily sell for 50 or 60 silver coins, with some worth over 3 gold. The fact that the Dark Arena's host offered the guests as many of these beverages as they wanted showed just how wealthy they were. Fallen Wind gulped when he saw the alcohol. Even he couldn't afford to indulge in alcohol worth 3 gold per bottle. Normally, he considered wine worth several dozen silver extravagant enough. After Sherfone and the others took their seats, the staff member handed each of them a list of the auctioned items. Dear guests, our auction will be split into 2 segments. We will host the first segment, and all of the items for sale have been recorded on that list. The second segment will be a trading session. If you have any items you wish to put up for trade, our auction house will represent you. However, to assure the product's quality, we will charge a processing fee of 40 magic crystals or 10 gold coins for each item. In the case of raw materials, we will charge 60 magic crystals of 15 gold coins per stack. After everyone received the list, the staff member explained the dark auction's general process. Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose frowned when they heard the explanation. This is simply too fraudulent. Autumn Goose whispered, just getting the auction house to help promote their items cost a minimum of 40 magic crystals or 10 gold coins. There wasn't even a guarantee that their trade would be successful. This was practically daylight robbery. Even expert players had to grind for a long time to collect 10 gold coins. Otherwise, they wouldn't worry about affording amount. Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose finally understood why the host offered so many expensive beverages in these second-floor rooms. It felt as if they had already paid for the drinks in the auction. The crowd was more interested in the trading session than the organizers' items. After all, there were many priceless treasures in God's domain. Those present generally had little need for coins and magic crystals. They were more willing to spend these currencies to purchase items that weren't available on the market. Hidden Soul simply smiled at Autumn Goose's reaction. Anyone capable of receiving a second-floor room invitation had an extraordinary status or position. To people like them, 40 magic crystals and 10 gold coins were nothing more than spare change. Moreover, the requirement's purpose was to ensure the quality of players' items. If the item were not of particular value, it wouldn't be worthwhile to invest 10 gold to trade it. Everyone here was wealthy. They naturally would not waste their time checking out worthless items. After the staff member finished his explanation, 3 people approached the auction hall center. Among them, 2 were tall, beautiful, ordinary female players. These women were specifically tasked to display the auctioned items. The last person was a middle-aged man. He was obviously the auctioneer when these 3 people took center stage. The venue fell silent. These players had fallen silent because the first auctioned item was simply too frightening. It was a legacy item that allowed one to class change into a hidden class. Chapter 1170, Difference in Wealth. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1170, Difference in Wealth. It's really a legacy item. The host is simply too amazing. They're actually auctioning such an item as well. What wealth! The auction hall was suddenly in an uproar. Even the people in the second-floor rooms could not help but pay attention to the item that was brought out. Although they had long since known that a legacy item was going to be put up for auction, the information they had regarding the item was very vague. As a result, they could only wait for the auction house to officially announce the specifics of the legacy item. Hidden classes were no longer a secret in God's domain. However, obtaining one was still extremely difficult, even more difficult than getting an epic item. Moreover, unlike epic items, where there would eventually come a time when they would be discarded, hidden classes could accompany players throughout their entire gaming career in God's domain. Currently, any guild that obtained a clue or item leading to a hidden class would not even think of selling it. Meanwhile, seeing as the first item revealed in the dark auction was already so impressive, it was certain that the subsequent items would be of roughly similar quality. I believe everyone has already seen this item for themselves. As for the item's exact information, pardon us for not publicizing it. Consider this a security measure for the buyer. However, I can still share the basic details of this item with everyone. This is a Magic Knight's Legacy Shield. According to the Legacy ranks, it is considered an advanced legacy. However, it is a defense-type hidden class. I believe everyone should know full well that its value is no less than that of peak legacies, as this item is very special. The seller of this item is accepting only magic crystals. The starting bid is set at 20,000 crystals, and each increment should be no less than 1,000 crystals. Let us begin. The instant the auctioneer finished speaking, a furor broke out in the entire auction hall. The starting bid was simply too high. Everyone could not help but be shocked by it. The dark auction accepted payment in both magic crystals and coins. However, compared to magic crystals, the various large guilds preferred to pay using coins, as magic crystals were truly difficult to obtain. Unlike coins, the sources of magic crystals were only dungeon bosses or monsters in certain regional dungeons. There were no other reliable methods of obtaining magic crystals. The only bright side was that the various large guilds had always been saving up on magic crystals for unexpected situations. Meanwhile, in order to successfully purchase the items they were aiming for, they had naturally brought their entire stockpile, just in case nevertheless. Just the starting bid was already 20,000 magic crystals, a price very few guilds could afford. Even first-rate guilds shuddered at this figure, however. The hidden class in question right now was a defensive-type hidden class. The various large guilds and famous adventurer teams still had to give it a try, even if they knew the price was ridiculously high. After all, an MT was the core of a team. A team with a powerful MT would have their overall strength elevated to a whole new level. 22,000 crystals, 24,000 crystals, 26,000 crystals. Immediately, people all over the auction hall began shouting out bids one after another. In the blink of an eye, the price of the legacy shield shot past 30,000 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that would be equivalent to 7,500 gold, a considerable amount even for first-rate guilds. Moreover, even if one had 7,500 gold, they would not be able to purchase 30,000 magic crystals. Magic Knight? Sherfong was somewhat astonished as he looked at the massive, tattered shield displayed on the stage. He had never thought that the Dark Auction House would be capable of obtaining the legacy for the Magic Knight class. The Magic Knight class had been a very famous hidden class in the past. It significantly strengthened not only an MT's attack capabilities, but also their defensive capabilities. Most importantly, MTs that class changed to the Magic Knight class received a massive boost to their magic resistance. The class was an extremely rare hidden class. If he could have one of the guild's MTs become a Magic Knight, he would have a much easier time raiding the level 50 regional dungeon Tower of Time in the future. In the past, the Tower of Time was a place contested by all nearby kingdoms and empires. Not only did the Tower of Time produce magic crystals, but most importantly, it also produced 7 Luminaries crystals. The Mindspace system had been activated a lot later in the past. Hence, by the time it was activated, mainstream players had long since exceeded the level limit of entering the Tower of Time. Even then, the battle for the dungeon had never once stopped with the Mindspace system having been activated this soon. Sherfone could imagine how intense the competition over the Tower of Time would be. Meanwhile, practically all of the monsters inside the dungeon dealt high magic damage. Needless to say, the bosses inside were the same. Without sufficient magic resistance, entering the dungeon would simply be suicide. Currently, the main forces of the various guilds in God's domain were only a short distance from reaching level 50. Hence, Sherfone needed to make some preparations in anticipation. Before Sherfone could even place a bid of his own, he suddenly heard Hidden Soul bidding 50,000 crystals. Immediately, the entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone turning to look at the room Hidden Soul was in, if not for the second-floor rooms concealing the occupants' identities. Most likely, the gazes from the first floor might have killed Hidden Soul several times already. Meanwhile, Autumn Goose and Fallen Wind, who sat beside Hidden Soul, were looking at their companion in shock. They never imagined that Hidden Soul could take out so many magic crystals. The Wind God Spear could be considered an extremely famous adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. However, even they would be hard-pressed to gather up 10,000 magic crystals at a moment's notice. Yet, Hidden Soul who did not belong to any guild, had actually placed a bid of 50,000 magic crystals. Moreover, players could not call out a bid if they did not possess the corresponding items. After the first floor hall fell into a momentary silence, many people promptly gave up on the legacy shield. Although they wished to obtain it, they simply did not have the ability to do so. 51,000 crystals, 52,000 crystals, 53,000 crystals. Suddenly, the number of first-rate guild upper echelons calling out bids on the first floor decreased drastically. At this moment, any guild on the first floor capable of bidding was using practically every magic crystal the guild possessed, prepared to break the bank in order to get the legacy shield. As a result, the price of the legacy shield continued increasing by the thousands. 70,000 crystals. This was the bid of 1,000 Miles, who likewise was in a second-floor room. This price immediately silenced the first-rate guild upper echelons on the first floor, who were still considering bidding. That was 70,000 magic crystals they were talking about. Converted to coins, that would be 17,500 gold. With that kind of money, they could even purchase a good plot of land in the imperial capital of an empire. 80,000 crystals. At this time, a new bid came from another room. This time, the bid increased directly by 10,000 magic crystals. This situation stupefied the players on the first floor. Just taking out 50,000 magic crystals had already sunk the various first-rate guilds present into a financial crisis. Yet from the behavior of those in the second-floor rooms, they were just getting started. The disparity in the economic strength of both sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. Pavilion Master, if we spend 80,000 magic crystals to buy this legacy, it'll be somewhat risky when the bidding for those two items begin. Martial Dragon reminded in their trip to the Dark Arena this time, watching the competition was only secondary. Their true objective was two of the Dark Auction's finale items. It doesn't matter. Even if we really try to compete, it is impossible for us to get both of those items. Rather than end up getting nothing at all, it is much better if we secure this Magic Knight legacy first. Later on, we can simply settle for competing for just one of those items, Nine Dragons Emperor replied calmly. Before the revelation that the legacy item was for the Magic Knight class, he indeed had not been interested in it. However, a defensive-type hidden class would be of significant help to him on Thunder Island. Moreover, if he had one of the guild's guardian knights start the class change process immediately after he returned, they could still make it to the contest in time. However, as soon as Nine Dragons Emperor placed his bid, a new one appeared in the hall. 100,000 crystals. This was a price that made even the players in the various rooms on the second floor wince. Just what kind of background do those people in that room possess? Could they have lost their minds? At that price, one can even buy a fragmented legendary item. Everyone could not help but turn to look at the room that placed this bid. Big Sis Soul. Autumn Goose felt as if this was her first time meeting Hidden Soul. The price of 100,000 magic crystals also gave the players in the second floor rooms pause. They all felt that this price exceeded their initial expectations. 100,000 crystals going once. 100,000 crystals going twice. Just as the gavel was about to land for the third time, a new bid appeared in the auction hall. 120,000 crystals. Chapter 1171, Solomon's Fragment. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1171, Solomon's Fragment. The words 120,000 crystals, echoing throughout the quiet auction hall, caused a sudden commotion. Just who is it that's so rich? You can buy several epic items at that price. This is crazy. 120,000 crystals. That is already double our guild's stockpile. Everyone present was shocked by the price of the Magic Knight legacy. Meanwhile, 1,000 Miles, who had placed a bid, sent an anxious glance at Hidden Soul's room. Now that I've raised it by 20,000, I refuse to believe you will dare to compete with me. Initially, 1,000 Miles expected to get the legacy for only 90,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, he would still have a goodly amount of crystals to compete for the finale items. Now, however, his plans were disrupted. In order to guarantee his purchase of the legacy, he had no choice but to raise the price by 20,000 crystals to scare off any possible competitors. However, after a moment of silence, Hidden Soul called out a new bid once again. 130,000 crystals. She did not have even a shred of hesitation when calling out this bid. Sure enough, the Flower of Seven Sins really is wealthy. Sherfone was astounded as he looked at the calm woman sitting close to him. Unlike super guilds, the Flower of Seven Sins did not have countless players collecting magic crystals for them. When it came to magic crystal gathering speed, the organization should be no match for super guilds at all. Nevertheless, Hidden Soul still managed to take out 130,000 magic crystals with ease. One could tell just how powerful the assassin organization was. 135,000 crystals. 1,000 Miles bellowed this price was already nearing his acceptable limit. 140,000 crystals. Hidden Soul simply smiled as she placed an even higher bid. This price already deterred everyone else in the auction hall from competing for the legacy shield. Damn it. Just who was trying to compete with me? 1,000 Miles was burning with rage right now. The Magic Knight class was a hidden class perfectly suited to him. Yet, judging by the opponent's reactions, they still possessed plenty of funds to spare. The other party also seemed adamant in obtaining the Magic Knight legacy no matter what. Since you wish to compete against me, I want to see just what kind of ability you have. 160,000 crystals. The instant he placed this bid, even the players occupying the second floor rooms were taken aback. Even super guilds would need a long time to accumulate that many magic crystals. Yet, now, all these resources were being spent on just an advanced legacy. Instead of doing so, getting oneself an entire set of epic equipment would be much better. The improvements such a set could bring would definitely be much more than what the Magic Knight class could. Only when the auctioneer slammed his gavel for the first time did everyone wake up from their daze as expected from the dark auction. Hidden Soul could not help but shake her head helplessly, a smile appearing on her face as she turned to look at 1,000 Miles' room. However, this is also a good outcome. At the very least, I'll have one less competitor later on. Now that the legacy shield's price had already reached this point, even she could no longer compete for it. The reason was not a lack of magic crystals. She had come here this time for 2 items, one of which was the Magic Knight legacy that the Flower of Seven Sins had found out about in secret. However, the other item had a higher priority. If she bought the Magic Knight legacy now, she definitely would not be able to obtain the other item when the auctioneer's gavel descended for the second time. The entire auction hall was still silent. Seeing this situation, 1,000 Miles involuntarily breathed out a sigh of relief. He had permission to use only 140,000 of the magic crystals the guild had prepared for this auction for himself. He had cleared out his own stockpile to cover the excess amount, and had even borrowed a lot from Alice if someone called out a higher bid now. He really would have no choice but to give up on the legacy. Fortunately, however, he was finally able to achieve his goal by spending 160,000 magic crystals. 165,000. Just as the auctioneer's gavel was about to land for the 3rd time, a new bid rang out again. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Hidden Soul's room. Damn it. Didn't he already give up? A cold glint flashed in 1,000 Miles' eyes. Meanwhile, inside Hidden Soul's room, Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose were staring at Sherfone with dumbfounded expressions. Why does he have so many magic crystals? A bewildered Hidden Soul also stared at the calm swordsman. She simply could not believe this situation was true. If a superpower had offered that many magic crystals for the Magic Knight legacy, she would, at most, feel a little frustrated at her loss. However, Sherfone didn't belong to any superpower. Yet he still managed to come up with this many magic crystals. Hence her extreme shock. After all, a first-rate guild stockpile of magic crystals did not even amount to half of this price. Meanwhile, Autumn Goose and Fallen Wind were similarly shocked. Wing was simply too wealthy. Just as everyone thought that the price of the Magic Knight legacy would continue increasing, contrary to expectations, 1,000 Miles fell silent, although the price had increased by just an additional 5,000 magic crystals. This was an amount he could not come up with no matter what right now, unless he utilized the guild's prepared magic crystals. However, this was obviously not a viable option. Hence, he had no choice but to watch the auctioneer knock his gavel again. And again, let us congratulate the guest in room 017 for obtaining the Magic Knight legacy. At this moment, the auctioneer was thrilled. This was only the first auction item, yet it already sold at such a good price. The rest of the auction would no doubt be even livelier meanwhile. Feng also gritted his teeth as he paid 165,000 magic crystals to the auction house. If not for the 7 luminaries crystals in the Tower of Time, he wouldn't spend 165,000 magic crystal for the Magic Knight legacy, no matter what. Following which, auction items sold one after another. However, rarely any of the subsequent items managed to attract the attention of the players in the second floor rooms. Those who contested for these items were mainly players in the first floor hall. The prices of these items were naturally no match for the Magic Knight legacy. However, they still sold for at least 200 gold. There was even another hidden class. However, it was only a basic legacy. Eventually, the first-rate guild Silver Knights purchased it for 18,000 magic crystals. Aside from that, a complete level 40 dark gold set equipment also went up for auction. Of various superpowers of God's domain, considered level 40 set equipment among the best equipment currently available. When the set equipment appeared, it immediately set off another bidding war in the auction hall. Eventually, Nine Dragons Emperor bought the 8-piece Wild Claws set equipment for 4,450 gold. At this price, one could already purchase an epic item. As the auction proceeded, the finale items of the day were finally ushered into the auction hall. There were 4 finale items in total, every one of them posing a great temptation for Feng. One was an ancient book, one was an epic weapon, one was an epic tool, and the last one was a secret technique tablet. When Feng had seen the list of items for auction, he nearly had jumped up in fright. He could not help but admit that the dark auction house was really powerful. Every one of these items could only be encountered by luck. Epic weapons were much more valuable than epic equipment. After all, weapons were things that could significantly improve a player's damage output. Meanwhile, epic tools were even rarer than epic weapons. Moreover, they would not occupy a player's equipment slots. Even an epic tool of average attributes would be far more valuable than an epic weapon. All 4 of the finale items were simply things that usually could not be bought even if one had the money to do so. This was especially true for the secret technique tablet. This was something highly sought after by all the various superpowers. As long as a guild had a secret technique tablet, they would be able to allow their experts to learn better and more powerful combat techniques. Although Feng wanted to have his guild members enter the secret technique tablet he possessed, unfortunately, grasping how to produce intermediate magic arrays was simply too difficult. Currently, aside from himself, only 2 other people had managed to do so. One of them was Violet Cloud, and the other was Alluring Summer. Sending only 3 people to use the secret technique tablet would be a tremendous waste. Hence, Feng had never bothered using it all this time if not for the host trying to increase the dark auction's fame. They definitely wouldn't sell such a precious item. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bids will be the first finale item of today's auction. Without further ado, let me present to you the one-handed sword Netherworld Brilliance. Saying so, the auctioneer publicized Netherworld Brilliance's information. Everyone's eyes glowed when they saw the weapon's attributes, drool nearly flowing from their mouths. As for Feng, he grew even more shocked after reading the weapon's introduction. Solomon's Fragment. Chapter 1172, Sword of Death. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1172, Sword of Death. The host is simply too generous. They're actually willing to sell even a famed sword. This weapon's attributes are much stronger than those of ordinary epic weapons. This is definitely the most amazing one-handed sword I've seen. Everyone gasped when they saw the attributes of Netherworld Brilliance. Players that used one-handed swords could not help but wish they could grab the weapon and give it a few swings right this instant. They really are going all out this time. There are only a total of 36 famed swords in God's domain. They are all unique epic weapons. Every one of them is a weapon that countless swordsman experts dream of obtaining. Yuan Tiexin, who was seated inside a second-floor room, was slightly astonished when he saw Netherworld Brilliance. Practically everyone in the second-floor rooms came from one of God's domain's superpowers. To them, epic weapons were indeed rare, but not entirely out of their reach. Getting one of their own was only a matter of time. However, Famed swords were a different story. These were weapons adored by sword-wielding experts. If utilized properly, one could draw in those sword fanatics who were normally very difficult to recruit among the 8 swordmeisters on the God's Domain experts list. 3 were independent players. If the Secret Pavilion used a famed sword as bait, recruiting one of them might really be possible. Netherworld Brilliance, one-handed sword, epic rank. Level 40, level 110, level 40. Equipment requirement: Strength 700, Agility 400. Attack power plus 1,340. Strength plus 101, Agility plus 72, Endurance plus 60. Attack speed plus 15. When attacking, 20% chance to trigger heavy crash, increasing strength by 30% and attack speed by 20%. 20% chance to trigger blur, making the attack impossible to be parried or blocked. 30% chance to trigger double critical when equipped. Strength increased by 10%. Agility increased by 5%. All sword-related skills plus 3 levels. Ignore levels plus 15. All sword-related skill completion rates increased by 2%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Death Devour. Any creature that dies within 200 yards will provide wielder with a Death Devour buff, increasing wielder's attack speed by 1% and all sword-related skill completion rates by 1% for 30 seconds. Buff can be stacked up to 30 times. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Death's Phantom. Wielder's physique improves as HP decreases. Physique can improve up to a maximum of 20%. A Sword of Death, created by famed Smithjacks, using a piece of mysterious sword Fragment. Netherworld Brilliance is one of the 36 famed swords of God's Domain, ranking 30th. Anyone that wields this sword will be enveloped in an aura of death, decreasing all their attributes by 20% and doubling the death penalty they suffer. Can be evolved. Cannot be destroyed. However, when everyone was finally done reading through the weapon's introduction, they all shook their heads and sighed. Netherworld Brilliance was indeed an amazing weapon. This was especially true for the increase to sword-related skill completion rates. Although it was only a meager 2%, boosting an 88% completion rate to 90% would allow a skill to undergo a qualitative transformation. Unfortunately, not only did the weapon decrease its wielder's basic attributes by 20%, but it also doubled the death penalty they would suffer, which was something most people wanted to avoid. Leveling up was extremely difficult in God's Domain. Although Netherworld Brilliance would boost one's combat power significantly, nobody could say with certainty that they would not die. If one would originally lose 1 level when they died out in the fields, then they would lose 2 levels if they were wielding Netherworld Brilliance. Moreover, practically everyone present frequently raided large-scale team dungeons. Dying in such dungeons was common. Normally, they would only lose 10% of their EXP when dying in dungeons. If this penalty doubled to 20%, just thinking about it gave everyone chills at this moment. Everyone finally understood the auction host generosity in putting a famed sword up for auction. Most likely, nobody in the host's guild wanted to be anywhere near the weapon at all. Hence, rather than let it sit in a warehouse and collect dust, the guild opted to exchange it for resources. Noticing the audience's lack of interest, the auctioneer chuckled and said, "Now that everyone has seen the weapon, I believe you all know the flaws of Netherworld Brilliance. However, at the end of the day, this is still an epic weapon. Moreover, this weapon can be evolved. If you manage to discover the method of evolution, this sword could become a godly weapon in the future. It might even become a fragmented legendary weapon. The starting price for this weapon is 8,000 gold. Each increment must not be lower than 200 gold." Hearing the starting price of the weapon, everyone inwardly cursed the auction house for being fraudulent, if not for the famed sword's flaws. Not to mention 8,000 gold. Even spending 18,000 gold to obtain it wouldn't be a problem. After all, it was an epic weapon that could be used all the way to level 110. In addition, there was the possibility of evolving it. Alright then. I'll get it as a collection item. I bid 8,000 gold. I can attract quite a number of people if I put it on display in my guild. I'll bid 8,200 gold. 8,400 gold. The audience in the auction hall was not particularly active in bidding for Netherworld Brilliance. After a dozen or so bids, the price eventually stopped at 11,000 gold. Fang's heart began beating madly as he looked at the weapon displayed on the stage to others. This weapon would indeed be of little value. To him, however, it was a priceless treasure. Solomon's sword had been broken into 5 fragments. Among them, 3 were in locations that current players could not reach. Meanwhile, of the 2 remaining, Feng had already obtained one of them, the sacred sword killing ray. The last fragment was none other than this Netherworld Brilliance. Originally, Feng had planned on thinking of a way to obtain Netherworld Brilliance. However, he never imagined that the Dark Arena's host had actually gotten it already. Moreover, they even put it up for auction. This was one of the 10 great legendary weapons they were talking about. As long as he could gather all 5 fragments, he could reproduce the god sword of the past. Once again, just thinking about it excited Feng 12,000 gold. Feng raised the price slightly. Obviously, no one was that interested in Netherworld Brilliance. However, as it was a famed sword and also had the potential to evolve, there were still some people who were willing to bet on that possibility. Hence, he would not raise the price by too much. If he suddenly raised it too high, people would no doubt become suspicious. Thus, when calling out his bid, he could not offer too high or too low. What rich people? I don't want it anymore. Amazing. Someone's actually betting 12,000 gold on luck. Just as the other bidders were giving up one after another, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire hall. 13,000 gold. Meanwhile, the person who had placed this bid was none other than 1,000 Miles. You stole my legacy away. Do you think I'll let you get that weapon so easily? 1,000 Miles sneered as he looked at the room. Feng occupied. 1,000 Miles did not know who was occupying the room. He could easily tell which room had placed the 12,000 gold bid after noticing Feng's interest in Netherworld Brilliance. He naturally could not allow him to have an easy time. The person in that room is really vengeful. Autumn Goose growled as she looked at 1,000 Miles' room. Brother Feng, if you don't have enough money, just say the word. I can lend you all the money I have. Fallen Wind also grew indignant at 1,000 Miles' behavior. Thanks. I'll definitely borrow from you if I need to, Feng said. He then proceeded to place a new bid. 20,000 gold. This is madness. Even if that person is angry, there's no need to waste so much money, right? The rich are really willful. The new bid Feng made stupefied. Everyone present was someone of high status and position. However, none of them would treat their money as lightly as Feng did, raising the bid by an additional 7,000 gold just to let off some steam. One could already buy another epic weapon with that kind of money. Wow. How rich. All right then, I'll let you have it. 1,000 Miles laughed over this situation. However, he no longer dared to continue bidding, as this might be a trap for him. He was already satisfied with getting Feng to waste an additional 8,000 gold, following which the auctioneer knocked his gavel 3 times. Let us congratulate the guest from room 017 for obtaining the famed sword Netherworld Brilliance. At this moment, the auctioneer was close to laughing out loud in joy already. Originally, he thought that getting to sell the famed sword for 12,000 gold was already plenty good. Now, he had actually sold it for 20,000 gold in the other hand. After Feng paid the 20,000 gold and obtained Netherworld Brilliance, he too was inwardly jumping for joy. He couldn't care less about what others thought of him. He had just spent 20,000 gold to purchase one of the 5 fragments of Solomon's sword, one of the 10 great legendary weapons. This was an unimaginably low price. If the Dark Arena's host knew what they had just done, they would surely faint from shock. In the past, every fragment of legendary items put up for auction, regardless of whether they were usable or not, had readily sold for at least 50,000 gold, not to mention the fragment of one of the 10 great legendary weapons. The epic tool subsequently auctioned was roughly the same as Netherworld Brilliance in that it was somewhat useless. However, it could still be used to brew magic wine, which provided effects similar to the high-density mana environment in Stone Forest Town when consumed. However, the wine required rare materials for brewing. As a result, its production was fated to be low, only enough for the members of one's own guild, at most. However, for guilds that did not possess the magic tower, The magic wine was undeniably an excellent way to improve the strength of their guild members. In the end, Phoenix Rain bought the tool for 14,000 magic crystals. As for the ancient book, Surefoam spent 70,000 magic crystals to purchase it. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that many among you have come here today for this last item. I won't waste words giving you an introduction. The starting bid for the secret technique tablet will be 200,000 magic crystals. Each increment must be at least 2,000 magic crystals. Let us begin. Chapter 1173, Legacy of Ancient Gods. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1173, Legacy of Ancient Gods. 200,000 magic crystals for a stone tablet. The players in the first floor hall clamored when they heard this 200,000. I didn't miss here, right? What is this stone tablet? This is a joke, right? The majority of the players in the first floor hall were curious about the secret technique tablet. The most expensive item sold in the auction thus far was the Magic Knight Legacy. Even then, it still sold for less than the minimum price of the secret technique tablet. Everyone just could not figure out what kind of godly purpose the tablet served, however. None of the players occupying the second floor rooms was surprised by this price at all. The matter regarding the secret technique tablet was something the various superpowers had kept a tight lid on all this time. Even the first-rate guilds that knew about this secret were extremely few, not to mention other guilds following which the auctioneer revealed the appearance of the secret technique tablet to everyone. This secret technique tablet had a bronze color and was named the Secret Spellcasting Technique. Secret Spellcasting Technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 112. I knew the host wouldn't be that generous. Sure enough, they're just selling a bronze tablet. Thousand Miles said contemptuously. Based on current information, secret technique tablets could be categorized into 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Among them, the secret techniques on bronze tablets were the weakest, while the secret techniques on gold tablets were the strongest. The fact that they're even willing to sell one is already a miracle. After all, it is still a secret technique tablet. Our guild already has a tablet for the secret spellcasting technique. If we obtain another piece, we'll be able to learn a more completed version of the spellcasting technique. Alice was elated at this situation. At the end of the day, a secret technique tablet was still a secret technique tablet. Regardless of the tablet's rank, the technique stored inside would be of great help to magical class players like herself. Part of the reason why she succeeded in grasping the double speed casting technique was the secret spell casting technique. If they could gather 2 tablets for the secret spell casting technique, she might even be able to improve her technique. Just thinking about this filled Alice with anticipation. I guess you're right. If not for them trying to popularize the dark auction, they really wouldn't be willing to auction such an item. Thousand Miles laughed. Regardless of the circumstances, he was going to obtain the secret spell casting technique no matter what. Big Sis Rain, look, that's the secret spell casting technique. Our guild doesn't even have a tablet for it right now. Blue Phoenix's eyes glowed as she looked at the bronze tablet. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obtained a few secret technique tablets, they all catered to physical classes. Not one of them suited magical classes. Even so, she and Phoenix Rain had still managed to benefit a lot from them. If Phoenix Rain could win the secret spell casting technique in this auction, both of them might be able to improve their combat standards. If that happened, they would have more cards to play on Thunder Island. We have to obtain the tablet this time. At this moment, Phoenix Rain's eyes also burned with passion as she looked at the tablet on the stage. A bronze tablet? Purple Jade could not help but sigh. I knew they wouldn't be that generous. She had personally experienced the wonders of the secret technique tablets before and was aware of the enormous difference between bronze and silver tablets. Even if one entered a bronze tablet 2 or 3 times, the harvest wouldn't be comparable to a single trip into a silver tablet. Rumor had it that a golden tablet had once appeared in Blackwing City. However, an NPC stole it. What a pity. It's actually a tablet meant for magical classes. Yuan Tiexin was slightly disappointed when he looked at the tablet. Never mind. Let's bid for it first. despite the bronze tablet's introduction, the players in the first floor hall were still confused, not understanding what was so good about this secret spellcasting technique. As a result, their interest remained lackluster. Even a fool could tell that the host had no intention of selling the secret technique tablet at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put such a high price tag on it. Even a super guild would be hard-pressed to pull out this many magic crystals at a time. Not to mention, this was only the starting price, just as the players on the first floor thought that the tablet would go unsold. Someone from one of the second floor rooms suddenly shouted out a bid 210,000 crystals. Nine Dragons Emperor stated calmly, "This is insane. How rich is that guy? If he wants to buy it, then just do it. Is there a need to increase the price by an additional 10,000 crystals? Does he have too much money to waste?" As expected of a superpower, they really are wealthy. Nine Dragons Emperor's bid shocked the players on the first floor. This amount of magic crystals was already more than 3 times what some first-rate guilds possessed. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor was actually spending so many magic crystals just for one stone tablet. Even fragmented legendary items wouldn't cost so much, however. Even before the auctioneer could knock his gavel for the first count, the occupants of the other second-floor rooms began calling out bids one after another. 220,000 crystals. 230,000 crystals. 240,000 crystals. At this moment, it was as if magic crystals were no different from copper coins. Big sis endless. Have these guilds gone insane? Isn't it just a stone tablet? Is there a need to spend so many magic crystals? Cloud Yarn gaped in shock when she heard the bids in the past. She had considered the Midnight Tea Party plenty rich. After all, just the magic crystals they had stockpiled numbered over 20,000. Even if they splurged at the Divine Colosseum every day, they wouldn't be able to exhaust their stockpile within a short period. However, after arriving at this dark auction, she suddenly felt that the Midnight Tea Party actually seemed beggarly. They're not stupid. This isn't just any ordinary stone tablet. Legend has it that these stone tablets are legacies left behind by ancient gods. Even if you obtain just one complete set, you'll have no problems establishing an empire in God's domain. Endless Scars explained as she looked at the secret technique tablet on the stage. The secret technique tablet was also something mentioned in the ancient book the Tea Party had. Although the information recorded about the tablets was sparse, it was enough to conclude that the tablet's value was no less than that of legendary items. According to the information in the ancient book, the Fire Dragon Empire, one of God's domain's 4 great empires, had managed to rise to its position today precisely because the first ruler of the empire had managed to collect a complete set. One could see just how amazing secret technique tablets were if possible. Endless Scars wanted to obtain a piece for herself as well. However, looking at its price, even if she mobilized the Blackwater Corporation's power, it was unlikely she could get her hands on it. After all, the Blackwater Corporation's roots in God's domain were still too shallow. It could not yet compete with the various superpowers of the virtual gaming world. While Endless Scars was explaining the secret technique tablet, the price of the secret spellcasting technique had gone up to 296,000 magic crystals. This was a price that even those occupying the second-floor rooms felt was a little excessive. As a result, instead of bidding in increments of 10,000 crystals, they now began raising their bids by 2,000. It seems the other guilds haven't prepared much at all. Thousand Miles laughed disdainfully. 310,000 crystals. The moment the bid of 310,000 magic crystals was placed, the entire auction hall fell silent. Even Phoenix Rain, who had earned quite a fortune from the competition before, was helpless about this price. It seems that Miracle has prepared plenty this time. Fortunately, the guild leader had anticipated this, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. 330,000 crystals. If one were to say which guild made the most money in the entire God's domain, it would definitely have to be the Secret Pavilion. When Shifeng heard the bids everyone was calling out, he could not help but fall speechless. Previously, he thought that after earning more than 400,000 magic crystals, nobody present could compete with his wealth. Now, however, it would seem that he had still underestimated the foundations of these superpowers. Had he not contested for the Magic Knight legacy before, he might have been able to contend for this secret technique tablet. Unfortunately, That was no longer possible. 340,000 crystals. Just as the secret spell-casting technique was about to become the secret pavilion's possession, Hidden Soul, who was seated not far from Shurfeng, suddenly placed a bid. 350,000 crystals. Thousand Miles shouted, gnashing his teeth, hearing the various guilds occupying the second-floor rooms calling out bids in rapid succession paralyzed the players in the first-floor hall. Meanwhile, at this time, Shurfeng suddenly contacted Phoenix, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Can you lend me 200,000 magic crystals right now? I'll return 300,000 crystals to you in 5 days, Shurfeng suggested as he looked at Phoenix in the screen. Chapter 1174, Legacy Secured. Borrow 200,000 crystals and return 300,000. Phoenix wore a surprised expression as she stared at Shurfeng on the screen. She felt as if she were getting to know the man for the first time. A first-rate guild was already considered quite wealthy if they had a stockpile of 60,000 to 70,000 magic crystals, yet Shurfeng wanted to borrow 200,000 magic crystals right off the bat. Moreover, he intended to return them with a 50% interest. This was twice as high as the market interest rate. Magic crystals were not coins. It was impossible to purchase magic crystals in bulk on the market. Guilds could only purchase a small amount from workshops or adventure teams. Aside from that, guilds had to rely on their own members to raid dungeons and collect them gradually. In Phoenix opinion, although Zero Wing owned a gold mine like Stone Forest Town and business in the town's battle arena was booming, it was impossible for Zero Wing to earn 300,000 magic crystals within 5 days. Yet all she saw when she looked into Shurfeng's eyes was confidence and serenity. Do you intend to bid for the bronze tablet? Phoenix could not help but ask. That's right. Shurfeng did not try hiding it. After all, it was easy to guess with a moment of thought. Seeing Shurfeng's serious expression, Phoenix shook her head. Chuckling, she said, I advise you to give that thought up. Even if I lend you 200,000 crystals, you won't outcompete them. While 350,000 magic crystals was an astronomical sum to even the best first-rate guild, the super guilds and super first-rate guilds that had come prepared had not yet reached their limit. In her opinion, Zero Wing must have earned a lot of magic crystals in the earlier competition. With the guild stockpile, they should roughly have around 180,000 or 190,000 magic crystals. Even if Shurfeng borrowed 200,000 crystals, he would only have 390,000 magic crystals or so. There was simply no way to compete against the other superpowers. By her estimates, they would only have a chance of securing the secret spell-casting technique if they had 420,000 magic crystals if possible. Phoenix wanted to borrow 180,000 magic crystals from Shurfeng. After including her own 250,000 magic crystals, she might have a chance at competing against the other guilds. However, she still needed to make preparations for Thunder Island. So if she did borrow the magic crystals, she wouldn't be able to return it within a short time. I still have 260,000 magic crystals. After including your 200,000, I think I'll have enough. Shurfeng understood what Phoenix was trying to say. Smiling, he continued, if it truly is impossible, I can only admit defeat. 400,000 magic crystals should be the various superpowers' limit. Even if they had more, it wouldn't be too far from that number. While a bronze tablet was inferior to a silver tablet, it had a much lower entry requirement. Silver tablets required players to be capable of drawing intermediate magic arrays. Bronze tablets only required players to be capable of drawing basic magic arrays. As for golden tablets, Shurfeng assumed that players would be required to draw advanced magic arrays to enter. Even someone like himself, who was quite familiar with magic arrays, could not draw an advanced magic array. Even if he obtained a golden tablet, it would be nothing more than a paperweight. On the other hand, if he had a bronze tablet, his guild members could use it. Hence, obtaining a bronze tablet was very important to Zero Wing right now. Even if he was not certain he could win the bid, he needed to try 260,000? You have that many? Phoenix gasped. She never thought that Zero Wing would have even more magic crystals than her. Immediately, her lips curled into a smile as she said, let's do it like this. I'll lend you 250,000 crystals. I won't ask for any interest, either. Just pay me back in full in 5 days. However, I want 10 slots to enter the bronze tablet. We'll split the slots into 2 months, with 5 people entering each session. Secret technique tablets could only be used once a month. Even if she obtained one, she would only enter it once. A player would reap the most benefits from a secret technique tablet during their first entry. Afterward, a player would gain less with each subsequent visit. The tablet's greatest advantage was that players could use it repeatedly. She had bid for the bronze tablet mainly to improve her strength before the contest on Thunder Island began. She did not particularly care about the benefits she could obtain during subsequent entries deal. Feng agreed without hesitation. The secret spell casting technique was intended for magical class players. Throughout Zero Wing, there were only a few magical class experts qualified to enter the bronze tablet. 10 slots over 2 months would be enough, following which both sides quickly signed a contract. Phoenix Rain then had Blue Phoenix deliver the magic crystals to Feng. While this was happening, the secret spellcasting technique's price had risen to 394,000 magic crystals. The various large guilds in the first floor hall were astounded, although they had long since known that their guilds were no match for super first-rate guilds and super guilds. They had not realized that the gap would be this massive. Damn it. Just who is competing against me? Thousand Miles bellowed as he glared at 2 other rooms currently. The tablet's price neared his limit. Yet Hidden Soul and Yuan Tiexin showed no signs of giving up. After taking a look at the magic crystals in his bag, Thousand Miles shouted, 400,000 crystals! 404,000 crystals! Hidden Soul declared, maintaining her calm composure. Interesting. At this moment, Yuan Tiexin laughed and yelled, 410,000 crystals! Immediately, the auction hall became a battlefield for these 3 people. The atmosphere growing extraordinarily chilly. 440,000 crystals. Thousand Miles no longer planned on holding back, as he directly raised the price by 30,000 magic crystals. He hoped to scare Hidden Soul and Yuan Tiexin off. Uncle Yuan, the price is already at 440,000 crystals. This is far above the tablet's actual value. Purple Jade said the secret technique tablet would massively benefit players. However, the secret spellcasting technique was only bronze rank. In reality, a tablet for that technique should only be worth around 300,000 magic crystals. It was simply not worth 440,000 magic crystals. I understand, Yuan Tiexin said. He had simply bid 410,000 to probe his opponent's limits in another room. Hidden Soul frowned. Let's give it another try. If it really isn't possible, I can only give up. Hidden Soul also felt that the price was a little too high. Immediately, she shouted, 444,000 crystals. Damn it. Damn it all. Why hasn't he given up? We are already at 440,000. Thousand Miles burned with rage. If not for Miracle already having a tablet for the secret spellcasting technique, he wouldn't be willing to pay the astronomical price of 440,000 magic crystals. However, the guild leader had told him to go all out for the secret spellcasting technique. Hence, he had no choice. He even had to bleed his own stash. This must be that guy's limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen the price by just 4,000 crystals. Even the Witch of the West herself was slightly anxious. 450,000 crystals. Thousand Miles decided to give it one last try. This was also his limit. The moment Thousand Miles called out his bid, the venue fell deathly silent. Just when is he going to reach his limit? Are magic crystals really that easy to obtain? The various guild upper echelons in the first floor hall lost their minds over this situation. Was such desperation really necessary for this stone tablet? It seems I can only give up. Hidden Soul smiled bitterly as she shook her head. She had never imagined that, despite bringing so many magic crystals with her, she would walk away empty-handed at the end of the day. If she had known this would happen, she would have purchased the Magic Knight. Legacy seconds ticked by. The auctioneer grew nervous on the stage. However, even after a long moment, no word came from Hidden Soul's room. 454,000 crystals. However, just as Thousand Miles thought that his opponent had given up, a new bid echoed from Hidden Soul's room. How is this possible? Thousand Miles bellowed. He simply could not believe this. Hidden Soul had been silent for so long. yet she had placed a new bid. However, Thousand Miles had nothing more to bet. He had no choice but to watch as the auctioneer's gavel descended again and again as the gavel descended for the third time. The auction hall exploded with noise. Chapter 1175, Preparations to Construct a City. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1175, Preparations to Construct a City. How does he have so many magic crystals? Hidden Soul began to size the nearby. Sure, Fong up seriously the man had already surprised her by buying the Magic Knight Legacy now. He had spent another 450,000 magic crystals to buy the bronze tablet. Sure, Fong had spent over 600,000 magic crystals in total. Even the Flower of Seven Sins needed time to prepare so much wealth. It seems that we will need to investigate this Zero Wing. Hidden Soul suspected that the guild known as Zero Wing wasn't as simple as Autumn Goose had described. Meanwhile, after winning the bronze tablet, Sure Fong quietly rejoiced, although he had spent a lot of magic crystals. The secret spell casting technique was akin to the gospel for the guild's magical class experts. At the end of the day, he was only a swordsman, a physical melee class. He could only offer general spell casting technique advice. He could not guide them as thoroughly as he could the melee classes. As a result, the physical classes' technique standards were higher than the magical classes in Zero Wing now that he had obtained the bronze tablet. As long as Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer, and the other magical class experts improved their technique standards, they could guide the other magical classes in the guild. Inside Thousand Miles' room, the tension in the room was almost solid. Starstreak. Find out who is in room 017 right this instant. Thousand Miles ordered in a chilly tone. Not only had he failed to obtain the Magic Knight Legacy, but he had also failed to obtain the bronze tablet. He would definitely have a hard time explaining himself when he returned to headquarters. Understood. Starstreak nodded. Immediately, he left to surveil room 017. Although the rooms in the dark auction protected their occupants' privacy and prevented others from spying, the people inside the rooms had to come out sooner or later. At that time, they would discover who occupied room 017. Meanwhile, as the dark auction's first segment came to an end, the popular second segment began. All players in the auction hall could offer their items for trade during the second segment. This bartering session was the main reason behind the various large guilds' visit to this auction. Normally, when the various large guilds obtained a rare material, they wouldn't trade it even if they had no need for it. However, oftentimes, other guilds desperately needed these useless items. Hence, these guilds could use this auction to barter their unnecessary rare materials for things they actually needed, trading 3 single target attack-type magic scrolls for 1 set of basic magic arrays, trading 1 stack of mana cloth for 1 stack of flaming ice crystals, trading 1 stoneskin potion recipe for 1 flame protection potion recipe. Message after message appeared on the large screen above the stage. None of the auction house's patrons had any complaints about the exorbitant processing fee. After all, even the cheapest items they listed were worth 50 gold or more, with some worth several hundred gold. Just looking at the exchange messages on the screen made everyone a little jealous of the host. The minimum processing fee was 10 gold coins. If the host processed 100 items, they would earn 1,000 gold. In an auction with over 10,000 people, if every person placed an item up for trade, the host would instantly receive 100,000 gold. Furthermore, why would any of these players have come here to trade a single item? One had to admit that holding an auction like this was way more profitable than banditry. This was also inspiration for how Sure Fong could operate auctions in the Candlelight Trading Firm in the future. He might not be able to invite as many large guilds and superpowers as the Dark Auction House had, but he could lower the standards of his auction slightly, not only allowing large guilds to bid, but independent players as well. Suddenly, Sure Fong had an idea. He could establish a bartering site that enabled trade between players in God's domain. Aside from auction houses and underground arenas, player-constructed cities could offer players trading locations. Players could not purchase locations such as auction houses and underground arenas in NPC cities. However, as long as players had their own cities, they could construct their own bartering sites. The city could then allow bartering through the system. In the past, There were no such specialized bartering sites in God's domain. This was due to the various large guilds. When independent players obtained rare items, if they wanted to trade them for good items, their best option was to go to a large guild. After all, independent players were not necessarily well connected. With this, the various large guilds could buy rare items at a cheaper price if a specialized trading post were constructed. However, the various large guilds would have a hard time obtaining rare items cheaply. The lack of such locations had also been due to how rarely independent players got their hands on valuable items. In addition, due to geographical restrictions, players generally only traded in their own country. As a result, there were even less rare items available for exchange. Hence, even after the various large guilds had established their own cities during the mid-late stages of the game, they had not bothered to construct these locations. Even if a guild established a trading post in their city, other guilds wouldn't prosper over much. The amount of money one could earn from such a bartering location would be so pitiful that they would be better off trading with independent players privately. However, Shurfang's situation was slightly different. God's domain was still in its early stages. The various large guilds were having a headache just trying to develop their own towns, not to mention constructing a city. Meanwhile, he had a city building order. This gave him with a massive advantage. If he constructed his city now, he wouldn't have a single competitor. He could be the first one to expand the market, establishing a firm reputation like the Dark Arena. In the future, when players from other kingdoms and empires thought about trading their rare items, they would come running to his city to do so. The other guilds would be helpless to do anything about it. Even after other guilds established their own cities, his trading post would have grown to a considerable scale. He would have a steady supply of rare items. At that time, it would be near impossible for newly established trading posts to compete with his. Although the large guilds obtained plenty of rare items, the majority of God's domain's player base would forever be independent players. If these independent players gathered, they could obtain far more rare items than any super guild due to the difficulty of private trades. It was practically impossible for independent players to exchange their items with each other. Hence, they sought large guilds to barter with if a specialized bartering center were available. However, independent players would only need to consign their items. Other players could then purchase those items. They wouldn't need to idiotically contact one person after another. Not only could they save a lot of time and trouble, but they could also obtain the items they wanted even if the teleportation fees were expensive. Most likely, many independent players would make the trip to visit the trading post. Shurfang could not help his growing excitement, however. To construct his city, he first needed to obtain a sufficient number of 7 luminaries crystals. Otherwise, without the 4 towers of elements protection, defending the city would be too difficult. Seems that I need to put the plan into action now. After pondering over the matter, Shurfang decided to begin collecting 7 luminaries crystals. While 7 luminaries crystals were incomparably rare and precious, there were a few locations that had them. Unfortunately, these locations were extremely dangerous, and he would need to prepare the easiest place to obtain 7 luminaries crystals Shurfang could think of was the Sea of Death's Demon Island. Only, the journey was particularly dangerous. Demon Island was also a forbidden land for the living. Without sufficiently high darkness resistance, survival was impossible. Shurfang immediately began to browse the auction house's rare items, searching for items that increased darkness resistance. After searching for some time, Shurfang finally found 2 good items on the list the system had provided. Both could significantly increase a player's darkness resistance. One of them was a master darkness resistance potion, while the other was a light cloak. However, before Shurfang could celebrate, he saw the item's prices, and his expression darkened. Is this person insane? Who would use shadow gold and ancient wood to purchase these items? Just as Shurfang was about to curse again, he was stunned by the trader's name. The same person had placed these 2 items up for trade. Silent wonder. One of God's domain's 10 great Grandmaster Alchemists. Chapter 1176. 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1176. 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists. Why is she here? Even after staring at the trader's name for a long time, Shurfang still could not believe his eyes. That was the 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists they were talking about. These existences stood at the peak of all Alchemist players. Even super guilds had to treat them respectfully. One could say that all of God's domain's guilds and players try to suck up to such individuals. After all, the further one proceeded into the game, the more powerful the monsters became. If players wanted to defeat these monsters, they needed more than just personal strength. They also needed external items. For example, when facing fire-type bosses, a team would burn to death without high fire resistance, regardless of how strong the team was overall. If every member in the team possessed a Grandmaster fire resistance potion, however, they would easily defeat said fire-type boss. Another example was Sure Feng's new destination. Demon Island was already very dangerous. However, with the ever-present dark miasma, players couldn't set foot on the island without darkness resistance. Aside from that, the Tower of Time similarly required high magic resistance. A team would need a large number of magic resistance potions. However, not just any magic resistance potion would do. They would, at the very least, need advanced rank potions, or better yet, Master rank. The guild with the most magic resistance potions would obtain more 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, this was only one of the many benefits of an alchemist. There were simply too many dangerous locations in God's domain that required these external items. Hence, the various large guilds normally treated Master Alchemists and Grandmaster Alchemists very respectfully. Among the 10 great Grandmaster Alchemists, Silent Wonder firmly ranked within the top 3. Even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds would have a hard time arranging a meeting with Silent Wonder. And even if Silent Wonder agreed to meet, they would still have to queue up and wait for their turn. Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood? Sure Feng fell in a deep thought as he looked at the 2 items Silent Wonder wanted in exchange. Shadow Gold was an epic rank material. If one added a piece of it when crafting weapons and equipment, the weapons produced would deal additional darkness damage, while equipment would provide additional darkness resistance. It was an exceptional material specifically used for producing darkness resistance equipment. In the past, 1 ingot of Shadow Gold had easily sold for 300 gold. However, players rarely sold the material. They were normally pieces of lifestyle players' private collections. As for Ancient Wood, its price was even higher. A single log could sell for 500 gold. It was also an excellent epic material used to produce staffs, ships, carriages, furniture, and other wooden products. The total value of these 2 materials greatly exceeded that of a Master Darkness Resistance Potion and a light cloak. Does an alchemist like her want these items? Sure Feng was incredibly curious. Neither Shadow Gold nor Ancient Wood was used in alchemy. However, Sure Feng did not think too much on the matter. Immediately, he sent Silent Wonder a message. His message was very brief. I have clues regarding the whereabouts of these 2 items. Current players couldn't get their hands on Shadow Gold or Ancient Wood. Even if one reached the required level, it would still be a difficult task. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered rare materials. However, Sure Feng urgently needed items with darkness resistance. A Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak could not be more perfect. The Light Cloak, in particular, significantly increased a player's darkness resistance as long as he equipped the Light Cloak and consumed an intermediate darkness resistance potion. When he reached Demon Island, he could roam the island with ease. Shortly after Sure Feng sent his message, he received a friend invite from Silent Wonder. Sure Feng then agreed to the friend request. This way, they could discuss the matter through a video call. Do you really have the clues leading to Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood? Silent Wonder did not appear very old. She looked like a woman in her mid-20s. She had an oval face and large, golden eyes. She also gave off an indescribably cold and strict feeling. Shadow Gold can be used to craft darkness resistance equipment, and Ancient Wood can be used to produce a staff that possesses the power of the Ancients, which amplifies the effects of the wielder's spells. Am I correct? Sure Feng said, smiling. Hearing this, joy illuminated Silent Wonder's golden eyes. Both Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood were extremely rare epic materials. Even she had spent a long time researching to find any information about them. Now that Sure Feng had casually mentioned the material's functions, he proved how familiar he was with the items come out with it. What must I do for you to tell me the clues? Silent Wonder asked straightforwardly. She had spent a lot of effort in her search for these materials. She had used every connection she had, yet she hadn't learned anything that would lead to their locations. She had simply come to the dark auction to try her luck. She hadn't expected anyone to know anything about these two items. Yuri and Alchemist, right? Surefong responded to her question with a question of his own. How do you know? Did you investigate me? Silent Wonder was slightly surprised, and she could not help but grow cautious. Why would I need to investigate you? Surefong laughed as he shook his head. Don't you realize that you're wearing the Advanced Alchemist insignia? Different subclasses had different insignias, and each provided certain benefits to their respective classes. The screen showed that Silent Wonder currently wore an Advanced Alchemist insignia. This showed that Silent Wonder had already become an Advanced Alchemist. Surefong had to admit that Silent Wonder was truly impressive. Despite being an independent player, she had grown into an Advanced Alchemist so quickly. The various large guilds had to spend a ton of resources to nurture an advanced lifestyle player. Even then, very few lifestyle players actually reached the advanced rank, yet Silent Wonder had done so without help. One could just imagine how talented she was in alchemy. Moreover, Silent Wonder had been more than just a Grandmaster alchemist. She had also been a Tier 5 class. I completely forgot about that. Silent Wonder could not help but laugh awkwardly as she looked at the insignia on her chest. That's right, I'm an Advanced Alchemist. Is there a problem with that? Of course there isn't a problem, Surefong said, chuckling. You want the clues for those two materials, right? My conditions are very simple. Give me the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak and Craft Potions for me for 1 month. I'll provide the raw materials. Are you kidding me? Silent Wonder rolled her eyes. It would have been fine if Surefong had only wanted the 2 items. However, he also wanted her to work for free for a month. He must be crazy if he thought she would agree to such conditions. I never joke around. Surefong understood what was going through Silent Wonder's mind. Immediately, he sent Silent Wonder a message and said, "Take a look at this. If you still think my asking price is too high, you can reject it." Are you that confident? Silent Wonder felt as if she had just encountered a lunatic. First, the man wanted her items. Next, he wanted her to work for free for a month. Did he really think he could get her to agree by sending a single message? Following which, Silent Wonder impatiently opened Surefong's message and read it. However, only after reading a few words, her expression tensed. Why do you have such an item? Silent Wonder felt as if she were dreaming. Surefong had sent to her none other than the records of potions, which he had obtained shortly after joining God's domain. All alchemists dreamed of owning this treasure, yet now it had been placed before her. The records of potions even tempted the brilliantly talented Silent Wonder. Chapter 1177, Reconstructing a Town. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1177, Reconstructing a Town. This is still only a part of it. How about it? Interested in my offer now? Surefong smiled calmly as he quietly looked at Silent Wonder's joyful expression. Like the Book of Forging, the records of potions was a treasure that could improve one's alchemy success rate. Moreover, it contained basic information about potion crafting. With the records of potions, players would not have to explore basic alchemy techniques blindly. It could pave the way for becoming a master alchemist. As for whether one actually became a master alchemist, however, that depended on the player's talent. Silent Wonder did not have the support of a guild. According to Surefong's memory, in the past, Silent Wonder had obtained practically all of her alchemy materials by herself. Also, unlike guild alchemists, who could confide in each other regarding alchemy techniques and improve together, Silent Wonder had gained her alchemy techniques without any assistance. Moreover, ordinary NPC cities also did not possess facilities like special workshops. Needless to say, the various large guilds didn't allow non-guild members to use their limited special workshops. After all, they didn't even have enough to nurture their own lifestyle players. Furthermore, independent players had no access to NPC cities with special workshops. Take the Holy City of Titan, for example. Without sufficient strength and luck, reaching the city was simply impossible for an independent player like Silent Wonder. I'll say this first. Once I fulfilled my 1-month contract, I'll leave immediately, Silent Wonder stated. With her alchemy skills, she could easily join any large guild. Even super guilds would willingly accept her. However, She hated the various restrictions that came with joining a guild and disliked doing work that didn't interest her. Hence, she had opted not to join a guild overthinking things. It isn't even certain if you are capable of remaining in my employment after a month, Shi Feng said. Chuckling as he shook his head hearing Shi Feng saying so, Silent Wonder frowned. This was her first time being underestimated like this. She was a bona fide advanced alchemist. She would be an important member of any guild she joined. In fact, she had gained an invitation to the Dark Auction to begin with, because a large guild wanted to recruit her. In her opinion, Shi Feng was trying to use reverse psychology. However, such means were useless against her. Once the month was over, she would definitely leave, following which Shi Feng and Silent Wonder signed a contract. The contents were very simple. Silent Wonder would hand over the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak. Afterwards, she would work at the Candlelight trading firm for a month. In return, Shi Feng would share the clues leading to the Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood with Silent Wonder. After Silent Wonder confirmed that there were no problems with the contract Shi Feng had sent her, she signed it. You can tell me the clues leading to the materials now, right? Silent Wonder asked coldly. If not for the records of potions, she wouldn't have made such an unworthwhile trade. After all, the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak were both precious items she had obtained after completing a difficult quest. Trading these two items for 2 clues was a loss. Only level 70 and above Darkness-type bosses have a chance of dropping Shadow Gold. Moreover, the bosses must be Grand Lord rank or above. Ancient Wood can be found near the lake in the deepest parts of the neutral map Stuyak. That area is home to elves. They aren't fond of humans, so it won't be easy to get past them. Shi Feng revealed the information. The 2 locations he mentioned were the easiest places to obtain Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood. The other places he knew about were far more dangerous. And even if Silent Wonder was quite strong, she couldn't obtain the materials by herself. Stuyak. Silent Wonder checked the system map. When she found Stuyak, she was speechless. Stuyak was an ancient forest located north of the Frostwolf Empire. The forest had always been the biggest threat to the Empire. You had to be at least level 80 to enter. Moreover, the neutral map size rivaled that of a medium-sized kingdom. She simply did not know what to say about this. With her current strength, it was impossible for her to act on any of the information she had just received. He already told you the clues. You are to report for duty at Starmoon Kingdom's Candlelight trading firm by tomorrow night at the latest. After Shi Feng was done speaking, he immediately disconnected the call. Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood were both epic ranked rare materials. If Silent Wonder wished to obtain them, she needed to reach level 80 at the very minimum. Particularly, Ancient Wood was highly sought after by even super guilds. If Silent Wonder wished to procure some all by herself, she could not even consider doing so before reaching level 100. Class changing to her tier 3 class. Hence, Shi Feng had not spoken in detail when he mentioned the clues to Silent Wonder. If he told the woman the minimum strength required to obtain these materials, she would most likely lose her mind afterward. Shi Feng received the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak delivered to him by a staff member. Without waiting for the Dark Auction to end, he said his goodbyes to Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose before returning to White River City. Although there were many rare items up for trade in the Dark Auction, there wasn't anything that Shi Feng was particularly interested in. So, there was no need for him to stay behind. Shortly after Shi Feng exited the room, Starstreak, who had been in stealth state this whole time, appeared a short distance away from room 017. Why is it him? Starstreak found it somewhat unbelievable when he saw Shi Feng coming out of room 017. In his opinion, anyone capable of spending over 600,000 magic crystals within a short period of time must be an upper echelon of a major power. Yet, the buyer of both the Magic Knight Legacy and Bronze Tablet was actually Zero Wing. However, Starstreak did not ponder too much on the matter. Immediately, he forwarded the information to Thousand Miles What. Zero Wing was the one who bought those 2 items. Starstreak was given a fright by this message. However, he quickly revealed the sneer on his face as he said, "Good. Very good. Starstreak, go and make some preparations. Get Cleansed Maple to assist you in leading the Departed Legion, and kill Zero Wing's experts. Make sure to steal that Magic Knight Legacy, as well as those epic weapons and equipment from them. Any large guild that obtained a bronze tablet would definitely store it in their guild warehouse. Unless they burnt down the guild residence storing the bronze tablet, it would be impossible for them to obtain it. However, it was a different story for the Magic Knight Legacy item, and epic weapons and equipment. If one wanted to obtain the Magic Knight Legacy, they would have to complete the Legacy quest as long as Zero Wings experts left their guild residence. There would be plenty of chance to strike at them. Starstreak was momentarily stunned by 1,000 Miles' words. Very quickly, however, he nodded and said, "Understood." The departed legion was Miracle's Assassination Legion. It was a legion specifically formed to target the upper echelons of the various superpowers. In Starstreak's opinion, they were simply making a mountain out of a molehill by mobilizing the legion against Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom's White River City, Shifeng had also stealthily arrived at the Adventurers Association. Without hesitation, he paid 30,000 gold to the association to have them begin reconstructing Stone Forest Town. The moment Shifeng handed over the 30,000 gold coins, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. "System, congratulations. As Zero Wing is the first guild in God's domain to have reconstructed an intermediate town, guild popularity increased by 200,000 points. You will also receive 1 bronze guild residence promotion order." Chapter 1178, Promotion to a 3-star Guild. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1178, Promotion to a 3-star Guild. The sudden system notification put Shifeng into a daze. For a long time. He had merely reconstructed an intermediate town, yet Zero Wing's guild popularity had instantly soared by 200,000 points. Should be known that a 1-star guild only needed 30,000 popularity to promote to a 2-star guild, while a 2-star guild needed 100,000 popularity to promote to a 3-star guild. The further one progressed into the game, the more difficult it was to obtain guild popularity when a guild was still at the 1-star standard. Guild members could earn quite a lot of guild popularity just by completing ordinary guild quests. With how many players there were in a large guild, the number of guild quests completed each day was plenty. It would take no time for a guild to accumulate 30,000 popularity. The truly difficult aspect of promoting a guild to 2 stars lay in obtaining the guild residence promotion order. However, after a guild reached 2 stars, guild members would no longer obtain guild popularity through completing ordinary guild quests. They could only do so by completing advanced guild quests. However, advanced guild quests were very rare and limited in number, so it would take a significantly longer time for a 2-star guild to accumulate 100,000 guild popularity. Even super guilds would need a long time to do so. Meanwhile, due to various factors, Zero Wing's popularity accumulation rate was currently on par with super guilds. According to Shifeng's estimates, it would take another month or so for Zero Wing to accumulate 100,000 popularity. However, now that Zero Wing had received an additional 200,000 popularity, it had fulfilled the condition to promote to a 3-star guild, a bronze guild residence promotion order. Shifeng looked at the bronze, diamond-shaped token that had suddenly appeared in his bag. The token was emitting a faint, golden glow. It was much more powerful than the silver guild residence promotion order he had obtained before. Bronze guild residence promotion order promotes the star ranking of a guild residence that fulfills the required popularity by 1 star. Can be promoted up to a 4-star guild. What a powerful guild residence promotion order! Shifeng was astonished. As far as Shifeng knew, guild residence promotion orders were all graded. Meanwhile, different ranking promotion orders could be used on guilds of different star rankings. For example, in order to promote a 1-star guild into a 2-star guild, a 2-star promotion order would be required, while promotion to a 3-star guild would require a 3-star promotion order. However, the Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order was actually capable of promoting any guild between 1-star to 3-star status by 1 rank. There would be no need to search for promotion orders of specific rankings. Looking at the Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order, Shifeng considered saving it for when Zero Wing was upgrading its residence from 3-star to 4-star status in God's domain. Guild residence promotion orders were not easy to obtain. Aside from a rare few that could be obtained through adventuring out in the fields, or opening treasure chests. The normal method of obtaining guild residence promotion orders was through raiding certain large-scale team dungeons. However, only by procuring the first clear of such dungeons would one have a 100% chance of receiving a guild residence promotion order. Afterward, the cleared dungeon would have less than a 1% chance of dropping the promotion order. This was also one of the reasons why the various large guilds were adamant about competing for the first clear of large-scale team dungeons. Aside from being able to raise their own guild's fame and influence, they could also quickly raise their guild star ranking by obtaining first clear. If the first clear was taken away by another guild, it would become significantly more difficult to obtain a guild residence promotion order. This was especially true for the 3-star guild residence promotion order. This was something that only dropped in the hell mode of level 50 large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, such large-scale team dungeons were different from the dungeons that dropped 2-star promotion orders. In the latter's case, every major city would have one of them, for 3-star and above. However, there would only be one such large-scale team dungeon in every few, or even more than a dozen, major cities. If the first clear of such a dungeon was secured by a guild, other guilds would have no choice but to continuously raid said large-scale team dungeon for their own promotion orders. Thus, the 3-star guild residence promotion order would cause the competition between guilds to become even more intense. In the future, guilds would have to struggle with not just other guilds in the same city, but guilds from other cities as well as for the 4-star guild residence promotion order. Competition for it would become even more frightening, as each kingdom would only have 1 or 2 large-scale team dungeons that dropped it. While empires had a little more, these dungeons were still extremely limited. Excuse me, I want to promote the Zero Wing Guild. After giving the matter some thought, Surefone immediately took out the Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order and handed it over to the NPC administrator. The reason why players even bothered joining guilds was because guild provided benefits that could help their members level up and improve their strength much more quickly. Hence, the faster a guild was promoted, the better it would be for the guild's future development. Lord Protector, may I know which guild residence you wish to promote to a 3-star residence? The administrator asked after receiving the promotion order. The guild residence in White River City, Surefone said in a straightforward manner. White River City was Zero Wing's base camp. It was also extremely safe, as it was located in a major NPC city. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before White River City would be promoted to the next rank and bring many benefits to the players inhabiting it. Naturally, he had to prioritize promoting the residents there. As for the residences in Stone Forest Town and Lakeheart City, those would have to wait for another chance to appear in the future. Alright. Promoting a 2-star guild residence into a 3-star guild residence will require a 5,000 gold reconstruction fee, the administrator said. However, as a city protector, our association will offer you a 20% discount, so Lord Protector only needs to pay 4,000 gold. Surefone took out another 4,000 gold without hesitation after the handsome administrator confirmed that there were no problems. A series of system announcements rang out in Surefang's ears. Starmoon Kingdom System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to own a 3-star guild residence. Guild emblem upgraded to bronze rank. Rewarding guild with 1 set of basic defensive magic array, 1,500 gold in guild funds, and 1 employment center building. Order. White River City System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in White River City to own a 3-star guild residence. Rewarding guild with 1 training room promotion order. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing loudly in everyone's ears. What? A 3-star residence? That's impossible, right? Most guilds are just beginning to promote their residences to 2-star. How does Zero Wing already have a 3-star residence? Zero Wing is too amazing. As expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, I must join Zero Wing, no matter what. The benefits of a 3-star residence will definitely be spectacular. The players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were stunned by the rewards stated in the system announcement. This was especially true for the members of the various large guilds. They were all greatly envious of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's guild emblem was directly upgraded to bronze rank. A guild emblem wasn't just the symbol of a guild. Similar to the insignia of lifestyle classes, the guild emblem also possessed some functions. A common guild emblem did not carry with it any functions at all. However, once a guild emblem reached bronze rank, it came prepared with some functions. A bronze guild emblem had two functions. The first function was a teleport ability. Even without a guild transfer scroll, guild members could directly teleport to any guild residence. There is no need to buy the guild transfer scroll of a specific guild residence. Not to mention, players could only carry one guild transfer scroll at a time, making it very inconvenient. The second function increased the attributes of guild members. As long as there were over 20 guild members within a 100-yard radius, the guild emblem would increase the wearer's maximum HP by 3% and attack power by 1%, although the increase seemed minor. Once players reached higher levels, even 1% could make a huge difference. This was especially true when players were raiding team dungeons less than a minute after the system announcement ended. News of Zero Wing obtaining a 3-star guild residence began spreading like wildfire. In just a short 10 minutes, whether it were the guilds in Starmoon Kingdom or the guilds in the neighboring kingdoms and empires, they all held an emergency guild meeting at the same time. The various large guilds currently bartering for rare items in the dark auction also received news about this situation. Zero Wing has just obtained a 3-star guild residence. Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock as she read the message she just received. She simply could not believe this to be true. How could this be possible? Chapter 1179, General Trend. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1179, General Trend. Big Sis Rain, what happened? Blue Phoenix asked when she noticed the strange expression on Phoenix Rain's face. I just received news stating that Zero Wing already has a 3-star guild residence now. Phoenix Rain said enviously. With this, Zero Wing is now the undisputed #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom. Blue Phoenix was momentarily stunned when she heard this. Quickly, she reacted and said, "How is this possible? Didn't they say that 3-star guild residence promotion orders can only be obtained from the Hell mode of level 50 large-scale team dungeons?" Although there was only a single rank separating a 3-star guild residence and a 2-star guild residence, there was a qualitative difference between the two. It was similar to shops that were promoted from 2-star to 3-star status. For 3-star shops, aside from having more special workshops, they also had the basic meditation rooms that were very beneficial towards the development of subclasses. In the case of a 3-star guild residence, the guild would receive a qualitative improvement on all its existing benefits. A 3-star guild residence would also be capable of constructing buildings that were not available to 2-star guild residences among them. There were 2 buildings of particularly significant importance. One of them was the Employment Center originally. The local NPCs would post quests in the quest area of the guild hall, and guild players were free to pick up any of them meanwhile. Once a guild established its own employment center, all quests commissioned to the guild in the future would be placed in the employment center instead. In addition, the guild quests in the employment center weren't only limited to the local area. Certain quests would even involve other NPC cities, which would give rise to the number of advanced guild quests. However, these were still not the most important matters. Once a guild possessed its own employment center, it would also unlock large-scale guild quests such as a crusade against orcs or assisting nearby kingdoms in battles against foreign races. The amount of EXP and coins one could gain from these quests was extraordinary. In addition, one could also obtain plenty of rare tools, weapons, and equipment. The other building was the training room. Unlike the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, which required players to blindly discover and learn combat techniques, the training room allowed players to receive the system's basic combat training from NPCs. This allowed players that had just joined the guild to grasp basic combat techniques, as well as skill utilization techniques, within a shorter period of time, thus allowing them to quickly go from being a new member to an elite member more quickly. It should be known that Zero Wing was a guild that walked the path of the elite. Currently, the guild only had around 100,000 elite members. Over half of its members had yet to reach the elite standard. However, once Zero Wing possessed the training room, the remaining members will be able to promptly become elites. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing would have more than 200,000 elite members. With so many elite players, even first-rate guilds would barely be a match for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, this was under the assumption that Zero Wing did not expand and recruit new members. If the guild did a mass recruitment, Phoenix Rain did not dare to imagine how frightening the guild would become. However, unlike Phoenix Rain, who was feeling envious of Zero Wing, the large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms were currently dying from anxiety previously. Although Zero Wing was known as the #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom, that was only a title. Rather than Zero Wing, these large guilds feared first-rate guilds even more. This was because with the number of elite and ordinary members Zero Wing possessed, the guild would only be able to occupy a limited number of locations in the kingdom. Now, however, things were different. Now that the guild had obtained a 3-star guild residence, whether it was the guild's elite member count or total member count, both would see an explosive increase soon. By then, Zero Wing would have enough manpower to occupy other NPC cities and capture more towns. Eventually, it would become a first-rate guild in the truest sense. Damn it. How did this happen? Why did Zero Wing suddenly obtain a 3-star residence? The various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were each suffering from a huge headache over this matter previously. They had been celebrating over the fact that Zero Wing had defeated the Blackwater Guild. After all, with Blackwater having suffered such severe losses, it was unable to expand its influence and control over the various major cities at all. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing's case, the guild did not have the required manpower to dominate and manage other NPC cities. This had given them an opportunity to take advantage of the situation ever since the war between Blackwater and Zero Wing. Various locations in Starmoon Kingdom had become war zones, as the various large guilds all vied to take control of their own NPC city. However, the current situation had greatly exceeded the numerous large guilds' expectations. Inside Overwhelming Smile's residence in Maple City, due to Zero Wing obtaining a 3-star guild residence, Overwhelming Smile was forced to hold an emergency meeting. Yulan, are you trying to betray Overwhelming Smile? Feng Xianyang screamed angrily as he smacked his desk. Just now, Yulan had actually had his subordinates transfer from Gale City and Twin Lion City to a border city on Starmoon Kingdom's western area. He had gone to great lengths in order to get Gale City and Twin Lion City up and running. Yet, shortly after he had built up some of his own foundations, without any warnings, Yulan had suddenly come and told him to go to a border city. Moreover, the city was a small one with a player population of around only 300,000. This was no different than stabbing a knife into his heart. This can't be helped. I believe you should have a greater understanding than I do on what kind of functions a 3-star residence possesses. Gale City and Twin Lion City are simply too close to White River City. Rather than waste time fighting against Zero Wing, it will be much better for you to focus your strength in a place that you can take complete control over. Furthermore, it is simply impossible to stop Zero Wing's rise now. The higher-ups have already agreed on this point. Hence, they're having you go to a city on the western border. That place is very close to the Bloodhoof Empire. Currently, we have already taken control of over half of the empire. In the future, when players reach higher levels, we'll be able to open a trade route between the Bloodhoof Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. Yulan was not affected by Feng Xuanyang's angry bellows at all. In reality, she even secretly felt gratitude towards Zero Wing due to Zero Wing's residence getting promoted to 3-star status this time. Underworld had finally decided to give up on taking control of Starmoon Kingdom and instead shifted to secretly developing its economy. Meanwhile, Yulan herself was transferred to Underworld's true headquarters, the Templar Empire, and was tasked with managing Underworld's trading firm. She could be considered to have truly set foot into Underworld's upper echelon now when Feng Xianyang heard that this was an arrangement made by the higher-ups. His whole person seemed to age several years. It was obvious that Underworld no longer wished to waste time attempting to take control of Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, aside from Overwhelming Smile, the various large guilds based in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom had also made similar arrangements. They all planned on shifting their focus towards the western region of the kingdom. As for the eastern region, They were naturally going to let Zero Wing develop it. Ha ha ha. The guild leader is simply too amazing. He's actually managed to have the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom shift their focus towards the western region in just a short moment's time. With this, Zero Wing will have a much easier time taking control of the cities in the eastern region. Aqua Rose, who had just exited the inferior legendary treasure chest, was greatly excited when she received news of the latest developments originally. She had planned for Zero Wing to gradually whittle away at the various large guilds based in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom before eventually taking control of the cities here. However, the instant Surephone revealed the 3-star guild residents. These various large guilds all took the initiative to withdraw their forces without putting up a fight, inside an NPC town within the vicinity of Starmoon City. Currently, this town had already been occupied by evil beasts. The town's surroundings were filled with level 60+ evil beasts. Among them, there was no lack of chieftain and lord-ranked monsters. Meanwhile, the town itself was also enveloped by a massive magic array, which gave off a frightening pressure. If Surephone was here right now, he would definitely find this pressure very familiar. This was due to the pressure being emitted by the magic array having a strand of divine might mixed into it. Meanwhile, 2 players suddenly appeared outside this town. These 2 people were none other than Abandoned Wave and Laughing Drunkard Zero Wing. Enjoy your fun while you can. When Abandoned Wave received the report regarding Zero Wing, a cold smile appeared on his face. He then walked into the town enveloped by the massive magic array. Chapter 1180, Prototype Sacred Land. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1180, Prototype Sacred Land. White River City, Adventurers Association. When Surephone, who hid under a black cloak, descended the stairs from the 2nd floor, he was greeted by a sea of players crowding the first floors. The majority of these players shared one similarity. They were all guild players. Moreover, these guild were all high-level with good equipment. What are these people trying to do? A newcomer, who had just reached level 10 and had come to report to the Adventurers Association, asked, is there even a need to ask? They're all here to withdraw from their guilds. A level 30+ shield warrior explained from his seat near the entrance. Why? The explanation only increased the new player's curiosity. While it wasn't unusual to see players withdraw from their guilds, this was the first time he had seen so many people from different guilds at the same time. Yuri knew, so it's expected that you don't know. They're leaving their original guilds to join Zero Wing, the shield warrior said enviously as he watched the various guild players. Zero Wing is on a roll. Its residence already has 3-star private rooms. If you rest in one of those rooms for 24 hours, you'll accumulate 30% of double EXP buff. Moreover, it has the employment center now. I heard that Zero Wing went all out, making sure it'll be stylish. The building has 2 floors. On the first, players can pick up ordinary and advanced guild quests, and the 2nd floor allows players to pick up large-scale guild quests. The large-scale guild quests award far more than the advanced quests. Even elite members have a hard time picking up an advanced guild quest in other guilds. In Zero Wing, however, even ordinary members can pick one up. Once you become one of Zero Wing's elites, you can even pick up large-scale guild quests. As long as guild members have sufficient contribution points, they can also upgrade their guild emblem to bronze rank and get some bonus attributes. You're a newcomer, right? Now is the best time for you to join Zero Wing. I heard that as long as guild members are willing to spend some contribution points, you can receive guidance from NPCs in their new training room and learn basic combat techniques and skill utilization techniques. Those will help you become an expert quickly. The Shield Warrior's words immediately caught the attention of the various newcomers within the Adventurers Association. They were all new to God's domain, and they were completely new to the game's combat styles. As a result, they had a lot of trouble against monsters. Moreover, they had to learn the combat techniques on their own. When they saw players easily solo 2 or 3 common monsters simultaneously, they were jealous. Naturally, a location where they could improve their combat techniques would be tempting. I know where I can apply to join Zero Wing. A beautiful, charming level 10 female cleric excitedly asked the shield warrior in response. The shield warrior smiled as he pointed at a group of players that had just withdrawn from their old guilds and said, "That's simple. Just follow the players that just left their old guilds. They're all going to apply as well." When the several newcomers heard this, they immediately followed after the players that had just withdrawn from their guilds and left the Adventurers Association. Sherfone could not help his shock. He had never imagined that a 3-star guild residence would be such a powerful influence. It had only been a short time since he had upgraded Zero Wing's residence. Yet so many elite players were leaving their old guilds to join his. What Sherfone didn't know was that a long line had already formed outside of Zero Wing's residence. These players were all there to apply for the recruitment test. Quite a few were even guild players from other cities. The crowd made it difficult for Zero Wing's members to enter and leave the residence. Moreover, this situation wasn't isolated to White River City. The same was happening in Stoneforest Town. Only, unlike the players in White River City, the majority of those applying to join Zero Wing in Stoneforest Town were independent players. These players weren't just applying to Zero Wing because the guild now had a 3-star residence. They were even more inspired by Stoneforest Town's massive transformation. Aside from the town's amazing mana density, Stoneforest Town had recently undergone major reconstruction. Far more merchant NPCs now visited the town. There was also the newly reopened battle arena. The town was simply too tempting as long as they joined Zero Wing. Even as an ordinary member, they could easily travel back to Stoneforest Town. Their leveling spots would no longer be limited to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Moreover, they would have a shorter waiting time when entering the battle arena. To players that loved adventure and improving their combat techniques, becoming a member of Zero Wing was ideal. While Sherfone had been in the Adventurers Association, he had also implemented a new option for Stoneforest Town: the sale of private houses. When Stoneforest Town had been a basic town, it had simply been too small. Zero Wing barely had enough space for its own development, let alone selling precious land. However, things had changed. After its promotion to an intermediate town, Stoneforest Town grew to occupy several times more land than before. As part of his plan for the town's development, Sherfone had used some space to construct private housing. He would sell a small portion of these private houses to the public, while the remainder would be reserved for guild members. It was a kind of guild benefit. As long as one became an elite member, they would qualify to purchase a private house of their own. Only, they would have to do so with guild contribution points. Fortunately, they would enjoy lower prices than the houses sold to the public. Many of God's domain's players dreamed of owning a private house. Not to mention living in a mana-dense environment like Stoneforest Town. The private houses had already become a hot topic among Stoneforest Town's players. Zero Wing is so stingy. They're only selling 100 houses to the public. There are so many independent players in this town. How is this supposed to be enough for all of us? I don't know if there's going to be enough to go around, but what I do know is that Zero Wing is too fraudulent. Even the cheapest house costs 400 gold. This price is almost as much as an outer area shop in a minor NPC city. Even independent experts are lucky if they have 100 gold on hand. How could anyone afford such expensive houses? I know, right? However, our adventurer team is prepared to pool our funds to purchase one. This way, our guild will have a gathering point. We won't have to waste our time on hotels anymore. Your team is going to have an awesome time then. As long as you become 2-star adventurers, you can purchase a fixed teleportation array and set it up in a house. You'll be able to transfer directly to your house. That's way better than joining Zero Wing. However, I'm betting that the large guilds are going to purchase most of these houses. That shouldn't be possible. Zero Wing has already stated that other guilds are not allowed to purchase houses. Moreover, the buyers to sign a contract with Zero Wing. Even if people from the various large guilds try to buy a house, they can't. As Sherfone relaxed in an advanced carriage, heading to the Candlelight trading firm to store the bronze tablet in the warehouse, he received a call from Aqua Rose Guild leader. Twilight Echo contacted me stating that they have something to discuss with you. Aqua Rose joyfully announced. Tell me Glorious Echo is looking for me? Sherfone frowned. He did not have a particularly good impression of Glorious Echo. However, he was rather grateful because, if not for him, Aqua Rose wouldn't have joined Zero Wing now. The elders have already sacked Glorious Echo. One of my uncles is managing the guild temporarily, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head in. I still have some matters to deal with, so have him wait in the residence for a while. Chapter 1181, New Overlord. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1181, New Overlord. Storm Empire, Imperial Capital Storm City. Although the sky grew darker, the Imperial Capital shone brightly. Players crowded the streets. Storm City's teleportation hall was particularly packed. Players flooded into the city, one group after another. It was far livelier than in White River City at this moment. A group of players appeared in the teleportation magic array that was the size of half a basketball court. Although it was only a 20-man team, these players were all very high-leveled. The lowest among them was level 42, and the highest was level 44, as these players did not wear black cloaks to hide their levels. The instant they appeared, they attracted almost everyone's attention in the teleportation hall. Many stared at these players with a mixture of awe and fear. Everyone was curious about this powerful group's sudden appearance. After all, the current #1 player on the Storm Empire's ranking list was only level 43. Moreover, that person had only recently reached level 43. The most unbelievable thing was that none of these players wore a guild emblem, proving that they were not from a guild, but independent players. If Sherphone were here to see this, he would definitely recognize this group. This team of 20 was none other than the Peak Adventure Team Owl. The person leading the team was Owl's commander, White Knight. White Knight was already a level 44 ranger. Frozen Dream, the elementalist who stood beside him, had also reached level 44 commander. This place is really lively. I think that there are as many people here as there are in Flame Dragon City. Frozen Dream, who wielded an icy blue crystal staff, said, slightly surprised as she surveyed the teleportation hall. Flame Dragon City was the Flame Dragon Empires, one of the 4 great empires, Imperial Capital. The player population there far outstripped other empires' capitals. The Storm Empire wasn't particularly powerful. It was only on par with the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, the empire occupied a relatively remote area. Logically, the city's prosperity shouldn't be a match for Black Dragon City. Yet the current commotion was shocking at a glance. Frozen Dream could tell that practically every player in the teleportation hall was level 38 or above. Among these players, there were even level 40 and level 41 experts aside from the players' high levels. There were also a considerable number of guilds from the various guild emblems. Frozen Dream could see at least 100 guilds had gathered here. Among them, quite a few were first-rate guilds. There should be nothing surprising about this. Have you forgotten why we have come? White Knight asked calmly. Chuckling, did the Nature Hall invite them? Frozen Dream quickly came to a realization. Not exactly. Only a small portion has actually received invites. The other guilds have simply taken the initiative to come here to express their goodwill. After all, the situation in the Storm Empire has changed. As for the independent players, I'm willing to bet that 80% of them are here to join the Nature Hall, White Knight said. Shaking his head, they had come here because they had received an invite from the Nature Hall, a first-rate guild, to celebrate the guild's achievement of becoming Storm City's ruler. God's domain didn't have many empires. Until now, the Storm Empire's capital had been under the rule of the super first-rate guild, 9-Star Family. However, nobody had expected the Nature Hall, which had an intense competition with Twilight Echo, to wage a violent war against the 9-Star Family. This war had sparked due to the mineral vein beneath a particular town. Everyone had thought that the Nature Hall had lost its mind to battle the 9-Star Family. It was madness in the end. However, the 9-Star Family suffered a devastating defeat, and the Nature Hall had taken possession of the town. No one had expected this outcome, either. Although the 9-Star Family was a relatively weak super first-rate guild, at the end of the day, it was still a bona fide super first-rate guild. No first-rate guild could afford to provoke it when the war had ended. Everyone believed that the 9-Star Family would exact its revenge on the Nature Hall. Shockingly, however, the 9-Star Family had withdrawn from Storm City with the 9-Star Family's retreat. The Nature Hall had grown stronger with each passing day. It had even shocked other first-rate guilds. In the end, nobody could stop the Nature Hall from taking control of Storm City. Meanwhile, Today was the day that the Nature Hall took full control. Today, it became the #1 guild in the Storm Empire, as Owl had done some business with the Nature Hall in the past. The adventurer team had received an invite to the guild's celebration as soon as White Knight and the others left the teleportation hall. A group of shield warriors and guardian knights wearing uniform equipment appeared before them. A strict-looking man stood at the lead of this group. The man looked to be in his 30s and had a cross-shaped knife scar across his face. He was fully geared in silver armor and carried a mountain axe that was as tall as himself on his back. The man's level was also impressive. He was actually level 42. "Hello, Mr. White. I am Abyssal Thunder. Guild Leader Universe sent me to receive you. Your carriages have already been prepared," Abyssal Thunder said as he pointed at the advanced carriages parked beside him. The passers-by on the street were stupefied by this scene. "Who are these people? Amazing. The Nature Hall security team is actually welcoming them personally. Even first-rate guilds don't get such treatment." Level 44. Could they be the overlords of some other city? When the passers-by saw White Knight and the others climb into the advanced carriages, they were jealous. As the Nature Hall celebrated its success, several strangers appeared before Zero Wing's residence in White River City. These people were all very high-leveled, with the lowest among them being level 41. They all wore level 40 Dark Gold equipment, becoming the envy of those lining up to apply to Zero Wing Brother Spring. Zero Wing is astounding. I can't even see the end of the line of elite players. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Zero Wing's elite member count even surpasses Twilight Echo. A robust, tanned level 41 shield warrior exclaimed when he saw the crowd at the main entrance. "That's right." The middle-aged man, named Spring Echo, said, sighing ruefully. Nobody could have imagined that, within such a short time, the little girl that left Twilight Echo had managed to develop a small, unknown guild into its current state. The family's old bastards were particularly stupefied to elevate the family's strength. Those old bastards had tried to force Aqua Rose into a marriage with Brilliant War God. Now, however, Aqua Rose was getting by even better than those old bastards. If not for Aqua Rose being Zero Wing's vice guild leader, they wouldn't be here to meet the mysterious guild leader today, following which Spring Echo led the 4 people behind him into Zero Wing's residence. After entering the guild hall, Spring Echo was flabbergasted by what he saw. The players occupying the first floor hall were all level 36 and above. Moreover, he could tell that the level 36 and level 37 players were only ordinary members. However, this was not the reason for Spring Echo's shock. Rather, he was surprised by the equipment these players wore. The majority of these players were equipped with level 35 secret silver equipment, with the most inferior being level 35 mysterious iron equipment. As for the elite players that had reached level 40, they actually wore level 40 fine gold equipment. Not even Twilight Echo could say the same, as Spring Echo and his group quietly waited inside the reception room. Aqua Rose entered the instant Aqua Rose stepped inside the room. Spring Echo and the others astounded once more at this moment. Aqua Rose did not wear a black cloak to hide her level and equipment, so everyone saw that she had already reached level 48. Chapter 1182. The Intimidating Zero Wing. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1182. The Intimidating Zero Wing. How did she reach such a high level? Spring Echo was thoroughly shocked. Level 48. Aqua Rose could definitely rank #1 on the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. The current known highest level player in the Storm Empire was only level 43 inches edition. Aqua Rose's equipment was extraordinary. Ordinary experts might not recognize the woman's equipment, but as the acting guild leader of Twilight Echo, Spring Echo knew full well what Aqua Rose was wearing right now, the Tier 1 set equipment for Cursemancer's Evil Soul. They had recently encountered Tier 1 set equipment as well. It had been recognized as only inferior to epic set equipment below level 50. While a Tier 1 set equipment's basic attributes were only slightly superior to a Dark Gold set equipment of the same level, the equipment's true power lay in its high compatibility with players, allowing the wearers to exert higher combat power as a set equipment. Its set effects were highly compatible with the class it was meant for, further enhancing the class's strengths. However, Such a good set equipment was not that easy to obtain. Even a veteran first-rate guild like Twilight Echo had not managed to collect a complete set after investing a ton of manpower and resources yet. Now, Aqua Rose War 1. Uncle Spring, I'm sorry for the long wait. The guild leader has just returned. I'll bring you to meet him now. Aqua Rose simply smiled as she looked at everyone's shocked expressions. She then led Spring Echo to the guild leader's office while Aqua Rose led the way. The experts behind Spring Echo spoke in hushed tones. Brother Spring, your niece is simply amazing. I'm afraid that even Twilight Echo's #1 expert, Darkwave, can't match her now. A Tier 1 set equipment. If those elders knew about this, they'd die from envy. Despite investing all that effort into collecting Tier 1 set equipment, even now, we only have 3 pieces of our most complete set. Spring Echo could only smile bitterly in response to his subordinate's discussion. What else could he say? Before coming to Zero Wing, he had prepared himself mentally. After all, Zero Wing's battle records were incredible. This was especially true for the latest one. Not only had Zero Wing annihilated Blackwater, which had the Blackwater Corporation support, but it had also suppressed the Super Guild Pantheon. If Zero Wing did not have a certain background, how could it possibly defeat such powerful enemies? Now, not only did Zero Wing control the gold mine that was Stone Forest Town, but it also had a 3-star guild residence. Although the guild might not be a match for Twilight Echo when it came to the number of towns and cities it controlled, in terms of potential, Zero Wing was leaps and bounds above Twilight Echo very quickly. Under Aqua Rose's lead, Spring Echo reached the guild leader's office on the top floor. Phone, Gentle Snow, and Fire Dance all waited in the office. What kind of place is this? When Spring Echo saw the room's interior, he froze. Phone was currently wearing a black cloak, so he could not see the swordsman's level. However, Gentle Snow and Fire Dance, who stood beside him, were not wearing their cloaks. He could clearly see that Gentle Snow was level 47, while Fire Dance was level 48. As for the weapons and equipment the two women wore, although they had hidden the items' glow effects, Spring Echo could tell that they were monster-like expert from the women's frightening auras. Moreover, from the information Twilight Echo had collected on Zero Wing, he knew that both Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had reached the rumored realm and become true peak experts only now upon meeting the women in person. Did he realize how massive the gap was between them? Spring Echo felt as if he had just entered a monster's nest and his life were no longer under his control. If Gentle Snow and Fire Dance wanted to kill him and his subordinates right now, Spring Echo wouldn't bother to resist. He knew full well that experts like himself and his subordinates could not even serve as a warm-up for these women. Please sit. Feng gestured to the chair before his desk. He was utterly satisfied with how effectively Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had shocked Spring Echo and his companions. This was an act to help Aqua Rose increase her bargaining chips and influence in her family. I heard that Twilight Echo has some business to discuss. May I know what that business is? Guild leader Black Flame, I'll get straight to the point. Twilight Echo has discovered a mine in the Storm Empire. However, with only our guild strength, I'm afraid we can't secure that mine. Hence, Twilight Echo wishes to cooperate with Zero Wing and operate the mine together. As for the profits, we'll split them 50-50. Spring Echo understood that Twilight Echo could hold no secrets from Phone. After all, Aqua Rose was here. However, it was also precisely because of Aqua Rose that Twilight Echo had sought out Zero Wing to cooperate. This is interesting. They're the mine that even you guys can't handle. Phone found the revelation somewhat surprising. No matter what was said or done, Twilight Echo was a veteran first-rate guild. The Storm Empire was already famed for its mineral production. There were plenty of mines throughout the empire, so much so that first-rate guilds had no reason to compete with each other. What if I tell you that it produces energy ore? Spring Echo asked, smiling. Are you sure? The news stunned Phone. Energy ore. That was an even higher rank material than Raven's manatite ore. While players had a certain chance of obtaining magic crystals when mining manatite ore, there was an even greater chance to obtain magic crystals when mining energy ore. Moreover, Energy ore was an extremely rare mineral that had many uses currently. A stack of energy ore could sell for roughly 2 gold. If sold in an area that where minerals were scarce, one could easily sell a stack for 3 gold. The high demand was due to energy ore's 2 main purposes. The first regarded forging, since it could increase forging success rate. The second was in engineering, where it could be used to produce core components in engineering tools. Hence, energy ore was expensive. Normally, players could only harvest some scattered ore. No one had found a mineral vein that produced ITI can assure of this. Spring Echo responded seriously. I can agree to work with you. However, I want a 30-70 split, 70 to 0 wing and 30 to you. Moreover, the nearby town must be placed under 0 wing's control. Shurfeng proposed his conditions after giving the matter some thought. When everyone inside the room heard Shurfeng's conditions, they could not help but gasp. Even Aqua Rose hadn't expected Shurfeng to be so demanding. Guild leader Black Flame, aren't you going a little overboard? Despite Spring Echo being a well-mannered person, even he could not help his growing anger. He felt like Shurfeng were trying to toy with him, rather than negotiate. Chapter 1183, Value of an Energy Vein. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1183, Value of an Energy Vein. The rage in Spring Echo's eyes lasted for a long while. Seeing as Shurfeng was intent on remaining silent, he could not help but take a deep breath and turn to Aqua Rose, hoping that his niece could talk some sense in her guild leader if possible. Twilight Echo didn't want anybody else having a hand in the energy mine, however. The energy mine was simply too eye-catching. Moreover, with the Nature Hall rapidly growing stronger and the long-time rivalry between the two guilds, it was only a matter of time before the Hall took action against Twilight Echo. Hence, they had decided to seek cooperation with 0 Wing. The first reason for this decision was the energy mine's defense. The second reason was that they could pull 0 Wing onto the same boat. The Nature Hall wouldn't go all out against the two guilds for fear of incurring heavy losses. Spring Echo had already investigated the energy vein and was certain it was one of the mineral veins that could produce magic crystals. A large stock of magic crystals would help improve the guild's overall strength. Moreover, the various large guilds were more willing to use magic crystals to trade for weapons and equipment. However, before Aqua Rose could say anything, Shurfeng opened his mouth and spoke again. These conditions are my bottom line. If you feel that they are inappropriate, you are welcome to choose other partners. Guild leader, Aqua Rose hadn't expected Shurfeng to be this determined. Not only had Shurfeng asked for 70% of the mine's profits, but he also wanted full control over the mining town. No sane guild would agree to that currently. Twilight Echo's situation in the Storm Empire did not look too good. If properly negotiated, 0 Wing could secure 60% of the mine's profits. Obtaining the mining town, however, should be impossible. Nobody would easily hand over a town they struggled to obtain. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person shocked. Even Gentle Snow was somewhat surprised. Twilight Echo's offer was a good thing for 0 Wing. Even without taking control of the town, the magic crystal income would boost the guild's development. Although 0 Wing now had a 3-star guild residence in the training room, at the end of the day, the training room only taught players combat basics. If one wished to become an expert, they still needed the battles in the Trial Tower. Guild leader Black Flame, Twilight Echo is willing to give you 70% of the mine's profits at most. As for the town, we will not part with it. Spring Echo believed that Shurfeng wanted to intimidate him. After considering 0 Wing's current situation, eventually, he chose to take a step back. It seems Twilight Echo still doesn't understand the importance of an energy vein. Shurfeng could not help but sigh. Forget it. If you don't want to hand over the town, our discussion ends here. In any case, the town still has its protection period. Even if other guilds want it, they can't do anything against it. Return for now and consider my offer. After saying so, Shurfeng had fired Dance dismissed Spring Echo and his subordinates away. Even as Spring Echo left the room, he couldn't figure out what had just happened. Despite his generosity, Shurfeng had no intentions of negotiating with him. He even doubted that Shurfeng truly understood the energy vein's value after seeing Spring Echo depart. Gentle Snow asked, Guild leader, is the town really that valuable? 0 Wing was already stretched thin with managing Stone Forest Town and the several NPC cities they were based in. Even if Zero Wing obtained another highly valuable town, they couldn't do anything with it after all. A town's construction and development demanded a lot of manpower and resources. The town itself isn't particularly valuable. The true value lies in the energy vein. Only, the vein is far more valuable than Twilight Echo can imagine. If they want to defend the energy vein successfully, Zero Wing needs to control the town. Otherwise, even if we work with Twilight Echo, defending the energy vein will be impossible. If that's the case, we might as well stay out of it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. That was an energy vein they talking about. It was far more valuable than a manatite vein. A single manatite vein had already forced Raven, one of the 6 great dark guilds, to go all out to defend it. Even Raven wouldn't be able to secure an energy vein in the past. Every energy vein had sparked an intense war. In these wars, first-rate guilds were little more than cannon fodder yet. Twilight Echo thought that they could defend an energy vein with the strength of 2 guilds. It was wishful thinking if it were possible to obtain 50% of an energy vein's profits by contributing manpower and resources. Shi Feng would raise both his hands and legs to volunteer. However, God's domain was a far crueler place than Spring Echo assumed. He had only dared to agree with Spring Echo because he had 3 trump cards. The first was the 4 Towers of Elements. He had the designs for the towers in his hand. As long as they had the materials, they could construct the towers to defend the town. The second was Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Dragging her into the fray would deter others from joining the fight. The third was the Secret Pavilion. He had worked with the Secret Pavilion frequently. Meanwhile, the Secret Pavilion was a transcendental existence in God's domain. It was even more of a deterrence than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as long as the town was protected by the 4 Towers of Elements and had the backing of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Secret Pavilion. Other superpowers of first-rate guilds would have to think twice before moving against the town. In fact, with how much manpower and resources he would have to invest to have a chance of defending the energy vein, he was only willing to give Twilight Echo 30% of the profits due to his consideration for Aqua Rose. Of course, if Zero Wing were sufficiently powerful and could afford to station 1 million elite members and over 10,000 expert players to defend the town, it might be able to occupy the vein itself. However, that wasn't possible right now, although Shi Feng's comment had been simple. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose quickly understood his reasoning. Hence, they said no more. It was common knowledge that great wealth often attracted disaster. They hadn't imagined that the energy vein was so valuable. Brother Spring, what do we do now? A level 41 Berserker asked after noticing Spring Echo's silence. Zero Wing's asking price is simply too high. We can't negotiate with them. They had come here today to negotiate cooperation. However, instead of gaining Zero Wing's help, the guild had chased them out. What else can we do? We have to report to the other elders, word for word. We'll let them decide. In any case, I'm too lazy to bother with this. If I had known something like this would happen, I would never have agreed to become acting guild leader to begin with. Spring Echo's mood deflated as he rolled his eyes at the brawny man beside him, following which Spring Echo retrieved a return scroll and departed from White River City. Elsewhere, Shi Feng used the teleportation array in the residence's basement to teleport to the savage wildland. He was prepared to set out towards the Sea of Death. He handed the rest of the guild's matters to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. As Shi Feng left White River City, inside Stone Ape Forest within Starmoon City's region, a 20-man team of level 40 elite players fought a level 43 Stone Ape Chieftain. Increase your firepower. The boss is almost dead. The level 41 ranger leading the team commanded excitedly when the Stone Ape Chieftain had less than 10% HP remaining. The team heard an agonizing scream from the back. Everyone instinctively turned towards its source. Grand. The ranger shuddered when he saw the dried mummy of his teammate. This was simply too fast. In the second between the scream and when the team had turned to look, their cleric had died. How did he die? The team members couldn't help their curiosity. Is it the chieftain's skill? As everyone believed this to be the case, a shadow flashed past the team. Suddenly, Another scream echoed throughout the Ariates, a monster ambush. Be careful. The ranger warned his teammates, however. As soon as he had said so, several more shadows flashed past their group, killing his teammates, one after another. Only those who reacted quickly and activated their life-saving skills managed to survive and caught a glimpse of the shadows' true appearance. These black shadows were all humanoid monsters. However, a single horn grew from their heads, and their entire bodies were covered in pitch-black scales. Moreover, when these monsters looked at their team, they looked like hunters toying with their prey run. When the ranger saw this, he fully understood that they were no match for these monsters. However, although he made the correct decision, they could not escape their fates. A short moment later, these one-horned monsters slaughtered everyone on the team. Ha ha ha. These humanoid monsters really are astounding. I wonder if another one will emerge from these players? After the 20-man team died, a person wandered out of the dense forest. This person radiated a sinister aura, incompatible with the surrounding environment. This person's skin was dark gray, and a blood-red magic array had been imprinted between his eyebrows. This person did not appear human at all. If Shurfeng were here, he would definitely recognize this creature as none other than Blackwater's guild leader, Abandon Wave. Chapter 1184, Naval Empire. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1184, Naval Empire. Please don't disappoint me. Abandoned Wave slowly walked up to one of the corpses. He then took a dark gray crystal ball from his bag. A sinister glow flashed in the crystal's center, making it look like an eyeball. Just looking at it would give someone the creeps. Abandoned Wave then began to chant an incantation. In the next moment, blood-red mist emerged from the crystal ball, gradually seeping into the corpse. After a short moment, the player's corpse began to move. However, as Abandoned Wave finished the final verse, the dried mummy exploded into a blood-red mist. In the blink of an eye, the crystal reabsorbed the mist. Damn it. These people are too weak. Abandoned Wave stomped his feet in frustration. He then opened his system map and looked through it carefully. It seems I'll have to go elsewhere to find experts. I recall that place being one of the high-resource maps the Star Alliance occupies. There should be quite a number of experts there. I'll use you guys to test my new powers. Saying so, Abandoned Wave summoned a giant, two-headed wolf. He rode it towards the Sunset Hills, which was only a short distance away from Stone Ape Forest. Storm Empire, Twilight Echoes Guild Residence. Spring. So you're saying that if we don't hand over the town's management rights to Zero Wing won't agree to work with us? Zero Wing is playing us for fools. Do they really think that Twilight Echo needs their help to defend a town? I've always said that Zero Wing is unreliable. Rather than working with Zero Wing, we should invest more in the town's defense. In any case, we have some time before the town's protection period ends. Moreover, we have the area around the energy vein under our control. Even if the Nature Hall wants to take it from us, it won't be that easy for them to steal in our territory. However, we cannot underestimate the Nature Hall either. I've just received a report stating that they have recruited a large number of elite players during their celebration. They have also found many powerful independent players. I'm not sure what methods the Nature Hall has used, but they've convinced many powerful adventurer teams to join them as well. Even if Twilight, Echo, and 7th Street work together, we are still no match for the Nature Hall. Some major corporation must be supporting the Nature Hall from the shadows. We need to be more careful from now on. Since the situation has reached this point, let's give up on negotiating with Zero Wing and focus on the energy vein. As long as we enhance the town's defenses with our geographical advantage, even a Nature Hall will have to think twice before they try anything. Twilight Echo's various elders unanimously agreed that they would not satisfy Zero Wing's greed. Meanwhile, Shurfeng reached the edge of the Sea of Death. Aboard his Swift Dragon speedboat, players recognized the Sea of Death as a forbidden land. However, they also called it the Garden of Eden. This was due to the various opportunities that existed alongside the dangers in the past. Countless players that craved adventure had come to this sea zone. Among them, a few had become famous experts due to fortuitous encounters before Shurfeng entered the Sea of Death. However, he could see massive crashing waves and hear fierce roaring. He immediately knew that sea monsters were the cause of the phenomena. The undeveloped Sea of Death really is dangerous. Sherfone was slightly astonished as he watched the rising waves in the distance, although he did not know the sea monsters' appearances or numbers. Judging by the water's movement, he could tell that there were quite a few ahead. If he took the risk and continued forward, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would die. The Swift Dragon speedboat did not improve his chances, unlike the monsters on land. Sea monsters all had extremely high HP. They normally had 3 to 5 times more than land monsters of the same rank and level. Including the geographical advantage, even a Lord-ranked sea monster could easily annihilate a team of 100 elite players if 5 or more sea monsters occupied this route. It would be inaccessible for players. With so many sea monsters in one location, a boss-rank existence must be present. A boss in this area would be at least a great lord in land. Monsters of such rank shouldn't be provoked, much less at sea. Without a fleet of ships, players would have no choice but to take the long way around. By Sure Fang's estimation, there should be over 10 sea monsters ahead. With so many, it was possible that a Grand Lord rank sea monster was present. Although the Swift Dragon speedboat was powerful, it would be nothing more than an appetizer for a Grand Lord. While Sure Fang plotted a different path into the Sea of Death, he discovered a fleet of ships heading towards the sea monsters. It was clear that these players were looking for a raid. A fleet consisted of at least 30 ships. Of course, fishing boats did not count. The fleet Sure Fang watched consisted of over 100 ordinary speedboats and numerous advanced speedboats. There were even a few bronze speedboats in the lead. As the fleet gradually approached the sea monsters, Sure Fang got a clear view of the situation through the Swift Dragon speedboat's telescope. The 4 bronze speedboats in the lead had been decorated with the image of an aqua blue spear. This image was the fleet's symbol. These symbols weren't just for show. They had a similar function, although significantly weaker, to a suppression magic array. Normally, players could only gain such a symbol after registering as a fleet with the Adventurers Association, the Freedom Alliance. Sure Fang was surprised when he saw that blue spear. Why are they here? The Freedom Alliance was not a guild. Rather, it was an organization of various small guilds and adventurer teams. Of course, not just any guild or adventurer team qualified to join the Alliance. They needed to meet certain criteria to do so. In such a way, the Freedom Alliance combined the powers of various naval guilds and adventurer teams to form a superpower at sea. In the past, the Freedom Alliance had been even stronger than some super guilds' naval forces. However, the Freedom Alliance hadn't been active in the Sea of Death. Instead, it had occupied the seas, and was many times larger than the Sea of Death. It was even considered a naval empire. The seas and housed cities and alliances that were comprised of numerous islands. The playstyle there wasn't as intense as on land. Rather, competition between players there wasn't particularly intense. However, the area was far more dangerous than on the mainland. Moreover, players that lived in the seas and had been inseparable from naval combat since the moment they joined God's domain. Hence, when it came to combat at sea, players from the seas and were far more powerful than even the experts of the various large guilds. Just barging in. Sure Fang was momentarily stunned as he watched the fleet charge towards the sea monsters. Chapter 1185, Marine King Creature. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1185, Marine King Creature. What are they trying to do? Sure Fang was at a loss when he saw the Freedom Alliance's fleet charge into the sea monster group without hesitation. Logically, as veteran sailors, the Freedom Alliance should not have made such a rookie mistake. Sea monsters were different from monsters on land. Not only were they massive, but they were also capable of influencing the battlefield's terrain. They also had wide-range attacks, making it very difficult for players to dodge or block. As a result, fighting sea monsters was many times more challenging than monsters on land. Normally, a fleet had to distribute tasks and prepare before battle. In battles against multiple sea monsters, the ship's positions were very important. Players would pay for mistakes, and blood players would be asking for a beating if they simply charged into battle. In the majority of land battles, at most, players would pay for mistakes with their lives. However, a mistake out at sea would destroy their ships. Even if the ship survived after being struck by sea monsters, the ship would lose durability. When a ship's durability fell to a certain point, like weapons and equipment, it could no longer be repaired. Not to mention, the price of repairing a ship was much higher than weapons and equipment. In addition, repairing a ship was more time-consuming. However, as Shurfang's curiosity about the Freedom Alliance's actions grew, the Alliance's players discovered Shurfang's Swift Dragon speedboat commander. There's a speedboat starboard side. By the looks of it, the speedboat should be considerably high quality. Should we chase it away first before the battle? A level 41 male elementalist in dark blue mage robes asked a robust man in a respectful tone. This robust, leopard man was none other than the Freedom Alliance's 3rd Fleet commander, Passing Monarch. Practically everyone in the seas and had heard of this man. Ignore it. It's just a speedboat. It won't affect our operation. If it tries to pull something, we'll deal with it then, Passing Monarch casually commanded as he glanced at the Swift Dragon speedboat. All right, enough. We'll proceed according to plan. They had a total of 120 ships. Among them, 24 were advanced speedboats. In addition, they had 4 bronze speedboats. A single speedboat could not disturb their operation. If they wanted to, they could sink it with little more than a thought understood. Immediately, the fleet spread out and gradually circled the group of sea monsters war. The sea monsters soon noticed the Freedom Alliance's fleet. They began to surface, revealing their true appearances. Among the sea monsters, one was a massive sea serpent king. The serpent's head alone was the size of a 3-story building. When the serpent roared, waves rose and smashed against the Freedom Alliance's ships. Aside from this sea serpent king, which was hundreds of meters long, there were also many one-horned sea serpents, which were roughly 60 to 70 meters in length. If ordinary players saw this, they would most likely pale from fright. Sea serpent king, marine king creature, king class sea monster, great lord. Level 52, HP 160, 000, 000/160, 000. One-horned sea serpent, sea monster, chieftain. Level 50, HP 18, 000, 000/18, 000. A king-class sea monster. When Shurfang finally saw the sea monster's true appearances, he was shocked. Sea monsters fell into different categories than monsters on land, as they had additional classifications based on their life ratings. The higher a sea monster's life rating was, the stronger they were than other sea monsters of the same rank and level. A king sea monster, for example, was a boss among bosses. Normally, sea monsters could be categorized as ordinary, leader dash, and king class. There were also sea monsters of a legendary Titan class. The king class's life rating could already rival that of the archaic species on land. Not only were such sea monsters extremely rare, but they were also insanely strong. As for Titan class sea monsters, they were the equivalent of ferocious beasts like the 9-headed magic snake, whose life rating was even higher than ordinary dragons. Even Tier 6 gods would have difficulty killing ferocious beasts. The Sea Serpent King before him was a king-class existence. Despite it being only a great lord, it was more than capable of annihilating an entire fleet by itself. That's right, annihilation. Normally, king-class sea monsters only lived in extremely dangerous sea zones. They didn't usually show up in places like Theseus. Shurfang considered steering his ship away from this area. The Sea Serpent King pointed its head at the sky and roared. Dark clouds then began to gather, covering the sky as expected of a king-class sea monster. It is already capable of using a domain despite being a great lord. Shurfang's expression twisted as he watched the sky. He was familiar with the move the Sea Serpent King had just used. The skill was called Weather Control, and as its name suggested, it allowed the great lord to control an area's weather in the blink of an eye. Waterspouts formed, one after another, enclosing the area and cutting off players' escape routes. Unless players wanted to risk their lives and sacrifice their ships, there would be no retreat. This was also one of the reasons that fleets would suffer annihilation after encountering king-class sea monsters, however, As if they had predicted this development, the Freedom Alliance's scattered ships began to activate magic arrays. Together, 100 speedboats formed a massive, blue magic array that enveloped the zone. Following which, two more similar magic arrays appeared. Overlapping in the next moment, arcs of blue lightning descended, limiting the sea monster's movements. What a powerful threefold magic barrier. Surephone was stunned when he saw the fleet suppress the Sea Serpent King's movements normally. Magic arrays capable of suppressing king-classy monsters were intermediate rank at the very minimum. With every additional layer a magic array possessed, its strength would be increased by one-fold. As this was a threefold magic array, its strength tripled. As Surephone watched, the Freedom Alliance's players began to move. Among them, 100 ships maintained a magic array, while the remaining 20 ships circled and attacking the sea monsters. Naval battles were different from land battles. Due to sea monsters' wide-range attacks, players couldn't dodge with their own movement speed. Hence, they needed to rely on their ships to avoid the sea monsters' attacks. If an attack were truly unavoidable, the ship's MTs would meet the attack head-on. Meanwhile, players had to rely on range classes and their ship's attack power. This was also why ships were more important than experts at sea. The 20 ships madly bombarded the Sea Serpent King and one-horned sea serpents due to the magic array suppression. Both the Great Lord and the Chieftain's mobility was limited. With the Freedom Alliance's high-quality ships, avoiding the sea monsters' attacks was relatively easy. Even if an occasional attack struck their ships, the MTs on board received most of the damage, significantly reducing the ship's durability. The only troublesome foe was the Sea Serpent King. Fortunately, the Freedom Alliance's fleet was very strong. The 4 bronze speedboats were responsible for tanking the Great Lord. Bronze speedboats possessed a certain damage reduction capability. Only after the ship reduced the initial damage would players receive the attack. If advanced speedboats received one of the Sea Serpent King's attacks, the MTs on board would die instantly under the constant stream of cannon fire and ranged attacks. The chieftain-ranked one-horned sea serpents quickly died off eventually. Only the Sea Serpent King remained. However, the Great Lord still possessed over 100 million HP. The more damage the Sea Serpent King received, the more powerful its attacks became. It also grew faster as the battle progressed. It was obvious that the Great Lord had adapted slightly to the magic array suppression originally. After 5 MTs split the damage from an attack, each MT would only lose around 1/3 of their HP. Now, however, the MTs would lose half of their HPs instantly. If the Sea Serpent King dealt 2 consecutive attacks, the MTs would be annihilated. Increase the healing. If your mana falls below 25%, use a mana recovery potion immediately. Old Wizard, hold on for a little longer. I'm going to give this little snake a big one. Passing Monarch commanded when he realized the Sea Serpent King's attacks were growing more aggressive. Leave it to me. Old Wizard, the captain of the ship currently tanking the Sea Serpent King, confirmed and nodded. However, as soon as he said so, the Sea Serpent King spread its jaws, a large amount of elemental mana gathering in its mouth. In the next moment, it spat a beam, sweeping across over half of the battlefield. As the beam struck, 3 advanced speedboats were crippled. As for the other 5 advanced speedboats that were struck, their durability dropped to below 50%. As for the 2 bronze speedboats that had received the attack, they fared slightly better, as they hadn't lost a single player. Unfortunately, the ship's durability had fallen by 1/5. Chapter 1186, Dragon Cannon. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1186, Dragon Cannon. With a single move, the Sea Serpent King had crippled 3 of the 20 attacking ships, killing all 20 players aboard each ship. In addition, 5 other advanced speedboats would crumble if they received one more hit, while 2 bronze speedboats had suffered relatively significant damage. The Freedom Alliance members were stunned. So, this is a king-class sea monster? Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he looked at the Sea Serpent King. Change of plans. Tank it with the Tier 3 summon creatures. Everyone else, attack the boss. The Sea Serpent King was far stronger than he had initially expected as the Serpent King shrugged off the threefold magic array's effects. The Great Lord would annihilate them all if it used that large-scale destructive skill a few more times. The longer they dragged this battle out, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Hence, they had no choice but to use their trump card as soon as Passing Monarch gave the command. The level 42 summoner beside him took out a Tier 3 summoning scroll and activated it. The astute Sea Serpent King abruptly turned its head towards Passing Monarch's bronze speedboat, a glimmer of ridicule and disdain flashing in its golden eyes. It swiped its massive tail at the speedboat. The Great Lord attack had a wide range and was extremely fast, making it impossible for the speedboat to evade in time. Seeing this, Passing Monarch shouted in panic, "Activate the strongest defense." Suddenly, a light blue magic barrier formed around the bronze speedboat. At the same time, the ship's 5 MTs activated their life-saving skills and moved forward to receive the descending tail boom. The collision created a tidal wave, climbing over a dozen meters into the sky, and sent the bronze speedboat flying over 30 yards away. As for the 5 level 41 and level 42 MTs, they had been smashed into the deck, their HPs decreasing by 50%. As for the bronze speedboat's condition, it fared slightly better, as it only lost 34 out of its 400 durability. It's too strong. The players maintaining the magic array could not help but shudder when they saw this. This was definitely the strongest sea monster they had ever faced. That was a bronze speedboat they were talking about. Despite Passing Monarch's speedboat having activated its defensive magic array and 5 MTs sharing some of the damage, the bronze speedboat had lost so much durability from one of the Sea Serpent King's normal attacks. If an advanced speedboat had received the attack, the speedboat would have lost at least half its durability. However, these players weren't ready to give up. They still had a trump card they hadn't used yet. As the Sea Serpent King's attack came to an end, an over 20-meter tall leopard appeared on the water surface. The leopard was entirely blue, and arcs of electricity wrapped around its body. This was none other than the Tier 3 summon creature Thundercloud Leopard. Although they were currently out at sea, the Thundercloud Leopard was one of the few summon creatures that could fly. It might not be as strong as other Tier 3 summon creatures, but its flight granted it a considerable advantage over sea monsters. This was also why Passing Monarch was confident enough to challenge the Sea Serpent King. All speedboats, distance yourselves from the boss. Attack with your cannons only. Passing Monarch commanded at the end of the day, players' attack range was limited to 40 yards. Even with the aid of certain special tools, they could, at most, extend their attack range to 50 yards. To colossal sea monsters like the Sea Serpent King, 50 yards was nothing. However, speedboats were different. Even normal cannons had a range of over 500 yards. Even a king-class sea monster would have difficulty reaching targets at such a distance. As long as the Thundercloud Leopard tanked, the boss should not target enemies that were too far away. Even if it did, with such a long distance, they would have more than enough time to defend themselves. As time passed, the battle proceeded according to Passing Monarch's plans. Although the Thundercloud Leopard's attacks were not particularly powerful, the summoned creature dealt around minus 20,000 damage with each attack. That was more than enough to hold the Sea Serpent King's aggro. Meanwhile, when the Serpent King attacked, the Thundercloud Leopard easily dodged thanks to its flight ability. As both sides were Tier 3 Great Lords, the Thundercloud Leopard was faster than its opponent, which allowed it to kite the Serpent King, while the speedboats attacked the boss. The cannons dealt far more damage than the Thundercloud Leopard, each attack dealing over minus 70,000 damage. The bronze speedboats were even more impressive, dealing over minus 110,000 damage with each hit. If special ammunition were used, each attack could deal over minus 150,000 damage. Unfortunately, special ammunition was very expensive. Even the most common flame shell cost 70 silver coins per round. There is also the more expensive Thunderbolt shell, which cost 1 gold, 50 silver, and was considerably more effective against sea monsters. With how high these shells' prices were, if the monster didn't yield anything valuable upon death, they would suffer a major loss. Moreover, sea monsters could block cannon fire, which would drastically reduce the damage they received. It would be fortunate if the attack even dealt 10% of its original damage. Meanwhile, because the Freedom Alliance was occupied with the Sea Serpent King, They disregarded cost as they barraged the Great Lord with Thunderbolt shells quick. Attack faster. Passing Monarch's heart began to beat wildly when he noticed that the Sea Serpent King only had 15% of its HP remaining. They were now in a contest of speed against the Sea Serpent King. Their operation might fail if they failed to kill the Great Lord before the Thundercloud Leopard died, as the Sea Serpent King's HP neared 10%. Its pitch-black scales turned crimson. Tornadoes then began to twist down from the sky, one after another, plunging the sea zone into chaos. This sudden development hindered the Thundercloud Leopard's movements. As a result, one of the Serpent King's attacks struck, its HP falling by over 500,000 on the spot. More tornadoes descended, moving towards the surrounding speedboats to make matters worse. The Sea Serpent King had stopped paying attention to the Thundercloud Leopard. Rather, it turned and sped towards the nearby speedboats. Although the targeted speedboats saw the Sea Serpent King approach, the Great Lord moved as if it were unaffected by the magic array suppression. It was frighteningly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before an advanced speedboat. Lashing out with its tail, the Great Lord struck the speedboat twice. Instantly, a considerably valuable advanced speedboat shattered and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. None of the crew survived. As for the Thundercloud Leopard, although it tried to pin the Sea Serpent King down again, it stood no chance against the sea monster at all now that the King-class boss had regained its full strength. As soon as the Thundercloud Leopard closed in on the Serpent King, the boss sent it flying with an attack. The summoned creature couldn't stop the Serpent King for even a second. All ships stopped maintaining the magic array and attacked the boss. Passing Monarch commanded, it was obvious that the threefold magic array was no longer effective. They had to rely on sacrifice to whittle down the Sea Serpent King. Boom, boom, boom. A series of blasts rang out. Among them, the tornadoes blocked the majority of the attacks, while the Serpent King dodged. Only a small number of cannonballs actually hit the Serpent King. However, the balls only dealt around minus 100,000 or so damage. Roar. The Sea Serpent King widened its jaws once more, gathering even more mana in its mouth than before. Dodge. Everyone dodge. Passing Monarch's expression darkened significantly when he saw the frightening amount of mana gathering in the Sea Serpent King's mouth. He then turned to look at a level 42 female elementalist beside him and said, "Joy, use the strongest defensive spell you have." Even without passing Monarch's command, the female elementalist named Blue Joy had retrieved a blue magic scroll from her bag. This magic scroll contained the Tier 2 defensive spell, Purple Flame Shield, as a massive purple barrier formed around passing Monarch's speedboat. The Sea Serpent King launched an attack. The Great Lord fired a red beam from its mouth, the beam leaving behind a massive chasm as it sliced through the water surface. It looked as if the beam had split the sea in half in the blink of an eye. Over 60% of the 100-plus speedboats sank, with the remaining having suffered heavy damage. Only the 4 bronze speedboats that had used defensive magic scrolls remained intact, as they only lost around 40 durability. As for the crews, each player lost over 20,000 HP. What a strong attack power. Sherfong was startled by the Sea Serpent King's attack. Fortunately, his speedboat was over 800 yards away from the Great Lord, not within range of the attack, when Sherfong saw that the Sea Serpent King only had 1% HP remaining. He fell into deep thought. An opportunity had shown itself. If he missed it, he would regret it for a long time. Sherfong aimed the Swift Dragon speedboat's dragon cannon at the Sea Serpent King and fired. Chapter 1187, Deterring Might. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1187, Deterring Might. Commander, that person's trying to steal our kill. Damn it, I knew we should have killed him earlier. Commander, let's send a group of speedboats to take care of him. When the Freedom Alliance noticed Sherfong launch an attack at the Sea Serpent King, they burst with rage. Since joining the game, their Freedom Alliance had been responsible for taking advantage of others, and never once had others taken advantage of them. Right? Enough. What are you all so worried about? That's a king-class sea monster. Do you think a single speedboat can do anything to it? We can deal with him once we've killed the Sea Serpent King. Although Passing Monarch was furious, he knew full well that they could not afford to split their forces at this critical moment. If they did, they really would let Shurfeng take advantage of them as soon as Passing Monarch finished speaking. Shurfeng fired the dragon cannon after aiming at the Sea Serpent Kingen the next moment. A black beam flew from the Swift Dragon speedboat's deck, piercing through the rising waves and slamming into the Serpent King's belly roar. The Sea Serpent King cried out in pain as its HP plummeted by 322,849. The attack dealt even more damage than the Freedom Alliance's Thunderbolt shells. Moreover, based on the sea monster's pained cry, one could tell that the attack had injured the Great Lord. Even after so many attacks, this was the first time the Great Lord had cried out. What a powerful cannon. Is this for real? What kind of speedboat is that? Even when we fire the Thunderbolt shells from the bronze speedboats, we only dealt around minus 120,000. Everyone was shocked by the Dragon Cannon's might commander. Apparently that other party is no weakling. That speedboat is definitely better than bronze rank. It is likely that it's a peak mysterious iron speedboat. Blue Joy said, shock filling her heart as she looked at the Swift Dragon speedboat. She wasn't shocked by the speedboat's damage against the Sea Serpent King after all. To the Sea Serpent King, that damage was far from enough to destroy the Great Lord's remaining 1% HP. With the Great Lord's battle recovery, it would be exceptionally difficult for Shurfeng to kill the Serpent King by himself. What had truly shocked her was the Swift Dragon speedboats run cosplayers of a naval empire. They had fought sea monsters ever since they had left their beginner towns. They also had a much easier time obtaining speedboats than land players. Even so, the Freedom Alliance's third fleet had only obtained 4 bronze speedboats. They had also relied on these bronze speedboats to gain a considerable amount of authority for their third fleet in the Freedom Alliance, yet the speedboat before them was mysterious iron rank. Not even the Freedom Alliance had ever found a speedboat of this rank. Only the first-rate guild based in the Sea's End had obtained one. Due to that speedboat, said first-rate guild had secured a considerable amount of influence in the Sea's End, becoming a power that few would dare to provoke. After all, a fleet led by a mysterious iron speedboat was much stronger than a fleet led by bronze speedboats. If not for the Freedom Alliance's absolute advantage of the number of bronze speedboats they had, the Alliance would not stand on equal footing with the first-rate guild. Hence, finding a mysterious iron speedboat before them right now was unbelievable. What a high defense! As expected of a king-class sea monster. Shurfeng was slightly astonished when he saw the dragon cannon's damage. The dragon cannon was even more powerful than ordinary Tier 3 spells, yet its attack against the Berserk Sea Serpent King had been insignificant. Fortunately, the cannon had injured the Great Lord, causing it to bleed and sustain a certain degree of damage. Meanwhile, Shurfeng had achieved his initial goal in reality. He hadn't considered killing the Serpent King by himself. A level 52 king-class sea monster wasn't that easy to kill. He had only fired the shot to display his strength before the Freedom Alliance in God's domain. Only the strong were respected. Without sufficient strength, nobody would be taken serious regardless of what they said. Hence, he needed to show the Freedom Alliance what he was capable of. After firing the first shot, Shurfeng stopped his assault. Rather, he sent Passing Monarch a message while waiting for the Dragon Cannon to finish its cooldown. The Dragon Cannon's cooldown lasted 15 seconds, which was slightly longer than ordinary cannons. Even if the Freedom Alliance did nothing and allowed him to attack the Sea Serpent King freely, he couldn't kill the Great Lord. After all, no single speedboat could easily take down a king-class sea monster. As for Shurfeng's message, its contents were very simple. Let's work together to kill the Sea Serpent King. Afterward, we'll split the loot 50-50. When Passing Monarch received this message, his expression twisted. However, Passing Monarch did not reply to Shurfeng immediately. Instead, he shared the message in the team chat, letting everyone take a look before making a decision. This person is insane. What kind of crap is he spouting? We're so close to killing the Sea Serpent King, yet he dares to ask for half the loot. That's right. Does he really think we won't obliterate him? The Sea Serpent King has less than 1 million HP remaining. Even if that guy tries to steal our boss, does he think he can escape so many speedboats? Moreover, Even if he does steal the last hit, he won't be able to steal the loot right before us. That's right. Commander, our losses this time are so severe. We cannot split half our loot with him. The Freedom Alliance's members opposed Shurfang's offer unanimously. Even with the Swift Dragon speedboat, Shurfang didn't qualify to stand toe-to-toe with them. If they were facing a fleet led by a mysterious iron speedboat, they might agree. However, the other party only had one ship-passing monarch shared the same opinion. In any case, the Sea Serpent King had less than 1 million HP remaining. With their fleet's remaining ships, they could take it down very quickly, following which, passing monarch replied to Shurfang, stating, "Thank you for your goodwill. However, we hope to resolve our problems by ourselves." Shurfang simply smiled after reading the reply. There was not the slightest hint of anger in his expression. He then steered the Swift Dragon speedboat away from the Sea Serpent King, showing no intention of stealing the kill, killing a King-class sea monster with just a fleet led by bronze speedboats. If the Freedom Alliance succeeded, he would bow down to them in respect. Commander, he's leaving, Blue Joy said, slightly confused when she noticed the Swift Dragon speedboat sail away from the Sea Serpent King. At least he still has a brain. The other members laughed. It's gone. Passing monarch also could not help but glance at the departing speedboat. Is he really not interested in the Sea Serpent King? However, passing monarch did not think too much about the matter. After all, they were still on a precipice, following which the remaining speedboats attacked the Sea Serpent King desperately. Although the boss dodged or blocked the majority of their attacks, when their attacks landed, they dealt around minus 100,000 damage, shaving away the Great Lord's HP. When a Thunderbolt shell demolished the Sea Serpent King's remaining 70,000 HP, the Freedom Alliance sighed in relief. They couldn't help their growing excitement. We killed the Sea Serpent King. Haha, our Freedom Alliance is invincible at sea. Everyone celebrated. Until today, not a single fleet in God's domain had managed to kill a King-class sea monster. Something's wrong. Why hasn't my experience bar increased? Don't King-class sea monsters give EXP? Some of the Freedom Alliance members realized that something was amiss. However, before they could react, a deafening roar echoed throughout the zone. Before anyone knew it, a massive, crimson serpent broke through the water surface. The serpent before them was not the same as the Sea Serpent King. Not only was it significantly larger, but the serpent also had 2 heads instead of 1. A long, pitch-black horn grew from both heads, and one could faintly see arcs of purple electricity circling the horns. As this serpent appeared, the sky turned dark. Sea Serpent King, complete state. Marine King creature, King-class sea monster, Great Lord. Level 52. HP 200, 000/200, 000. Chapter 1188. Breaking Through the Threshold. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1188. Breaking Through the Threshold. The Sea Serpent King's sudden appearance dumbfounded the Freedom Alliance members. What's going on? Didn't we kill it already? How did it get even stronger? This is cheating. Despair swept through the team as they looked at the 2-headed Sea Serpent King. They had already lost over half of their forces to kill the Sea Serpent King. They had even used their Tier 3 summoning scroll. At this point, they were both mentally and physically exhausted. Yet not only had the Sea Serpent King just revived with full HP, but it also radiated a far more powerful aura than before. How were they supposed to fight the Sea Serpent King now? Meanwhile, Shurfang, who observed from afar, wasn't surprised by this development. This was the amazing aspect of King-class sea monsters, their true might. The previous fight had simply been a warm-up. Only now would the battle truly begin. In the past, many fleets had challenged King-class sea monsters during the game's early stages. However, every one of these fleets had suffered annihilation. They simply hadn't been prepared. If a fleet struggled to defeat a King-class sea monster in its first phase, once the boss entered its second phase, the battle was a lost cause. Before the team members could regain their senses, both of the Sea Serpent Kings stretched their maws, one spitting flames, while the other spit purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, over half the battlefield drowned in fire and lightning. Any speedboat that encountered both turned to ash immediately with a single attack. The Freedom Alliance lost another 16 speedboats, with another dozen or so speedboats dropping below 50% durability. Is it just going to end like this? Helplessness filled Passing Monarch's eyes as he stared at the Sea Serpent King. He now realized that challenging a King-class sea monster had been an incredible mistake. Tornadoes enveloped the area around his fleet. It was impossible for their speedboats to break out of this encirclement. Only a mysterious iron speedboat would have any hope of escape. When Passing Monarch thought about how the fleet he and his companions had put together after through so much difficulty was about to be destroyed due to his reckless choice, guilt gripped his heart. Those were 4 bronze speedboats they were talking about. Their third fleet had spent a ton of effort to obtain these bronze speedboats. It would take them a very long time to secure another 4 suddenly. Passing Monarch received another message from Sure Fong, interested in working together now. When Passing Monarch read the new message, he was confused. Do we still have any hope of winning? Their Tier 3 summon creature had less than 1/3 of its HP remaining. They had less than 40 speedboats. Even with the strength of a mysterious iron speedboat, they had no chance of defeating the Sea Serpent King. However, when Passing Monarch recalled Sure Feng's attack against the Serpent King before it had died, he realized that it was possible that the man may have predicted this situation immediately. Passing Monarch sent Sure Feng a friend request. This way, both sides could contact each other with ease. If we work together, do we really have a chance of defeating the Sea Serpent King? Passing Monarch demanded we would have had a 50% chance of winning if we had started working together earlier. Now, we only have about a 30% chance. Sure Feng replied after considering the odds. 50%? That high? Passing Monarch suddenly regretted his earlier dismissal. Had he known that something like this would happen, he would have agreed to team up with Sure Feng earlier. However, he had no choice but to give it a shot right now. A 30% success rate was better than nothing. I promise you that. As long as we kill the Sea Serpent King, we'll split the loot 50-50, Passing Monarch said in response. However, Sure Feng shook his head and said, that was the previous condition. Now, I want all the loot. He had never involved himself with the Freedom Alliance in the past. They were neither friends nor foes. He was already being generous by offering to lend a hand. Hearing Sure Feng's words, Passing Monarch's expression turned indescribably ugly. However, he had to admit that each side's standing had transformed. The Freedom Alliance was now at a major disadvantage, as Sure Feng could swiftly leave the battlefield with his Swift Dragon speedboat gnashing his teeth. All right, I agree. Passing Monarch felt tears well up in his eyes. No matter what was said or done, he was a famous expert that everybody in the seas knew. Yet he was at Sure Feng's mercy. No one would ever believe this, following which both sides signed a system contract, agreeing that all of the Sea Serpent King's loot would go to Sure Feng once the boss died. Once they finished, Passing Monarch sent Sure Feng a team invite. However, Sure Feng rejected it, weary not forming a team. Passing Monarch asked, confused. Normally, naval battles had strict requirements regarding the ship's positioning. The fleet's commander needed to issue commands constantly. Since Sure Feng had claimed to have a way to kill the Sea Serpent King, logically, he should join the team and lead it. So, how was he going to issue orders if he did not join the team? No need. Your team just needs to focus on one thing. Maintain a distance of 500 yards and attack the Sea Serpent King at maximum range. Leave the rest to me. Sure Feng explained. Passing Monarch nearly choked. What kind of command was this? Did Sure Feng think he could hold the Sea Serpent King off with just a mysterious iron speedboat? Even the Freedom Alliance had to rely on their 4 bronze speedboats and rotate blocking attacks to pin the boss down. However, after Sure Feng said this, he disconnected the call. With no other choice, Passing Monarch followed Sure Feng's command and reorganized his fleet, directing their speedboats. Keep a distance. Sure Feng steered the Swift Dragon speedboat to charge at the Sea Serpent King. As the Great Lord was about to target one of the bronze speedboats, Sure Feng fired the dragon cannon once more. Only this time, He used a special kind of ammunition basic mana pulse bomb, although Zero Wing had used most of the basic mana pulse bombs they had obtained in the Fallen Ark on the petrified Tyrannosauruses. Shurfeng had around 20 remaining. Boom. When he fired the dragon cannon, a black beam struck the Sea Serpent King once more. 574, 917. Tidal waves rose as the basic mana pulse bomb, combined with the dragon cannon's might, collided with the Sea Serpent King and exploded. What kind of attack is that? Passing Monarch was stunned. What is that speedboat's rank? A single shot had dealt over 1 million damage to a King-class sea monster. This was inconceivable. The other Freedom Alliance members were similarly stupefied when a few considered their previous claim of annihilating Shurfeng. They felt fortunate that they had not acted on their words. If it really came down to a fight, a single shot from the Swift Dragon speedboat was likely more than enough to sink a bronze speedboat. However, the dragon cannon's damage didn't particularly surprise Shurfeng after a King-class sea monster entered its second phase. While it might seem very strong, that was only true for the surface in reality. Reaching a complete state simply meant that a Sea Serpent King had focused its abilities on strengthening its attacks. As a result, however, its defense and movement speed weakened. As long as players pinned the boss down and had sufficient damage output, victory was in the bag. However, it was precisely because many fleets in the past hadn't been capable of distracting King-class sea monsters long enough that these monsters had been so difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the King-class sea monster they faced right now was only a Great Lord. Against the Sea Serpent King, the Secret Silver-ranked Swift Dragon speedboat had the advantage regarding speed. In addition, the dragon cannon was sufficiently powerful to hold aggro. If not for these factors, Shurfeng would have long since fled the battlefield. King-class sea monsters also tended to use skills, and almost every skill they had was an AoE. If a fleet couldn't defeat a King-class sea monster before their overall firepower fell to the minimum requirement, it would be obliterated after Shurfeng had fired the dragon cannon. The Sea Serpent King was relatively battered. The cannon fire had blown apart a large section of its scales, leaving behind a huge scorch mark roar. The Sea Serpent King glared at the Swift Dragon speedboat. Aside from a hint of fear, its gaze radiated killing intent. Without hesitation, both its heads opened their mouths and bombarded the Swift Dragon speedboat with fire and purple lightning. It seems that the attack was quite effective now that he had solidified his hold on the Sea Serpent King's aggro. Shurfeng turned his speedboat and fled. He activated Accelerate, increasing the Swift Dragon speedboat's movement speed by 100%, easily avoiding the incoming attacks. The Swift Dragon speedboat was already faster than the Sea Serpent King. After activating Accelerate, Shurfeng maintained a distance of 600 yards from the Sea Serpent King and attack at maximum range. This distance was also the Serpent King's limit. With this, the Sea Serpent King couldn't attack him, but wouldn't give up the chase. Either. Just who is he? Shock-filled passing Monarch as he watched Shurfeng's control over the Swift Dragon speedboat and the boat's speed. Passing Monarch finally understood why Shurfeng had told him to leave the rest to him in such a way. Shurfeng led the Sea Serpent King in circles. All the Freedom Alliance's speedboats needed to do was bombard the boss and avoid the occasional AoE attack. As time went by and the Sea Serpent King's HP decreased, the Freedom Alliance's speedboats sank, one after another. Even Shurfeng sometimes made a mistake and received one or two of the Great Lord attacks. Fortunately, as a Secret Silver speedboat, the Swift Dragon speedboat had frightening defense. It only lost around 30 durability after a direct hit. As for Shurfeng, he had deflected the damage using Defensive Blade or Absolute Defense when the Sea Serpent King's HP fell to 1%. It went berserk and used its strongest power. Both its heads merged the fire and lightning, launching an attack that consumed a radius of 1,000 yards. Seeing this, Shurfeng activated Magic Barrier, making the Swift Dragon speedboat immune to all spell attacks and neutralizing the Sea Serpent King's damage. As for the Freedom Alliance's side, aside from the 4 bronze speedboats, which used magic scrolls to protect themselves, the remaining speedboats were destroyed. Meanwhile, after the Sea Serpent King used its ultimate move, it entered a weakened state. Using this opportunity, Shurfeng activated Divine Providence. After waiting for the 4 bronze speedboats to launch a wave of attacks, he fired the dragon cannon, which he had loaded with a basic mana pulse bomb. 2. 148, 267. A massive damage appeared above the Sea Serpent King's head, devouring its remaining 1% H per roar. After one final roar, the Serpent King crashed into the Sea Shurfang's experience bar. Rose rapidly sea monsters already provided far more EXP than land-based monsters, as players couldn't easily kill the average sea monster, not to mention king-class sea monsters. However, Shurfang had stolen half of the Sea Serpent King's EXP for himself, with the bonus EXP he had obtained from killing a monster of a higher level. One could just imagine how abundant the rewarded EXP was. Suddenly, Shurfang heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have reached level 50. Chapter 1189, Equipment Transformation. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1189, Equipment Transformation. As a golden glow enveloped Shurfang's body, his weapons and equipment also underwent a slight transformation. Level 50 was a major turning point in God's domain. This fact held true for players, monsters, weapons, and equipment. Among Shurfang's items, the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath transformation was the most drastic. As if the power that had slumbered within the ring all this time had awakened, the ring's basic attributes increased significantly. At level 49, the ring only added 100 points to all basic attributes. However, upon reaching level 50, that number had doubled. His epic items, the 7 Luminaries Ring, Killing Ray, Angry Tyrant, Annihilation Shoulder Pads, and Icarus's Heart, had similarly received around a 30% to 35% increase to their basic attributes. The substantial attribute boost made Shurfang feel as if he had been reborn. Basic attributes affected a player's physique. The higher a player's attributes were, the better their in-game body's physique became, allowing players to perform feats that were impossible in the real world. This was also why both ordinary players and experts were so desperate for excellent weapons and equipment. This improvement is simply amazing. Shurfang felt quite pleased as he looked at his attribute panel. In terms of basic attributes, he was already significantly stronger than a level 50 Tier 2 player. The only differences were his physique and skills. These differences were why Tier 2 players could easily defeat Tier 1 players in God's domain. It wasn't unheard of for players to possess attributes that rivaled those of a higher tier. However, due to inferior physiques, they couldn't challenge those of a higher tier. Normally, players could only make up for the difference in physiques if their basic attributes far outstripped their opponent. As players rose to new tiers, their life ratings increased slightly, which would, in turn, improve their physique. For example, while her superior basic attributes had been part of the reason for Gentle Snow's victory over Miracle Dragon, the main reason the 30% physique improvement granted by the 7 Luminaries battle armor. This effect alone bolstered Gentle Snow's physique nearly to that of a Tier 2 player. After taking into account her attributes, she had the physique of a Tier 2 player. At the end of the day, challenging experts of a higher tier was very difficult in God's domain. Few people were actually capable of doing so. Miracle Dragon was not one of them. Hence, Gentle Snow's victory hadn't been unexpected. This was the terror of tier suppression in the past. Shurfang had suffered due to this truth. Meanwhile, the Freedom Alliance members had also noticed Shurfang's transformation commander. That person feels particularly dangerous. Just who is he? Not only does he have such a powerful speedboat, but his personal strength is also monstrous. As everyone looked at Shurfang, they felt as if they faced an awakened beast. Originally, they had planned to steal the Sea Serpent King's loot. After all, only their commander had signed a contract with Shurfang. Now, however, they gave up such thoughts. Although the tornadoes circling the area had disappeared with the Sea Serpent King's death, with a bronze speedboat speed, how could they possibly outrun the Swift Dragon speedboat? They had witnessed the Swift Dragon speedboat's agility personally. Not even the Sea Serpent King had been able to keep up with it. The ship also had that frightening dragon cannon. Even if they used magic scrolls to bolster their bronze speedboat's defenses, it would take only a few shots to drain their boat's remaining durability. Moreover, They estimated that the dragon cannon's range spanned more than 800 yards. On the other hand, their bronze speedboats only had a range of 500 yards. Sherfone could easily toy with them until they died. Using return scrolls wasn't possible either. If one picked up a sea monster's loot, they would have to wait until the 2-hour holding period was over before they could use their return scrolls. When passing Monarch saw the Sea Serpent King's loots floating on the ocean's surface, envy flashed in his eyes. He hadn't imagined that so many items would drop. Sea monsters already dropped roughly 2 or 3 times more loot than land monsters. Yet the Sea Serpent King had dropped over 100 items. Forget it. At least we survived and gained a level. It's better than losing our ships and lives. Passing Monarch could not help, but Sherfone wasn't the only one who had leveled up after the Sea Serpent King's death. The Freedom Alliance survivors had also leveled. Most importantly, all 4 bronze speedboats were still afloat. The Freedom Alliance only needed to spend a little bit of money to obtain more ordinary speedboats. As for advanced speedboats, they might need to put in some effort, but it was possible to obtain a dozen or so within a short time span. However, bronze speedboats were not easy to replace as expected of a godly tool. Sherfone sailed about, frantically collecting the King-class sea monsters' loot. Although he hadn't triggered jackpot, the Sea Serpent King was the first King-class sea monster to die in this sea zone. As a result, its loot was far more abundant than usual. Normally, a player would be lucky if a King-class sea monster dropped around 50 items. Moreover, over 80% usually consisted of materials. This time wasn't much different. However, perhaps due to Divine Providence's effect, among the 100-plus items, over 90 were rare materials used in producing advanced speedboats, bronze speedboats, and small sailboats among them. The most valuable was Moonlight Wood. Moonlight Wood was a rare material necessary to produce bronze speedboats and small sailboats. Fortunately, Sherfone had obtained a total of 12 logs. Constructing a bronze speedboat required 10 logs. After Sherfone finished picking up the loot, he began to organize the items in his bag. Wonderful. A design dropped. Sherfone grew excited as he looked at the leather book in his hands. The pages had already yellowed, and it looked as if it had been many years since anybody had read it. However, after appraising the book and discovering its name, he realized that any guild would go crazy over this design. Flying Eagle Speedboat design. Although the Flying Eagle Speedboat was not a bronze speedboat, it was an advanced speedboat with enough reputation one could buy ordinary speedboats from certain NPC merchants. However, it was a different story for advanced speedboats. One could only obtain them by completing rare quests or trading special materials that sea monsters dropped. Now that he had the design for an advanced speedboat, he could build an unlimited number of advanced speedboats as long as he had sufficient materials and a small shipyard. Although the Third Fleet Passing Monarch commanded had become such a powerful force in the seas, and due to the 4 bronze speedboats, the 20-plus advanced speedboats also played an important role. If Zero Wing could form a fleet of advanced speedboats with the Swift Dragon speedboat in the lead, the guild could rank at the top of God's domain's naval powers. Just thinking about this excited Sherfone. There were only a handful of super guilds that could rival such a naval force right now. Zero Wing could develop in a coastal NPC city without worry. Even if super guilds wanted to pick a fight, they would have to think twice before doing so. After all, it was far more costly to fight a war at sea than on land. Not only would their guild members lose levels from dying, but they would also lose their ships. There was no repairing a destroyed ship, following which Sherfone stored the Flying Eagle speedboat design and examined the other dropped items. Among the 11 remaining items in his bag, Sherfone discovered a very familiar item: Thunder Emblem. Chapter 1190, Authority. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1190, Authority. Is this the benefit of killing a king-class sea monster? Sherfone was surprised and overjoyed as he looked at the purple-gold lightning emblem in his hand, the Thunder Emblem. As its name suggested, it was a Thunder Island emblem. One could also say that it was an authority symbol for Thunder Island. Any guild that obtained the Thunder Emblem would have a major advantage when contesting for authority over Thunderous Land. As far as Sherfone knew, Thunder Island had a total of 10 Thunder Emblems. If one obtained all 10, they would become Thunder Island's absolute master. However, Only 5 Thunder Emblems had ever been discovered in the past, and every guild that obtained these Thunder Emblems had been one of the dominant forces on Thunder Island. The Thunder Emblem had 3 main functions. Its first was similar to the Thunder Pass. Unlike the Thunder Pass, however, each emblem allowed up to 50 players to participate in Thunder Island's contest. Every time a contest was about to begin, a fixed number of Thunder Passes would drop from sea monsters in the Sea of Death. However, that didn't count the Thunder Emblem's 50 slots. If one could gather all 10 Thunder Emblems, they could bring an additional 500 players to the island. The Thunder Emblem's second function was the Thunder Domain. While on Thunder Island, players wielding the emblem could suppress all enemies within a 500-yard radius. However, this suppression effect was not particularly strong, only reducing players' basic attributes by 5%. However, the suppression worked wonders against the island's monsters, as it could reduce their basic attributes by up to 30%. As for the third function, it granted advanced authority on Thunder Island. This advanced authority was the Thunder Emblem's most important function if a guild wanted to develop on Thunder Island. Having sufficient authority was extremely important. Without enough authority, one couldn't do anything. As players gained more authority, they could enjoy more benefits on the island. Currently, the various superpowers were vying for Thunder Island. However, even if they occupied the area, they could only gain basic authority. Ordinary players had no hope of gaining any authority whatsoever. However, one's authority wouldn't remain constant either. If one wanted more, they could contribute to Thunder Island. On Thunder Island, authority was categorized into ordinary, basic, intermediate, advanced, and master controller. If an ordinary player wanted to become an ordinary controller, they needed 300 Thunder contribution points. Reaching the basic rank required 3,000 Thunder contribution points, 10,000 points to reach the intermediate rank, and 100,000 points to reach the advanced rank. After reaching the advanced rank, one could only increase their authority if they obtained all 10 Thunder Emblems. As Shurfong examined the Thunder Emblem in his hand, he began playing with the idea of occupying a part of Thunder Island himself. In the past, Thunder Island had been known as a sacred land at sea. Countless players had wanted to live on the island. After all, traveling to dangerous sea zones would be more convenient from Thunder Island than it would be from a coastal town or city. Occupying a corner of the island would do wonders for Zero Wing's development. Zero Wing also qualified to do so right now due to the Flying Eagle speedboat design he had just obtained. He admitted that Zero Wing was no match for the various superpowers on land. However, the competition at sea relied on more than a guild's number and quality of experts. A guild's ships played a far greater role. Shurfong decided that he needed to begin mass-producing the Flying Eagle speedboats, forming a formidable Zero-Wing fleet. With his fleet's strength and the Thunder Emblem, occupying a corner of Thunder Island could be more than just a dream. Following which, Shurfong contacted Melancholic Smile and had her begin collecting diamond wood. The Flying Eagle speedboat's core material, diamond wood, was relatively rare, specifically used to construct advanced ships. Few kingdoms and empires produced the wood. Fortunately, he had previously negotiated with the Secret Pavilion and traded a magic tower for 20 locations that provided diamond wood. Although the Secret Pavilion had yet to complete their side of the deal, he could have Melancholic Smile send people to these minor cities to negotiate prices with potential vendors. Once their bargain with the Secret Pavilion was fulfilled, they could stockpile diamond wood. The Sea Serpent King had also dropped 5 Thunder Passes, each allowing up to 10 players to join the contest on Thunder Island too. The various superpowers vying for Thunder Island, these passes were incredibly tempting. To Shurfong, however, they were not particularly useful, as Zero Wing currently did not have that many experts. The Thunder Emblem's 50 slots were more than enough. I have wondered which items I should sell at the Candlelight Auction. These passes should work well as an attraction, Shurfong muttered, smiling at the 5 passes in his hand. In reality, he could sell the passes to Phoenix Rain. However, doing so would cause her to question their origin. One needed to kill boss-rank sea monsters in the Sea of Death to obtain the Thunder Passes. However, Zero Wing was a land-based guild that did not possess any naval power. So how could Zero Wing kill boss-rank sea monsters? Zero Wing didn't have a foundation at sea. It was still too early to contest for Thunder Island, so exposing their trump cards was not wise. Even if they wanted to reveal their strength, they needed to do so after forming their fleet of advanced speedboats. Wing simply needed to sit back and watch the various superpowers fight each other while slowly building their own naval power. Moreover, the Sea of Death was still too dangerous for current players. Even if they secured a share of Thunder Island, it would be of little use. The various superpowers only contested for the island because they wanted a head start in accumulating contribution points. Since he had the Thunder emblem, he had no need to do that. There were 3 Tier 3 magic scrolls among the remaining 5 items the Sea Serpent King had dropped. A Tier 3 summoning scroll, a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, and a Tier 3 defensive scroll. Of the last 2 items, one was an epic staff, Fallen Language, while the other was a bronze-rank small sailboat. The one-horned sailboat what? A complete small sailboat actually dropped. Shifeng was momentarily stunned when he saw the transparent crystal bottle previously. He had obtained a small sailboat from the fallen Arkansas. However, even now, the hurricane sailboat was unusable. Although he had asked Burning Abyss to repair it, even Burning Abyss, who was a master engineer, was powerless. The divine ruins inside the sailboat were simply too damaged. At the very least, one needed a Grandmaster engineer to repair the hurricane sailboat. The sailboat's container also needed to be replaced, however. The hurricane sailboat's container was not ordinary, as it had been crafted with the rare epic material. Space Crystal current players had no access to this material. Hence, Shifeng had no choice but to set the matter aside for now. Otherwise, with the mysterious iron-ranked hurricane sailboat, he would be invincible at sea now that he had obtained a complete bronze-rank small sailboat. How could he not be excited? With his small sailboat, he could easily deal with many of the issues plaguing him. Chapter 1191, Legacy of the Sea. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1191, Legacy of the Sea. Shifeng could not bear to put away the crystal bottle in his hands with this. My problems have been solved. Previously, he had struggled to figure out a way to transport the diamond when needed to construct advanced speedboats. Diamond wood could not be stored in a player's bag space. Transporting the wood via teleportation magic arrays would cost enough to choke any guild. The only efficient way to transport diamond wood was to use a teleportation array to reach a border town and then rely on transport carriages to move the wood to another country's border town before transporting it via teleportation array once again. While the cost was still considerably high, one could save more time than transporting the wood via carriage the whole way. However, the 20 minor NPC cities Shifeng had asked the secret pavilion for were in several different countries. Moreover, none of them were near the Apocalypse Empire. Even if he relied on transport carriages, it would take a very long time for the wood to reach Ocean Viewing Town. On the other hand, if he relied on maritime transportation, not only could he save a lot of money, but he could also save plenty of time. One-horned sailboat, small sailboat, bronze rank. Maximum capacity, 120 people. Durability, 900/900. Item storage when liberated, 7,000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1-. Magic shield, absorbs up to 1 million damage for 5 minutes cooldown. 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2-. Thunder cannon, 1,200 yard range. Deals lightning damage to an area of 15 by 15 yards cooldown, 30 seconds. 6 cannons are currently equipped. Cannons can be replaced. Additional active skill 3-. Mana drive, converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 30%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 15 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional active skill 4-. Thunderblast, deals devastating damage to the area 500 by 30 yards ahead. Attack includes knockback and paralyzing effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional passive skill dash, braving the winds and waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. Although the one-horned sailboat's attributes were slightly lower than the hurricane sailboats, It was one of the best ships currently available in God's domain. Moreover, the small sailboat was much faster than speedboats. Even the secret silver-ranked Swift Dragon speedboat was only as fast as an advanced sailboat. The one-horn sailboat was significantly faster than the Swift Dragon sailboat. In addition, one could use magic crystals to increase the ship's movement speed. This would greatly reduce transportation time. While Shifeng admired the one-horn sailboat, the Freedom Alliance members a short distance away stared at him. "Commander, I've discovered some information about that man," Blue Joy hurriedly reported. "That person is Yifeng, and he is a core member of the Zero Wing Guild. He is also the leader of the Asura battle team. He is very strong. As for Zero Wing itself, it is one of the upstart guilds that established when God's Domain launched. The guild's development speed is incredible, and Zero Wing has even suppressed veteran first-rate guilds. Right now, Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. Recently, it even dared to provoke a few superpowers, but none of them can do anything about the guild, forced to turn a blind eye. Just what kind of backing does this guild have? It even dares to provoke superpowers." Passing Monarch could not help his astonishment when he heard Blue Joy's report. The Freedom Alliance consisted of small guilds and adventurer teams. They only knew that the virtual gaming world's various superpowers were powerful, but they did not know exactly how powerful these existences were. However, as the Freedom Alliance grew stronger, they uncovered more information. In fact, a super first-rate guild had previously decimated the Fifth Fleet. They had finally understood that, while their alliance might be a match for superpowers that hadn't focused on marine strength, the Freedom Alliance was no match for those guilds that had poured resources into their navy. Superpowers simply had too many experts. Moreover, they weren't ordinary experts. With so many, these superpowers could get their hands on advanced speedboats and bronze speedboats far more quickly than the Freedom Alliance. Hence, Passing Monarch found it unbelievable that Zero Wing had provoked multiple superpowers on land and still existed. However, what shocked Passing Monarch the most was the Swift Dragon speedboat during the previous battle. Passing Monarch had come to understand that the Swift Dragon speedboat was not just a mysterious iron speedboat, as he had assumed. It must be a secret silver speedboat, Since joining God's Domain, Passing Monarch had never seen or heard about any of the naval powers owning a secret silver speedboat yet. Such a speedboat had shown up in the hands of a land-based guild. This revelation excited Passing Monarch. He had come to the Sea of Death because he had heard of a low-level king-class sea monster in the area. In addition, he had heard that the various superpowers were purchasing thunder passes at astronomical prices. Hence, he had come to kill the king-class sea monster to earn some side income. After all, repairing his fleet was a considerable expenditure. He had also come here to recruit powerful adventurer teams or small guilds to join the Third Fleet in the Sea's End. Strength spoke louder than words. If one wanted to obtain more resources, they needed a powerful force. Almost everyone in the Sea's End had already been recruited, but it was a different story elsewhere. Land-based guilds, in particular, were just starting to extend to the ocean. He could find plenty of talent on land, unfortunately. Passing Monarch hadn't expected the events to unfold as they had, and upon reaching the Sea of Death. Not only had he nearly lost his entire fleet, but he also failed to find any experts from small guilds. Rather, he had encountered a great expert with a secret silver speedboat, and this expert was backed by a guild like Zero Wing. "Commander, are you considering recruiting him?" Blue Joy asked, surprised when she saw Passing Monarch's expression. "He won't agree. After all, he is a member of a large guild. He even owns a secret silver speedboat. Why would he want to join us?" "Who said that I intended to ask him?" Passing Monarch rolled his eyes. "Have you forgotten the reason that we're here? Do you want to invite him to see Dragon City's festival?" Blue Joy's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that Passing Monarch was considering something so mad. "Commander, Sea Dragon City's festival is our Freedom Alliance's greatest secret. It is too risky to invite outsiders." "I understand. However, you know our Third Fleet situation. We only have one opportunity each month. If we don't perform well, we'll lose our position." Passing Monarch wore a hesitant expression. In the end, however, He steered his speedboat towards Shifeng as Shifeng was still occupied with a jubilation about acquiring the one-horned sailboat. He did not take any precautions. Even after noticing the approaching bronze speedboat, he had no reason to do so. The difference between their strengths was clear to see. Passing Monarch and the other Freedom Alliance members were aware of the fact as well. In fact, Passing Monarch's group should feel grateful that he did not have any ill intentions. Our contract had already been completed. What other business do you have with me? Shifeng asked Passing Monarch calmly as the man stood on the bronze speedboat's deck. Hello. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Passing Monarch, the commander of the Freedom Alliance's Third Fleet. You might not have heard of the Freedom Alliance before, but we are considered the Overlord of the Sea's End. Brother Yifeng, seeing as you have a secret silver speedboat, we like to ask for your help. Passing Monarch announced straightforwardly. I think that you'll be interested in my offer. You have something to interest me? Shifeng could not help but laugh. The only thing that could capture his interest was the ability to mass-produce advanced speedboats. Obviously, the Freedom Alliance didn't have this ability as it required a large number of materials and advanced engineers. What if I tell you that it's related to the legacy of the sea? Passing Monarch asked confidently. Chapter 1192, Forbidden Land. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1192, Forbidden Land. The Legacy of the Sea. Shifeng's heart rate quickened when he heard these words. However, he kept his composure as he said, Tell me then. Simply put, the Legacy of the Sea provided a specialized hidden class. With this hidden class, players could become incredibly powerful in naval combat. However, the class had serious limitations. As long as players were not at sea, the class was no different than ordinary classes. The Legacy of the Sea was different from other hidden classes, which provided improvements in all sorts of environments. It was an extreme legacy, however. To players who frequently sailed, it was highly sought after. After all, even if they obtained the legacy at the basic rank, they could display astounding power when exploring the open ocean. The peak Legacy of the Sea could even grant the strength to face opponents of a higher tier. Hence, guilds that wanted to develop their naval forces hungered for the Legacy of the Sea. The various large guilds would target any player that obtained the legacy. With such a player, maritime transportation would become far safer. They would also have an easier time fighting sea monsters. As far as Shifeng knew, the Freedom Alliance had possessed many members with the Legacy of the Sea. This was also why the Freedom Alliance had become famous throughout God's domain, becoming a force that even the game's superpowers were hesitant to provoke. Seeing Shifeng's interest, Passing Monarch knew that he had hope for cooperation. To tell you the truth, our Freedom Alliance discovered the legacy in an ancient ruin. However, obtaining the legacy depends on the player's abilities once they enter the ruins. Due to a barrier restricting the number of people that can enter, our Freedom Alliance only allows each fleet to take 10 ships into the ruins. I'd like to invite Brother Yifeng to join us. With your speedboat and our third fleet strength, I believe that we can secure quite the bounty. We can sign a contract. If we obtain 2 legacies, one will go to you. How about it? The other Third Fleet members were stupefied by Passing Monarch's offer. They had never expected their commander to be so generous. However, after giving the matter some thought, they found it reasonable. After all, Shifeng owned a secret silver speedboat. If they did not show some sincerity, he wouldn't bother listening to their offer. Obtain 2 legacies? Shifeng curiously asked, Are there many in the ruins? Each time we enter the ancient ruins, there are a number of legacy items. It just depends on whether or not we can leave with those items. Passing Monarch explained confidently. When the Freedom Alliance had first activated the ancient ruins, they had dispatched 11 fleets. Inside, they discovered several legacy items. In the end, however, only 1 fleet had obtained the Legacy of the Sea. This fleet was now the strongest in the Freedom Alliance. As it had become the strongest fleet in the Freedom Alliance, it enjoyed far more benefits than its companions. The fleet was able to occupy the 3 large shipyards the Freedom Alliance managed. It was still a little too early for players to construct ships, as this task required many lifestyle players. However, a large shipyard could also repair ships during an intense battle. Ships usually suffered some damage. Repairing ships in a large shipyard not only reduced the repair costs, but also increased the repair speed on the other hand. The Third Fleet only possessed a large shipyard. There was simply no comparing their two fleets. The strongest fleet also received priority over special ammunition. It was given access to the most and the best available. The next ruin exploration was about to begin. How could he not make use of this opportunity to recruit Shifeng's help? What if we obtain 3 legacy items? Shifeng asked. I'm afraid that will be incredibly difficult. Brother Yifeng, you've never been to the ruins, but a large number of sea monsters occupy the area. Those monsters are extremely powerful. Traps litter the ruins, and there's a time limit once you enter. We won't have enough time to search for a 3rd legacy item, Passing Monarch explained, smiling. He understood Shifeng's train of thought, so that's the case. Then, if we really obtain a 3rd legacy item, can I have it? Shifeng asked, smiling. He now had a basic understanding of the ancient ruins rules. Right. If you obtain a 3rd one, you can have it, Passing Monarch said nonchalantly. In any case, that wasn't going to happen. His promise was empty. We have a deal then. However, before we sign the contract, may I know when the ancient ruins will open? Shifeng asked. I still have my own matters to deal with. If there is a clash in timing, I'm afraid that I cannot help you. Hearing Shifeng's words, Passing Monarch grew a little nervous. It's tomorrow. Passing Monarch replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. He could tell that Shifeng had something to do, and today was almost over. Shifeng was speechless. I understand that I am putting you in a difficult position. If there is anything we can help with, please tell us. Passing Monarch hurriedly offered. How about this? You guys can follow me. With your help, I should be able to save a little time, Shifeng said after considering the matter. The Demon Island. He was heading to occupy the Sea of Death's inner region. Although it was not the most dangerous location in the Sea of Death, the island's monsters were troublesome. Normally, he would have to clear a path slowly. However, if he had an expert like Passing Monarch, who could lead a fleet with 4 bronze speedboats, he could save plenty of time. Passing Monarch and the others then followed Shifeng into the Sea of Death. Originally, the Freedom Alliance did not think much of traversing the Sea of Death. However, as Shifeng ventured deeper into the zone, they began to worry. They had never expected Shifeng to lead them into the Sea of Death's inner region. Not only did this area have many sea monsters, but the monsters were also very high-leveled. There were level 70 sea monsters everywhere, and the slightest mistake could destroy their ships and end their lives. Commander, what do you think that Yifeng is trying to do here? Blue Joy asked. When she saw the nearby sea monsters eye them like prey, goosebumps danced across her skin watching the swift dragon's speedboat's steady advance and giving the matter some thought. Passing Monarch said, It must be for a quest. The Sea of Death's inner region was a forbidden land to current players aside from a quest. Passing Monarch could not fathom why anyone would come to this place questing here at this level. As Blue Joy looked at a distance level 70 Grand Lord sea monster, a thought suddenly came to her mind as she said, could he be here for an epic quest? Hearing Blue Joy's words, the Freedom Alliance members paled. An epic quest was incomparably dangerous. Even now, nobody within the Freedom Alliance had completed Oni's. The Freedom Alliance members discussed Shifeng's goal. Shifeng led the group to 2 gloomy twin islands. One could occasionally hear lung-tearing screams from the islands. It was enough to give one goosebumps. Surprisingly, over a dozen speedboats were docked beside the island. Based on these ships' appearances, it was clear that they were high quality. Why are there people here? Shifeng was momentarily stunned because this area was a forbidden land for players. One would have to pay a massive price to get this far. He had only arrived safely due to his familiarity with the sea zone and the quality of his speedboat. Passing Monarch and the others behind Shifeng were similarly stunned. Among the 14 speedboats docked around the island, one was a mysterious iron speedboat, 6 were bronze speedboats, and the rest were advanced speedboats. This fleet could rank at the very peak of the seas, and after Shifeng snapped out of his momentary daze, he quickly shifted his attention to the symbol on these speedboats. The symbol consisted of 7 stars arranged in a circle. Shifeng frowned. This was the Flower of 7 Sins fleet symbol. Chapter 1193, Naval PvP. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1193 Naval PvP Gray Fog Enveloped Demon Island. Here, players' visibility range was limited to 150 yards. Meanwhile, Demon Island's monsters were all level 70 and above. At such a distance, level 70-plus monsters could easily detect players. On the other hand, players couldn't see these monsters, however. Players' main problem wasn't the island's fog. The real problem was the ever-present, dark corrosive power on the island. If players did not have high enough darkness resistance, they would not survive. Moreover, the further one ventured, the stronger this corrosive power would become. Boss Brute. 5 speedboats are approaching Demon Island. A level 43, black-clothed ranger reported as he watched the distant Swift Dragon speedboats are approaching. The bald, middle-aged man on the screen, Brute Spear, sneered and said, "Since we've already been seen, we won't let them leave alive. Get rid of them, but don't destroy their ships. We can use them to make up for the losses we suffered to get here." Great. I haven't been on a mission for so long that I'm feeling rusty. The level 43 ranger licked his lips as he observed the approaching Swift Dragon speedboat. Although the Flower of Seven Sins received requests every day, experts of their rank didn't often receive missions, following which the ranger disconnected the call and ordered the other members on the speedboat, "Get ready. Once they get here, we'll take action. We'll use that to prevent their escape if necessary." Hearing the ranger's command, anticipation filled the other Flower of Seven Sin members aboard the speedboat. These fellows really are pitiful. They have only come this far after much difficulty, yet we'll send them back before they even set foot on the island. However, based on their speedboat's quality, they should be quite strong. Hopefully, we'll get to enjoy ourselves a bit. Each of us will handle one person. Once you've killed a player, give the others a chance. The Flower of Seven Sin members aboard the speedboat chatted among themselves. Sure, Fong and his temporary team weren't important at all to these players. Even if these players encountered experts from some superpower, the outcome wouldn't change. When Sure Fong noticed the 7-star symbol, he instructed everyone to don their black cloaks, hiding their identities. "Brother Yifeng, are they your enemies?" Passing Monarch asked, curious about Sure Feng's command. However, they had already agreed that they would follow Sure Feng's lead. The fleet commander and his teammates did as they were told. They were not exactly enemies. However, it's best if we hide our identities. Sure Feng did not bother to explain further. It doesn't hurt to be a little careful out in the fields, right? Although he did not know why the Flower of Seven Sins had come to Demon Island, it was not wise to expose their identities to a group of assassins. Although Sure Feng would have preferred to approach the island from another side, Demon Island only had one entrance. Using the 7 Luminaries' ring space movement wasn't a viable option, either. A unique power enveloped the Sea of Death, preventing all spatial movement-type skills. Otherwise, he would not have used the Swift Dragon speedboat to travel such a long distance when Sure Feng and the others were only 300 yards away from Demon Island's entrance. The Flower of Seven Sins members burst into action. Move out. Suddenly, 5 elementalists aboard the mysterious iron speedboat each took out a magic scroll. As the elementalists unfurled their magic scrolls, a dark blue magic array appeared on the water's surface. The sea water instantly began to freeze, and in the blink of an eye, the space within a 1,000-yard radius was covered by a sheet of ice. As a result, Sure Feng and the Freedom Alliance's speedboats have been forced to a halt, as if they had long since prepared for this. The Flower of Seven Sins members stored their own speedboats and stepped onto the ice. Who are these people? Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he looked at the frozen sea surface. Why are they attacking us all of a sudden? Normally, when one encountered other players, particularly out at sea, one wouldn't abruptly attack. After all, there was no benefit to fighting each other. Moreover, without any information about the other party, picking a fight in the fields wasn't smart. One might end up throwing away their life due to Sure Feng's command. They all wore black cloaks, so it was obvious that the other party did not know them. Yet these players had attacked without hesitation. They were simply lunatic. Sure Feng was also surprised the Flower of Seven Sins was very secretive about what it did. The organization didn't normally take the initiative to provoke others. This was nothing like the organization's usual operations. Do they know that Demon Island has 7 luminaries crystals? Sure Phone wondered as he looked at the foggy island ahead logically. He should be the only one who knew about the island's 7 luminaries crystals. Demon Island was home to an ancient shrine, and only by entering the shrine's inner region could one obtain the 7 luminaries crystals. However, it was very difficult to locate the shrine itself, much less the shrine's inner region. Hence, the Flower of 7 Sins shouldn't know about the shrine. However, upon closer inspection, Sure Phone discovered that every one of the players charging towards him was a red player. Dark players were among the group as well. It was obvious that they were veteran P-Curs. Damn it. If they want to fight, we'll give them a fight. Ready the cannons. We'll blast those bastards to smithereens. The Flower of 7 Sins attack enraged Passing Monarch. Now that the other party had stored their speedboats, they couldn't attack their ships. Their only option was to bombard the players in God's domain. It took 40 seconds to store a ship. However, there were less than 300 yards separating these players. The other party would reach them before the 40 seconds were up. Furthermore, once players entered combat, they weren't allowed to store their ships. They had to finish these players off as the cannons rang. One cannonball after another flew at the Flower of 7 Sins members. Foolish. The level 43 ranger in the lead sneered at the incoming cannonball. Although speedboats' cannons were immensely powerful and could kill a player in one hit, expert players like himself could easily dodge cannon attacks by relying on the projectile prediction lines. The system provided that the 100-plus Flower of 7 Sin members closed the distance to their targets rapidly. Soon, they were only 200 yards away in front of these Flower of 7 Sin experts. The bronze speedboat's cannon fire was practically useless. These experts dodged every attack, easily seeing this. Passing Monarch and the others were frustrated. They had thought that they had escaped danger after defeating the Sea Serpent King. Now, however, they had to face a large group of experts trying to rob them of their ships. Get ready to split up. Remember, do not damage the speedboats. Boss Brute has already laid his claim. The leading ranger commanded through the team chat. Boss, relax. We won't even give them the chance to destroy their own ships. The other members laughed before the battle had even begun. They looked at Sure Phone and the others as if they were dead. Meanest the Flower of 7 Sins members were about to cross the 100-yard mark. A black beam flashed past them. Boom. The solid layer of ice vaporized instantly, exposing the blue sea water beneath it. The affected area spanned a radius of 25 yards. Meanwhile, 6 Flower of 7 Sins members died on the spot, leaving 12 weapons and pieces of equipment floating upon the water. Chapter 1194. Demons Appear. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1194. Demons Appear. The Dragon Cannon's attack had pulled a gas from the Flower of 7 Sins' remaining members. The previous few cannon attacks had only dented the ice, yet the Dragon Cannon had obliterated it. Moreover, its attack speed was at least double that of the previous cannons. Its attack range was even more impressive even without the high attack speed. With such a long range, it was extremely difficult to dodge the Dragon Cannon's attacks. What is that speedboat's rank? The leading black-clothed ranger's expression twisted. He had seen a mysterious iron speedboat's cannons in action many times, so he was fully aware that a mysterious iron speedboat didn't have such fast and powerful attacks. Facing the Dragon Cannon at such a close range would be extremely dangerous. He had assumed that this fight would be nothing more than a game to kill time. He hadn't expected an actual opponent. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch and the other members of the Freedom Alliance celebrated the cannon's success. Aha! A secret silver speedboat is truly astounding. Just a single shot is enough to stun those bastards. I want to see if they still dare to fight us now. The Freedom Alliance members could not help but laugh at the frozen Flower of 7 Sins members. This Yifeng really is amazing. Passing Monarch sighed ruefully as he looked at the massive hole in the ice. He had to admit that Sure Phone was a skilled strategist. While the Flower of 7 Sins members had been over 200 yards away, they had been spread out. Even if Sure Phone had used the Dragon Cannon, he would have been lucky to kill even one player. However, as these players came within 100 yards, they clustered. Since such a short distance left them little room to react, Surefong able to kill 6 players in one hit after such an attack. Their enemy should be more cautious. The other players might even give up the fight, however. As Passing Monarch pondered these assumptions, the Flower of Seven Sins members revealed excited Grin's brother Chun. Our opponent seems to be a tough one. With this, we can finally use that move, right? A level 42 assassin asked, chuckling as he looked at the black-clothed ranger. He felt nothing in particular in regard to his fallen companions. The ranger nodded helplessly when he saw the eager light in his companion's eyes. Don't let any of them get away. The same goes for their souls. Brother Chun, relax. We won't let their souls go to waste, the other members assured their leader as they licked their lips, eyeing Passing Monarch, and the others, the Freedom Alliance members, shuddered involuntarily. These players didn't look at them like enemies, but food. With the ranger's consent, the Flower of Seven Sins members wailed painfully, dark fog swallowing their bodies. In just a short moment, they transformed. Although their weapons and equipment remained the same, their skin was now pitch black, and they had blood-red eyes. 2 curved horns grew from their heads, while a pair of pitch black bat wings and a tail grew from each of their backs. They didn't look human at all. What are these people? Passing Monarch's expression froze as he watched these players transform. The rest of the Freedom Alliance members were similarly stunned. There were players who could actually transform. This was definitely the first time they had seen something like this in God's domain. Not only had the Flower of Seven Sins members transformed physically, but they also emitted a terrifyingly oppressive aura. If these players had looked like a group of ferocious beasts, brandishing their fangs and claws, they now looked like monsters that no ordinary human had any hope of defeating. They all felt like humanoid lords. Among them, the ranger in the lead gave off the strongest aura. The Freedom Alliance members felt as if a higher being looked down upon them when the ranger turned his gaze towards their ships. Unlike the other Flower of Seven Sins members that transformed, this black-clothed ranger had 2 sets of wings growing from his back. Rather than a lord, he felt like a great lord. Go. Leave none alive. The ranger shouted as he pointed towards Surefong and the others. The Flower of Seven Sins members fluttered their wings, lifting off from the ground. However, they weren't actually flying, only hovering above the ground. Even so, they moved much faster than players on foot. Even the dragon cannon would have a hard time hitting them with such speed. Are they really players? Blue Joy began to feel frightened. She discovered that these players' HPs had also undergone a massive transformation, increasing from their original 20,000 plus to above 100,000. Among them, the ranger's HP had even reached 170,000. No wonder why they were bold enough to attack other players on sight. So, they've already become demons. Surefong frowned at the approaching Flower of Seven Sins members. God's domain had more playable races beyond human. Players could turn into demons. Only, doing so was the equivalent of turning their backs on the human race. Once a player became a demon, they would grow stronger. The increase was roughly the equivalent of half a tier. With the exception of the endurance attribute, players' basic attributes increased by around 15%, depending on their classes. Demon players would also receive a huge boost to their HPs. Frankly, the increase couldn't compare to a real berserk skill. The only reason it was referred to as a half-tier improvement was because demon players' life ratings rose, improving their physiques by roughly 15% as well. However, although the improvement was incredible, becoming a demon also had a corresponding price. First, demon players were humanity's enemy, whether it be players or NPCs. If NPCs caught a demon player, the consequences would be unimaginable. If players captured a demon player and handed said player over to NPCs, they would receive an abundant reward. Second, demon players needed to hunt for player souls regularly. Otherwise, they would grow weaker as time passed. Conversely, the more souls a demon player harvested, the stronger they would become. Take the leading ranger, for example. Due to devouring so many souls, he had been promoted from a low demon to a high demon. Hence, he obtained far more power when he transformed. It was obvious that the Flower of Seven Sins members already had the physiques of Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, any player that lost their soul to a demon player was barred from the game for at least 1 day. Moreover, they would lose a minimum of 3 levels. Third, demon players had a far more difficult time raising their tiers as demons' tier promotion mechanics were different from humans normally. Guilds forbade their members from becoming demons. It was detrimental to a guild's development. After all, only a non-guild organization like the Flower of Seven Sins were bold enough to do something like Theses for the fourth and most fatal aspect. Demon players suffered far more severe death penalties. If a demon player were killed, not only would they lose at least 3 levels, but they would also be barred from the game for 2 or 3 days. Their demon rank would also fall by 1, and recovering the lost rank would take quite some time as a result. Most players opted against becoming demons. Anyone capable of using Berserk skills, use them now. If not, use Tier 2 magic scrolls. At this point, only Sherfong had maintained his composure, a pointless struggle. Just give up, and let us devour you. The Ranger demanded disdainfully as he snarled at Sherfong and the Freedom Alliance members preparing for a fight. In a short moment, the Flower of Seven Sins members boarded the Freedom Alliance's bronze speedboats. Members of the Flower of Seven Sins already had very high combat standards. Now that their attributes and physique had grown so much stronger, the Freedom Alliance lost over a dozen players in just a few exchanges. In contrast, the Flower of Seven Sins suffered no casualties whatsoever. Meanwhile, aboard the Swift Dragon speedboat, a level 42 Berserker charged at Sherfong, his battle axe descending towards the swordsman Dang. As the clang of metal echoed, this transformed level 42 Berserker shot backward like a bullet, flying over a dozen yards away. Chapter 1195, Mistaken Calculations. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1195, Mistaken Calculations. Commander, these people are too strong. If this continues, we'll all die here. Blue Joy said hurriedly through the team chat. We need to find a way to leave this place. After she had activated her Berserker skill, she might barely be able to prevail in a one-on-one. However, in a one-on-two situation, she would only be suppressed. Although she was not the best at PvP in the Third Fleet, she could still rank within the top 10. Hence, if she was already faring so poorly, there was no need to mention how the other Freedom Alliance members were doing right now. Their only advantage was the fact that none of these demon players could use Berserk skills. This provided them, who could use Berserk skills, an edge in basic attributes and allowed them to hold off the demon players for now. However, the duration of Berserk skills was simply too short. If the other side dragged out the battle long enough, their side would definitely get wiped out. Just who are these people? Passing Monarch was also extremely anxious right now that members of their Third Fleet could be considered experts in the Sea's End. He was even one of the top 10 experts in the entire Freedom Alliance. Nevertheless, after he arrived at the Sea of Death, it was as if he had come to an entirely different world as he met one expert after another. There would have been no problem if it was just Sherfong. Now, however, among the 100-plus players assaulting them, every one of their opponents was an expert superior to them. He even began doubting whether he was playing the same game as he had been up to now, despite passing Monarch, having already activated his Berserk skill, his strength and speed superior to the black-clothed Rangers. He failed to land any attacks on the Ranger at all. It was as if the Ranger had seen through all of his attacks. The Ranger could not only dodge his attacks easily, but also launch attacks at his blind spots while dodging, and this left him no choice but to defend himself. Even launching counterattacks became difficult. If not for the healers of the rear line healing him, he would have already perished by now. Currently, less than 70 people remained in the Third Fleet. Against the Flower of Seven Sins members, not only did they not possess a numerical advantage, but they were also inferior in quality. Everyone, gather together. Destroy all the speedboats and retreat. Passing Monarch commanded as he gritted his teeth now that the outcome of the battle was already obvious. There was no meaning in them continuing this battle. Without a doubt, they would be annihilated, and their speedboats would fall into the Flower of Seven Sins' hands. Rather than accepting such an outcome, it would be much better to destroy their speedboats. That way, neither side would end up winning. As soon as Passing Monarch said so, however, he saw a 2-meter-tall Berserker blasted from the Swift Dragon speedboat. As the Berserker's body crashed heavily into the icy ground, his HP fell by over 3,000 torrent. Are you all right? Several nearby Flower of Seven Sins members could not help but look at the level 42 Berserker in surprise. Although Violent Torrent combat standard was only average for their team, he was equipped with a complete set of level 40 Fine Gold set equipment and wielded a level 40 Dark Gold battle axe. In terms of strength, he could rank within the top 5 among their team after demonizing. His strength would have increased by 17%. Even a Berserker equipped with a complete set of level 40 Dark Gold set equipment would lose out slightly to Violent Torrent in terms of strength. Despite that, he had actually been sent flying by a swordsman. It was simply inconceivable. I am fine. My hand is just a little numb. It seems his Berserk skill should be a strength-oriented one. You guys should be careful. The Berserker named Violent Torrent replied nonchalantly as he shook his hands. The others nodded in response to his words. They then began carefully approaching Feng after they transformed into demons. They would lose the ability to use Berserk skills, the price they had to pay to become demons. Otherwise, it would simply be too overpowered if they could stack the attribute bonus they receive from demonizing with the effects of a Berserk skill. The main god system obviously would not allow this to happen, however. Although their demon transformation indeed did not provide as many attributes as a Berserk skill did, the 15% improvement to their physiques allowed them to dodge even attacks from opponents with superior attributes. With this, they could slowly whittle down their opponents at this time, a level 42 silver-robed elementalist said. Since it's a strength-oriented Berserk skill, we'll attack him from a distance. I'll support you guys from the side, Violent Torrent said as he dashed back towards the Swift Dragon speedboat. However, the Flower of Seven Sins members had obviously misunderstood something. Feng did not have any of his Berserk skills activated right now. His previous slash was simply a normal attack. The reason why Violent Torrent went flying was entirely the recent upgrade to Feng's equipment. He had yet to adapt himself to the changes. Hence, he had failed to control his power properly and unintentionally sent Violent Torrent flying. When Violent Torrent was halfway back to the Swift Dragon speedboat, Feng had already jumped down from the craft. He then used Windblade and dashed at the Berserker, his speed so fast that nobody managed to catch a clear sight of him so fast. By the time Violent Torrent reacted, Feng was already before him, the Abyssal Blade descending towards him. Violent Torrent instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash to block the Abyssal Blade. What power! The intense force pushing down on Violent Torrent nearly drove him to his knees. Fortunately, the icy ground had served to cushion some of the impact, though web-like cracks formed on the ice layer as a result. However, almost at the same time as Violent Torrent stopped the Abyssal Blade with his battle axe, Feng slashed Killing Ray at the Berserker's chest chop. Minus 25,578. Instantly, Violent Torrent lost close to a quarter of his 110,000 HP. Demon players have high HP and defense. Feng was slightly surprised if Violent Torrent were an ordinary level 42 Berserker. Feng could have reduced the Berserker's HP to a critical level in one attack. Demon players didn't just have a lot of HP. Their defenses got a significant boost as well. Hence, it was very difficult for ordinary players to capture demon players. Normally, one would need at least a party of players to capture a demon player of the same level. Due to this, quite a few independent players and dark players would choose to become a demon in the past. Even the expansion pack Demon's Return was triggered. Meanwhile, one of the conditions for triggering this expansion pack was the number of demon players in God's domain reaching a certain level. After the Demon's Return expansion pack was triggered, a demon empire suddenly appeared in God's domain. The incident back then had thrown God's domain into chaos. Who is that guy? Why can he cause so much damage to Torrent? Several Flower of Seven Sins members nearby were momentarily stunned. They were fully aware of how frightening their defense became after transforming into demons. Not to mention, the Berserker class was a plate armor class. A Berserker of the same level would be fortunate to deal minus 6,000 damage to Violent Torrent after using a powerful skill. Despite all that, Feng had inflicted over minus 20,000 damage on Violent Torrent with just the most basic chop skill at this time. An assassin snapped out of his daze and shouted hurriedly, "Quickly heal Torrent!" If even an ordinary skill could already deal so much damage, then Sure Fong could kill Violent Torrent in just a few moves. If Violent Torrent did not receive enough heals in time, the swordsman would make short work of him. A blue-robed demon cleric quickly began chanting meanwhile. Sure Fong sent a glance at the Freedom Alliance members, noticing that they would not be able to hold out for much longer, as they had already begun destroying their own speedboats and need to finish them off fast, having no other choice. Sure Fong activated Heavenly Dragon's power. The instant Sure Fong activated Heavenly Dragon's power, a golden glow wrapped around his body. Faint golden dragon scales appeared around his body, making it seem as if he had just donned dragon scale armor. His body also exuded an invincible aura. He then sent a slash at the Berserker, before him illusory shadow. Before Violent Torrent could see what was going on, 6 streaks of blue light cut across his body, penetrating his tough armor. With a face filled with confusion, he fell to the ground as his HP reached 0. Chapter 1196. Strategic Level Expert. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1196. Strategic Level Expert. He died. The surrounding Flower of Seven Sins members could not help but gape in shock. Even the demon cleric chanting a greater healing stopped abruptly as he stared at Violent Torrent's motionless body. Violent Torrent had close to 80,000 HP remaining just now. With his strength, he should have been able to resist for some time. Otherwise, the demon cleric wouldn't have chosen to cast greater healing, which had a considerably long casting time at this moment. When the several Flower of Seven Sins members turned to look at Sure Fong, a possibility suddenly occurred to them, and they could not help but shudder at the thought that possibility was that Sure Fong had not used his Berserk skill when he was fighting Violent Torrent before, even after the Berserker had turned into a demon and had activated the skill only now not. Good. We met a hard one. He's a peak expert. Hurry up and contact Brother Chun, a thinly built man said. The man felt his breathing stifled as he looked at Sure Fong. There were few peak experts even in the Flower of Seven Sins. These existences were normally part of the organization's middle management. Sure Fong would have little trouble going up against more than a dozen half-step refinement realm experts like themselves at the same time, especially now that he had activated his Berserk skill currently. Only Brother Chun, the ranger leading the team this time, as well as a few others, could possibly resist someone like Sure Fong for long, just as this thinly built assassin was done speaking. Sure Fong advanced and suddenly appeared before Guardian Knight. Without hesitation, this Guardian Knight activated Protection Blessing. However, Sure Fong remained unperturbed by this reaction as he brandished Killing Ray Thundering Flash. Immediately, 4 blue arcs of lightning struck at 4 different locations. Combat technique, 4 Moon Lotus. After the 4 lightning snakes pierced through the Guardian Knight, they each struck at the 4 magical class players behind him. The Guardian Knight instantly lost over half of his 140,000 HP, whereas the 4 magical classes behind him lost 1/3 of theirs and had their spell casting interrupted by the impact of Thundering Flash block him. Don't let him get close to the magical classes. Hearing this, a Guardian Knight immediately used Justice Roar on Sure Fong. The demon cleric at the rear also cast Truth Shield and Rapid Healing on the Guardian Knight. As for the other melee players, they each used a control skill on Sure Fong. At the same time, the range classes launched attacks to seal Sure Feng's movement. Sure Fong could not help but admit that every member of the Flower of Seven Sins was an expert. Their coordination with each other was also impeccable. In combination with their high HP and defense, it made dealing with them extremely difficult. If there were any other expert here, they would definitely choose to pull back first. However, Sure Fong never entertained the thought of retreating. Instead, he activated Defensive Blade without hesitation, greatly extending his attack range. At the same time, he switched the basic Tyrant title to the Swordsmanship Master title, increasing his attack speed by 30%. Swords Orbit. Starlight immediately emerged around Sure Feng's body. Not only did he manage to block all incoming attacks, but before anyone could react, everyone within a 15-yard radius of him also began losing HP rapidly, despite the demon cleric at a distance spamming heals on the Guardian Knight. he still failed to keep the MT alive in the blink of an eye. Everyone within 15 yards of Shi Feng died meanwhile. The Oracle reporting to the Ranger called Brother Chun was stupefied. "Hello? Why are you contacting me at such a time? Did something happen?" The level 43 Ranger asked as he toyed around with passing Monarch Brother Chun. Not good. There's a MO monster here." The level 42 Oracle stuttered during the time the Oracle was giving his report. Shi Feng had used silent steps and appeared behind the thinly built assassin, who had just activated wind steps. Shi Feng then executed Chop, the speed of his attacks so fast that the assassin did not even react, as he died instantly. "A monster? Did one run all the way out here from the island?" The Ranger asked, perplexed to know. "There's a peak expert on the speedboat we attacked. Torrent and the others, they're all dead." At this moment, the Oracle was quickly losing his ability to speak as he watched his companions die, one after another. "A peak expert? Okay, I'll head over there now." The Ranger immediately grasped the severity of the situation. Ignoring passing Monarch, he turned towards a few of his companions, who were killing the other members of the Freedom Alliance, and shouted, "Hammer, you guys follow me. Torrent and the others are in trouble." Every peak expert was a strategic weapon in a team battle. If not properly contained, a peak expert could easily turn the tide in a fight between hundreds of players. Violent Torrent and the 17 others that went to the Swift Dragon speedboat were merely half-step refinement realm experts. They were simply no match for an expert of such caliber. If the Ranger delayed, they would no doubt be annihilated. Hence, he needed to hurry over there right away. He's leaving. Passing Monarch was filled with confusion as he looked at the black-clad Ranger flying towards the Swift Dragon speedboat. However, the Ranger's departure was a good thing for the Freedom Alliance, since the Ranger and the 3 companions that followed after him were the ones who had killed the most Freedom Alliance members with the bronze speedboats, less than 50 yards away from the Swift Dragon speedboat. The Ranger took less than 5 seconds to glide across this distance. However, as soon as the black-clad Ranger descended, he was shocked by the scene before him at this moment. None of the 18 people sent to snatch the Swift Dragon speedboat was alive. However, only 5 seconds had passed since he received the report. 18 half-step refinement realm experts who had turned into demons had died. Just like that, the Ranger glared at Shi Feng, who stood a short distance away, and asked coldly, "Where are your companions? Or are they thinking of ambushing us while we're fighting you?" No matter how he looked at it, one person simply could not have finished off so many demonized half-step refinement realm experts within such a short time. At the very least, such a feat required several experts working together. Companions? Shi Feng shook his head and said, "I'm the only one here. If you're in all the way here just to ask this, can we start the fight now? Hammer, you and let her deal with that guy. Scorpion and I will assist from the side and prevent others from ambushing us," the Ranger commanded hurriedly. It was obvious he did not believe Shi Feng. "Leave it to me." The level 43 Berserker, named Hammer, nodded seriously as he looked at the cloaked Shi Feng. The fact that the swordsman before them could work with other experts to get rid of Violent Torrent's group so quickly proved that his strength was extraordinary. Not to mention, Hammer also sensed a dangerous aura coming from Shi Feng, and he could tell that he was definitely no match for Shi Feng in a one-on-one fight. However, if he coordinated with Letter, even if they could not defeat Shi Feng, it would also be impossible for Shi Feng to kill them. However, just as Hammer finished speaking, Shi Feng had already dashed towards him so fast. The assassin named Letter was shocked at this speed. Even if he activated a berserk skill in his human form, he would be no match for Shi Feng. If not for his demon transformation improving his physique, he wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of Shi Feng's figure. Hammer also paled at this sight. Hurriedly, he brandished the greatsword in his hands and executed the Tier 1 skill Death's Harvest, which could be used only in his demon form. Immediately, numerous streaks of black light shot forward, enveloping a cone-shaped area 20 yards before him. This skill could not be blocked, only dodged. Is he dead? When the black light dissipated, there was no sign of Shi Feng's figure anywhere. Letter, be careful. At this time, the Ranger, who stood 10 yards behind the assassin called Letter, suddenly noticed Shi Feng appearing above the assassin's head. However, his His warning came too late. Shurfeng promptly used the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike, his attack speed increasing by 500% and damage by 400% for 3 seconds. The distant ranger only saw many streaks of blue light flashing in front of him. Before the assassin, called Letter, could even activate Vanish, his body was already falling to the ground. Shortly after, Hammer finally reacted to the situation. However, by the time he did, several streaks of blue light were heading towards him, responding slightly better than Letter. Hammer executed Whirlwind Slash to defend himself. However, as the gap in speed between him and Shurfeng was too massive, before his greatsword could even start picking up momentum, he had already been struck several times. Hammer's vision then turned gray as his body fell to the ground. Who is he? The ranger shuddered when he saw this, seeing that a male elementalist called Scorpion took an involuntary step back, terror surfacing on his face. Two Refinement Realm experts, each with over 100,000 HP, were actually killed instantly. How was this just a peak expert? Chapter 1197, Demon God. Hellscythe Vampire Cat. Chapter 1197, Demon God. At this moment, fear filled the eyes of the black-clad ranger as he looked at Shurfeng. If the opponent was only a peak expert, then after transforming into a high demon, he could more or less resist if he teamed up with Scorpion. Once Shurfeng's berserk skill was over, they could then counterattack. However, the swordsman before them was evidently not just a peak expert. Forget the two of them working together. Even if he had everyone in the team come over, they would merely be throwing their lives away. The disparity in attributes between both sides was simply too massive. Even he, who was a high demon, had not managed to get a clear look at Shurfeng's attacks. High demons received a 20% improvement to their physiques, which was 5% more than low demons. Their main attributes would also increase by 20%. Yet, even then, he still could not keep up with Shurfeng. Weary retreating. Saying so, the ranger immediately extended his wings in preparation to leave. At the same time, he had also sent the command to withdraw in the team chat. But what about the situation on Boss Brute's side? The elementalist named Scorpion asked hurriedly. Boss Brute said not to let anyone enter Demon Island. Fool! The ranger sent a glare at Scorpion. Ignoring the elementalist, the ranger directly flew away. They were currently demons. The death penalty they would suffer was extremely severe. If they already knew that they could not stop Shurfeng, persisting in the attempt would only be foolish. Moreover, even if they wanted to stop Shurfeng and the others from entering Demon Island, the best place to fight him was not at sea, but on Demon Island itself. They were demons. They had very high innate magic resistance, particularly darkness resistance. They did not need to worry about the dark corrosive power on the island. However, the same could not be said for their opponents. More importantly, Demon Island was shrouded in gray fog, which significantly reduced the player's range of vision. However, demons like themselves were not affected by Demon Island's gray fog at all. They would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Shurfeng and the others, whose berserk skills would be on cooldown. At that time, it's too late to run away now. Shurfeng did not give the ranger and elementalist any opportunities at all. Activating Wind Rider, he left behind an afterimage where he had stood as he instantly appeared before the two Flower of Seven Sins members. He then violently swung down, killing Ray Thunder Flame Explosion. Lightning and fire descended on the ranger and elementalist, and even the ice layer beneath the two began crumbling and evaporating. He escaped. When the lightning and flames dissipated, Shurfeng only saw one demon corpse floating on the water. This corpse belonged to none other than the elementalist Scorpion. As for the black-clad ranger, he was nowhere in sight. However, Shurfeng was not particularly surprised by this result. Unlike low demons, high demons not only received more improvements to their physiques and basic attributes, but also got to learn some powerful demon skills, even a skill with a powerful escape ability, Dark Transfer. This skill allowed one to teleport to any location within a 3,000-yard radius. Its activation required no preparation time, but it had a long 6-hour cooldown. The existence of this skill made killing high demon players very difficult. The ranger managed to escape, but the other Flower of Seven Sins members fleeing back to Demon Island were not high demons. Without hesitation, Feng immediately began chasing those demon players. Although both sides were moving in the air, Feng was able to fly freely in the sky due to Wind Rider, whereas the demon players could only glide. The speeds of the two sides were worlds apart from each other as for the attacks launched by the demon players. Not only did Feng easily dodge them, but he even used the opportunity to shorten the distance between them. Anyone that Feng caught up with got killed in just a few hits initially. There were over 80 low demons fleeing back to Demon Island. However, the ones that actually managed to reach the island numbered less than 30 once they reached Demon Island. Feng gave up the pursuit. Demon Island was rife with level 70+ monsters. If he was not careful, he would definitely attract the monster's attention. If that happened, not only would he not be able to kill the Flower of Seven Sins members, but he might even lose his life. In fact, as soon as Feng stepped onto the island, he noticed more than a dozen Shadow Stalkers. Shadow Stalker, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 71. HP 37, 000/37, 000/000. When passing Monarch and the others set foot on the island as well, they could not help but gasp when they saw this scene. No sooner had they arrived than the sight of over a dozen level 70+ Great Lords greeted them. Moreover, these were merely the ones they could see. What about the ones in the forest that they couldn't see? This was definitely not a place humans should come tote this time. A deafening roar came from the middle of the island and reverberated throughout the place. Even the Shadow Stalkers took fright at this roar. Immediately after, a black and white light pillar shot up from the heart of the island. The instant this light pillar appeared, passing Monarch and the others suddenly felt as if their bodies no longer belonged to themselves. So much so that they could not even twitch their fingertips. Only after a brief period did they gradually recover their mobility. What is that? Passing Monarch stared at the black and white light pillar, thoroughly shocked by the spectacular sight before him. At this moment, the skies above Demon Island began crumpling, forming a black hole. Passing Monarch could vaguely make out a gigantic eye inside the black hole. Just one glance at this eyeball gave him an appreciation of just how frightening the creature inside that black hole was in reality. It wasn't just passing Monarch and the others that felt fearful. At this moment, even Feng could sense an aura of death looming over him. In addition, he detected an extremely familiar aura emanating from that black hole. Divine might, however. The divine might he was feeling now was completely different from when he encountered it before. In previous instances, the divine might he felt all came from items. Moreover, as the divine might of these items originated from gods, the divine might they could radiate was extremely weak. If Feng were to compare the divine might from items and the divine might he was feeling now, the former felt as thin as air, while the latter felt as dense as mercury. How can this be possible? As Feng stared at the massive, red eyeball, he was utterly confused by what was going on. Could this be an event on Demon Island? In God's domain, there would frequently be such events occurring. To players, these events were both disasters and opportunities. However, Feng very quickly rejected this thought. According to what he knew about events, a real god simply could not appear. At this moment, he could say with absolute certainty that the massive eyeball was the eye of a god. The reason for his certainty was personal experience with this kind of pressure, so he definitely could not be wrong. At the same time, the Flower of Seven Sins members on Demon Island all revealed excited expressions one after another as they looked at the giant eyeball in the sky. Success. Boss Brute's side succeeded. Ha ha! The future of God's domain will be the Flower of Seven Sins' era. At this moment, the Flower of Seven Sins members were so excited that they completely forgot about their battle with Feng before. Meanwhile, along with the appearance of this giant eyeball, 3 dazzling, purple-gold items fell out from the crumpled space. Every one of the 3 items radiated powerful divine might that could make one shudder. Immediately after, the sound of a system announcement entered Feng's and the others' ears. System announcement. Some players have activated the new expansion pack, Demon God's Disturbance. Chapter 1198, Darkness Rising. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1198, Darkness Rising. The system announcement echoed in everyone's minds for a long time. The players throughout God's Domain who had received the news were stunned. Some players had gone directly to the game's official website, searching for any information about this latest expansion, whereas others thought nothing of it at all. After all, this wasn't the first expansion the game had launched. They had long since gotten used to such occurrences, however. When Shurfong, who was on Demon Island, heard this system announcement, he was dazed for a long moment. Demon God's disturbance? Shurfong watched the black hole in the sky slowly close, chaos gripping his pounding heart. Had he known something like this would happen, he would have done anything to stop the flower of 7 sins. God's Domain had many expansion packs. Among them, some had very little influence over the game, while some would impact the world significantly. Take the Abyss Invasion expansion pack, for example. The expansion pack had only affected the Twin Towers Kingdom and neighboring countries. The Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack, however, affected all of God's Domain. One could even say that the expansion pack's impact was just as massive as a system update. Although the Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack hadn't been introduced on the official website, it wasn't good news for ordinary players. Rather, this expansion pack benefited Dark players and Demon players due to this Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack. The system's restrictions on God's Domain had loosened, possibly broken, allowing the Dark forces to grow exponentially stronger. As a result, the Dark forces found more areas where they could gather. These gathering points referred to NPC towns. As the Dark forces occupied more towns, Dark players could extend their reach, have an easier time killing players, and exchange the points they obtained for more power. There were also certain tools that could allow one to kill other players in an NPC town and leave safely, avoiding the NPC guards. After the Demon God's Disturbance activated, NPC towns ceased to be safe havens for players. Moreover, if one were not careful while exploring the fields, Dark Force NPCs might even claim their life. NPC bandits, in particular, became more prevalent due to this. God's Domain would descend into chaos. Ambushes in the fields became more frequent, and Dark Force NPC raids on NPC towns would become a daily occurrence. However, this was not the most important change after triggering this expansion pack. All of God's Domain's monsters would gain the ability to learn and evolve. They could then increase their combat power. To put it simply, if a large number of players continuously killed a region's monsters, these monsters would gradually grow stronger, becoming increasingly difficult to kill. Of course, this improvement was not without limits. Common monsters could, at most, grow to the standards of the Trial Tower's 2nd floor, while elite and special elite monsters could aim for the 3rd floor standard. Chieftains could grow to the 4th floor standard, lords and high lords to the 5th floor standard, and great lords and grand lords to the 6th floor standard. Fortunately, there is a way to cope with this problem. Grind where few others venture. Monsters that players didn't farm would keep their low standards. Players could also pioneer high-level maps. These places had similarly low player populations due to this expansion pack. The various large guilds had grown more enthusiastic about pioneering new maps. They had no longer restricted themselves to their own territories. This, in turn, increased the intensity of the competition between guilds. On the bright side, monsters that evolved and improved would provide more EXP, allowing players to level up much more quickly. Brother Yifeng, this island is too dangerous. I think we should leave. Passing Monarch anxiously advised Shurfong. Although the giant eyeball in the sky had disappeared, the island felt even more dangerous before. His instincts told him to run. Hearing this, Shurfong took a look at the shadow stalkers, which had suddenly gone berserk. Sighing, he said, "All right, let's leave then." With the situation on Demon Island as it was not suitable for them. Right now, the Demon God's aura had driven the island's monsters berserk. In this state, their combat power had risen by at least 30%. Demon Island had already been dangerous for him. Now that the monsters had gone berserk, it was impossible to reach the ancient ruins if he wanted to do so. He could only wait until the monsters here reverted to their normal state. As Shurfong and the others had turned to leave, a monster's roar reached them from within the forest. In the next moment, A three-headed demonic hound that was over 5 meters tall barreled out of the trees. A savage man with disheveled hair sat upon this demonic hound. The man stood over 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Kola. The man had thick, robust arms. The man carried a crimson spear on his back, the length of which was decorated with blood-red divine runes. A fiery glow swallowed the spear's tip. At first glance, it was obvious that this spear was no ordinary weapon. A group of players followed the man atop, nothing less than bronze mounts. These people were mostly around level 43. Who are these people? Passing Monarch turned his head towards the six-man party. Shocked that other Freedom Alliance members were similarly surprised that a three-headed demonic hound was very large. Rather than a mount, it looked like a Lord-ranked monster. They had never even heard of such a mount before. Even more shockingly, the savage atop the demonic hound was actually level 45. Meanwhile, Sherfong recognized this savage the moment he laid eyes on him. Brute Spear. In the past, Brute Spear had been a relatively well-known expert of the Flower of Seven Sins. Back then, the rest of the world had referred to him as the Brute Goating God's domain. Any player that was nicknamed a god had been a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. The reason he had been known as Brute God and not Spear God was his inhuman strength in both the game and the real world. The 5 others behind Brute Spear were all experts from the Flower of Seven Sins. Their combat standards were on par with the black-clothed ranger from before, having already reached the flowing water realm. Even in super guilds, an expert party like this was rare. One would only encounter them with some frequency in the dark arena. You guys kill my men just now? Brute Spear asked coldly as he looked down at Sherfong, and the other's Brute Spear's voice was rough. Despite him speaking normally, his words sounded like a tiger's roar. He was like the generals of ancient times and gave off a very scary feeling. Fellow friend, is there some misunderstanding between us? Passing Monarch asked hurriedly when he noticed Brute Spear and the other Flower of Seven Sins members showing signs of taking action. We didn't take the initiative to attack your people. They attacked us first. We were simply retaliating. I don't care. Right now, I'm asking whether you guys killed my men or not. Brute Spear demanded once again, ignoring Passing Monarch's words. Chapter 1199, Demon Gods Items. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1199, Demon Gods Items. Cold ruthlessness colored Brute Spear's words. Everyone suddenly felt the surrounding air grow heavy as an intense pressure weighed down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Freedom Alliance had the advantage in numbers, but Passing Monarch did not doubt that, if Brute Spear and the others wanted to kill them, they would be powerless to resist. The difference in strength between both sides was too obvious compared to the black-clothed ranger he had fought earlier. Brute Spear and the others were much stronger. If they simply fell in a fight against Brute Spear and his companions, they could deal with the outcome. However, when the black-clothed ranger had killed his companions, even resurrection hadn't revived the dead. His companions had been thrown from the game and hadn't been able to log back in. Hence, if they died now, they would lose their monthly opportunity to obtain the legacy of the Siaz for relying on Sherfong. While Passing Monarch admitted that Sherfong was monstrously strong, the swordsman had just used his berserk skill. He couldn't use it again within a short time. His chances of defeating the 6 experts before them weren't great. While Passing Monarch and the Freedom Alliance members remained silent, not sure how they should answer Brute Spear's question. Sherfong opened his mouth and said, "That's right. I did it." When Passing Monarch and the others heard Sherfang's honest answer, they paled as they fell speechless. How could Brute Spear possibly not know that they were the ones responsible for his companions' deaths? It was obvious that Brute Spear was toying with theme of fight is inevitable. Flee with everything you have. Passing Monarch said hurriedly in the team chat. In reality, they were already considerably lucky. If not for Sherfong repulsing the Flower of Seven Sins members earlier, they would have lost both their lives and their bronze speedboats. Now, however, even if they died, they could keep their speedboats. As Passing Monarch prepared for a fight, Brute Spear jumped down from the three-headed demonic hound. However, instead of revealing killing intent, he smiled. Haha, not bad. You actually admit that you kill my men. Brat, I have to admit, You're quite courageous. Brute Spear laughed at the cloak's sure foam. On behalf of your bravery, I'll give you a chance to leave this place with your lives, of course. You guys can refuse my offer. However, you'll have no hope of escape. Like your companions, you'll be barred from God's domain for some time. Not only that, but you'll also lose 3 levels when you log back in. How is that possible? Doesn't the death penalty only reduce 1 level? The Freedom Alliance members could not help, but panic losing 1 level was already a heavy punishment. If they lost 3, they would need a long time to catch up. As for whether Brute Spear was lying or not, the man had no reason to. After all, the initiative was in Brute Spear's hands. Whether they were going to battle or not was all up to Brute Spear. What you're going to do is have a match with me. You all can even come at me together. As long as you shave off 1/4 of my HP, you win. If you win, you may leave here in one piece. On the other hand, if you lose, you'll need to contribute a portion of your souls, Brute Spear said, smiling as he glanced at Passing Monarch. And the others contribute our souls? This was the first time Passing Monarch had heard of such a thing, and he could not help but ask, if we contribute our souls, what kind of price will we have to pay? It's nothing much. You'll just be in a weakened state for several days. You won't actually die, Brute Spear explained, fully understanding Passing Monarch's worries. After you guys contribute your souls, I'll similarly let you all leave safely. Based on his personality, he should have already killed every one of these people. However, he had just received 3 treasures from the demon god, and he needed someone to test them on. Otherwise, he would have taken action instead of wasting so many words with these people. Brother Yifeng, what do you think? Passing Monarch could not help but turn to ask Shurfeng to him. Brute Spear's conditions seemed beneficial. Originally, Passing Monarch thought that Brute Spear would ask for their bronze speedboats in exchange for letting them go. However, dealing with a weakened state for a week or so was better than losing 3 levels. Moreover, it also wasn't certain that they would lose. If all of their members were allowed to attack together, their chances of victory would be quite high. Contributing souls? The name of a certain item suddenly popped into Shurfeng's head when he heard Brute Spear's explanation, the soul orb. In the past, this was a very well-known item in God's domain. Moreover, it had belonged to the Flower of 7 Sins. The soul orb had become famous due to its ability to place a player in a state of extreme serenity by sacrificing other players' souls. The affected player's brain activity would also increase, which would, in turn, help one learn combat techniques, improve skill completion rates, or even become a master or grandmaster lifestyle player much more easily. This soul orb was far more effective than a high mana density environment. As a result, when the various superpowers wanted to nurture a particular genius, they traded with the Flower of 7 Sins. The Flower of 7 Sins was also more than willing to trade. After all, just by using the souls a few players contributed, they could obtain a large amount of resources and excellent weapons and equipment. In the past, Shurfeng had heard that, to nurture Alice, the Witch of the West, the Miracle Guild had traded a fragmented legendary with the Flower of 7 Sins currently, based on Brute Spear's description and the demon god's appearance. Shurfeng was 80% certain that Brute Spear had the soul orb in his possession currently in God's domain. Aside from basic attributes, skills, and items, combat techniques also affected a player's combat power. The soul orb was a treasure that could allow players to learn and master combat techniques quickly. Thinking up to this point, Shurfeng looked at Brute Spear and said, "Don't even think about it. We won't agree to your condition." Shurfeng's sudden rejection stupefied everyone. Passing Monarch gaped at Shurfeng. He could not fathom why Shurfeng would say such a thing. Was there really a need to fight Brute Spear and the others? That means you want to die then? Brute Spear's expression immediately darkened suddenly. The surrounding atmosphere became extraordinarily heavy, and Passing Monarch and the other Freedom Alliance members struggled to breathe. "Do you think you can kill us without paying a price?" Shurfeng asked. Before anyone realized it, 2 magic scrolls appeared in his hands. These magic scrolls were none other than the Tier 3 magic scrolls he had obtained from the Sea Serpent King. One was a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll, while the other was a Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Tier 3 scrolls Brute Spear's complexion turned ugly when he saw the two scrolls in Sure Fang's hands. Chapter 1200, Sin of Pride. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1200, Sin of Pride. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely rare in God's domain. It was nearly impossible to find one on the market. Even if one went to a large guild to purchase Tier 3 magic scrolls, they would need to a close relationship with the buyer and rare items to offer in exchange. Meanwhile, Brute Spear recognized both of Sure Fang's magic scrolls. One of them contained a Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll. And when this scroll was activated, even demon players like himself, with high HP and defense, would die instantly. The second was a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll, and it was currently acknowledged as the best life-saving scroll in God's domain. As long as the Tier 3 defensive magic scroll was activated, current players would be helpless against it. Even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell could not break a Tier 3 defensive spell. Even Tier 4 mythic monsters could not break the defensive spell. If Sure Fang activated this magic scroll, they really wouldn't be able to do anything to Sure Fang and his group as they left Demon Island. This was not an outcome Brute Spear wished to see. Are you really willing to part with 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls? Brute Spear glared at Sure Fang. He hadn't expected Sure Fang's group to possess such a trump card if possible. He wanted to kill Sure Fang before the latter could activate the magic scrolls. However, he had already discovered Sure Fang's standard as a peak expert. Even a domain realm expert couldn't stop Sure Fang from activating those scrolls. However, whether it was the large-scale destruction magic scroll or defensive magic scroll, both were extremely rare, valuable items at this stage of the game. He refused to believe that Sure Fang would part with them so easily. What's there to be reluctant about? Sure Fang laughed. Now that Demon Island has transformed, once we return, we can sell this information to various superpowers. I'm sure that they'll be more than willing to compensate us for our losses. Hearing Sure Fang's words, Brute Spear and his companions' expressions twisted. They wanted nothing more than to rip Sure Fang apart. Currently, they still had plenty of matters to deal with on Demon Island, and it would take some time before they finished. If the other superpowers learned about Demon Island, a war would erupt. If that happened, other superpowers might snatch some of the items they were searching for. This was definitely not an outcome they wished to see. I'll admit that you're pretty smart. Say it then. What do you want? Brute Spear growled as he suppressed his bubbling rage. Hearing this, the corners of Sure Fang's lips raised as he said unhurriedly, "Since it's a competition, we have to even the odds. Your conditions are simply too one-sided. If we win, we only get to leave safely. Yet if we lose, we have to contribute a portion of our souls, suffering a weakened state for a long period. If you really want a match, do it fairly. Since we have to contribute our souls if we lose, shouldn't you offer something as well?" The items the demon god had bestowed were different from monster drops. There was no 2-hour waiting time to take ownership, unless the items had a setting that made it so that they would drop upon death. Even if he killed Brute Spear, there was no guarantee that he could get the items from the man's bag. Even if something did drop, it was unlikely that it would be the soul orb he wanted in the past. Many superpowers had sought the soul orb and had employed many means, both honest and not, to obtain it. However, no matter what they tried, they had failed to obtain the soul orb and had no choice but to trade valuable treasures with the Flower of 7 Sins contribute items. Brute Spear glared at Sure Fang. Unfortunately, he currently had no means of dealing with the swordsman. On the contrary, Sure Fang held his weakness, Demon Island, in his palm. "Fine. If you guys win, I'll give you all a piece of level 45 dark gold equipment. However, you have to reduce my HP to 50% to win. You may choose whichever of the two options." Hearing Brute Spear's words, everyone present could not help but admire Sure Fang. This was especially true for the 5 Flower of 7 Sins members beside Brute Spear. If not for Sure Fang being their enemy, they might even applaud the man. The fact that Sure Fang had convinced Brute Spear to take a step back, albeit at a very small one, was an amazing feat in and of itself. After all, in the Flower of 7 Sins, Brute Spear was a member of the Sin of Pride. If Sure Fang chose the first option and competed for no reward, Feng's group would only need to lower Brute Spear's HP by 20%. As for the second option, while there was a reward, they would have to reduce Brute Spear's HP by half. The difference was obvious. If Feng's group wanted to win, they would definitely choose the first option. In the end, nothing would change, so are you saying that if we decimate all of your HP, you'll give us an epic item? Feng asked, smiling. You really are a greedy bastard. Do you think you guys are worth one epic item? Brute Spear said in disdain. While level 45 Dark Gold equipment is tempting, do you think I would lack something like that? Feng said, chuckling as he exposed the Angry Tyrant Bracer's glow effect immediately. The Angry Tyrant's epic rank glow stunned everyone present previously. Feng had hidden the glow effects of his weapons and equipment, making it very difficult to determine his item's quality unless one had done their research into God's domain's various materials. Obviously, nobody present could determine his item's quality. Otherwise, they would have been astounded epic equipment. Passing Monarch was taken aback when he noticed Feng's bracers, even the Freedom Alliance, only possessed a few pieces of epic equipment. It was unbelievable that a lone player like Feng possessed a piece as well. It seems I really have underestimated you. When Brute Spear looked at Feng's Angry Tyrant, greed flashed in his eyes. Epic equipment was even rare in super guilds. Super guilds had far fewer epic items than peak experts. Only peak experts that performed exceedingly well were assigned epic equipment. Even Brute Spear only wore 2 pieces of epic equipment. He had received one of them from the Flower of Seven Sins. While he had just obtained the other from the Demon God's quest, he did not have any epic bracers. If he could obtain them, they would undoubtedly increase his basic attributes. If you want to do it that way, we'll do it fairly. If I bet an epic item, then you guys have to bet an epic item as well, Brute Spear said, sneering. It was obviously not possible to steal Feng's epic bracers, even if he killed Feng. The swordsman would drop random items. The chance of obtaining those epic bracers was simply too low. If he wanted, he had to gamble. If you lose, you only need to hand over 1 epic item. Yet if we lose, we need to offer our souls and an epic item. You call that fair? Feng smirked. If you wish for absolute fairness, fine. You and me one-on-one. Brute Spear said. If you win, I'll give you a top-tier epic item. A top-tier epic item? Feng's expression twisted into one of contempt. He then publicized Angry Tyrant's attributes for everyone to see. If you can offer a better piece of epic equipment better than mine, I'll consider it. If not, no deal. Chapter 1201, Tier 2 Class. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1201, Tier 2 Class. Initially, the Flower of Seven Sins members were about to blow up in rage at Feng for looking down on them. However, when they saw Angry Tyrant's attributes, they were all stupefied. How is this possible? Aren't these attributes too overpowered? Everyone present was surprised by Angry Tyrant's attributes. Although the bracers did not possess any active skills, their 2 passive skills were practically tailored for berserkers. An increase of 20% in strength and 30% in attack speed when the wearer's HP was below 50%. Just thinking about this gave everyone the shivers. Not to mention, there was also a certain chance for the wearer's strength to double when attacking. It was practically impossible for any other epic equipment to surpass the Angry Tyrant bracers. Angry Tyrant was definitely the best among epic equipment. Only equipment at the fragmented legendary rank and above would be better. When Brute Spear saw the bracer's attributes, he could no longer hide the greed in his eyes. Was a berserker. Moreover, he preferred strength-oriented equipment. In fact, every piece of equipment below epic rank that he had equipped right now, focused on strength-oriented epic equipment, was something he always dreamed of obtaining. However, just being able to obtain epic equipment was already plenty difficult. Wanting to get epic equipment that perfectly suited him was practically a dream. How could such excellent equipment for berserkers possibly fall into the hands of the swordsman? I must obtain it. Unfortunately for Brute Spear, although he wanted Angry Tyrant, just like Feng said, he indeed could not produce any top-tier epic equipment that was equal or superior to the bracers no matter how he thought about it. He had only 2 items on hand that were worth more than Angry Tyrant. One was an item that the Flower of Seven Sins wanted, while the other was the epic rank Tool's Soul Orb eventually. Brute Spear gnashed his teeth as he said, "Do you think I can't take out something of even higher value? I have an epic tool here. It is definitely more valuable than your Angry Tyrant bracers. If you can defeat me, I wouldn't mind gifting this epic tool to you." Epic tools were generally more valuable than epic weapons and equipment because epic tools did not take up a player's equipment slots. Players could use an epic tool even if it was in their bag space. Hence, the price of epic tools was generally double that of epic equipment, more if it was an epic tool with good attributes. An epic tool? Shifeng feigned hesitation as he said so. Inwardly, however, he was extremely excited. All right, let's sign a contract. He had deliberately exposed Angry Tyrant's attributes precisely to bait Brute Spear now. He had succeeded. As for whether the tool Brute Spear would wager was the Soul Orb or not, Shifeng was 100% sure that it was epic equipment was already quite rare. The chances of Brute Spear obtaining 2 epic tools at this stage of the game were lower than winning the lottery. Brother Yifeng, is there really a need to do this? Passing Monarch was bewildered as he watched Shifeng sign a contract with Brute Spear. Originally, if their whole group fought against Brute Spear, they'd had over a 70% chance of winning. Now, however, Shifeng was going up against Brute Spear in a one-on-one. Even if Shifeng was very powerful, in Passing Monarch's opinion, Shifeng would be lucky to have even a 30% chance of victory. After all, Shifeng had already used his Berserk skill. Meanwhile, Shifeng was actually gambling epic equipment on such low odds. This was simply insane. Ha! That fool really signed a contract. Boss Brute sure is lucky. Not only did he obtain an epic tool from completing the quest this time, but he is even going to get a pair of excellent bracers for Berserkers. That's right. I wonder what kind of expression that person will reveal when they see the strength Boss Brute reveals. With the addition of these epic bracers, Boss Brute will have 3 pieces of epic equipment in total. He will definitely become our Sin of Pride's number 1 Berserker with this. Brute Spear's several companions began a hushed discussion among themselves as they looked at Shifeng. They all considered Shifeng extremely foolish to gift away such excellent equipment as a peak expert. Shifeng indeed possessed the qualifications to be prideful. However, Brute Spear was similarly a peak expert in their opinion. If it were before Brute Spear had completed his quest, he would have had roughly a 60% chance of winning. The reason for this bullish evaluation was Brute Spear having been a high demon. After he transformed, both his main attribute and physique would receive a 20% improvement if both sides were almost equal in attributes and combat standards. A 20% improvement to physique would allow Brute Spear to achieve an overwhelming victory. The only way Shifeng could make up for this difference was through activating a Berserk skill. However, as far as they knew, Shifeng had already used his Berserk skill and wouldn't be able to use it again within a short period. This doomed Shifeng to a lower chance of winning. Meanwhile, now that Brute Spear had completed his quest, his strength had received another considerable improvement. Even if Shifeng's combat standard was above Brute Spear's, Brute Spear still had a 90% chance of victory. With the contract signed, both sides distanced themselves and provided Shifeng and Brute Spear with sufficient space for a duel. As the duel timer began counting down, Brute Spear retrieved the Crimson Spear slung on his back and slammed the spears, but on the ground, causing an earth tremor. As thanks for gifting me the Angry Tyrant bracers, I'll let you have the honor of witnessing my full strength, Brute Spear sneered. Originally, I intended to reserve this strength for competing against Bart for the position of number 1 Berserker in the group. Saying so, Brute Spear let out a low shout as his entire body began releasing scorching hot, pitch-black smoke. This pitch-black smoke quickly wrapped around Brute Spear's entire body. In the next moment, the Berserker began transforming. In the blink of an eye, he had become a demon. However, unlike the black-clad ranger from before, Brute Spear's demon form had 3 sets of wings. The aura he radiated was also much stronger than the black-clad rangers. There was absolutely no comparison. Were he doomed? After seeing Brute Spear's demon form, the last strand of hope Passing Monarch clung to vanished entirely at this moment. Brute Spear's companions likewise had shocked expressions on their faces. Having all received a fright from Brute Spear's transformation, this is an ennobled demon? Amazing! High demons simply cannot compare. With this transformation, Boss Brute will no doubt become the #1 berserker in our Sin of Pride in the future. After demon players transformed into demons, they would still have ranks, which was also the reason why demon players were half a tier stronger than ordinary players. When players first demonized, they would start out as low demons. Afterwards, they could promote to high demons through hunting for a large number of player souls. However, further promotions after reaching the high demon rank depended on more than just harvesting sufficient souls. One also needed to possess the corresponding status. In other words, attaining nobility. Meanwhile, after Brute Spear completed his quest on Demon Island, he had gotten promoted from a high demon directly to a baron. As a result, his strength had also undergone a qualitative improvement. Aha! So this is the power of a baron demon? Truly amazing. At this moment, Brute Spear could not help but revel in this newfound power of his baron-ranked demon players received a 30% increase to both their attributes and physique when transformed. Currently, both his attributes and his body's physique were already at the Tier 2 standard. The only thing he lacked now was Tier 2 skills. Aside from that, he could already be considered a Tier 2 player. The disparity between Tier 2 and Tier 1 classes was much greater than that between Tier 1 and Tier 0 classes. If a Tier 2 class fought against a Tier 1 class, even without using any skills and under a situation where both sides were at the same level, the Tier 1 class would be powerless to resist. After Brute Spear stretched his body a little, his blood-red eyes shifted to the swordsman before him. I'll let you have a taste of despair now. Chapter 1202, Hidden Ability. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1202, Hidden Ability. When the duel timer came to an end, Brute Spear walked at a measured pace towards Surefoam. It was as if he was strolling casually through a park right now. He did not take this duel seriously whatsoever, as expected of a quest that could prompt the demon god to emerge. It instantly promoted a high demon to the baron rank. Surefoam unsheathed the abyssal blade and killing ray, his expression turning serious as he looked at the approaching berserker. Even after 10 years had passed, demon players that managed to reach the baron rank had still been uncommon, with the majority stuck at the high demon rank. If one wanted to get promoted further, they needed to get the acknowledgement of the demon god or upper-class demons and have them willingly share a portion of their power. However, upper-class demons and the demon god were allowed to bestow their power on only a limited number of people. As a result, the number of demon players that could become nobility was extremely low. Currently, Brute Spear, who was level 45, already possessed 240,000 HP. On the other hand, even after reaching level 50, Surefang's HP was just slightly over 42,000. The disparity was nearly six-fold. Moreover, Baron demons possessed much higher defense and magic resistance than high demons. Even ordinary Tier 2 expert players would find it hard to kill the current Brute Spear. Not to mention that there was not a single Tier 2 player in God's domain, yet when Brute Spear was only 12 yards away, Surefang abruptly stomped on the ground, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position as he dashed straight at the berserker so fast. The 5 Flower of 7 Sins members, spectating from the side, were astonished when they saw Surefang appearing before Brute Spear in the blink of an eye. Surefang was definitely the fastest swordsman they had ever seen. If it were them fighting against Surefang right now, they would be caught off guard if they were not careful. Moreover, Surefang's movements and judgment were also considerably acute. Unlike berserkers that used great swords or battle axes, berserkers that used spears had a longer attack range. Their spears could reach roughly 2 yards farther than the other weapons. The optimum attack range for a spear-wielding berserker was between 4 and 8 yards. Meanwhile, a swordsman that used a long sword had an optimum attack range between 1 and 3 yards. Although their sword auras could reach up to 5 yards, enemies that were standing within 4 to 5 yards could easily dodge such an attack by retreating 1 or 2 yards. If a longsword-wielding swordsman wanted to suppress a spear-wielding berserker, the best way to do so was to close in and move within 1 to 3 yards of the latter. This way, the Berserker could not utilize the spear to its fullest potential. Conversely, if Sure Feng allowed Brute Spear to gradually approach him, then before he even reached his attack range, Brute Spear would have already begun attacking, a considerably disadvantageous situation to Sure Feng. Hence, taking the initiative to attack, to launch a fast attack, was an extremely wise decision. You have quick reactions. I'll give you that. Unfortunately, you met me. Brute Spear was indeed surprised by Sure Feng's speed and judgment. However, while others might have difficulty keeping up with Sure Feng's speed, he could see the swordsman's movements perfectly. Moreover, due to his improved physique, he had a much clearer grasp of his surroundings. Right now, he could perceive everything within a 20-yard radius. In fact, the instant Sure Feng prepared to take action, he already knew what Sure Feng would do. Whirlwind Slash. Having long since anticipated Sure Feng's attack, Brute Spear swept the spear in his hands horizontally, his move capable of dealing a serious blow to all enemies within a 10-yard radius. An explosion rang out in the air as he swung the Crimson Spear, the spear moving so fast that it became invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Sure Feng was currently still 6 yards away from Brute Spear. By the time he could start attacking Brute Spear, the Berserker's spear would have long since landed on him. Although the spear was weaker than the greatsword and battle axe when it came to raw power, it was superior in terms of speed. Punk! Spear and sword collided, the impact forcing Sure Feng to take a few steps back. What a high skill completion rate! Sure Feng was slightly astonished as he looked at Brute Spear, who remained unaffected by the impact. If speaking purely in terms of the strength attribute, he should surpass Brute Spear even after the latter transformed. After all, there was a 5-level gap between them. Moreover, the quality of his weapons and equipment was also far superior to that of Brute Spear's. Nonetheless, he still got repulsed. In the end, the only explanation for such a situation occurring was Brute Spear's skill completion rate. When a player's skill completion rate reached a certain percentage, the skills they used would generate some additional effects. For example, when the Berserker class's Whirlwind Slash achieved a completion rate of 99% or above, aside from having greater destructive power, the skill would also come with a knockback effect, a skill completion rate of 99%. This was a completion rate that Sure Feng could only occasionally achieve when both his body and mind were in an excellent state. Despite that, the Berserker before him was able to achieve this feat casually. Is this a hidden ability of a demon noble? Sure Feng did not believe that Brute Spear himself was capable of achieving such a high completion rate. After all, the Berserker had just been promoted to a Baron Demon. After transforming, the bonus attributes he received should be much higher than when he was just a high demon. He should have great difficulty properly controlling this newfound strength immediately. He would need some time to adapt. Hence, the only explanation was that this high completion rate was a hidden ability of a demon noble in the past. Sure Feng had never gotten the opportunity to fight against a demon noble. Or to put it in another way, he had not possessed the qualifications to do so. As a result, he had only a little information on demon players. As for the hidden abilities of demon nobles, there hadn't been any fools that revealed such a secret. No wonder Chun Su said that you're powerful. Your strength attribute is actually so high. Looking at his still trembling spear, Brute Spear could not help but turn a look at Sure Feng. After this brief exchange, he grew even more fond of the bracers on Sure Feng's arms. Even after transforming into a demon, he was still weaker than Sure Feng in terms of strength. If he were fighting against any other swordsman right now, such a situation would have been impossible. The only explanation for this was Sure Feng's weapons and equipment. After saying so, Brute Spear directly used charge at Sure Feng, the spear in his hand stabbing at Sure Feng's heart. When Brute Spear used charge, he became like a shooting star. He was not only extremely fast, but also exerted powerful pressure on Sure Feng. However, this pressure didn't come from Brute Spear himself. Instead, it was a deterrent effect that appeared when charge's completion rate reached 99% or above. This hidden effect reduced his opponent's reaction speed by 20% and movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 1 second. When Brute Spear got to within 6 yards of Sure Feng, the Crimson Spear in his hands suddenly transformed into a streak of red light. Boss Brute is finally using his trademark move, an assassin familiar with Brute Spear said. Chuckling, this was a combination technique Brute Spear used to gain fame for himself in the Flower of Seven Sins, merging a combat technique with a system. Skill to exert even more power lightning speed. Originally, Charge had already allowed Brute Spear's Crimson Spear to move at a frighteningly fast speed. Then, during the time he was using Charge, he would transfer the power of his entire body to his spear, applying additional acceleration the instant it was about to reach its target. This speed made the attack practically impossible to dodge or block pump. At the critical moment, Shi Feng activated parry when the Crimson Spear came into contact with his swords. Shi Feng instantly felt both his arms go numb. His entire person also was forced to retreat 6 steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He blocked it. Brute Spear was astounded right now. Just how high is his agility? The lightning speed he executed this time was the most perfect one so far. Logically, after including the suppression effect of his charge, Shi Feng should not have been capable of executing parry at all. Since it is so, let's see if your reaction speed or my attack speed is faster. Saying so, Brute Spear flapped the wings on his back and began hovering in midair. His body then split into 3, and all 3 attacked Shi Feng simultaneously from different directions. The skill he had used was called Demon Flash, something he had learned after becoming a Baron Demon. It allowed him to attack his opponent from 3 directions, and each clone mirrored his original body perfectly. There was also no need for him to control his mirror images, as they would carry out the same actions as he did. During the attack, he and his clones would also gain an enormous movement speed boost. Overall, it was a skill many times more powerful than Charge. Chapter 12:03 Difference between Trump Cards. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 12:03 Difference between Trump Cards. After Brute Spear used Demon Flash, he and his mirror images moved faster than when he used Charge. The surrounding spectators could barely see the 3 berserkers' afterimages, much less their real bodies. Is this his true strength? Passing Monarch was deeply shocked when he saw this scene. It was no wonder Brute Spear was so confident before with that kind of speed and destructive power. Even if all of them went at him together, they would be fortunate to land an attack on him, much less shave away 1/5 of his HP so fast. Although Shi Feng's physique had improved a lot after reaching level 50, in the end, he had yet to obtain his Tier 2 class, which would provide a massive boost to his physique. At this moment, his eyes could no longer keep up with Brute Spear's speed. He could only rely on the changes in his surroundings to determine Brute Spear's movements. You should consider yourself fortunate to fall to this move of mine. Brute Spear executed lightning speed on Shi Feng, once more compared to the time he attacked with Charge. The speed of his spear this time had increased by a large margin. Moreover, his 2 clones had also attacked using the same strength and speed. If attacked at such a speed and from 3 different angles, even a Domain Realm Assassin expert would not be able to evade properly. Dang. However, just as the 3 Crimson Spears were about to reach Shi Feng, they abruptly stopped in their paths, unable to proceed even an inch farther due to Shi Feng activating the Swordsman class's strongest life-saving skill. Defensive Blade Brute Spear was not particularly surprised by this situation. After all, the Swordsman class's life-saving skills were only second to the Assassin classes. Now that he had forced Shi Feng to use both life-saving skills consecutively, he would have a much easier time dealing with the Swordsman. So, what if you blocked them? Brute Spear sneered. In a single breath, he rapidly jabbed 5 times with his spear, targeting Shi Feng's blind spots. Meanwhile, his 2 mirror images had also launched identical attacks. Demon Flash did not just allow him to launch a charging attack on his target. The clones conjured lasted 5 seconds, during which they would carry out the same actions as the main body. Moreover, they also possessed the exact same attributes as the main body. Overall, Demon Flash was a skill meant to counter defensive skills that could block multiple attacks. As a result, a total of 15 spears struck at Shi Feng from 3 different directions, and extremely fast. Even Shi Feng failed to keep up with all 15 spears. Meanwhile, these 15 spear attacks had already exceeded the number of attacks Defensive Blade could block. Sure enough, a Baron Demon really is difficult to handle. Shifeng finally understood why demon nobles were so difficult to kill in the past. When he saw certain experts on the God's Domain experts list successfully killing a demon noble, he had thought nothing of it. Now, however, it would seem that killing a demon noble of the same tier was a very difficult task. Shifeng immediately activated Killing Ray's additional skill, Summon Lightning Boom. In the next moment, arcs of blue lightning shot down from the sky one after another. Not only did these lightning arcs deal 400% lightning damage to all enemies within a 15-yard radius to Shifeng, but they could also inflict a numb effect for 5 seconds on the target struck. Afterwards, his attack range would even increase by 20 yards for 30 seconds. However, Brute Spear simply sneered at this attack. He did not bother dodging the lightning arcs at all, as he abruptly stabbed his spear at Shifeng. He intended to compete and see who could deal more damage while the 15 spears struck at Shifeng. The lightning arcs also bombarded Brute Spear's body. The block count of Shifeng's defensive blade was instantly exhausted. As for the several spear strikes that got through, Shifeng used his sword to deflect them, so he did not receive any substantial damage. In contrast, Brute Spear had over minus 13,000 damage from the lightning strikes. What high magic resistance! Envy sprouted in Shifeng's heart when he saw this damage. If a normal level 45 player received this move of his, they would either die instantly or have very little HP remaining. However, a Baron Demon's high magic resistance had greatly reduced the damage Brute Spear received. Brute Spear had over 240,000 HP. By relying on battle recovery alone, he could recover over 2,400 HP every 5 seconds. In addition, Summon Lightning's numb effect was ineffective against the Berserker. As Summon Lightning ended, Brute Spear launched 5 spear strikes once more this time. However, Shifeng no longer possessed Defensive Blade to protect himself. What a pitiful bastard. He actually dared to challenge Boss Brute to a duel. He might have had a fighting chance if he had his Berserk skill. Unfortunately, he's already used it against Shinsu. However, Boss Brute is also amazing. I feel that the skills he used all have very high completion rates. When the 5 Flower of 7 Sins members saw this scene, they all knew that this fight was as good as over. Originally, Brute Spear already possessed a huge advantage in HP and defense. Now, he was even using an attack method that trumped all defenses. If Shifeng wished to deal damage to Brute Spear, he would have no choice but to clash head-on as well. However, Brute Spear still had 2 clones assisting him. It was simply impossible for a melee player like Shifeng to stop Brute Spear from this scene. Shifeng also understood what was going through Brute Spear's mind. However, he also had to admit that this was a good plan, as he really did not possess any method of coping with it. Shifeng used silent steps right away and appeared behind Brute Spear. He then pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Berserker Abyssal Bind. Immediately, black chains materialized in empty space one after another, every one of them shooting straight at Brute Spear. Seeing this, Brute Spear sneered as he activated a control removal skill without hesitation, causing Abyssal Bind to lose effect. He then charged at Shifeng and launched another barrage of attacks together with his mirror images. You want to compete using HP? Shifeng smiled. Come in. Saying so, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Although his doppelganger only possessed 80% of his basic attributes, which made it slightly weaker than Brute Spear, it should have no problems holding off one of the Berserker's mirror images. Meanwhile, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms summoned by 9 Dragons Slash could also easily stop the other mirror image. This way, the duel would revert to a one-on-one fight at this time. Shifeng activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed by 150%, damage by 50%, and decreasing the damage he received by 50% for 30 seconds without hesitation. He charged straight at Brute Spear and executed Sword's Orbit Starlight suddenly filled Shifeng's surroundings. However, Brute Spear paid no attention to this phenomenon whatsoever as he used all his strength to send out multiple spear strikes immediately. Both sides' HP began falling continuously, the rate of decline giving the surrounding spectators a fright. How is this possible? The 5 Flower of 7 Sins members were dumbfounded as they looked at Brute Spear's plummeting HP at this moment. Brute Spear was losing over 10,000 HP with each attack he received, 20,000 HP with a critical hit. On the other hand, although Feng was similarly losing HP, he was only losing around 3,000 HP with each attack he received. Moreover, the rate at which his HP fell was much slower than Brute Spear's. For each time Feng's HP fell, Brute Spear's HP would fall 2 or 3 times after just 2 seconds of exchanging hits. Brute Spear had less than 70,000 HP remaining, down to less than 1/3 of his HP. On the other hand, although they could not see the exact value of Feng's HP, due to him having hidden it with his black cloak, the HP bar revealed above his head showed that he had lost only 1/3 of his total HP so far. The difference between the two sides was obvious at a glance, however. Despite this situation, Brute Spear himself remained unfazed just when Brute Spear's HP fell below the 30,000 threshold. A sinister smile appeared on his face backtrack. Brute Spear roared. Immediately, a blood-red magic array appeared in the air. A red light then shone out of the magic array, enveloping a radius of 30 yards around Brute Spear. This was the strongest skill Brute Spear obtained after becoming a Baron Demon Blood backtrack. As long as he was not dead, the skill would allow him to regain the HP he had 6 seconds before. This was the reason why he dared to exchange damage with Feng in the next moment. Brute Spear's HP directly recovered to full. In contrast, Feng had less than half of his HP right now. Despicable. He can actually recover his HP. Passing Monarch could not help but curse out loud when he saw this scene. Brute Spear simply sent a contemptuous glance at Passing Monarch. Sure enough, he really does have a trump card hidden. Feng was not particularly surprised by this scene in reality. He also knew about Blood Backtrack. This was a move that all demon nobles knew. Even monsters like great demons had used it frequently, since it was a skill specifically used to trap others. Hence, he also held back a trump card suddenly. The two swords in Feng's hands released a blinding light flame burst. Swords orbit. One sword light after another flew at Brute Spear, a sure kill skill. Remaining unfazed, Brute Spear activated the additional skill of his epic equipment, Magic Shield, which reduced the damage he received by 30% for 10 seconds. He promptly brandished a spear to deflect the oncoming sword lights, although Brute Spear failed to deflect all the attacks. With his body's extraordinary physique, he still managed to deflect the majority of them. In the end, he got struck only 3 times. However, these 3 hits shocked him, as each one actually took over 60,000 HP from him. In just 3 blows, he had lost over 180,000 HP when Flame Burst ended and Brute Spear was preparing to counterattack. Feng activated Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath was an AoE skill that was impossible to block. Moreover, it dealt much more damage than even Flame Burst instantly. Dragon Breath devoured Brute Spear's remaining HP at the same time. Feng emerged the victor of this duel. Chapter 12:04 Treasure Secured. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 12:04 Treasure Secured. After the duel was over, Brute Spear had a look of horror on his face as he looked at Feng. How could he have such a high explosive power? Brute Spear could not at all believe that he had just lost. He was a Baron Demon. He also had 2 pieces of epic equipment equipped. He himself was a peak expert in God's domain, with his 240,000 plus HP. Even if he just stood still and did nothing, it would take a berserker of the same level quite some time to kill him. Yet he had been killed almost instantly. How could he possibly accept this loss? Nonetheless, there was no way the duel result announced by the system could be fake. It was also an inescapable fact that he only had 1 HP remaining right now. Unlike the duels in arenas, the system would leave players with 1 HP when they were defeated in a duel held in the fields, preventing them from dying. The match is over. You can hand over that epic item of yours now, Feng said as he looked at Brute Spear, who currently had a dazed expression on his face. Although Brute Spear possessed the transformation bonuses of a Baron Demon, the difference in levels and equipment between the two of them was simply too massive. It was not something a single demon transformation could offset. Powerful weapons and equipment not only improved a player's basic attributes, but also strengthened a player's skills. Just who are you? Brute Spear asked after taking a deep breath. Anyone capable of steamrolling right over me can't be someone unknown. In terms of HP and defense, he indeed possessed an absolute advantage. However, Surefone was leaps and bounds above him in skills and other basic attributes. Meanwhile, needless to say, the reason for Surefang's advantage in attributes was definitely the swordsman's weapons and equipment. Any player that could surpass a player like himself in terms of weapons and equipment could not be an ordinary expert. Most likely, Surefang was a peak expert from superpower. Moreover, far from just any ordinary peak expert, Surefang was no doubt a peak expert heavily nurtured by his guild. What? Want to take revenge on me? Not willing to accept defeat? Surefang asked. That's only one part of the reason. Brute Spear nodded in acknowledgement. The other part is that I don't want to lose without even knowing whom I lost to. He had indeed thought of taking revenge on Surefang. After all, the reason he lost this time was not due to techniques, but rather weapons, equipment, and skills. This result greatly frustrated him. He was actually killed instantly by 2 sure kill skills. If news about this spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. After giving the matter some thought, Surefang walked up to Brute Spear and said quietly, "Fine, I can give you a chance. You can call me Frost Eye. In any case, this is a name others have given me. If you wish to have a rematch, then you must wager epic equipment at the very least, just like this time. As for the venue of the match, let's set it at the imperial capital of the Fire Dragon Empire. Once you're ready, you just need to spread the message in the Fire Dragon Empire. When the time comes, I'll naturally find out. You're Frost Eye, the #1 person on the bounty list." Brute Spear's heart began racing when he heard this and stared incredulously at Surefang. "Frost, I was very famous in God's domain after all. Frost, I had managed to enter the main headquarters of the Super Guild King's Return and kill Hell Fiend all by himself, then escape with his life. This incident had long since become a legend in God's domain. Even now, King's Return was still hunting Frost Eye. Moreover, the bounty the guild had placed on Frost Eye had increased from the initial 20,000 gold to the current 50,000 gold. King's Return was even offering a reward of several hundred gold to anyone that could provide some clues leading to Frost Eye. This incident had also prompted the various superpowers in God's domain to search for Frost Eye, because of Frost Eye's ability to enter places with heavy security like the Divine Colosseum and pull off an assassination. Since Frost Eye had killed an expert like Hell Fiend, he was naturally capable of killing other guild upper echelons as well, perhaps even the guild leaders of superpowers. A guild leader's assassination would deal a massive blow to the guild's reputation. Hence, the various superpowers in God's domain were searching for Frost Eye. The Flower of Seven Sins was no exception. As an organization that dealt in assassination work, if the Flower of Seven Sins could recruit such an expert, its fame would undoubtedly rise significantly. That's right. Since you already have the answer to your question, you can give me my item now, right? Surefang nodded. It seems I have not lost in vain. At this moment, a trace of admiration flashed across Brute Spear's eyes as he looked at Surefang. He then took out the soul orb from his bag and passed it to him. In reality, Brute Spear did not place any particular importance on the soul orb. After all, epic items like the soul orb were not particularly rare. Practically every superpower possessed 1 or 2 of such items. Take the epic tool the Dark Arena had auctioned, for example. The tool could be used to brew magic wine that had a calming effect when consumed. The calming effect was similar to when a player was in a high mana density environment. The soul orb was similar to that epic tool. However, unlike the magic wine, which required rare materials to brew, the soul orb needed players to willingly offer up a portion of their souls to produce soul water. Moreover, the souls of 100 players were needed to produce 1 drop of soul water. Rather than doing something as tedious as collecting souls, gathering raw materials would be much faster. Hence, Brute Spear felt that the soul orb was somewhat useless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it as a wager. Soul orb epic rank item. An orb crafted by demon god Paimon using the fragments of a destroyed powerful soul. Treasure additional active skill dash. Soul water. Creates soul water from the souls willingly contributed by players. No cooldown. Every 100 souls of players absorbed will produce 1 drop of soul water. Currently, this item has been sealed by Demon God Paimon. Item will drop upon death. Those without the power of demons are unable to use this item. If you're not interested in this epic item, I can use 7,000 gold to buy it back, Brute Spear said, grinning as he looked at Sherfone. Although items like the Soul Orb were indeed rare in God's domain, there were still a few of them, which usually sold for around 20,000 to 30,000 gold. However, since only demon players could use the Soul Orb, its value was much lower for someone like Sherfone, who was not a demon player. Even if he obtained the Soul Orb, he would not be able to use it. In other words, it was no different from a piece of junk at the end of the day. It is still an epic item. Keeping it as a decoration isn't a bad idea, either. Although a surprised expression had indeed appeared on Sherfang's face after he read the Soul Orb's attributes, he still stored the item away. He then turned around and left. The corners of Brute Spear's mouth twitched involuntarily when he heard Sherfang's words. Most likely, only the number 1 person on the bounty list could say something like using an epic item as decoration. As for preventing Sherfang and the others from leaving, Brute Spear did not think he and his companions had this ability. If Sherfang was capable of leaving King's Return's main headquarters unscathed back then, it would be child's play to get away from the 6 of them, following which Sherfang led Passing Monarch and the others away from Demon Island. Brute Spear and the others had failed to notice that the reason for Sherfang's surprised expression was not the fact that only demon players could use the Soul Orb. After all, this was something Sherfang had long since known. Instead, he was surprised because the instant he touched the Soul Orb, the golden stigmata on him had reacted. Chapter 1205, Kingdom Transformation. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1205, Kingdom Transformation. The golden stigmata was originally a tool for Sherfang to search for the 7 treasures. Previously, when he went to Lake Heart City, a clue relating to one of the 7 treasures had appeared. However, the signal had been brief, disappearing after a moment. Fortunately, he had already gotten a lock on the NPC wielding that treasure only. As Countess Katie Green was too powerful for Sherfang right now, he did not want to alert the NPC any more than he already had since entering God's domain. Sherfang had already been to quite a few places. However, he had managed to find only 1 clue relating to the 7 treasures so far. Despite that, the instant he touched the Soul Orb, it had actually triggered a reaction from the golden stigmata. How could he not get excited over this? This was also the reason behind Sherfang's decision to give up on entering Demon Island for now and return to White River City first. After all, the Soul Orb was an item that dropped upon death. The ancient ruins on Demon Island were extremely dangerous, with the demon god's aura causing the monsters on the island to go berserk. The risk of death was simply too high right now. It was much better if he returned to White River City for the time being, following which Sherfang said his goodbyes to Passing Monarch and agreed to meet up with him tomorrow at the sea's end. Meanwhile, on Demon Island, the black-clad Ranger Chun Su, who had just met up with Brute Spear's group, nearly had his eyes fall out of their sockets when he saw Brute Spear sending off Sherfang and the others. Boss Brute, are you letting them go, just like that? Chun Su could not believe this was true. We lost a lot of men to them. As demons, they lost 3 levels each time they died. Just the number of Flower of 7 Sins members killed by Sherfang alone numbered over 70. If their superiors were to find out about this, they would no doubt receive severe punishment. After all, turning ordinary players into demons was not an easy task. We can only consider ourselves unlucky this time. Brute Spear replied. Boss Brute, even you weren't able to defeat them? Chun Su asked in shock. Brute Spear was a peak expert in the Flower of 7 Sins. Moreover, everyone the 5 others in the Berserkers party was stronger than Chun Su. They should be more than capable of dealing with Sherfang, whose berserk skill was on cooldown. Moreover, Brute Spear had already been ennobled into a Baron Demon. In terms of overall strength, he could already be considered a Tier 2 player. How could he possibly not be a match for Sherfang? Brute Spear turned around and asked, "Do you know who that peak expert is?" Chun Su shook his head in response. Sherfang had been wearing a black cloak the entire time. Hence, Chun Su had failed to discern any information about the swordsman. Pinpointing his identity through his class was also impossible. After all, there were just too many swordsman experts in God's domain. Not to mention, many of the swordsman experts that entered God's domain were not that famous. He is Frost Eye. Brute Spear smiled bitterly. What? That's the guy the higher-ups have been searching for all this time. Chen Su could not help his surprise. Ordinary players might not be familiar with Frost Eye, but he was a famous existence among the superpowers of God's domain. Even the old monsters of the Flower of Seven Sins had praised him endlessly, wishing to recruit him into the organization. No wonder he was so strong. When Chen Su recalled the scene where Shi Feng had instantly killed Hammer and the others, he found the idea plausible. After all, Frost, I was someone capable of assassinating the upper echelon of a super guild right in the middle of the guild's main headquarters and even getting away safely. It would be a piece of cake for someone like that to kill experts of Hammer standards. All right, go inform the higher-ups. Tell them that I already have a way to make contact with Frost Eye. Also, send in a detailed report regarding the previous battle. As for the matter regarding Demon Island, the rest of us will handle it. Brute Spear commanded. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. After returning, Shi Feng immediately noticed that the atmosphere within the city had become slightly tense. Those red players are simply too arrogant. They actually dare take action within NPC towns now. Thanks to that, the loot my team got from the boss we killed is all gone. Your team is simply too careless. However, after the new expansion pack was implemented, the Dark Guilds and Red players have indeed become more proactive. Several other teams have likewise gotten ambushed and suffered severe losses. I wonder which bastard triggered this expansion pack. I heard that the other kingdoms and empires are in similar situations. New dark towns and cities have also been popping up one after another throughout God's domain, allowing Red players to exchange for many nice items there. Exchange items? That's right. Although the exchange rates are very fraudulent, requiring 3 secret silver weapons to exchange for 1 secret silver weapon or equipment of the same level, the exchanged weapons and equipment are more suited to oneself. Some normal players have even begun commissioning Dark Guilds and Red players to help exchange items for them now. Isn't that awesome? Our team has many weapons and equipment we can't use. Rather than sell them for money, it will be much better to exchange for items that are more appropriate for us. Do you really think it's that easy? So far, the only place that has such an exchange center in Starmoon Kingdom is Evernight City, as the only dark NPC city within the kingdom. Those who aren't red or dark players are prohibited entry. Moreover, if you want to exchange for high-ranking weapons and equipment, you'll need to have enough reputation with the city, as well as fulfill certain conditions. Ordinary red players can exchange for bronze weapons and equipment at best. I heard that only dark players can exchange for secret silver weapons and equipment. It seems we'll have to be more careful in the future. Now that these dark guilds and red players have such a convenient source for items, they will surely become more proactive in the future. That's right. Currently, some NPC towns are no longer safe from red players. I don't know what kind of item those red players have managed to get, but they're actually able to evade detection by NPC guards for a short time. Unless they're standing very near an NPC guard, the latter won't sense them at all. Many independent teams and players were discussing the recent expansion pack and its consequences in the open-air bar of White River City's teleportation hall, and they were unanimous in hating the new expansion pack initially. The range of activity of dark players was not particularly large. After the implementation of the new expansion pack, however, new dark towns appeared in the vicinity of the various NPC cities. Moreover, these dark towns were all very powerful. The NPCs ruling them were usually above level 100, existences that current players couldn't go up against. As a result, this situation immediately expanded the range of activities of dark players significantly. The V begun moving already? Shi Feng had never imagined that these dark players would take action so quickly. While the Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack was indeed a blessing to dark players and somewhat of a disadvantage to ordinary adventurer players, it wasn't as though the expansion pack was a pure liability to adventurer players. Adventurer players similarly had a way to benefit from this expansion pack: crusades. Along with the rise of the dark forces, many dark NPCs that had previously hidden themselves would become active. As these NPCs were considered enemies of normal players could kill them without suffering any repercussions as long as players managed to kill these NPCs, aside from being able to obtain weapons and equipment just like the loot from a boss. There's also a certain chance for these NPCs to drop 7 Luminaries crystals, an extremely valuable item to both players and NPCs. Unlike field bosses, some powerful NPCs would collect 7 Luminaries crystals. This source of 7 Luminaries crystals could also be considered the greatest reward to normal players from this new expansion pack. After Sherfone was done eavesdropping on the conversations of other players, he returned to the Candlelight trading firm and entered a special forging room before carefully taking out the soul orb. Please don't disappoint me. Sherfone then activated Omniscient Eyes on the soul orb. Omniscient Eyes was one of the 2 active skills of the Golden Stigmata, and it allowed one to see through everything and discover certain things that were not visible on the surface. Chapter 1206, Treasure Fragment. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1206, Treasure Fragment. Star Moon City. Due to the demon god's disturbance, Star Moon City's player population exploded. The majority of these newcomers were former inhabitants of the nearby towns. With the rise of the dark forces, the surrounding NPC towns were no longer safe. The safest locations right now for normal players were NPC cities. This development also prompted many adventurer teams, which were originally active in NPC towns, to move their main base of operations to NPC cities. Consequently, the prices of land in NPC cities also increased as a result of competition among many adventurer teams. This was especially true for land in the outskirts of Star Moon City. Although the land of a capital city was much more expensive than the land of other cities, the capital city was also much safer and more convenient. Moreover, Star Moon City was the closest NPC city to Evernight City, the sole city controlled by the dark forces in Star Moon Kingdom. This proximity also drew many hidden dark players to Star Moon City. Players couldn't teleport to Evernight City. Dark players were no exception to this. If players wished to visit the city, they could only do so on foot. Meanwhile, Star Moon City was undeniably the best place to stay for convenience in exchanging for items for a time. The situation within Star Moon City became very complicated. Meanwhile, inside Heaven's Burial's residence, a meeting of the highest order was currently being held. Fog, how are the contacts on your side? Singular Burial asked as he looked at the female elementalist standing beside him. Those dark guilds have already agreed to our conditions. When the time comes, we just need to exchange some of the weapons and equipment we don't need for those rare tools in Evernight City. At the same time, they've also agreed to secretly kill the players that visit Stone Forest Town, Daybreak Fog said, giggling softly. The new expansion pack had driven the rise of the dark forces. Only minor powers like small guilds, adventurer teams, and independent players were actually affected. Large guilds like Heaven's Burial were entirely unaffected by this situation. After all, if the various dark guilds wished to thrive in Star Moon City, they would have to gain the permission of Heaven's Burial. Excellent. Now that we have the support of these dark guilds, we'll have a much easier time hindering Stone Forest Town's development. Fog, you'll be responsible for handling our relationship with the dark guilds in the future, Singular Burial said with a nod. He then turned to look at the cleric Flame Blood and asked, how are preparations coming along on Abandoned Wave side? Guild leader, rest assured, I've already covertly leaked information that a secret land has been discovered over at that place. Many strong adventurer teams and small guilds have already begun taking action. Afterwards, if we release additional fake news about finding treasure there, even more players should head over to their deaths. It won't be long before we hit the number Abandoned Wave needs. Moreover, due to this new expansion pack, the Dark Forces have already killed a large number of players. Thus, we won't attract any suspicions even if many players die, Flame Blood explained. However, if we supply so many players to Abandoned Wave, what if he turns his sword against us once he is done dealing with Zero Wing? You don't have to worry about this point. We've already signed a contract. He won't dare go back on his word. Besides, the more sacrifices we supply Abandoned Wave, the more returns we'll obtain from Evernight City. As long as we help Abandoned Wave achieve his target requirement, Heaven's Burial will become the first guild to reside in Evernight City. By then, we'll be unstoppable. Singular Burial laughed nonchalantly at Flameblood's worries. He was helping Abandoned Wave because he stood to kill two birds with one stone. The first was weakening Zero Wing. Once Abandoned Wave was done dealing with Zero Wing, even if Heaven's Burial could not become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, it could still occupy half of the entire kingdom. The second was the position in Evernight City. As the only city belonging to the Dark Forces in Starmoon Kingdom, Evernight City offered simply too many benefits. Heaven's Burial could already make a hefty profit just by reselling the items bought or exchanged for their currently. The majority of the players in God's domain were under the impression that only dark players could enter Evernight City. In reality, though, that was not true. As long as one attained a certain status within the city, they could even purchase land to construct a guild residence in Evernight City. Only achieving the status was tough. However, Abandoned Wave just so happened to provide the guild with a good way to do so. Once Heaven's Burial entered Evernight City, they could begin reselling the city's rarities. Meanwhile, although the various dark guilds could also exchange for plenty of rare items, at the end of the day, dark guilds were shady existences that few ordinary people wished to do business with. Not to mention, dark guilds thrived on killing players. If one did not possess a certain degree of strength, who would dare to trade with dark players? As a result, the number of channels they could sell their rare items through was limited. However, Heaven's Burial was different. Needless to say, players would prefer to trade with Heaven's Burial over the various dark guilds. In addition, dark guilds were usually of relatively small size, so how could they possibly compete with Heaven's Burial? As for the threat of the Blackwater Guild, there was no need to worry about that. The guild had already officially withdrawn from Starmoon Kingdom not long ago and diverted its attention towards the various empires of God's domain. After all, the Blackwater Corporation was extremely ambitious. Abandoned Wave was, but one of the corporation's many pawns. Abandoned Wave's current actions were simply his final struggle. If he succeeded, he might regain the Blackwater Corporation's trust and be put to use elsewhere. If he failed, he would definitely be discarded. In either case, the outcome would not affect Heaven's Burial. Hence, Heaven's Burial's operation this time would only reap benefits. At the same time as Heaven's Burial was holding a meeting, an earth-shattering incident was also taking place in the distant White River City's Candlelight trading firm. What a powerful aura! Shurfong had a look of astonishment on his face as he looked at the floating soul orb currently. The soul orb was emitting frightening pressure. This aura was similar to what he felt from Demon God Paimon on Demon Island. However, while the aura Demon God Paimon released back then had indeed been frightening, it had also been calm. On the other hand, the aura released by the soul orb was berserk, as the soul orb contained a holy aura aside from Demon God Paimon's aura. Meanwhile, these two auras were currently in conflict, making it seem as if two gods were fighting each other right now at this moment. The entire special forging room was already a mess. Even the magically strengthened walls cracked at the might of the two divine auras. The strength of these two auras exceeded the special forging room's suppressive ability. As a result, the auras had leaked outside, paralyzing everyone within the Candlelight trading firm. What's going on? Why can't I move? This aura, could there be a monster inside the trading firm? The lifestyle players that had been toiling in their respective workshops were all frightened. This was definitely their first time to encounter such a situation. Just sensing the two divine auras made their souls shudder in fear. Shurfong did not doubt that the clash between these two auras would have caused a tremendous commotion in White River City if not for Candlelight Trading Firm being a 3-star shop. This was also the reason why he had chosen to appraise the soul orb thereafter. A short moment. The two clashing auras finally weakened and eventually reached a balance. As a result, half of the soul orb turned black and the other half white. Meanwhile, the divine might the orb was exuding right now gave even Shurfong, who was level 50, difficulty in moving his body. Wonderful. It really is a treasure fragment. Shurfong revealed a look of ecstasy when he took a look at the soul orb's attributes once again. Chapter 1207, Treasure of Illusion. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1207, Treasure of Illusion. An indescribable excitement filled Shurfong as he held the soul orb. The 7 treasures were bona fide godly relics. Mere legendary items could not compare to these. Not even ancient gods would necessarily possess a godly relic, much less mortal humans in the past. Shurfong had never even heard of a player owning a godly relic, of course. It was possible that someone had obtained a godly relic, but had hidden the fact. After all, news of something like this would cause a huge commotion throughout the game if it got out. Hence, in the eyes of God-ranked experts, legendary items were already considered godly relics. After all, legendary items were already capable of enabling players to challenge opponents of a higher tier. If a God-ranked expert really got their hands on a godly relic, the outcome would be simply mind-boggling. Although the 7 treasures were neither weapons nor equipment, they were still powerful enough to suppress Dark Abyss. However, now that Shurfong thought about it, he found the idea reasonable. The soul water the soul orb produced helped players reach an unprecedented serenity and mental clarity. This was no longer something achievable by simply raising an area's mana density. How could an epic item possibly possess such an amazing ability? Only a godly relic could produce something so unbelievable. Soul Orb Epic Rank Item. Originally a fragment of the Treasure of Illusion. However, due to being refined by demon god Paimon, the fragment's true power has been sealed. Additional active skill dash. Soul Water. Creates soul water from the souls willingly contributed by players. No cooldown. Every 100 souls of players absorbed will produce 1 drop of soul water. Additional active skill 2 dash. Divine Power Absorption. Absorb divine power to recover the soul orb itself. There are a total of 3 seals. The removal of the first seal requires 10 god crystals. Current absorb number 0. Currently, although the soul orb has been sealed by demon god Paimon, it has been awakened by the golden stigmata. The seal can be removed by absorbing divine power. Item will drop upon death. Demonic power will devour non-stigmata bearers. Not long after Shurfong began to celebrate, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, demon god Paimon has discovered the soul orb's awakening and has issued a recovery order to all Dark Force players. If more than 3 yards separate the soul orb and the stigmata, it will be teleported back to Paimon's hands. Must the system be so serious? Shurfong was speechless when he heard the system notification. This system announcement had declared that the soul orb could not leave his person. He had to carry it with him constantly. However, the soul orb dropped upon death. If he died, the orb would return to demon god Paimon. The recovery order was also a vicious threat. Since it was a recovery order, Dark players would definitely be given a special method to find the soul orb. In other words, as long as he was outside of an NPC city, his chances of encountering a Dark player ambush were quite high. He was at a huge disadvantage. He had prioritized secrecy when moving about to prevent others from discovering his intentions. Unfortunately, the soul orb was a beacon for trouble. Yet if he didn't hold on to it, he would lose the treasure fragment. I really have to head to the War God's Temple. Shurfong felt a headache brewing. The War God's Temple had tasked him with collecting the 7 treasures. While he might be able to complete his quest by handing them over, he would lose the ability to use the treasures for himself. Those were the 7 treasures they were talking about. Although they were neither weapons nor equipment, they possessed abilities that no epic or legendary item could compete with. Simply handing the treasures over after obtaining them wouldn't be worth his time. As Shurfong tried to plan his next move, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader Phoenix Rain has arrived with her people. She hopes to use the secret tablet right now, Aqua Rose said anxiously. However, we haven't decided who to send yet. Should we have them wait for a little bit longer? She's here already? Shurfong could not help his surprise. The Dark Auction had only ended a short time ago, yet Phoenix Rain was already here. Tell her that I have some issues to deal with for now and that I'll need to have her wait 3 hours. Also, gather Summer, Violet, Rain, and Yuru. You 5 will enter the tablet first. The secret spellcasting technique was a massive boost to magical class players. Although Zero Wing had quite a few magical class experts, people with great potential like Aqua Rose would have priority for learning the technique only. Before these 5 entered the tablet, he needed to prepare now that the soul orb had changed. He had to put to good use, stockpiling as much soul water as possible before handing it over to the war god's temple. Understood. Aqua Rose nodded happily when she heard that she had received a slot as well. If she entered the tablet, she might be able to join the ranks of Zero Wing's refinement realm experts. After Aqua Rose disconnected the call, Surephone considered contacting Melancholic Smile to gather a group of the Candlelight Trading Firm's ordinary lifestyle players, particularly the firm's reserve members. As long as these players were willing to part with a fraction of their souls, they would receive an official member's benefit for 5 days. The Candlelight Trading Firm was the #1 trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom. The benefits one could enjoy in Candlelight could not be found in any other trading firm in the kingdom. Hence, a large number of players wanted to join Candlelight every day. However, not everyone could become an official member. Only those with potential could become reserve members. After becoming a reserve member, players still needed to pass Candlelight's test to become an official member. Meanwhile, reserve members did not receive any particularly valuable benefits. They were only slightly better off than certain independent lifestyle players. Even so, droves of lifestyle players wanted to join. Furthermore, EXP was secondary to lifestyle players. Not being able to kill monsters wouldn't affect them in any way, and the weakened state only lasted 4 or 5 days. There should be plenty of reserve members who were willing to accept his offer. How could I have forgotten about Charlene? Surephone suddenly remembered the Tier 5 Red official Charlene. Charlene had both extraordinary strength and status. She had even scared away the mysterious youth that had used a super spell. That mysterious youth had dared to steal the golden tablet right in the middle of Blackwing City. Even Tier 5 players were likely no match for him. Moreover, Charlene knew a lot about God's domain. She might have some method to help him keep the soul orb. Let's give it a try. If it isn't possible, it won't be too late to trade it for a reward in the war god's temple. After I've stockpiled some soul water. Thinking up to this point, Surephone contacted Melancholic Smile and had her collect the required members. This way, once he returned from the library, she should have gathered enough people. Although Surephone wanted more sacrifices, the Flower of 7 Sins already knew about his acquisition of the soul orb. If he tempted fate, the Flower of 7 Sins would connect him with Frost Eye. In other words, they would learn that Frost I was a member of Zero Wing. If this news reached King's Return, the consequences would be unimaginable. If that happened, King's Return would do everything in its power to annihilate Zero Wing. After all, the guild's reputation was at stake. Hence, he needed to maintain a low profile while collecting souls. Moreover, he needed to do it quickly. The longer he held the soul orb, the closer the Flower of 7 Sins would come to discovering his identity. After all, the demon god Paimon had already issued a recovery order for the orb. If it were discovered on one of Zero Wing's members, the result would still be the same. Following which, Surephone snuck out of the Candlelight Trading Firm and rode an advanced carriage to the library. Chapter 1208, Dark Sanctuary. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1208, Dark Sanctuary. On the foggy demon island, Brute Spear directed the Flower of 7 Sins members to carry away blood-red broken pillars secretly. These broken stone pillars radiated a faint divine might, and aside from the mana directly around the pillars, they attracted all nearby mana, increasing the density significantly. The smaller stone pillars were roughly 3 meters long. A single berserker could barely carry one. The larger pillars were 7 to 8 meters high, and transporting one required several players. These blood-red pillars littered the demon altar. Hurry up. We need to move these before the other powers discover this place. Brute Spear commanded. If Surephone were present, he would instantly recognize these blood-red pillars in the past. These pillars had been used to form the magic array that had protected the Flower of 7 Sins city. This magic array was known as the Dark Sanctuary. Under the cover of the Dark Sanctuary, the mana density within the enveloped area would reach heights that even the Tower of 4 Elements could not compete with. However, this wasn't the Dark Sanctuary's greatest purpose. Rather, it was its ability to help players grow. Players could fight system-generated copies of themselves in the Dark Sanctuary's core as long as they spent enough magic crystals. Moreover, their copies could execute skills at 100% completion rate. Fighting such an opponent would help players realize their flaws and improve rapidly within a short period. Due to this magic array, countless experts had tried to join the Flower of Seven Sins only. The magic array Brute Spear and the others had just secured was damaged. It cannot be used right away. Even so, just by gathering the blood-red pillars in a location, they could increase the area's mana density. As Brute Spear and the others transported the stone pillars, the Flower of Seven Sins members received a system notification. System: Demon God Paimon has issued a recovery order for the Soul Orb. Anyone who kills the Soul Orb's wielder will receive a bountiful reward from Demon God Paimon. You will need to pay 500 magic crystals to accept this quest. Do you wish to accept this quest? This quest is valid long-term. It can be accepted at any time and does not have a time limit. The Soul Orb? Brute Spear was shocked when he heard this system notification. Isn't that the item Frost I took from me? The Demon God Paimon had bestowed the Soul Orb to him as a treasure. Brute Spear had never thought that this treasure would be this important. Brute Spear suddenly regretted his decision to wager the orb. Boss Brute, doesn't Frost I have a Soul Orb? This is interesting. The Demon God's reward will certainly be impressive. Many players will accept this quest. Frost Eye is in for a lot of trouble now. That's not possible, right? After all, that's Frost Eye we're talking about. Killing him is easier said than done. Boss Brute, should we accept this quest? We know that Frost Eye has the Soul Orb. We have an advantage over the other groups. That's right. Even if we can't get it, those from the Sin of Wrath and Sin of Greed will try for it. After all, there are a few among them who are close to becoming Baron Demons. The Demon Gods' bountiful reward sorely tempted the Flower of Seven Sins members. They might get ennobled after completing the quest. Even if they didn't, they would still gain a significant amount of reputation, allowing them to reach the Baron rank more easily. This was a very rare opportunity for demon players. Let's not accept the quest for now. We should tell Big Sis about this first. We'll let her decide what we should do, Brute Spear said after giving the matter some thought. The others nodded in agreement. At the same time, the various dark forces in God's domain began to take action. A bountiful reward from the Demon God? Just who is the unlucky fellow that provoked the Demon God? Anyways, this is good news to us. Both the various dark guilds and the independent dark players accepted the Demon God Paimon's quest. Without hesitation, dark players had access to fewer quests than normal players. As a result, it was extremely difficult for dark players to raise their reputation with the dark forces. They would likely earn a ton of reputation points by completing this quest, let alone the potential reward from the Demon God. Elsewhere, Surefoam arrived at the library of White River City. More players crowded the building than during his previous visits. Many magical class players were practicing their spells in the main hall, and some were even learning from the NPC instructors to improve their spell-casting accuracy. Unlike physical classes, magical class players needed a considerable amount of training to hit monsters with their spells. This was especially true after so many God's Domain evolutions. Players that had recently joined God's Domain would have a very difficult time fighting even common monsters. Hence, they needed to practice a lot more to improve themselves. Although the various starting towns had their own combat instructor NPCs, the combat basics these NPCs taught were only useful to newcomers. If one wanted to grow more powerful, they had to enter a city. Physical class players could find their instructors in the War God's Temple. As for magical class players, their combat instructors were in the city's library. These locations were the easiest places for ordinary players to enter and train. After all, locations such as the Divine Colosseum cost magic crystals. This was a price that ordinary players could not afford. This was especially true for players that had just joined God's Domain. Hence, ordinary players often visited both the War God's Temple and the library. If players wished to receive guidance from a senior instructor, they had to pay 1 silver per hour, whereas a junior instructor only cost 30 copper per hour. Even ordinary players could afford this. Hence, most ordinary players came here to train at night, while spending the day in the fields engaged in battle. By doing so, they could grow stronger faster than simply fighting monsters. All day Zero Wing's members were far better off. As Zero Wing now had a 3-star guild residence, it had its own training room. Not only could the training room teach players to utilize their skills and spells, but also taught players basic combat techniques. Neither the library nor the War God's Temple offered as much after entering the library. Shifeng headed to the top floor. The guards have grown stronger again. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he saw the 2 black armored knights guarding the Starmoon Hall's entrance every time he visited the Starmoon Hall. The knights were stronger than before originally. The guards had only been level 180, Tier 3 knights. Now, they were level 210, Tier 3 knights. Even level 180, Tier 4 NPCs would have trouble dealing with these knights. After all, the higher one's level was, the more attributes one received with each level up. A gap of 30 levels at such a high level was no trivial matter. These 2 Tier 3 knights did not block Shifeng's path into the Starmoon Hall. Rather, they opened the doors when Shifeng came within 10 yards, as if they had been instructed to do. So seated on the throne in the middle of the hall was a golden-haired, saint-like woman. When this saintly woman saw Shifeng, the corners of her lips curled up slightly after some time apart. You seem to have collected a lot more treasures and coins. Chapter 1209, Promotion Quest. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1209, Promotion Quest. Currently, Charlene wore a set of exquisite red-white robes. Although Shifeng did not know exactly what rank the robes were, they added a hint of divinity and charm to her appearance. They also exuded a fierce divine might. Not just any random weapon or piece of equipment possessed this kind of power. It needed to be an item once worn by a god. Moreover, the item must have absorbed some of said god's power to radiate divine might. Legendary mage robes. Shifeng guessed. Take the 7 treasures, for example. As gods had created these items personally, the exuded divine might. The fact that Charlene's robes radiated divine might proved that they were extraordinary. Most legendary items in God's domain did not exude divine might, however. When Shifeng saw the faint smile on Charlene's face after hearing her comment, he shuddered involuntarily. Only now did he recall that Charlene possessed a very high-rank identification skill that could even observe the contents of a player's bag space. He currently had more than 10,000 gold on him. Why are you giving me that look? Do you think I covet your 15,739 gold coins? Contempt laced Charlene's words as she spoke. After so much time, you sure have a lot more secrets. You've even gotten your hands on a treasure fragment. I wonder how angry Demon God Paimon is right now. After all, he spent hundreds of years to seal that orb. Shifeng's heart began to pound. The War God's Temple had been searching for the 7 treasures constantly. Yet based on Charlene's tone, it seemed as if she had known the Treasure of Illusion's whereabouts all along. Do you think I'm working for the War God's Temple? Charlene said as if she had read Shifeng's thoughts. Chuckling, she said, You've sought me out to find a way to prevent Paimon from taking the treasure fragment back, right? Unfortunately, I have no way of shielding the fragment from Paimon's detection. Is there really no way? Shifeng sighed dejectedly. If he couldn't hide the soul orb from Demon God Paimon, then he would have no choice but to hand the item over to the War God's Temple. Even a demon god couldn't reach the orb inside the War God's Temple. However, simply handing the orb over would be a huge waste. I never said there wasn't a way. If the treasure absorbs a sufficient amount of divine power, you can remove Paimon's seal. Even Paimon won't be able to do anything about it. If you wish to keep the treasure fragment, you should find more god crystals quickly. There is nothing else anyone can do to help you. After all, we are only mortal. We have no hope of resisting gods. Charlene explained. God crystals? Shifeng smiled bitterly. He wanted to obtain a lot of god crystals. After all, he had many items that needed divine power to evolve. However, god crystals were extremely rare, even rarer epic items. Obtaining a single god crystal was extremely difficult, yet removing the first seal on the soul orb required 10 crystals. Where was he supposed to find so many god crystals? As if she had predicted Sure Feng's concerns, Charlene giggled and said, "Others might have a hard time finding god crystals, but for you, it shouldn't be a difficult task." "Not difficult for me? Why?" Sure Feng asked curiously. 5,000 gold consultation fee, Charlene demanded. Smiling as she stretched out her hand, Sure Feng rolled his eyes at the woman, inwardly cursing her for being black-hearted. However, he still handed over the 5,000 gold consultation fee. God crystals were of utmost importance. Unfortunately, he had yet to discover any clues about their whereabouts after receiving the 5,000 gold. Charlene's smile became all the more charming. "It's very simple, actually. Don't you have that ancient document on you? As long as you ask the ancient document, you'll find clues regarding god crystals." Charlene waved her hand, and in the next instant, the ancient document in Sure Feng's bag appeared before him. Of course, this is only one of the clues you can use to find god crystals. The other one is the most important. Now that you've reached level 50, you can consider your Tier 2 promotion quest. I suggest you complete it as soon as possible, as you don't have much time left. Initially, Sure Feng wanted to curse at the woman. Of course, he knew that the ancient document possessed such an ability. After all, he had bought it from the dark auction. However, the ancient document would only provide a clue to one god crystal. He needed 10 for the soul orb. Moreover, he had a greater purpose for the ancient document. It would be wasteful to use it to find god crystals. What does my Tier 2 promotion have to do with god crystals? Sure Feng asked. He simply needed to complete a quest for his Tier 2 promotion. Meanwhile, the gods themselves had used god crystals. The two were not related in the least. Have you forgotten that you own of one of the 10 great saint legacies? Charlene smiled as she took out an ancient book. She then explained, "This ancient book contains records of the 10 great saint legacies. Every time you complete a promotion quest, you'll be sent into a different space. The ancient gods had left these spaces behind. Gods would have certainly stored items there. Hence, for you, it isn't a particularly difficult task to obtain god crystals." Hearing Charlene saying so, Sure Feng thought back to the eternal courtyard he had visited in the Origin Sword domain. An ancient god had indeed once lived there. Moreover, he had discovered the Holy Grail in that space. However, as his strength had been limited then, he had been restricted to certain areas. Just surviving and completing his quest had been extremely difficult. He had only obtained the god crystal due to luck, as Charlene had said. The sooner he completed his Tier 2 promotion, the better. This way, he would have more time to focus on other things. Once he had his Tier 2 class, he could explore new areas and find new treasures. Lady Charlene, may I know how I should go about completing my promotion? Sure Feng asked. Previously, he had completed his class change with the assistance of a legacy item. However, his legacy item had disappeared. If he had a normal class, he could simply go to the library or War God's Temple and seek out a high-tiered instructor for his Tier 2 promotion. However, hidden classes didn't have that option. They needed legacy items to show the way. I can send you there. I charged you a friendship price the last time. This time, it will cost you 10,000 gold and an additional 188 mana stones, Charlene said, stretching out her hand as she revealed an expression that stated, "You should be thankful I am offering such a low price." When Sure Feng heard this, he very much wished to say, "Why don't you go rob a bank or something?" Others only needed to pay 50 gold for their Tier 2 promotion, yet is required 10,000 gold and 188 mana stones. Even if he had the Philosopher's Stone, he still needed 9,400 magic crystals to synthesize that many mana stones. If an independent player stood in his place, they wouldn't even be able to afford their Tier 2 promotion after reaching level 100. I am giving you a great deal here. If you want to find someone else to assist you, they'll have to be a Tier 5 magical class, and you'd need 3 of them. Hiring 3 such existences will cost you a fortune. On the other hand, I'm only charging 10,000 gold, Charlene explained right then. However, I don't have that many mana stones on hand right now, and I need to prepare. When Sure Feng heard that he needed 3 Tier 5 magical class NPCs to help him, he understood that this promotion quest of his was nothing ordinary. Most likely, Only an NPC like Charlene could help him. Any other NPC with the required strength would be incredibly rare, following which Sherfone left the library, rushing back to the candlelight trading firm on his way. Melancholic Smile contacted him, an excited expression on her face as she said, "Guild leader, good news. Abyss has successfully constructed the first advanced transport carriage." Chapter 12:10 Modified Advanced Transport Carriage. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 12:10 Modified Advanced Transport Carriage. He's done already. Sherfone grew ecstatic when he heard Melancholic Smile's report. Advanced transport carriages were not that easy to construct. Even with all the required materials, it was possible that certain parts wouldn't meet the system standards, which would result in failure during the final assembly. These faulty parts would need to be remade, and the carriage would have to be reassembled. These various processes were extremely taxing in both time and energy. However, as long as the advanced transport carriages were complete, they would massively assist Stone Forest Town's development. Stone Forest Town's reconstruction was already complete. However, the transport carriages, the key to unlocking the intermediate town's true potential, were still missing. Although it was possible to rent ordinary carriages from NPCs, those carriages could hold up to 4 players at a time. Moreover, the rental price was relatively high. The amount of time one could save with these carriages was also minimal, as their speed was on par with common mounts. If ordinary players were asked to spend 40 copper just to save 5 hours, they would likely choose to walk the entire way. Hence, for the moment, Sherfone had set the fee for using the rented carriages at 30 copper per player. With this, he may not make a profit, but he wouldn't lose money either. If they could have a fleet of advanced transport carriages now, they could solve many problems. First, the speed of an advanced transport carriage was on par with a mysterious iron mount. Second, it was capable of carrying up to 20 players at a time. With these two factors, they would make quite an income by just offering players transportation. Furthermore, advanced transport carriages could carry cargo. An advanced transport carriage could carry up to 60 non-bag space items. In player towns, a wandering NPC merchant stock depended on the town's transportation services. This was because the majority of a wandering merchant's goods were non-bag space items. The more non-bag space items a town could transport, the more rare items wandering merchants would bring to said town. Moreover, more wandering merchants would visit. This was considered a hidden benefit. This hidden benefit had only been discovered after many guilds had established their own advanced towns or basic cities in the past. When the news spread, the various guilds regretted not establishing a transportation system early on. Otherwise, they would have attracted far more players with the wandering NPC merchants. Moreover, as a town or city attracted more wandering merchants, it would unlock another hidden benefit, a mystery shop. The mystery shop mainly sold mystery treasure chests. As its name suggested, one had a random chance of obtaining all sorts of items from the mystery treasure chests, such as potions, weapons, equipment, magic scrolls, food, beverages, and far more. If one were lucky, they could even obtain dark gold weapons and equipment. It had been very popular among players. However, while the mystery shop had an unlimited number of mystery treasure chests in stock, players could only purchase 5 mystery treasure chests per day at most. Each treasure chest sold for 2 silver coins. After players purchased a certain number of mystery treasure chests from the mystery shop, they could become members of the shop. By then, players could enter the shop's second floor, competing for a limited number of up-to-date and rare weapons, equipment, and tools. Even the most inferior among these items was secret silver rank, and players had often found fine gold items. While very rare, dark gold items would also appear from time to time. After reaching level 50, it would become very difficult to obtain high-quality weapons and equipment. Obtaining level 50 plus secret silver equipment would be as challenging as finding current dark gold equipment. Hence, getting to compete for up-to-date fine gold weapons and equipment every day was a huge opportunity for most players. This opportunity did not require players to have superb combat techniques. As long as one had enough coins, they could purchase the items they desired. Players had swarmed to any town or city with mystery shop. Back then, Even merchant players had used these mystery shops to make a fortune, traveling to the various towns and cities to compete for these items, then reselling them elsewhere for a profit. After all, players rarely sold their level 50-plus fine gold weapons and equipment. Upon arriving at the candlelight trading firm, Feng hurried to Burning Abyss's workshop. "Guild leader, what do you think of this advanced transport carriage?" Melancholic Smile asked as she gestured to the exquisite carriage in the workshop center. Unlike the horse carriages gliding down city streets, the advanced transport carriage was not pulled by a horse. Rather, it resembled the bronze engineering locomotive, a completely mechanized mode of transportation. Players could operate it simply by purchasing fuel from NPC shops. It was similar to taming mounts. Living mounts needed to be fed during fixed times. The higher a mount's rank was, the more expensive its food needed to be. Is this a modified version? After examining the transport carriage, he noticed that it was slightly different from the original design. Burning is an engineering genius. He modified it slightly using his research from Titan City, enhancing its performance slightly. Melancholic Smile explained, advanced transport carriage, common rank. A creation of Master Engineer Burning Abyss maximum capacity, 20 people. Durability, 200/200. Item storage when liberated, 8,000 bag space slots and 60 non-bag space slots. Additional skill dash. Mana Combustion. Increase movement speed by 15% by absorbing the mana of player. Each minute consumes 1,500 mana. No cooldown. Amazing, Feng said, surprised. He had seen the Mana Combustion skill before. However, this skill generally only manifested on bronze rank or higher mechanical carriages or mounts. This was his first time seeing the skill on a common advanced horse carriage. With this 15% movement speed increase, the transport carriage would rival secret silver mounts. However, when Feng looked at this advanced transport carriage, he felt a little helpless. With the materials they had at hand, they could produce at most 2 advanced transport carriages. If they could mass-produce the transport carriage, the mystery shop might open in Stone Forest Town before it even became an advanced town. It would be great if we could find some replacement materials. Feng thought. Green ebony was even rarer than diamond wood. Moreover, it could only be found in extremely dangerous maps. Procuring a large quantity would be very difficult, right? Green ebony only grows where normal ebony grows, and only a small minority of ebony in high mana density environments grow into the tougher, harder, and more mana-conductive green ebony. What if I use the Philosopher's Stone's elemental strengthening on normal ebony? Feng suddenly remembered the Philosopher's Stone. Aside from concocting potions, alchemy could convert and strengthen items. Green ebony was born from ebony. It was definitely worth giving the Philosopher's Stone a try. Ebony was not a particularly rare material in God's domain. One could even say that it was a very common type of wood. If he could transform ebony into green ebony, he could save himself plenty of trouble. Mass-producing the advanced transport carriage would no longer be a challenge. Thinking up to this point, Feng had Melancholic Smile retrieve some ebony from the candlelight trading firm's warehouse, while he retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his personal warehouse. Chapter 283. Remember, you have to be quick. Sword Sage gritted his teeth and said, his voice trembling. He was very clear about the pain Su Yin was enduring. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. However, Su Yin was still able to hold on. This was already a miracle among miracles. How could the hidden sword sage have the heart to ask him to break those stones as soon as possible? However, there was nothing he could do. After all, these stones were the spirit-absorbing array set up by the fire unicorn demon soul. If he didn't destroy them, Su Yin wouldn't be able to pry open the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth. Therefore, he had no other choice. Hold on, hold on. Su Yin endured the immense pain in his body. He wanted to give up, but he knew that if he gave up now, all his efforts would be wasted. Therefore, he couldn't give up. He definitely couldn't. Su Yin roared as he endured the immense pain. The great sun-colored glaze, sword scripture in his body, suddenly circulated rapidly. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he slashed at one of the stones. Bang! With a loud sound, the stone suddenly broke into pieces. A smile involuntarily flashed across the corners of Su Yan's mouth. Just now, he was really afraid that these rocks would be as hard as the previous barrier. If that was the case, regardless of how strong Su Yan's willpower was, he would not be able to break through so many rocks. Poochie! At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt the blood in his body churning. A stream of blood gushed out from his mouth. Su Yan's body went limp and fell to the ground. Su Yan! Sword Sage saw Su Yan in such a state and anxiously shouted, "Cough, cough, master, I'm fine." Su Yan coughed a few times and stood up from the ground again. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was red, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. Only the skin on his face seemed to be constantly shedding. "Su Yan, if you can't do it, just give up." When Sword Sage saw Su Yan in such a state, he couldn't bear to see him suffer any longer. This was because he knew very well that Su Yan's body had basically lost all of its defenses. The reason why he was able to hold on was because he was holding on with his last breath, relying on his strong will to persevere. Sword Sage was truly impressed by Su Yan's strong will. Sword Sage knew that even if he had lived for such a long time, he would not be able to match Su Yan's will. However, when Sword Sage saw Su Yan's painful appearance, he couldn't bear to see Su Yan persevere any longer. Furthermore, Su Yan's spirit energy had long been depleted. Even if Su Yan could break these stones, he wouldn't be able to pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth. In the end, Su Yan wouldn't be able to escape death. Furthermore, even if Su Yan could pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth and enter the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body, with Su Yan's current body, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, Sword Sage didn't want Su Yan to persevere. However, in the face of Sword Sage's persuasion, Su Yan only smiled faintly. His blood-red eyes were still filled with unswerving determination. Looking at the other stone beside him, he gritted his teeth and gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he took a step forward. Bang! Another stone exploded. Seeing this, Sword Sage was moved. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, Su Yan. Since you're so desperate, I, Hidden Sword, will fight with you today." As Sword Sage spoke, the remnant soul in Su Yan's mind suddenly erupted with a powerful force. This force instantly entered Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. Then, he felt Sword Sage's body gradually disappear. He was shocked. "Master, Seeing Su Yan's anxious expression, Sword Sage let out a hearty laugh. "Su Yan, since you're so persistent, how can I, Hidden Sword, not help you as your master?" "But master," Su Yan felt Sword Sage's body becoming more and more blurry. His heart suddenly ached. How could Sword Sage not know Su Yan's meaning? He smiled and said, "Su Yan, don't worry. I've only used up the last of my strength and fell into a coma. In the future, when your cultivation becomes stronger, I'll naturally absorb the spiritual energy in your body and recover. So Su Yan, you don't have to worry about me at all. Now, I'll use the last of my strength to help you. Although it won't be of much use, at least it can save you from the pain you're going through now. Su Yan, you must remember, you must be fast. Otherwise, when the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul awakens, everything you've done today will be in vain." After Sword Sage finished speaking, he completely disappeared. Su Yan also couldn't sense his existence. Su Yan's heart ached again, but he could feel that the pain in his body had lessened a lot. He immediately grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and gritted his teeth. "I must break this Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. I must." Su Yan gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly surged. Patting his storage bag, he took out the scarlet parting sword case and quickly circulated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. "Break!" Su Yan shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, several flying swords rushed out from the scarlet parting sword case and directly exploded at the stones. Bang! 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 After a few loud sounds, the stones were suddenly blown away. Seeing this scene, Su Yan finally showed a gratified smile, but soon this smile disappeared from Su Yan's face. Su Yin knew very well that this was only the first step to success. The real difficulty was still to come. He had to pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth and enter its body to find the evil immortal ancient jade and extract it from its body. Only in this way could he prevent the Fire Unicorn from awakening and prevent a disaster from happening. Su Yin looked at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's tightly closed mouth and suddenly frowned. This Fire Unicorn Demon Soul was an existence that surpassed the sacred beast unicorn Demon Shilin. Although it hadn't awakened yet, it was easy to pry open its mouth. What's more, Su Yin didn't have much spirit energy left in his body. After all, Su Yin was constantly fighting against the heat here. If it wasn't for Sword Sage's last bit of spirit energy, Su Yin would have died. Su Yin didn't know how long he could hold on with his willpower. No matter what, since I've already come this far, I have to give it a try. Su Yin looked at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth and gritted his teeth. He immediately jumped up and attacked the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth with the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand instantly exploded with a powerful light. There was a loud bang. Su Yin directly hit the mouth of the Fire Kirin's Devil Soul. When the formidable energy collided with the mouth of the Fire Kirin's Devil Soul, it suddenly exploded. Su Yan's entire body was also sent flying under the rebound of this power. Poochie! Su Yin once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This Fire Chilin's Devil Soul is indeed powerful. Even though it has yet to awaken, its body alone is already so powerful. However, Su Yin wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and once again clenched the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and attacked. Lowly brat, you think you can ruin my plans? Just as Su Yin stood up, a dull voice suddenly echoed in the air. Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. He frowned and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." "Haha, brat, I'm right in front of you." Just as Su Yan's voice fell, this voice sounded again. Su Yin was stunned again. Looking at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul in front of him, he seemed to understand something. He frowned and pointed at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul and shouted, "Is it you, bastard?" "Bastard? Humph, lowly brat, the dignified demon sovereign myriad soul was actually called a bastard. You're courting death." Just as Su Yan's voice fell, the voice suddenly became furious. At the same time, a huge fireball erupted from the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body and directly hit Su Yin. The fireball came with a ferocious momentum. As it tore through the void, a series of whistling sounds echoed in the entire ninth layer. Seeing this, Su Yin was shocked. His eyes moved, and his body hurriedly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the attack. At this time, the voice spoke again. "Brat, you have some skills. To have such a cultivation at the one-star celestial phase realm, you are a rare talent. If you surrender to this sovereign now, I might spare your life." Surrender. Su Yin couldn't help but smile. Then his eyes darkened and he shouted, "Don't even think about it. Today, I will definitely extract the fiend immortal ancient jade from your body." "You think you can?" When the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul heard Su Yan's rejection, it immediately became furious and coldly shouted, "Brat, if you didn't stop me, I'm afraid I would have devoured the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul long ago. The great demon sovereign myriad soul, would have been reborn. And all of this is because of you. Do you think that I can still let you destroy me now?" The Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's voice exploded again. At the same time, several fireballs erupted from the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body. Although Su Yin didn't know who this self-proclaimed demon sovereign myriad soul was, Su Yin knew that no matter what, he had to stop the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul from fusing with the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. Otherwise, if this demon sovereign myriad soul took control of the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul, the 5 counties wouldn't be peaceful. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming, Su Yin clenched his teeth and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body. He coldly shouted, "Break!" His body suddenly surged forward, and he directly slashed at one of the fireballs with his sword. Several fireballs were suddenly broken apart. When those fireballs disappeared, several fireballs suddenly surged out of the fire unicorn demon soul's body. Seeing this, Su Yin frowned. Chapter 284. Hearing this voice, Su Yin frowned. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming out, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Su Yin was very clear about his body's current condition. Although he had the power from Sword Sage, after all, Sword Sage had saved Su Yin several times. He did not have much power left. In addition, Su Yin's injuries were too serious. Hidden Sword Sage's power couldn't hold on for long. If this fire Qilin Devil Soul were to continuously erupt with fireballs, Su Yin would not even need to use these fireballs to attack, as he would die from the exhaustion of the spirit Qi within his body. As Su Yin was thinking, the fireballs arrived in front of him. Su Yin suddenly frowned again. The great sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body quickly circulated. His body leaped up, and with a cold shout, the ghost howl sword in his hand suddenly slashed out horizontally. A powerful force burst out from the ghost howl sword, and a bright light surged out. With a bang, the fireballs were shattered, turning into countless sparks that fell to the ground. Su Yin launched a strike and was panting heavily. It was obvious that the spirit Qi in his body was getting less and less. At this moment, the voice sounded again, "Haha, it's useless. Kid, don't think you can stop me." Following that, a few more fireballs surged out from its body. Su Yin frowned and hurriedly took a few steps back. This won't do. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion before I can pry open the mouth of the fire Qilin Devil Soul. Su Yin stared at the fireballs that were constantly surging towards him and frowned. A mere 1-star Emperor Tian Xiang wants to stop me? You're courting death. Seeing Su Yin's expression, the 1,000-ghost demon soul laughed arrogantly. "Haha, kid, if you surrender to me now, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, when I awaken, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Surrender? Don't even think about it. Su Yin snorted and snorted. In his mind, the word surrender did not exist. One arrogant kid, a mere 1-star Emperor Tian Xiang, I, the 1,000-ghost demon soul, want you to surrender to me. This is the blessing of a lifetime. You're courting death. The 1,000-ghost demon soul snorted. Suddenly, countless fireballs burst out from the fire unicorn demon soul's huge body. Su Yin was shocked. There are so many fireballs. With my current strength, I can't break them one by one. Even if I break them, the fireballs will continue to surge towards me. There is no chance at all. Su Yin looked at the fireballs that kept surging towards him, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Is there really no other way? Su Yin's heart sank. His mind was spinning. Wait, what way is there? Unfortunately, Su Yin didn't know anything about the fire unicorn demon soul. He had never heard of this 1,000-ghost demon soul before. How could know how to deal with it? Su Yin wished that Sword Sage wasn't asleep. If he was, he would definitely think of a way to deal with the current situation. What way is there? Su Yin roared in his heart. When he looked at the mouth of the fire Qilin's devil soul, he saw that there was a crack in its mouth. His eyes suddenly brightened. Master said that as long as I enter the fire unicorn demon soul's body and extract the celestial fiend jade, I can stop the 1,000-ghost demon soul from regenerating. Then, thinking of this, Su Yin's great sun-colored glaze sword scripture started to spin rapidly. Looking at the mouth of the fire Qilin devil soul, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. Then a burst of majestic power was emitted from his body. "Ha ha! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself." When the self-proclaimed 1,000-ghost demon soul saw the power erupting from Su Yin's body, he laughed. "Boy, it's useless. Don't make a pointless struggle. Just accept your death." Su Yin didn't care about the 1,000-ghost demon soul's laughter. His eyes continued to move and emitted a demonic blood-red light. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body spun rapidly. The spiritual energy in his blood vessels kept flowing into the pagoda sword. The moment the spiritual energy entered the pagoda sword suddenly emitted a bright golden light. As the light spread, a powerful force exploded. When the 1,000-ghost demon soul saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, he was stunned. Then, he said in horror, "The pagoda sword. How is this possible? How can the pagoda sword be in your hands?" "The pagoda sword? You're the successor of the pagoda sword sect." The thousand-ghost demon soul was clearly afraid of the pagoda sword sect. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, his voice trembled. Then, he became furious and shouted, "The successor of the pagoda sword sect. Good. Looks like I'll have to get rid of you today." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. Countless fireballs erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. The light from the fireballs lit up the entire 9th level of the supreme demon ancient pagoda. Su Yan didn't care about this at all. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and continued to emit a scarlet light. "Die, brat." The thousand-ghost demon soul immediately burst into laughter when he saw the fireballs. "Haha, so what if you're the successor of the pagoda sword sect? So what if you have the pagoda sword? You're still going to die in my hands today." "Ha, pagoda sword venerable. You probably didn't expect this. Thousands of years ago, you sealed me here. Now, the only successor of the pagoda sword sect is going to die here." The more the thousand-ghost demon soul spoke, the prouder and crazier he became. Especially when he mentioned the pagoda sword sect, his voice sounded crazy. "Haha, brat, to be honest, I really have to thank you. If you didn't bring the fiendish immortal ancient jade and trigger a resonance with me, I might have been sealed here for the rest of my life." "Haha, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Pagoda sword venerable, you probably didn't expect this." "Ha, ha." Ian didn't care about the thousand-ghost demon soul's laughter. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and the fireballs that were flying towards him. His spiritual energy was pushed to the limit. Just as one of the fireballs was about to hit him, Su Yan, who hadn't moved his body until now, finally moved. "Now is the time." Su Yan coldly cried out. In an instant, his eyes turned and a bright glow erupted from his blood-dragon eyes. His entire body was like a long rainbow as he leaped up. The Buddha sword, which was emitting a resplendent golden glow, shot forward and sliced through the air with a deafening boom. Bang! Zhao Fu's sword slammed into the first ball of fiery chi, resulting in a massive explosion as boundless fiery light shot out. "Haha, is it useful?" When a myriad ghost demon master saw this, he laughed out loud again. "Ah, kid, just accept your death obediently." As the thousand-ghost demon soul spoke, a fireball suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. The huge force suddenly exploded on Su Yan's body. When the thousand-ghost demon soul saw this, he laughed even more mournfully. "Haha, pagoda sword venerable, pagoda sword venerable. This must be your last successor. Haha, I didn't expect you to die at my hands in the end. Haha." At this moment, myriad ghost demon sovereign saw the scene before him, and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. When he saw the icy light surging from Su Yan's body, the thousand-ghost demon soul was stunned. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible." When Su Yan heard the thousand-ghost demon soul's terrified expression, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. He looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and narrowed his eyes. "Success or failure depends on this." As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly became like a bolt of lightning. He tightly gripped the pagoda sword in his hand and charged forward. When the thousand-ghost demon soul heard Su Yan's words, he was furious. He roared, "Brat, do you think this is enough? Die!" With this roar, countless fireballs suddenly erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body and rapidly smashed towards Su Yan. Success or failure depends on this. Success or failure depends on this. When Su Yan saw this, his expression didn't change at all. He was still cold and emotionless. Only his eyes, which were staring at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth, kept emitting waves of resplendent light. At this moment, bang! Suddenly, countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. The black ice divine shield on Su Yan's body was instantly blasted apart. A searing pain exploded from Su Yan's body. Su Yin couldn't help but roar in pain. His entire body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. Die! At this moment, the thousand-ghost demon soul roared again, and countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. Su Yin was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Just now, when he used the Black Ice Divine Shield to block those fireballs, he had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. Now, Su Yin was already at his wit's end. Under the attack of the fireballs, Su Yan's entire body suddenly tottered. Waves of searing pain constantly surged in his body, constantly eroding Su Yan's body. Haha, brat, let's see how you struggle. Seeing this, the thousand-ghost demon soul sneered and roared, die. Then, a few more fireballs directly flew towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body suddenly tumbled. It was as if his body was being torn apart, and all his tendons and veins were burning. Even with his strong willpower, he could not help but let out a low roar. Even so, Su Yin still clenched his teeth and persevered. No, I can't lose here like this. No, I definitely can't. Good brat, you're still not dead. Let's see how long you can last. Chapter 285. Asterisk bang. Asterisk countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body, and the intense pain instantly spread to every nerve in Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body felt like it was about to burn. Su Yan also let out a low roar in pain. However, his eyes were still surging with a resplendent glow. Success. Success or failure will depend on this. Su Yan clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted. Ignoring the fireballs, he exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body and directly attacked the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth with the Buddha sword. His speed was as fast as lightning, and under the cover of the countless fireballs, he directly passed through. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Buddha sword instantly hit the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth, and suddenly a loud explosion sounded. After receiving such a heavy blow, the myriad ghost demon ancestor couldn't help but let out a cry of grief. The arrogant voice from before also turned into shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? You're just a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How can you? Although the myriad ghost demon ancestor didn't believe it, the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth had already been pried open by Su Yan. The moment the mouth was pried open, the surrounding fireballs also disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a light smile. With a bang, his entire body fell onto the ground. Although the fireballs had disappeared, Su Yan had received too many attacks just now. Now, Su Yan's body didn't have a single piece of intact flesh, and his clothes were also burned to ashes. Did it work? Seeing the fire unicorn demon soul's pried open mouth, Su Yan felt a gratified smile in his heart. However, at this moment, the myriad ghost demon ancestor's voice sounded again. Good boy. I really underestimated you. You actually made me open my mouth with willpower. Not bad. But do you think it will work? Don't forget, even if you pry open your mouth, you still won't be able to extract the ancient jade of the fiendish immortal. You still won't be able to resist the rebirth of my 10,000 ghost demon lord. What? When Su Yan heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his entire body froze. His muddle-headed Will suddenly sobered up at this moment. That's right, the Thousand Ghosts Archdevil was right. Although he had pried open the Thousand Ghosts Archdevil's mouth, he still couldn't extract the ancient jade of the evil immortal from the Thousand Ghosts Archdevil's body. He still couldn't stop the Thousand Ghosts Archdevil from regenerating. Everything he had done today was in vain. No, I can't fall like this. Su Yin was on the verge of fainting, but when he heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his mind moved. He forcefully supported his broken body and struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Just as he stood up, his knees went soft, and he fell to the ground again. When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw Su Yan like this, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, lowly brat, stop struggling. You can't stop me." Hearing myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, Su Yan didn't know why, but anger suddenly surged in his heart. This anger surged in Su Yan's heart and stimulated the will in his heart. No, I must stop it, I must. Su Yan roared in his heart, and a bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. With a loud bang, a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged in Su Yan's body. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated, and Su Yan's entire body was suddenly torn apart, turning into a dragon. What's going on? When Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was in a daze, another mighty dragon's roar reverberated. Following that, a bright light surged, and Su Yan's entire body suddenly drilled into the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body. The moment Su Yan entered the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign suddenly let out a sorrowful cry. No, impossible. How can I, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign, be destroyed by a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? No, absolutely impossible. As Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign roared, a bright light suddenly surged in the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body, and a majestic power directly exploded towards Su Yan. Su Yan was already exhausted. He had only succeeded in transforming into a dragon by sheer willpower. When the majestic power attacked, Su Yan wanted to dodge, but the space inside the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul was small to begin with, and Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Bang! All of a sudden, Su Yan's entire dragon body was blasted away. Brat, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. When Su Yan's body was blown out of the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign suddenly laughed sinisterly. Brat, if you didn't stop me, how could I, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign, have spent 1,000 years of my cultivation? You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. As Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign roared, the Fire Cheelant's body that had been in a daze all this time suddenly moved. Its 4 huge limbs fell down. Bang! The entire Supreme Demon Ancient Tower trembled. A surge of majestic power suddenly surged forth. Poochie! Under the pressure of this power, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign roared, and the Fire Cheelant's body suddenly pounced toward Su Yan. Its 4 huge limbs trampled on Su Yan's body. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly trampled into a pulp. A strand of soul rushed out of Su Yan's body. When the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul saw this, it couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a raging fire rushed out of its nose, and it shouted, Brat, you're only at the 1-star celestial phase realm, but you've actually condensed a soul. Interesting. Today, I'll kill you to vent the hatred in my heart. Now, I'll devour your soul. Hearing this voice, the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul suddenly opened its mouth wide, wanting to devour Su Yan's soul. Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign, you stole my soul. It's time to repay it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body. What? Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign was stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright light surged out, and the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade burst out from its body. The Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade was no longer the same as before. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it constantly shone with a bright light. At the moment when the light shone, with a loud bang, the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade exploded, and a huge body surged out. It was the Fire Cheelan Demon Beast that was similar to the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. Fire Cheelan. Although the Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign had the body of a Fire Cheelan, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw the Fire Cheelan. Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign, you destroyed my body thousands of years ago. Now, it's time for you to pay for it. The Fire Cheelan Demon's soul roared, and the raging flames around its body suddenly burst out, directly colliding with the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. The Fire Unicorn Demon Soul roared, but it wasn't in a hurry. It opened its huge claws and attacked the Fire Cheelan Demon Soul. With a loud bang, a huge surge of energy surged, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it was daytime. The Fire Unicorn Demon Soul took a few steps back and the myriad ghost demons sovereign inside its body said in astonishment, "Fire Qilin, how can you be reborn? No, how is this possible? Your demon soul is under my control. How can you be reborn?" Hearing his words, the Fire Qilin demon soul roared and laughed. "Ha! Myriad ghost demon sovereign, you didn't expect this, right? I forgot to tell you, when you controlled me, I already left a trace of my demon soul in your demon soul. In addition, for thousands of years, I've been constantly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and devouring spiritual stones in the world. Naturally, I can be reborn. However, I actually have to thank you, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign. If you hadn't expended so much energy fighting that punk, I wouldn't have been your match. But now, the Fire Qilin Demon Soul sneered and directly collided with the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. Although this body actually belonged to the Fire Qilin, the Fire Qilin did not hesitate. At the moment of impact, it released all its strength. Be it the soul or the body, they were all born from the Fire Qilin, and they were all sacred beasts. The strength of the two was enough to destroy the world. As the intense battle broke out in the 9th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, it immediately caused the entire Monster Palace to shake. The disciples cultivating in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda immediately sensed the powerful energy, and one by one, they left the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. All the upper echelons of the Monster Palace were gathered here. Elderly Tianni frowned when he sensed the majestic energy fluctuations in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. He wasn't the only one. All the disciples were the same. Of course, there were also some disciples who were angry. This person was none other than Murong Fu, who wanted to kill Su Yan. Murong Fu had been stunned by Su Yan's powerful defense on the 7th level. And because he was stunned, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yan grew even stronger. He was cultivating in seclusion on the 8th level, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Needless to say, Murong Fu was truly a genius of his generation. In just a few days, he had touched the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, and he was about to break through to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Suddenly, a majestic energy came from the bottom of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. The strength of the energy was beyond imagination. It scared Murong Fu so much that he immediately ran out of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. This also caused him to fail in his attempt to break through to the 8th level. Looking at the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda that was still surging, how could he not be angry? Elderly, what is going on? Murong Fu was angry, so he naturally didn't hold back when speaking to Li Tianni. Li Tianni was also frustrated by this matter. When he heard Murong Fu's tone, he frowned and shouted, "I will naturally deal with this matter. There's no need for you to worry." Chapter 286. Please ask the Palace Master to come out. The others didn't think much of it. After all, they didn't know that the Princess of Chu had died. However, Makiryu Ice and the others who were standing to the side trembled. A sinister smile appeared on Ming Ruofeng's face. When Li Tianni heard this, he frowned. This was because he could feel the power fluctuating in the supreme demon ancient tower. It wasn't something he could resist. With such a big matter happening, it was reasonable to ask the Palace Master for help. Although he also felt that it was reasonable to ask the Princess of Chu to come out, his expression was still gloomy. He didn't favor Murong Fu at all. He glanced at him and said coldly, "Murong Fu, even if you want to ask the Palace Master, I should be the one to inform him. It's not up to a disciple like you to make the decision." You, Murong Fu looked at Li Tianni. He, who was already suppressing his anger, became even more furious. For him, in the entire Monster Palace, other than the Princess of Chu, there was also the Celestial Pig Demon King, Luo Yaofeng. In the entire Supreme Demon Palace, there was not a single person that he could take a fancy to. So what if he was a disciple? His strength was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. He was only one level lower than Li Tianni, so he was naturally dissatisfied with Li Tianni. However, looking at the light emitted from Li Tianni's eyes, Murong Fu chose to endure. "Li Tianni, just you wait. As long as I break through the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm, I will be able to replace your position. Morong Fu sneered in his heart. He looked at Li Tianyi and nodded. He said with an evil smile, "Okay, Li Tianyi. Since you want to inform the Palace Master, go quickly. Don't delay my cultivation." Humph. Li Tianyi was too lazy to argue with Morong Fu. He snorted and was about to inform the Princess of Chu. Chu Linger's heart trembled when she saw this. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop Li Tianyi and said, "Elderly, you can't. My mother is in a critical period of secluded cultivation. It's inconvenient to disturb her with this matter." Chu Linger was the daughter of the Princess of Chu, and Chu Linger was also very talented. Although the Princess of Chu did not announce Chu Linger as the successor of the Monster Palace, in many people's hearts, the Princess of Chu was the next Palace Master. Now that she had stepped out, her words naturally carried some weight. When Li Tianyi heard Chu Linger's words, his brows furrowed. For a moment, he didn't know how to decide. Although Chu Linger was the daughter of the Princess of Chu, because of the Princess of Chu's protection, Chu Linger had never cared about the Monster Palace. After the Princess of Chu passed away, Su Yin directly took over the position of Palace Master. Chu Linger had always ignored the matters of the Monster Palace. Now that she encountered this matter, Chu Linger had no confidence in her heart. Seeing that all the disciples were looking at her, she, who was naturally thin-skinned, couldn't help but blush. "Junior Sister Chu, this matter is of great importance. I think it's better to ask the Princess of Chu to come out and preside over it." At this moment, Ming Ruofeng, who was standing next to her, suddenly spoke. "Ming Ruofeng, what do you mean by this?" Hearing Ming Ruofeng's words, Makaryu Ice and the others couldn't help but have a burst of anger on their faces. After all, Ming Ruofeng knew that the Princess of Chu had passed away. Now that he proposed to see the Princess of Chu at this juncture, wasn't he causing trouble? When Ming Ruofeng heard Makaryu Ice and the others questioning, he smiled coldly and didn't answer. Seeing Ming Ruofeng like this, Chu Linger also frowned slightly. She glared at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, I already said that my mother is in seclusion, and it's not convenient to disturb her. What do you mean by this? Seclusion? I don't think so." Ming Ruofeng smiled coldly. Although he didn't directly say the truth of the matter, the expression on his face had a different charm, and it couldn't help but make people suspicious. Don't forget, the people here today are all the geniuses of the Supreme Demon Palace. Seeing Ming Ruofeng's expression, Li Tianyi also frowned. Looking at the anxious eyes of Chu Linger, Makaryu Ice, and the others, he had some doubts in his heart. Although the Princess of Chu has handed over all the major and minor matters in the palace to me, with the Princess of Chu's personality, she has never been in seclusion for such a long time. Could it be that the Princess of Chu is seriously injured? Thinking of this, Li Tianyi's body suddenly trembled. After all, the entire Monster Palace was now supported by the Princess of Chu alone. If the Princess of Chu was really seriously injured, the Pig Sky Monster King and Luo Yaofeng would definitely take this opportunity to fight back. If these two people fought back, then the Monster Palace would definitely be reshuffled. At that time, not only would he lose his position as an elder, but he might also lose his life. Thinking of this, Li Tianyi's body suddenly trembled. Seeing that everyone was still arguing, Li Tianyi suddenly shouted, "All right, stop arguing. I'll naturally investigate this matter. It's not up to you to worry. For now, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda will be temporarily sealed. I'll make a decision after I'm done with it." After Li Tianyi finished speaking, a majestic spiritual power surged in his body, emitting a majestic aura. He shouted, "I've made this decision today. If anyone dares to cause trouble behind my back, don't blame me for being rude." With that said, Li Tianyi waved his hand and sealed the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Everyone was shocked by Elder Li Tianyi's stance. After all, Li Tianyi's strength was obvious to everyone. Now, he was the great elder of Monster Palace. Even Morong Fu did not dare to offend him, let alone them. All the disciples looked at the sealed Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda and were somewhat disappointed. However, after all, everyone had felt the majestic power inside. Thinking about it now, they still felt some lingering fear. Not daring to act rashly, they shook their heads and dispersed. Chu Linger, Makariu Ice, and Ratley walked together. The three of them knew the truth of the matter. At this moment, the three of them were frowning, especially Chu Linger. After all, she was the daughter of Princess Chu. Although she had not taken over the Monster Palace, she had always treated the Monster Palace as her home. Moreover, the Monster Palace was her mother's life's work. She was also the most worried about this matter. While worrying, Chu Linger suddenly thought of something. Looking at the moving crowd, she raised her head and asked Makariu Ice, Senior Brother Mu, "Did you see Junior Brother Su today?" Su Yan. When Makariu Ice heard Chu Linger's words, he was first taken aback. Then, he shook his head and said, "I really didn't see Su Yan today." Chu Linger immediately cast her gaze at Ratley. When she saw Ratley shaking his head, she immediately felt worried. She muttered softly, "Junior Brother Su, could something have happened to him? If I'm not wrong, Su Yan has probably died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda." Just as Chu Linger was worrying, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. Following that, Ming Ruofeng's figure appeared in front of the three of them. "What are you doing here?" Because of Ming Ruofeng's words earlier, the three of them had long held a grudge against Ming Ruofeng in their hearts. When they saw him come out, their expressions couldn't help but sink. When Chu Linger heard his words, she rebuked him angrily. "Ming Ruofeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Junior Brother Su is clearly fine. Who said that he has died?" Ming Ruofeng was not angry at Chu Linger's rebuke. Instead, he smiled and said, "Am I spouting nonsense? That day, when you were cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, you saw Su Yan enter with your own eyes. However, did you see him come out today?" When Ming Ruofeng said that, Chu Linger and company's hearts sank. "No, that's impossible." Chu Linger's face was filled with sadness. When Ming Ruofeng saw this, he smiled and said, "Junior Sister Chu, I once said that if Su Yan's strength exceeded mine, I would naturally be able to help him. However, it seems that he does not have that strength. So what do you want?" Makariu Ice was alarmed when he heard Ming Ruofeng's words. He looked at him warily. "I don't want anything." Ming Ruofeng maintained his devilish smile. His eyes flashed slightly as he said with a smile, "I'm just thinking that since Su Yan has died, shouldn't the position of Palace Lord be chosen again?" No. When Ming Ruofeng said that, Chu Linger immediately roared angrily. She shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, don't spout nonsense. Su Yan can't be dead. It's impossible." As Chu Linger spoke, tears slid down her gentle and beautiful face. Her sorrowful expression caused others to feel pity for her. In the Eastern Palace, several male disciples fancied Chu Linger. This included Ming Ruofeng. When Ming Ruofeng saw the relationship between Chu Linger and Su Yan in the demonic blood cave, he was jealous. Furthermore, Su Yan had taken over the position of Palace Lord. This made Ming Ruofeng even more unhappy. Therefore, when Ming Ruofeng knew that Su Yan had died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, he was not sad at all. Instead, he was happy. He only saw the woman he loved crying for someone else. Ming Ruofeng could not help but feel angry. He shouted, "Junior Sister Chu, don't be silly. Su Yan is already dead. He's dead." "No, that's impossible." Chu Linger kept shaking her head and said, "That's impossible. Su Yan can't be dead. He can't be. I want to find him. I want to find him." Chu Linger cried. She suddenly thought of something and ran out of the door. Chu Linger. Ming Ruofeng immediately shouted and stopped Chu Linger. He glared at her and shouted, "Chu Linger, are you really going to give up the entire Monster Palace for a man like him?" What do you mean by that?" When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she was immediately stunned. When Ming Ruofeng saw that Chu Linger had finally calmed down, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "I don't mean anything. I'm just thinking of Monster Palace." Thinking of Monster Palace. When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she could not help but sneer. "Ming Ruofeng, you nearly exposed yourself today. Do you think you're thinking of Monster Palace?" "Exposed?" Ming Ruofeng sneered and said, "I naturally have my plans. Of course, as long as junior sister Chu is willing. Ming Ruofeng, don't even think about it. Chapter 287. Ming Ruofeng, you said that Su Yin died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Have you seen him? The person who came was none other than Dong Changhao, who knew the truth of the matter. Ming Ruofeng, you said Su Yin died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Dong Changhao stared at Ming Ruofeng with a cynical expression on his face. However, his tone of voice was firm and powerful. Dong Changhao. Ming Ruofeng frowned when he saw Dong Changhao. When he heard Dong Changhao's words, he could not help but snort coldly. Dong Changhao, although I did not see Su Yin lose his life in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, you do not have the right to enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda this time. What do you know? I don't know. Dong Changhao smiled and said, I really don't know. However, I believe that Su Yin will not die. Ha. Ming Ruofeng suddenly laughed when he heard Dong Chenghao's words. I believe you. What a joke. Su Yin went to the 7th level of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda alone and was severely injured by Murong Fu. Then, he entered the 8th level. Dong Chenghao, although you haven't obtained the right to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, I'm sure you know how powerful the heat is. You're at the 8th level, a 1-star Celestial Ascension stage cultivator, and you're seriously injured. Do you think you still have a chance to live? What? These people were no less familiar with the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda than anyone else. They naturally knew how powerful the scorching energy within the Great Fate Ancient Pagoda was. When they thought about how Su Yin had actually entered the 8th level, they could not help but be stunned. Even Dong Chenghao's body trembled. However, it was impossible for Dong Chenghao to accept this. He rolled his eyes, and a bright light surged in them. He sneered, Ming Ruofeng, no matter what, I absolutely believe that Su Yin is not dead. He is not dead, foolish child. Ming Ruofeng was almost angered to death by Dong Chenghao. He turned his head and ignored Dong Chenghao. Instead, he turned to Chu Linger and said, Junior Sister Chu, I hope you think carefully and make plans for the Monster Palace. Now that Su Yin has fallen, the position of Palace Master is empty. Now that Monster Palace has encountered such a huge incident, how long do you think Palace Master Chu's matter can be hidden? If things fail, I'm afraid the entire Monster Palace will be in chaos. At that time, let alone the Supreme Monster Palace falling into the hands of others, I'm afraid that even the other 2 sects within the 5 countries will come looking for us. Don't forget, the Supreme Monster Palace has always been a taboo in this world. Junior Sister Chu, could it be that you really want the Supreme Demon Palace to walk down this path? It was clear that Ming Ruofeng's words were very persuasive. They directly penetrated Chu Linger's heart. Chu Linger had feelings for Su Yin. This was true. However, Chu Linger also had deep feelings for Monster Palace. After all, Monster Palace was Chu Linger's home. Home! Su Yin. The more Chu Linger thought about it, the sadder she became. Her face was already full of tears. When Dong Chenghao saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, Ming Ruofeng, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking nonsense. Ming Ruofeng sneered and shouted, Dong Chenghao, you and the others should stop lying to yourselves. If Palace Master Chu's matter is exposed, you should all know what kind of suffering Monster Palace will suffer. Although Dong Chenghao, Makaryu Ice, and Ratli all hated Ming Ruofeng, they had to admit that what Ming Ruofeng said was true. If the matter of Princess Chu's death was exposed, then the entire Monster Palace would be in danger. They didn't even dare to imagine it. Fine. Ming Ruofeng, even if what you said makes sense, you're only at the 4th level of the Spiritual Sea Realm. I'd like to hear how you're going to save Monster Palace. Dong Qinghao's heart was filled with anger. The frivolous smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a sense of dignity. Save it. Ming Ruofeng had obviously already thought of a way. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, his eyes couldn't help but greedily look at Chu Linger. He licked his lips and said, It's actually very simple. As long as Junior Sister Chu is willing to think for Monster Palace, everything will be fine. Although Chu Linger's heart was filled with sorrow, she knew how important this matter was. She forcefully suppressed the sorrow in her heart and looked at Ming Ruofeng, saying, "You tell me." When Ming Ruofeng saw Chu Linger's expression, he knew that his plan would most likely succeed. Immediately, an evil smile appeared on his face. "It's actually very simple. Junior Sister Chu, you should know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond in Monster Palace, right?" Supreme Monster Ancient Pond. Chu Linger was momentarily stunned. Then, a sharp light flashed in her eyes as she shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, how do you know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond?" "Junior Sister Chu, don't worry about how I know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond. It's fine as long as you know about it." When everyone heard Ming Ruofeng's words, they didn't interrupt. They all looked at him, wanting to see what he would say. Seeing that no one reacted, Ming Ruofeng smiled evilly. He glanced at everyone and continued, "Then everyone should know that my Ming clan's previous life was the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan, right? Hurry up and say it." Dong Qinghao urged impatiently. However, Ming Ruofeng wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Since everyone knows that I'm from the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan, then you should also know that Junior Sister has the bloodline of the Water Spirit clan, right?" "Ming Ruofeng, what are you trying to do?" When Dong Qinghao heard Ming Ruofeng's words and thought about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond, he immediately realized something. Anger surged in his eyes as the spiritual energy in his body surged. When Ming Ruofeng saw Dong Qinghao's strength, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. Dong Qinghao, you couldn't enter the Supreme Monster Ancient Pagoda to cultivate this time, but you're able to step into the quasi-spiritual sea realm. As expected of the bloodline of the Dongchang clan, your cultivation speed is really fast. But even so, you're still not my match." Ming Ruofeng shouted coldly. Suddenly, the cultivation technique in his body followed, and a majestic spiritual energy surged. Rank 5 Spiritual Sea Realm. The few of them couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Ming Ruofeng looked at their shocked expressions and smiled. "That's right. I'm now at the rank 5 Spiritual Sea Realm. So, as long as Junior Sister Chu is willing to enter the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond to cultivate with me, then breaking through to the Spiritual Sea Realm is just around the corner." Cultivate with him. Chu Linger thought that Ming Ruofeng had some ideas. When she heard him talking about cultivating with her face immediately flushed red. At the same time, she was a little angry. Ming Ruofeng was using this to threaten her to cultivate with him. Dong Qinghao and the others were also furious. They pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, you're shameless. You're using such methods to force Junior Sister Chu." "I'm shameless. I'm shameless." Ming Ruofeng heard their words and was also furious. "Humph, Junior Sister Chu, you already know my feelings for you. My Ming clan and your Chu clan are both from the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan. I used to believe that Palace Master Chu would definitely betroth you to me. Only when I, Ming Ruofeng, cultivate with you will the best results be achieved. So, in the Monster Palace, no matter if it was Qin Luo or anyone else, I was not afraid at all, because I knew in my heart that you, Chu Linger, would be mine one day." The more Ming Ruofeng spoke, the more agitated he became. His entire body trembled slightly. "But who would have thought that Palace Master Chu would betroth you to Su Yin? And you too. I hate you the most. You, Chu Linger, have only known Su Yin for a few months, but you've already developed feelings for him. What's even more hateful is that Princess Chu even betrothed the position of Palace Master to Su Yin, a mere Saint Bloodline Realm warrior. I can't accept this. I, Ming Ruofeng, can't accept this. How am I inferior to Su Yin? Be it strength or bloodline, how am I inferior to him? Why did all of you choose him? In the Blood Demon Cave, I chose to endure because I knew that Su Yin, a mere Saint Bloodline Realm warrior, would not be able to support the entire Monster Palace. I was waiting for the day of his death. Now, I've finally waited. I've waited. Ha! Ha ha! As Ming Ruofeng spoke, he began to laugh loudly. His cold expression suddenly became ferocious. He looked at Chu Linger and said, "So, Junior Sister Chu, If you really care about the Monster Palace, you can only agree with me. Only when you and I dual cultivate can our strength soar quickly. Right now, I am in the 5th level spiritual sea realm. If I enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and dual cultivate with you, I will definitely reach the peak of the spiritual sea realm. And you, Junior Sister Chu, can also enter the spiritual sea realm. When that time comes, who will be a match for the two of us? The entire Monster Palace will fall into our hands again. No one knew that Ming Ruofeng had hidden his feelings so deeply. Even Chu Linger did not know that Ming Ruofeng had such deep feelings for her. Moreover, he had already planned this from the beginning. She could not help but secretly sigh at Ming Ruofeng's shrewdness. Even so, Chu Linger still did not have any feelings for Ming Ruofeng. Instead, she felt that he was even more shameless and annoying. Annoying, shameless. Chu Linger looked at Ming Ruofeng and could not help but feel a little angry. However, although she was angry, Chu Linger also knew that what Ming Ruofeng said was the truth. If her mother's matter was exposed, the entire Monster Palace would definitely fall into an irrecoverable crisis. This was probably the only way to solve this problem. As she thought about it, Chu Linger's heart could not help but sink. Her eyes surged with a pear blossom. When Dong Chunghao, Macaryu Ice, and Ratley saw Chu Linger like this, they could not help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. They pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, you despicable and shameless fellow! I will kill you today. Kill me." When Ming Ruofeng heard the three of them, he suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha! You want to kill me with just the three of you? You overestimate yourselves." Chapter 288. Shameless. When Dong Chunghao, Macaryu Ice, and Ratley heard Ming Ruofeng's words, they couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. With a roar, the three of them attacked Ming Ruofeng at the same time. Although the three of them had feelings for Chu Linger, they had chosen Chu Linger. However, after Chu Ling chose Su Yin, they only wished the two of them well. Now, they only treated Chu Ling as their junior sister. How could they have such dirty thoughts like Ming Ruofeng? Now that they saw Ming Ruofeng's shamelessness, how could they not be angry? With just the three of you? Ming Ruofeng saw the three of them attacking him, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, a gloomy and evil aura burst out. At the same time, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Suddenly, a majestic spirit chi surged out. With a move of his body, he leaped up like a bolt of lightning, directly dodging the attacks of the three people. The moment his body leaped up, a powerful surge of energy suddenly surged out. "The three of you want to kill me? Courting death." Ming Ruofeng shouted angrily. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a powerful force swept out. "Be careful." When Dong Chunghao and the other two saw this scene, they were stunned. They hurriedly circulated the cultivation technique and quickly retreated. The three of them were extremely fast, but unfortunately, Rat Li's strength was too low. He was hit by Ming Ruofeng's force. Bang! With a loud sound, his whole body was directly sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from Rat Li's mouth. Rat Li, Dong Chunghao, and Macaryu Ice hurriedly went to check on Rat Li's injuries. "I'm fine. Kill this bastard." Rat Li stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were surging with anger. Dong Chunghao and Macaryu Ice looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, they took out their weapons and looked at Ming Ruofeng with killing intent in their eyes. "Do the three of you really want to die? If so, don't blame me for not caring about the past." Ming Ruofeng saw that the three of them were unwilling to give up, and his face was also surging with anger. Love from the past. The three of them sneered at the same time and completely ignored Ming Ruofeng. Perhaps they were once disciples of the Eastern Palace and had some feelings for each other. However, these feelings had long been destroyed after Ming Ruofeng's words. Now, the three of them only wanted to get rid of this despicable Ming Ruofeng. How could they still have any feelings for him? Die! The three of them shouted angrily and charged towards Ming Ruofeng again. "Good, very good. Since you want to die, don't blame me for not fulfilling your wish. Ming Ruofeng looked at the three of them attacking and roared angrily. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated and a bright light surged. The light overflowed, and at the same time, a majestic power erupted. It reverberated in the air and produced a series of whistling sounds. Ever since the fall of Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng could be said to be the strongest disciple of the Eastern Palace. In addition, after entering the ancient demon pagoda to cultivate, Ming Ruofeng had broken through the 4th stage and stepped into the 5th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. His strength was even more different from before. As for Dong Changhao, Xu Li, and Mu Lu Bing, although they had made some progress during this period of time, they were still quite strong. However, the strongest of the three was only Makariu Ice, who was only at the 3rd stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Dong Qinghao was at the Quasi-Spirit Sea realm, and Ratley was at the 5-star Celestial Phenomenon realm. The three of them combined were not enough to catch up to Ming Ruofeng. Soon, injuries appeared on the three of them. Chu Linger's face was already full of pear blossoms when she saw this scene. Her heart ached. Everyone present had a good relationship with her in the past. She could not bear to see any of them injured because of this. Of course, this was still secondary. The one she felt the most heartache for was Su Yan. Thinking about Su Yan's death, Chu Linger's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Furthermore, these things had happened in the Monster Palace, which made her even more anxious. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Dong Qinghao, Ming Ruofeng, and Ratley were all sent flying by Ming Ruofeng's move. Ming Ruofeng immediately took advantage of the situation and looked at Ratley as he shouted, "Humph! A mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator dares to go against me. I'll kill you first." As he spoke, Ming Ruofeng suddenly smashed towards Ratley's head. When Chu Linger saw this scene, her pupils suddenly constricted. She bit her lips and shouted, "Stop, Ming Ruofeng, stop right now." When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's cry, he stopped what he was doing. "Ming Ruofeng, I promise you." Chu Linger said to Ming Ruofeng as her entire body trembled. When she finished speaking, the tears in her eyes were like a broken thread that continuously slid down her soft and beautiful skin. "Promise me, Junior Chu. You finally promised me." When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's words, he immediately laughed happily. He was so excited that he directly hugged Chu Linger. "Junior Chu, mine. You mine." Chu Linger allowed Ming Ruofeng to hug her as her expression became extremely gloomy. She said coldly, "Ming Ruofeng, I can promise you, but I'll have to wait 3 days before I can enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool with you." Okay. Junior Chu, as long as you're willing, anything is fine," Ming Ruofeng said with a laugh. "Okay." When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she nodded. Then, she looked at Ming Ruofeng and said coldly, "Ming Ruofeng, you can leave now. I hope you won't harass me in these 3 days. Also, you have to hide the fact that my mother has died. Otherwise, even if I, Chu Linger, am destroyed along with the Monster Palace, you won't be able to touch a single finger of mine." Okay. I'll promise you anything." Ming Ruofeng looked greedily at Chu Linger and kept nodding. When Chu Linger saw Ming Ruofeng's gaze, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She shouted, "Then why aren't you leaving now? After all, she'll be mine in 3 days. I don't need a rush." Although Ming Ruofeng really wanted to dual cultivate with Chu Linger right now, when he saw the anger on Chu Linger's face, he suppressed it. He turned around and looked at Makariu Ice and Dong Changhao with disdain before leaving. "Junior Chu, why did you agree to him?" After Ming Ruofeng left, Dong Changhao and the other two immediately went up to Chu Linger and asked. The three of them looked at Chu Linger's appearance with a pained expression. Chu Linger looked at the three of them and smiled bitterly. "In this situation, what can I do? The Monster Palace is my mother's life's work. Do you really want to see it destroyed?" As Chu Linger spoke, her face was already covered in tears. Her eyes were filled with pain. But, when Dong Changhao and the other two saw Chu Linger's sad appearance, they wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to comfort her. The three of them could only curse themselves for being useless and lament at the side. "Su Yan, are you really dead?" When Chu Linger thought of Su Yin, tears welled up in her eyes again. Then she bit her lip and walked to Dong Chenghao's side, saying, "Senior brother Dong Chenghao, do you have a way to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda?" When Dong Chenghao heard Chu Linger's words, he couldn't help but be stunned, not understanding what she meant. "Yes." Chu Linger nodded. Her eyes immediately revealed a determined light. "I want to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and find Su Yin. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." If Su Yin really died in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, then when she said this, Chu Linger suddenly choked up. She couldn't say the rest of her words. When Dong Chenghao and the other two heard this, they finally understood why Chu Linger had promised Ming Ruofeng to give her 3 days. So this was the reason. She wanted to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to find Su Yin. The three of them looked at Chu Linger and immediately felt admiration for Chu Linger's feelings for Su Yin. "Junior Sister Chu, let the three of us handle the matter of entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. You stay here." Dong Chenghao looked at the pitiful Chu Linger and couldn't bear to let her take the risk of entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Makariu Ice also said, "Yes, leave the matter of finding Su Yin to the three of us." No. In the past, whenever Chu Ling wanted to do something, she would often ask them for help. However, this time, Chu Ling was unusually determined. She said, "This time, I must go by myself. Just tell me how to get in." When Dong Chenghao and the other two heard Chu Linger's words, they looked troubled. They really didn't want to see Chu Linger take the risk. Chu Linger looked at the three of them and snorted. "If that's the case, I'll go alone." With that, Chu Linger was about to walk out the door. The three of them were stunned when they saw this. They hurriedly pulled her back. "Junior Sister Chu, don't be rash. We don't know what kind of power is surging in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Even Li Tianyi might not be able to withstand it. Entering now is definitely not a trivial matter. We need to think carefully." When Chu Linger heard this, she sneered and said, 3 days. I only have 3 days. In these 3 days, I have to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and find Su Yin. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If Su Yin is still alive, even if Monster Palace is destroyed, I won't agree to Ming Ruofeng's shameless request. If he... As Chu Linger spoke, a wave of grief surged up on her face again. Her eyes dimmed as well. When the three of them saw this, they wanted to persuade her, but they didn't know where to begin. After a moment of silence, Dong Chenghao sighed helplessly and said, Forget it. Junior Sister Chu, since things have come to this, we won't force you. The three of us will help you enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Thank you, senior brothers. Chu Linger clasped her hands at the three of them. At this moment, in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the two Fire Qilin beasts were constantly fighting. There were many wounds on their bodies. Fire Qilin, so what if you've awakened? Haha, but definitely not my match without your demonic soul. Seeing the Fire Qilin's exhausted appearance, the corner of myriad ghost demon Sovereign's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Chapter 289. Bang! Just as Fire Qilin finished speaking, a huge amount of energy erupted from Fire Qilin's body. The flames on its body surged forward, blasting the entire Great Fei Ancient Pagoda away. A huge flame shot up into the sky. At this moment, it was also nighttime. This powerful flame rushed up, illuminating the entire Supreme Demon Palace as if it was daytime. All the Monster Palace disciples' gazes were attracted. Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Although they were still some distance away from the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, they could still feel a powerful force surging towards them. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Elderly Tianyi was also shocked when he saw this scene. This was because he could feel that this force was beyond his imagination. Feng Yuan's realm. No, it was even stronger than Feng Yuan's realm. Chu Linger, Makariu Ice, Dong Chenghao, and Rat Li originally wanted to break through the restrictions set up by Elderly Tianyi, But before they could get close, they were attacked by this powerful force. The four of them hurriedly retreated. Roar! At this moment, a low roar came from the horizon. The flame that reached the sky slowly descended. The entire great Fey ancient pagoda was razed to the ground, turning into ruins. Everything returned to normal. However, this tremor attracted everyone in Monster Palace. When they saw this scene, they still had lingering fear on their faces. They did not dare to approach the great Fey ancient pagoda. Don't get too close. Wait for me to go check it out. Elderly Tianyi frowned when he saw everyone surrounding him. He immediately gave the order and headed towards the great Fey ancient pagoda alone. In fact, no one dared to approach the great Fey ancient pagoda. They could only watch from afar. However, when some people saw Li Tianyi's body heading towards the great Fey ancient pagoda, they were puzzled. Monster Palace is in such a big mess. Why haven't we seen Palace Master Chu? It wasn't just them. Even Li Tianyi had the same doubts in his heart. However, as an elder, Li Tianyi naturally would not discuss such matters with others. At this moment, he could also feel that the powerful force within the supreme Fey ancient pagoda had already descended. Hence, he was only puzzled by the absence of Princess of Chu. He did not panic. Instead, he was somewhat delighted. Because the Princess of Chu did not appear, it meant that she trusted him. As Li Tianyi thought about it, the cultivation technique in his body began to circulate as well. His figure quickly flew in the direction of the great Fey ancient pagoda. No, I must go in, I must. Junior Sister Chu, the power erupting from inside is not something we can withstand. You can't go in. If you want to go, let us go. That's right, Junior Sister Chu, you can't go. Just as Li Tianyi was about to reach the supreme Fey ancient pagoda, he heard a commotion coming from below. Li Tianyi immediately frowned. Then he floated down. When he saw them, he shouted, "Why are you still here? Don't you know that this place is dangerous?" "Elderly, I want to enter the supreme Fey ancient pagoda." When Chu Linger saw Li Tianyi, her expression did not change. She said with a resolute look, "What?" Li Tianyi was stunned. Just as he was about to scold her, he saw that it was Chu Linger. Then he frowned. Looking at the resolute look in Chu Linger's eyes, he asked respectfully, "Young Palace Master, we don't know what kind of power is hidden in the supreme Fey ancient pagoda. It is truly a dangerous place. Why do you want to enter?" "I want to find Su Yan," Chu Linger said. Thinking of the huge power that had erupted, a look of sadness appeared in her eyes. "Find Su Yan." When Li Tianyi heard Chu Linger's words, he was stunned. He looked at the four of them in panic and said, "Young Palace Master, you said that Su Yan did not come out of the supreme Fey ancient pagoda?" Seeing that Chu Linger did not answer, Li Tianyi looked at the other three. When the three of them saw Li Tianyi looking at them, they sighed helplessly. Su Yan did not come out. How is this possible? When Li Tianyi looked at the great Fey ancient pagoda, a look of worry immediately welled up in his heart. He had seen the anomaly in the great Fey ancient pagoda. When the supreme Fey ancient pagoda was activated, he was busy dealing with this matter and did not check if anyone had come out. He had always thought that Su Yan had come out of the supreme Fey ancient pagoda long ago. He did not expect that Su Yan had not come out yet. He had not come out. Li Tianyi looked at the supreme Fey ancient pagoda and narrowed his eyes. Thinking of that huge power, he could not help but feel sad. "Don't stop me. I must go in. I must." At that moment, Chu Linger growled and was about to walk in the direction of the supreme Fey ancient pagoda. Li Tianyi was stunned when he saw this. He hurriedly went forward to stop Chu Linger and said, "Young Palatial Lord, you must not. We do not know what is hidden in the supreme Fey ancient pagoda. You must not go near it." No. Even though Chu Linger was facing Li Tianyi, her tone did not change. She said firmly, "I must enter the supreme Fey ancient pagoda today. I must find Su Yan." When Li Tianyi heard this, he frowned and immediately understood. After all, Li Tianyi was experienced. He naturally understood the feelings between young men and women. Seeing Chu Linger's determined look, Li Tianyi frowned again. He looked at the supreme Fey ancient pagoda and felt that the power had weakened significantly. He sighed helplessly and said, "Since young Palatial Lord is so insistent, let me lead you in." "Okay." Chu Linger nodded slightly when she heard that Li Tianyi was not stopping her. Dong Chenghao and company also hurriedly requested to enter the supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Li Tianyi glanced at Chu Linger and nodded. Fine. All of you follow me." "Okay." When they heard Li Tianyi agree, their eyes revealed a look of excitement. At this moment, the supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda had been completely blasted into ruins by the fiery light. All the passageways were blocked. When they saw this, they could not help but frown. "All of you make way. Let me clean it up." When Dong Chenghao saw this, he went forward and began clearing the path. Following that, Makariu Ice, Ratley, and Chu Linger also joined in clearing the path. With the few of them joining in, Li Tianyi naturally could not just stand there. After all, Chu Linger's status was higher than his. The few of them were all at the celestial stage, or above. The power they erupted with had the power to shatter mountains. With the few of them working together, their speed could be considered fast. It did not take long for them to open up the first path. Unfortunately, the supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda's blockage was too powerful. No matter how fast they were still slow. Seeing the place blown up like this, the expressions on their faces became uglier and uglier. After all, Su Yin was only at the 1-star celestial stage. If he was really here, it was likely that he would be doomed. And their guess was right. Su Yin had fallen. He had already fallen in the battle between the Fire Qilin and the myriad ghost demon Venerable. At this moment, only a wisp of his remnant soul was left. Am I dead? Su Yin looked at the pitch-black surroundings as a thought flashed through his mind. However, when he reached out to touch his body, he could not feel his body at all. Su Yin was immediately shocked. Am I really dead? Asterisk Pudong. Asterisk at this moment, there was a loud sound. A huge rock suddenly flew up, and a fiery light erupted from it. Su Yin was shocked. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the fiery light. When he saw that it was the Fire Qilin, his body trembled. Subconsciously, he activated his cultivation technique. However, when he activated his cultivation technique, Su Yin felt that his body was empty. Su Yin's face was even more shocked. Following the fiery light emitted from the Fire Qilin's body, Su Yin looked at his own body. It was illusory, as if he could disappear at any moment. His entire body trembled even more. Kid, you're just a remnant soul right now. Stop struggling. At this moment, the Fire Qilin suddenly opened its mouth and said to Su Yin. When Su Yin heard this, he was stunned. He looked at the Fire Qilin in astonishment. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he could not. However, even so, he could feel a huge amount of energy coming from the Fire Qilin. In front of this powerful energy, Su Yin's body trembled again. When the Fire Qilin saw Su Yin like this, it spoke again. Kid, don't be afraid. I'm not the 1,000 Ghost Demon King. The 1,000 Ghost Demon King is gone now. I am the real Fire Qilin. The real Fire Qilin. Su Yin suddenly trembled again. He wanted to say something, but he could not make a sound. The Fire Qilin did not care about Su Yin. It continued to say, Kid, you and I are fated to meet. I stole a lot of your spirit stones. Evil Celestial Jade. You are the evil Celestial Jade. Su Yan's body trembled. He looked very excited. If he was the evil Celestial Jade, it meant that the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul had not been successfully awakened. It meant that the Monster Palace would not be destroyed. Su Yin was very excited. He wanted to ask the Fire Qilin about it, but he could not make a sound. When the Fire Qilin saw this, it smiled and said, Kid, you are a remnant soul body. I'm just a remnant soul body. If you have any questions, you don't have to speak. Just tell me with your mind, and I will know. When Su Yin heard this, he was very happy. He hesitated, and then he asked with his mind, what is going on? When the Fire Unicorn heard Su Yan's words, it smiled faintly and told Su Yin what had happened. Su Yan's face was full of shock. At the same time, Su Yin also heard the news of his death from the Fire Unicorn. Even though Su Yin wasn't afraid of death, when he really found out about the news of his death at this moment, A wave of sorrow couldn't help but surge up in his heart. The fire Qilin could feel Su Yan's sadness. It smiled and said, "Kid, don't be sad. You are dead, but because your soul is very strong, you're not really dead. If you are suitable, you can find someone to possess and be reborn. I still have a chance to be reborn." Chapter 290. Indeed, when the fire Qilin saw Su Yan's excited appearance, it didn't keep him in suspense. It opened its mouth slightly and said, "When the opportunity arises, you can find a warrior and seize his body. Then you can use his body to revive." Seize other people's bodies? Su Yan thought about the chance of resurrection, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Yes. The fire Qilin nodded and looked at Su Yan. It said, "Unfortunately, your soul power is too weak. If you want to seize a body, I'm afraid it will be difficult." Su Yan was still feeling complacent about the chance of resurrection. Hearing the fire Qilin's words, he immediately became nervous. He asked, "Difficult? What should I do? What should I do?" The fire Qilin stared at Su Yan's soul body for a long time and sighed. Forget it. I'm going to die anyway. I'll lend you a hand." Ow! Just as the fire Qilin finished speaking, before Su Yan could react, there was a sudden roar. Suddenly, a powerful force surged. Su Yan was shocked and wanted to retreat. Bang! With a loud sound, a powerful force suddenly surged from Su Yan's mind and directly entered Su Yan's soul. When this force entered, Su Yan suddenly felt that his whole body was about to explode. An unprecedentedly intense pain surged up from his soul. This was the pain of the soul being torn apart. It would always exceed the pain of the body. Su Yan wanted to shout, but unfortunately, he could not make any sound. At the same time, there was a burst of bright light in front of Su Yan. This ray of light directly dispersed the darkness. Su Yan endured the pain and was hit by this strong ray of light. He could not help but close his eyes. At this moment, the fire Qilin's voice followed. "Boy, I will use my last bit of strength to help you increase your soul power. With my soul power, you should be able to find a martial artist in the spiritual sea realm to seize the body." Spiritual sea realm. After the fire Qilin's words, the pain in Su Yan's body lessened a lot. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. "Brat, remember, you must only be a martial artist below the spiritual sea realm. Of course, if you agree, that person's strength must also be at the celestial phenomenon realm. Otherwise, he won't be able to carry your soul. At that time, I'm afraid your soul will be scattered because of your failure to possess him. Remember. As soon as the fire Qilin finished speaking, it disappeared with a flash of light. Senior Fire Qilin. When Su Yan saw that the fire Qilin had disappeared, he woke up from his daze. He looked at the surroundings that had returned to darkness. He couldn't help but feel a burst of sadness. No matter what, the fire Qilin had helped him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the fire Qilin had saved Su Yan's life. How could Su Yan, a person who valued relationships, not feel sad when he saw his savior fall just like that? "Senior, you can go in peace." Su Yan looked at the dark scene in front of him and sighed slightly. At this moment, in front of Su Yan, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? In the midst of his astonishment, Su Yan hurriedly bent down to check. There was a white round, palm-sized fireball on the ground, emitting a burst of bright light. Su Yan didn't recognize this thing, so he couldn't help but frown when he saw it. Oh, whoa. At this moment, the fireball suddenly exploded and let out a low roar. Su Yan was shocked by this sudden roar and hurriedly took a few steps back. When he calmed down, Su Yan saw the thing in front of him. A shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. Fire Qilin. Su Yan opened his mouth in shock and couldn't close it for a long time. Yes, the thing on the ground was not an object, but the cub of the fire Qilin. Because of the fall of the fire Qilin, Su Yan was still a little sad in his heart. At this moment, seeing the cub of the fire Qilin, his heart suddenly felt a burst of relief. Looking at it, Su Yan slowly approached it. Oh, whoa. Just as Su Yan approached, the fire Qilin suddenly burst out a low roar, which scared Su Yan. Although this fire Qilin was only a cub, it was after all a holy beast, and the deterrent force it burst out was really shocking. Su Yin looked at the vigilant eyes of the fire Qilin looking at him and couldn't help but frown. How do I subdue this fire Qilin? Little thing, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I am your mother's friend. Although Su Yin didn't know why the fall of the fire Qilin gave birth to this fire Qilin cub, Su Yin was sure that this fire Qilin was definitely the son of the previous fire Qilin. Su Yin didn't know how to subdue this little guy, so he could only try to communicate with it with his soul force, constantly saying good words to it, conveying a good impression of it. Under Su Yan's efforts, the killing intent in the little guy's eyes finally slowly fell. When Su Yin saw this, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand to touch it, but unfortunately, he touched nothing. Su Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm just a remnant soul now. How can I grab the real thing? Thinking of this, Su Yin frowned again and sighed. It looks like I have to find a warrior to possess as soon as possible. As Su Yin spoke, he immediately stood up and looked around, hoping to find a way out. Unfortunately, the Great Fey ancient pagoda was completely destroyed due to the battle. Su Yin was just a remnant soul body, so it was impossible for him to open a path out. This made Su Yin feel a sense of melancholy. This place is completely sealed off. There is no way to get out. Do I have no choice but to wait here for the other people in the palace to come to my rescue? Su Yin smiled bitterly. The expression on his face grew more and more solemn. Awoo! Awoo! At this moment, the fire Qilin suddenly screamed and burrowed into a crack in the stone. Su Yin saw this scene and frowned slightly. He hurriedly followed and asked, Hey little guy, what are you doing? Unfortunately, the fire Qilin ignored Su Yin and kept burrowing forward. What the hell is this little guy doing? Su Yin looked at the fire Qilin's actions in confusion, but Su Yin did not stop it. All he did was follow behind it and watch. He watched as the little guy kept digging forward. After about an hour or so, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Immediately, a dense spirit chi surged up from the ground. Su Yan's body trembled as he looked at the place the fire Qilin had dug out. His eyes immediately filled with shock. What is this? Su Yan looked at the blue substance that surged out in front of him and suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement. I understand. The reason why the Great Fey ancient pagoda has such rich spiritual energy is because of this. Spirit spring. That's right, this is definitely a spirit spring. Su Yin looked at the blue substance that kept flowing out of the small hole in front of him and trembled with excitement. Just as he was about to activate his cultivation technique, Su Yan's face filled with disappointment. Unfortunately, I'm just a remnant soul now. Even if this is a spirit spring, I can't absorb it. Su Yin smiled bitterly as he looked at the spirit spring and shook his head. At this moment, the little guy suddenly burrowed its head into the spirit spring and greedily absorbed the blue liquid. With its little tail sticking up, its petite body looked exceptionally cute. When Su Yin saw this, he could not help but laugh. Although I can't absorb it, this little guy can. That's a good thing. Su Yin smiled and didn't think too much about it. He just watched the fire Qilin absorb the spirit spring. At first glance, Su Yin didn't feel anything, but when he looked again, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This little guy's absorbing speed is way too fast. Su Yin could not imagine that the fire Qilin could absorb the spiritual energy at such a fast speed. One had to know that this was a spirit spring. The spiritual energy gathered here was enough to allow hundreds of ordinary warriors to break through a major realm. However, this little guy was absorbing it at an extremely fast speed. Sizzle. In less than an hour, the spirit spring dried up. As for the little guy, it looked as though it had not had enough. Su Yin was surprised when he saw this. How much spiritual energy does this little guy need to absorb to break through? After all, if it were any other warrior, as long as they could break through the bottleneck, they could use the spirit spring to cultivate at a speed more than 100 times faster. However, this little guy had been completely absorbed by the spiritual energy in less than an hour. Su Yin could not help but smile bitterly when he saw this. It looks like this great Fey Ancient Pagoda will no longer exist in the future. With this in mind, Su Yin felt his heart ache. After all, Su Yin was the Monster Palace's palace lord. With the great Fey Ancient Pagoda around, it was definitely of great help to the strength of the Monster Palace disciples. However, now, it had all been absorbed by the Fire Qilin. So what if it was absorbed? The most hateful thing was that Su Yin did not see any increase in the little guy's strength. This made Su Yin feel that it was a waste. The Spirit Spring is a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. Now, it is being wasted just like that. Su Yin shook his head with a wry smile, but he didn't blame the little guy. Instead, he looked at the little guy's unsatisfied expression and licked his lips. He found it funny and pointed at the little guy. You've absorbed so much spiritual qi, but you're still not satisfied. Pudong. At that moment, a deep crater suddenly appeared where the Spirit Spring was. Su Yin was shocked by the sudden change. He took a few steps back before he calmed down. He looked at the deep crater in puzzlement and frowned. What's going on? Su Yin looked and suddenly thought of something. Chapter 291. Could this be the entrance to the 10th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda? Su Yin thought as he looked at the deep pit that had suddenly appeared. His eyes immediately glowed with a bright light. Although Su Yin thought that this might be the entrance to the 10th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, he could not be sure. Su Yin did not dare to enter rashly. Instead, he observed from the side. It was a pity that everything here was destroyed. In addition to the darkness, there was no way to see Shurjen Dao. Is this the entrance to the 10th level? If so, what is there in the 10th level? Su Yin looked at the crater and muttered to himself. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Plop. At this moment, the little guy beside Su Yin leaped and directly jumped into the deep pit. Su Yin was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't!" Unfortunately, it was too late. The little guy had already jumped into the crater. This made Su Yin smile bitterly. He sighed and said, Forget it. Since I can't get out, I'll go down and find out." With that said, Su Yin flew into the crater. In fact, if it were any other time, Su Yin would not hesitate and would have gone down long ago. But because of his death this time, Su Yin deeply felt the fear of death. Therefore, this made Su Yin feel a little apprehensive. That was why he could not make up his mind. Now that he saw the Fire Qilin go down, he made up his mind. Where's this? After Su Yin followed, he looked at the place in front of him and was stunned. This was because this place was completely different from the 9th level. This was a brand new place. It was much bigger than the 9th level. Furthermore, the aura was different. It was eerie, making one feel a sense of fear. Could this be the 10th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda? Su Yin looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but frown. He could not connect everything here with the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Su Yin, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from afar. When Su Yin heard this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. When he reacted, he was even more stunned. What the hell is going on? Su Yin, I'm going to kill you. Right at this moment, that furious voice sounded again. Bang! Bang! Before Su Yin could react, the Fire Qilin ran towards the source of the sound. Little thing. Su Yin wanted to stop him, but the Fire Qilin was too fast, and Su Yin couldn't make a sound now. By the time Su Yin called him, he had already run dozens of meters away. Su Yin shook his head helplessly. What a curious little guy. Su Yin smiled bitterly as he hurriedly followed. As they approached, the furious voice became clearer. Following that, they saw a white-robed youth imprisoned in a cage. Although he was dressed in white, his clothes were extremely sloppy. Coupled with his messy hair, he looked very wretched. Su Yin recognized him at a glance. Nangong Xiaoming. That's right. This person was none other than Nangong Xiaoming, who had been imprisoned in the Great Fey Ancient Prison because he wanted to kill Su Yin. Looking at him, Su Yin's face suddenly surged with a strange expression. Of course, he was not surprised because of Nangong Xiaoming, but because of the 10th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Su Yin never expected that the 10th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda would be combined with the Great Fey Ancient Prison. Nangong Xiaoming had been in the prison for a very long time. Although he could still cultivate here, he had to endure the torture of loneliness and the corrosion of darkness. This made Nangong Xiaoming's hatred for Su Yin grow stronger. Su Yin, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. When Nangong Xiaoming thought that all of this was because of Su Yin, he let out a low growl again. At the same time, he looked up and happened to see the fire Qilin. Nangong Xiaoming was immediately taken aback as he stared at the fire Qilin for a long time. A look of surprise suffused his face. Qilin Holy Beast. Furthermore, it's just a cub. I never expected to encounter a Qilin Holy Beast here. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Nangong Xiaoming laughed excitedly. Haha, as long as I subdue this Qilin Holy Beast, it will only be a matter of time before I gain control of Monster Palace. Killing that Su Yin will be a piece of cake. Nangong Xiaoming's eyes were full of excitement as he looked at the fire Qilin. He ignored Su Yin, who was not far behind the fire Qilin. Su Yin saw Nangong Xiaoming's greedy eyes and then looked at the fire Qilin. He was a little worried that the fire Qilin would be subdued by him. He couldn't help but frown as he saw Nangong Xiaoming's spirit energy surge and fly towards the fire Qilin. Su Yin was even more nervous. He wanted to use his technique to stop him. But just as he was about to use his technique, Su Yin remembered that he was just a remnant soul body. He had no power at all, and he couldn't stop Nangong Xiaoming. Su Yin couldn't help but feel depressed. Seeing Nangong Xiaoming subduing the fire Qilin made him even angrier. Unfortunately, he wanted to stop him, but he didn't have the power to do so. He could only worry in his heart. What should I do? What should I do? Su Yin looked at Nangong Xiaoming, his mind spinning. When he saw the spirit energy surging on Nangong Xiaoming's body, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sky Realm, Sky Realm. Isn't this Nangong Xiaoming suitable for me to possess? When Su Yin thought of this, his eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. When the fire Qilin told Su Yin that he could seize the body of a Sky Realm cultivator to be reborn, Su Yin was still thinking about whose body would be suitable. He didn't expect to find a suitable candidate so quickly. Looking at Nangong Xiaoming, Su Yin immediately sneered. Nangong Xiaoming, you brought all of this upon yourself. Don't blame me. As he spoke, Su Yin's body suddenly moved. Although he was only a remnant soul body, his speed wasn't slow at all. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Nangong Xiaoming. Nangong Xiaoming didn't expect that there would be another soul here besides him and the fire Qilin. He only felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes. Nangong Xiaoming was shocked, and his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. While he was in shock, Nangong Xiaoming suddenly felt his body shake. While Nangong Xiaoming was in a daze, he immediately saw Su Yan's figure in his mind. His entire body trembled, and he pointed at Su Yin and shouted, Su Yin, why are you here? I'm here to take your life. Su Yin smiled and suddenly pounced on Nangong Xiaoming's soul. Although Su Yin had never possessed a body before, Su Yin still knew that if he wanted to possess a body, he had to devour the soul of the original owner of the body. Nangong Xiaoming still hadn't recovered from his shock. When he saw Su Yan's soul pouncing on him, he was shocked. His soul also shrank, dodging Su Yan's attack. Su Yin, why are you here? What's going on? Nangong Xiaoming felt that Su Yan's soul power was always stronger than his soul, and his heart was suddenly filled with fear. Su Yin smiled coldly, but didn't answer Nangong Xiaoming's question. Instead, he looked at Nangong Xiaoming with a cold smile and attacked him again. Seeing that Su Yan's soul was much stronger than his, Nangong Xiaoming's heart trembled again, and he hurriedly dodged. At this time, he also understood what was going on. Obviously, Su Yin wanted to devour his soul and occupy his body. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiaoming panicked, but more than that, he was astonished. He looked at Su Yin and said with a trembling voice, Su Yin, your soul power is so strong. Su Yin still didn't answer him, but his eyes flashed, and he directly devoured Nangong Xiaoming's soul. Su Yan's soul was originally stronger than Nangong Xiaoming's, And with the injection of the Fire Qilin soul power, Su Yan's soul power was much stronger than Nangong Xiaoming's. Under Su Yan's soul attack, Nangong Xiaoming didn't have the strength to fight back. Nangong Xiaoming just shouted that he wanted to kill Su Yan, but now in Su Yan's hands, he could only wait to be slaughtered. At this time, Nangong Xiaoming no longer had the arrogance from before and looked at Su Yan with fear in his eyes. At this time, Nangong Xiaoming also realized something, looked at Su Yan, and directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Su Yan, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Su Yan saw Nangong Xiaoming's appearance and couldn't help but frown. If it were normal times, Su Yan might really spare him. But now, Su Yan had to borrow his body to be reborn, so he definitely couldn't let him go. Thinking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a burst of bright light, and a ruthless look flashed across his face, and he directly swallowed Nangong Xiaoming's soul. Under Nangong Xiaoming's scream, his soul instantly shot out. It directly wrapped around Su Yan's body. Visible to the naked eye, flesh and bones gradually appeared on Su Yan's body, and everything about Su Yan was recovering. After 3 days, a brand new body was reforged. At this time, Su Yan also slowly woke up and stretched his hands and feet, and a burst of excitement immediately surged on his face, and he couldn't help shouting, "I, Su Yan, am alive again. Alive!" Su Yan clenched his fists, and the air in the center of his palms was instantly crushed by him. Su Yan immediately understood that all of this came from the gift of the Qilin. If it weren't for him, even if he was reborn, he wouldn't have cultivation. And now, not only did he recover his strength, but he also had a breakthrough. Su Yan was alive. Chapter 292. 3-star Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Su Yan clenched his fists, the cultivation technique in his body slowly circulating, feeling this familiar power slide through his palm. A bright light immediately surged in his eyes. I didn't think that this rebirth would not only allow me to break through, but I would also no longer be a cripple. Su Yan's eyes flashed with tears of excitement. At this moment, he truly realized how wonderful it was to be alive. Feeling the power of heaven and earth revolving around him, Su Yan was immersed in this strange power for a moment, unable to extricate himself. Qilin. Su Yan felt this power and suddenly realized that all of this was because of the gift of the Fire Qilin. Thinking of this huge favor, Su Yan hurriedly searched in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. Little guy. However, Su Yan did not see the Fire Qilin even after calling out a few times. He could not help but frown. Where did it go? Su Yan remembered very clearly that when he was fighting with Nangong Xiaoming's soul, the little guy was still in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. How could it have disappeared now? Looking at the empty Supreme Demon Ancient Prison, Su Yan's eyes could not help but be filled with worry. This little guy had lost his parents the moment he was born. Although it could not be said that all of this was caused by Su Yan, when he thought about how the Fire Qilin had indeed disappeared in the end because he had injected his soul power into it, whether it was kindness or something else, Su Yan definitely could not let anything happen to the Fire Qilin. Although the Fire Qilin was a saint beast, this little guy was still a cub. If he met someone with intentions, it was very likely that he would be subdued and used as a beast pet. Beast pet. Thinking of this, Su Yan's brows suddenly flashed with a cold light. He definitely would not allow this little guy to become someone else's beast pet. This was an insult to him. Little guy. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but become anxious and hurriedly searched around. Although this little fellow was small, the fiery light that erupted from its body was like a bright lamp in this pitch-black Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. Unfortunately, Su Yan searched the entire Supreme Demon Ancient Prison and did not see the Fire Qilin's figure. This made Su Yan worried. Could it be that he ran out? Su Yan frowned. As the Palace Master of the Monster Palace, he was no stranger to the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. There was already a restriction outside the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. If the people inside wanted to leave, there was no way they could leave without someone opening it from the outside. unless that person was strong enough to break the seal. Although the fire Qilin was a saint beast, it was still a cub. Clearly, he was still unable to break out of the seal. Then we can only leave from here. Su Yin looked at the deep pit he had entered from the great Fey ancient pagoda. His expression sank as he prepared to go up. Right at this moment, suddenly, a low roar came from a corner of the supreme demon ancient prison. Little fellow, Su Yan's entire body froze. His body that was about to fly into the deep pit suddenly turned back and rushed towards the source of the sound. However, when Su Yin flew to the source of the sound, he still did not see the fire Qilin. Su Yin could not help but frown. How can it not be? Did I hear wrongly? Oh, right at this moment, the low roar sounded again. Little fellow. Su Yan's eyes immediately lit up. When he lowered his head, he saw something lying on the ground. His expression immediately turned gloomy. At this moment, the fire Qilin's body did not have any injuries. However, the flames on its body had already disappeared. Furthermore, the fire Qilin was constantly panting, looking exhausted. Su Yin could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. His eyes immediately surged with killing intent as he roared angrily. Who is it? Who hurt this little fellow? Oh. Right at this moment, the little fellow roared again and tugged at Su Yan's trousers. Su Yin could not help but frown. When he lowered his head to look, he saw an ancient piece of wood placed beside the fire Qilin. Seeing that piece of ancient wood, Su Yin was first shocked. Then, his face filled with excitement. This is the spring-autumn ancient wood. Oh. When the fire Qilin saw the excitement on Su Yan's face, it also roared excitedly. Then its small claws pointed at a small hole in front of it. You're saying that you got this spring-autumn ancient wood from the hole? Su Yin saw this strange action of the fire Qilin. Oh. When the little fellow heard Su Yan's words, it immediately jumped up and down happily. It looked very cute. Su Yin could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Then, he could not help but laugh. I didn't expect a little fellow like you to be so understanding. Looking at the fire Qilin's cute appearance, Su Yin was even more determined to not let the fire Qilin become a pet beast. This was not only to repay the kindness of the little fellow's mother. It was also to show respect to a sacred beast. In fact, if other people were to see this, they would definitely not understand Su Yan's actions. After all, to tame a pet beast, one had to establish a soul contract with the pet beast through a blood sacrifice. This way, the demonic beast would obey its master for the rest of its life. Not only could it help its master, but it could also help its master cultivate. In the continent of the 5 counties, Su Yin had never seen any almighty with a pet beast. However, Su Yin had read about it in ancient books. Not only did he read about it, but Su Yin also knew the secret technique of establishing a soul contract. He also knew that establishing a soul contract with a sacred beast will be very helpful to one's cultivation in the future. But looking at the little fellow's cute appearance, Su Yin really could not bear to make this little fellow a pet beast. After all, if he established a soul contract, it would be equivalent to restricting the freedom of this demonic beast in the future. Little fellow, Su Yin looked at the fire Qilin cub and was about to reach out to stroke it when the little fellow immediately took a few steps back vigilantly. Su Yin could not help but be stunned. Then he chuckled and said, Little fellow, don't be afraid. I will not let you become my pet beast. Now I just want to protect you. After all, this world is too dangerous. As Su Yin said, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a self-deprecating smile. This sentence was not only for the little fellow to hear, but also Su Yan's feelings from the bottom of his heart. Along the way, Su Yin had encountered too many dangers. If it were not for this rebirth, Su Yin was afraid that he would not have felt it. When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, its small eyes kept blinking at Su Yin. After a while, it slowly approached Su Yin. When Su Yin saw this, he smiled and said, Let's go. I'll bring you to my residence. No one can harm you there. After saying that, Su Yin stood up. Because Su Yin knew that the little guy still had some scruples in his heart, he took the lead and walked forward. The Fire Kirin hesitated for a while before following Su Yin. Su Yin was delighted when he saw this and was about to hug it. Roar! The Fire Kirin immediately let out a low growl. Su Yin was taken aback before he smiled embarrassedly. All right. I won't hug you. You can follow behind me. With that said, Su Yin took the lead and returned to the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Just as he reached the 9th level, Su Yin's body froze. Someone has been here. Thinking of Su Yin, he immediately panicked. This was because his storage bag was still in the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. In the storage bag was all of Su Yin's belongings. Not only was there the Red Inferno sword case, there was also the Heaven Vanquishing Divine Sword, Blazing Sun Divine Sword, Buddha Sword, and Ghost Howl Sword. That was all of Su Yin's belongings. If these were to be taken away, Su Yin did not know what to do. Who came in? Su Yin looked at the empty 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and immediately felt a surge of anger. His eyes turned red. This was all of Su Yin's blood, sweat, and tears. How could Su Yin not be enraged? Anyone who can enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda must be a disciple of Monster Palace. Su Yin's eyes suddenly turned cold. He circulated his cultivation technique and rushed out of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. At this moment, in front of Spirit Palace, Dong Chunghao, Rat Li, Makaryu Ice, Chu Linger, and Ming Ruofeng were gathered. Junior Sister Chu, the 3-day agreement is up. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Ming Ruofeng looked at Chu Linger's enchanting body with a greedy look in his eyes. Thinking about how he was finally going to get the body that he had been dreaming of for countless days, Ming Ruofeng could not help but swallow his saliva. He was as cold as usual. Ming Ruofeng, don't go overboard. When Dong Chunghao and the rest saw Ming Ruofeng's sinister look, they were all furious. They circulated their cultivation techniques slowly. Dong Chunghao had fallen because of Su Yin. He was even more furious. Looking at Ming Ruofeng's sinister face, he snorted, Ming Ruofeng, I'm going to kill you. In an instant, he was about to attack Ming Ruofeng. However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by Chu Linger. Senior brother Dong Chung, forget it. Chu Linger looked at Dong Chunghao and waved her hand. Her face was expressionless. The tears in her eyes had already dried up. She was caressing a storage pouch in her hand. There was no light in her eyes. Haha, did you hear that? When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's words, he immediately laughed proudly. He looked at Dong Chunghao and the rest provocatively. Then, he looked at Chu Linger and said, Junior Sister Chu, we're about to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool to cultivate. Should we let them out? Ming Ruofeng, Dong Chunghao, and the rest were furious. Chu Linger smiled bitterly. She turned to look at them and said, Senior brother Dong Chunghao, you guys can leave first. Junior Sister Chu. When Dong Chunghao and the rest saw Chu Linger's empty eyes, their faces were filled with sadness. They could not bear to see Chu Linger being ravaged by this beast. However, when they saw Chu Linger's determined look, they could not say anything, other than feeling upset and sad. What else could they feel? Chapter 293. Although Dong Chunghao, Shu Li, and Mu Lu Bing didn't want to see Chu Ling being ruined by Ming Ruofeng like this, they didn't want to. However, they had no ability to stop it. With Su Yan's death, Chu Linger's heart was already dead. She was only doing this for the sake of Monster Palace. Furthermore, the few of them were unable to save Monster Palace. Therefore, this was the only way out. It was the only way to save Monster Palace. Looking at Chu Linger's ashen face, tears welled up in the eyes of the trio. They gritted their teeth and walked out of the palace. Su Yan, I hate you. I hate you. The moment Dong Chunghao left Spirit Palace, he finally couldn't hold back his emotions. He roared at the sky. Su Yin, it's all because of you. Why did you leave so quickly? Why? Dong Chunghao's roar was extremely loud. Uncontrollably, it spread throughout Monster Palace. Su Yin was also furious because he had lost his storage bag. When he heard the roar, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He circulated his cultivation technique and sped up. In a flash, he arrived in front of Spirit Palace's door. Senior brother Dong Chung. Su Yin thought that someone was roaring, but when he approached, he could not help but be taken aback when he saw that it was Dong Chung Hao. Although he and Dong Chung Hao hadn't known each other for a long time, the mutual trust between the two of them had allowed them to establish a deep friendship. Dong Chung Hao, Ratley, and Makariu Ice were in a state of grief when they suddenly heard a familiar voice. The three of them could not help but be taken aback. When they turned around, they saw Su Yan's handsome face. The three of them were stunned. Illusion? Is this an illusion? The three of them asked themselves at the same time. They had entered the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda together to search for Su Yan. However, after searching all 9 levels of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, he still could not find Su Yan. All he saw was the storage pouch that Su Yan had left behind in the 9th layer. A storage bag could be said to be the most important item for a cultivator. After all, a storage bag could contain all of a cultivator's belongings. If it was lost, there was only one possibility, and that was that this cultivator was already dead. Therefore, when they saw Su Yan's storage pouch, they all thought that Su Yan was already dead. Now that they suddenly saw Su Yan's figure, how could they not believe it? Su Yan looked at the trio's stunned expressions and the tears in their eyes. He suddenly realized something as the corners of his mouth curled up. He said with a smile, "Senior brothers, do you think that Su is already dead?" Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the trio's bodies trembled. Their faces flushed with excitement as they ran towards Su Yan at the same time. "Su Yan, you aren't dead." Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan and asked in disbelief. It was not that he did not dare believe that Su Yan was still alive, but he did not dare to believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, it would only be an illusion. It would only make him sadder and more disappointed. "I'm naturally not dead," Su Yan said with a faint smile. I'm not hallucinating, am I?" Ratley stood in front of Su Yan in disbelief. "It's not an illusion. Su Yan, I'm not dead, not dead," Su Yan said, and, at the end, he even deliberately emphasized his tone. This was not only to tell him, but also to vent the excitement in Su Yan's heart. Of course, Su Yan did not tell them that he had actually died once, and that he had been reborn. After all, this was too strange for them. Su Yan was only in the sky realm, and had yet to reach the level of cultivating the soul. Without being able to cultivate the soul was not strong enough. When the body was destroyed, the soul would also disappear. But at the moment of Su Yan's death, his soul did not disappear. For a celestial phenomenon realm martial artist, this was definitely a strange thing. Regarding this, Su Yan himself also understood what was going on. Dong Qinghao and the other two listened to Su Yan's powerful voice, and only then did they dare to believe that Su Yan was not dead. "You're not dead, Su Yan. You're really not dead. IF Asterisk King knew that you wouldn't die so easily," Dong Qinghao said excitedly, and gave Su Yan a heavy punch. Then he hugged him and cried tears of joy. Makariu Ice and Ratley were the same. Looking at the excited expressions of his 3 friends, Su Yan also felt a wave of gratification in his heart. At the same time, Chu Linger's enchanting body appeared in his mind. Although the two of them had never expressed any feelings to each other, Su Yan knew that the two of them had feelings for each other for a long time. If Dong Qinghao and the others knew about his death, then Chu Linger would definitely know as well. If Dong Qinghao and the others were so sad, how would Chu Linger feel? Thinking of Chu Linger's sad expression, Su Yan's heart could not help but ache. However, looking around, he did not see Chu Linger's figure. Su Yan blinked his eyes in confusion and asked, "Senior brother Dong Chung, where's senior sister Chu?" "Junior sister." Hearing Su Yan's question, Dong Qinghao and the others trembled, and their faces revealed a look of anger. Thinking of the supreme demon ancient pond, they hurriedly pulled Su Yan up and said, "Su Yan, quickly follow me." "What's wrong?" Seeing the nervous expressions of Dong Qinghao and the others, Su Yan could not help but frown. "Su Yan, don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and go to the supreme demon ancient pond. Otherwise, it'll be too late," Dong Qinghao said anxiously as he quickly rushed into the spiritual palace. Supreme demon ancient pond. Su Yin had entered the supreme demon ancient pond before. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, he immediately realized something. His eyes turned cold, and the martial arts in his body started to circulate as he rushed into the spiritual palace. Linger, from today onwards, you belong to me, Ming Ruofeng. Ming Ruofeng looked at Chu Linger and licked his lips greedily. Pulling Chu Linger's hand, he slowly walked into the supreme demon ancient pond. Junior Sister Chu, Su Yin is not dead. Dong Qinghao was afraid that he would miss the opportunity and let Ming Ruofeng defile Chu Linger. Therefore, before they even got close to the supreme demon ancient pond, he shouted out loudly. That voice of his was so loud that it shook the heavens. Su Yin is not dead. Chu Linger, who was about to take off her clothes, suddenly froze. Hurriedly, she put on her outer clothes and jumped up. Seeing this, Ming Ruofeng's eyes widened. Looking at the few figures flying over, he roared, Dong Qinghao, it's you guys again. Swoosh, swoosh. A few figures flashed, and Su Yin and the others came to the side of the supreme demon ancient pond. Su Yin looked at Ming Ruofeng's naked body, and then looked at Chu Linger, who was in midair with a face full of pear blossoms. Instantly, a wave of anger surged in his body as he shouted coldly, courting death. Suddenly, the martial arts in his body started to circulate. A majestic wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted. At this moment, the strength of a 3-star celestial phenomenon stage, Cultivator, suddenly erupted. 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan's strength, he could not help but be startled. After all, it had been less than half a month since he last saw Su Yan, and Su Yan had actually risen from the 1-star celestial phenomenon stage to the 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could Ming Ruofeng not be surprised? However, when he saw the spirit energy surging from Su Yan's body, he couldn't help but sneer and shout, Humph, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to not die and even break through. But even so, you're only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. You're not qualified to stop me. When Ming Ruofeng thought about how the thing that he had dreamed of for so many years was about to come true, his eyes immediately filled with anger. This was like a piece of fat meat that he had worked hard for a long time to obtain. It had already been delivered to his mouth, but it was pulled out by someone else. How could Ming Ruofeng not be angry? Su Yin, I didn't expect you to not die in the supreme demon ancient pagoda. Then, I'll let you die here today. Ming Ruofeng roared as the martial arts in his body surged as well. A burst of resplendent light erupted as the powerful spirit energy suddenly revolved as he attacked Su Yin with his palm. Not good. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw Ming Ruofeng's powerful scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, the three of them circulated their martial arts and jumped up, directly attacking Ming Ruofeng. Because the three of them were worried about Su Yan's safety, they used their full strength without holding back. When Ming Ruofeng saw such a powerful attack from the three of them, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't dare to take it head on, so he retreated a little. Looking at Su Yin and the others, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Very good, very good. Bullying with numbers? Chu Linger also reacted at this time. With a leap, she came to Su Yan's side. Looking at Su Yin, a complicated light flashed in her eyes. The tears that had dried up over the past few days once again surged out from her eyes. Su Yin. Although Chu Linger knew that there was a powerful opponent in front of her, she couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart and directly hugged Su Yin. Senior sister. When Su Yin saw that Chu Linger had become much more haggard than a few days ago, his heart couldn't help but ache. At that time, when Su Yin knew about Chu Linger's feelings for him, Su Yin didn't know how to express it. After all, Su Yan's mind was always filled with the beautiful figure in red on the sky sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. At this time, looking at the haggard Chu Linger, Su Yin finally understood. In fact, he had already fallen in love with Chu Linger when he first saw her. Su Yin also didn't know why he was so emotional. However, Su Yin knew very well that this was love. Although Su Yin still didn't know exactly what had happened, Su Yin looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and the naked Ming Ruofeng and clearly understood that this was definitely Ming Ruofeng trying to force Chu Linger. Senior sister, as long as I, Su Yin, am here from now on, I will absolutely not allow anyone to bully you. Su Yin hugged Chu Linger with a gentle look in his eyes. When he turned to look at Ming Ruofeng, his eyes suddenly turned cold. When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yin hugging Chu Linger, jealousy rose in his heart. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in his body. He pointed at Su Yin and coldly shouted, "Su Yin, you're courting death." As he spoke, Ming Ruofeng's cultivation technique quickly revolved and a huge burst of energy erupted. Chapter 294. Ever since this revival, it made Su Yin understand how wonderful it was to be alive. At that time, Su Yin thought that in the future, he must act according to his ability and not be reckless. Su Yin was only at the 3-star sky realm, while Ming Ruofeng was at the 5th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. The difference in strength between the two was extremely great. If Su Yin were to fight against Ming Ruofeng, he would definitely not have a chance. However, Su Yin did not avoid it, because Su Yin was very clear that there were some things that he could not be reckless about. However, there were some things that as a man, even if he had to die, he had to protect to the end. Looking at the powerful energy coming from Ming Ruofeng's hands, Su Yin's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated. Makaryu Ice, Rat Li, Dong Qinghao, and Chu Linger also took up their stances at the same time. Die! Ming Ruofeng roared and pushed out both of his palms. The huge energy directly struck towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan. When Dong Qinghao and the other 3 saw this scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They wanted to help Su Yin block it, but unfortunately, Ming Ruofeng's speed was too fast, and they couldn't stop him at all. "I'm fine. You guys go kill Ming Ruofeng." Hearing their shouts, Su Yan's eyes turned and said to him. At the same time, seeing the huge energy attack, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, and he shouted, "Profound Ice-Cold Shield's 2nd layer, Profound Ice Divine Shield, open." As Su Yan's voice fell, a bright light suddenly surged from his body. There was a golden light within the frost. Bang! Ming Ruofeng's huge energy directly collided with it. When the 4 saw this powerful scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. However, the 4 of them quickly reacted and attacked Ming Ruofeng at the same time. Ming Ruofeng's strength surpassed anyone here. Although the 5 of them had joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage when facing Ming Ruofeng. Good. I'll kill all 4 of you today. Let's see who dares to stop me." Ming Ruofeng sneered, killing intent surging in his eyes. Su Yin watched as the energy surging from Ming Ruofeng's body grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but frown. Although Su Yin had blocked Ming Ruofeng's attack earlier, Su Yin knew that if Ming Ruofeng were to attack again, he would not be able to block it. Not only would he not be able to block it, but the others would also be unable to block it. What should I do? Su Yin used his speed to avoid Ming Ruofeng's attacks. His mind was spinning rapidly. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all methods were futile. Su Yin couldn't help but become anxious. Disciples fighting in private has violated the rules of the Monster Palace. At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly sounded from the horizon. Then, Li Tianyi appeared in the Spirit Palace. Li Tianyi was in the rank 8 Spiritual Sea Realm. He was 3 levels higher than Ming Ruofeng. As soon as he made a move, Ming Ruofeng suddenly retreated a few steps. "Ming Ruofeng, you dare to hurt a fellow disciple?" Li Tianyi looked at Ming Ruofeng and shouted with a gloomy expression. When Ming Ruofeng saw Li Tianyi appear, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he knew that with his own strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Li Tianyi. Moreover, Li Tianyi had Dong Qinghao, Su Yin, and a few others by his side. "Ming Ruofeng, do you know your crime?" Li Tianyi shouted at Ming Ruofeng again. "I know my crime." When Ming Ruofeng heard Li Tianyi's words, he suddenly laughed. "Elder Li Tianyi, oh Elder Li Tianyi, Do you really think that your current prestige was given to you by Princess Chu? When Li Qianni heard Ming Ruofeng's strange words, he couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Li Qianni didn't know the inside story. But everyone present knew the inside story. When they heard Ming Ruofeng's words, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and they inwardly said, "Not good." Dong Qinghao looked at Ming Ruofeng and his face sank. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, don't talk nonsense." "I'm talking nonsense." When Ming Ruofeng heard Dong Qinghao's words, he suddenly laughed loudly. "I'm talking nonsense. I really don't want to talk nonsense, but all of this is because you forced me to do this. If you want to blame someone, blame Su Yan. If he didn't appear, then Ling Er and I would have already been together. Su Yan is all your fault. If the Monster Palace falls into someone else's hands today, it's also your fault." Ming Ruofeng said agitatedly before his expression sank. He looked at Li Qianni and said, "Elderly, do you know? Princess Chu is long dead, and the person who gave you such great power is Su Yan, who is standing in front of you." "What?" When Li Qianni heard Ming Ruofeng's words, his entire body trembled. Following that, anger surged on his face as he pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, don't talk nonsense. Palace Lord Chu is in seclusion." "Why, I'm talking nonsense." Ming Ruofeng didn't wait for Li Qianni to finish his words as he laughed out loud. "Elder Li Qianni, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. Ask Su Yan if what I said is true." "Su Yan." Li Qianni turned around and saw Su Yan's figure. Su Yan. Ever since the battle for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Li Qianni had wanted to take Su Yan as a disciple. Unfortunately, who would have thought that Su Yan would die in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? That day, Li Qianni, Chu Linger, and the others entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to investigate. When they heard the news, they were heartbroken. How could he have expected that? Su Yan wasn't dead. Looking at Su Yan's figure, Li Qianni was a little agitated, but he suppressed it in the end. Thinking about what Ming Ruofeng said, he frowned and asked, "Su Yan, is what Ming Ruofeng said true?" "It's true." Su Yan knew that there would be a day when the matter would be exposed, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Facing Li Qianni's questioning, Su Yan didn't want to hide anything and answered straightforwardly. This was because Su Yan knew that since the matter had been exposed, it couldn't be hidden anymore. "It's true." Hearing Su Yan's affirmative answer, Li Qianni couldn't help but be stunned and staggered a few steps back. Li Qianni went from being an elder of the Western Palace to being an elder of the entire Monster Palace. He had always been grateful to Princess Chu in his heart. But how could he have thought that Princess Chu had already fallen? "Ha ha ha, elderly, do you believe me now?" When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan admit it, he laughed complacently. When he saw Li Qianni appear, he knew that he didn't have the ability to kill Su Yan. That was why he thought of this matter. He believed that if Li Qianni knew that Su Yan was the Palace Master, he would definitely kill Su Yan and seize the Palace Master's position. When he saw Li Qianni's expression, Ming Ruofeng smiled and said, "Elderly, this Su Yan is only a 3-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. You can kill him with a flick of your finger. When the time comes, the entire Monster Palace will be yours." Impudent. When Li Qianni heard Ming Ruofeng's words, a dignified aura suddenly surged out from his body. When he looked at Ming Ruofeng, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. "Go to hell." With a cold shout, Li Qianni suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful idea surged into Ming Ruofeng's mind. This is... The moment Li Qianni's idea was transmitted to Ming Ruofeng, a look of fear immediately emerged in his eyes. "No! No!" Then, Ming Ruofeng shouted loudly, and his face became more and more afraid. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but frown slightly. Su Yan was the same. Seeing Ming Ruofeng constantly roaring in panic, Su Yan knew that Li Qianni must have used an illusion on him. Looking at Li Qianni, Su Yan secretly admired Li Qianni in his heart. His illusion technique had actually reached such a level. Ming Ruofeng let out a low roar. Suddenly, with a loud bang, his entire body exploded. When the others saw this scene, they were even more surprised. Ming Ruofeng was so afraid that he chose to self-destruct. What kind of illusion did Li Tianyi use? After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Yin came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled the others back a step. After all, Li Tianyi now knew about the death of Princess Chu. If he wanted to snatch the palace master's position, then no one present could stop Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi looked at the defensive look on Su Yin and the others' faces and couldn't help but smile. You guys can rest assured. I'm not interested in the monster palace master's position. When the others heard Li Tianyi's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at Li Tianyi with puzzlement on their faces. Li Tianyi could understand their thoughts. He smiled slightly and said, "Well, this is not the place to talk. Let's go inside and talk." After Li Tianyi finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into a room in the Spirit Palace. What do we do now? As soon as Li Tianyi left, Dong Chunghao and the others looked at Su Yin. Although Su Yin's strength wasn't the strongest, they all chose to believe in Su Yin and followed Su Yin's lead. If Li Tianyi really wants to snatch the palace master's position, the few of us can't stop him. So, let's go and see what Li Tianyi plans to do. Su Yin smiled slightly. He was no longer as worried as before and took the lead to follow Li Tianyi. The others also followed closely behind. I want to know about the death of Princess Chu and how you, Su Yin, were able to become the monster palace master. As soon as they entered the room, Li Tianyi directly looked at Su Yin and asked. His face faintly emitted a dignified aura. When Su Yin heard Li Tianyi's words, he wasn't afraid of his aura. He directly told them about the death of Princess Chu and why she passed the palace master's position to him in the end. After Li Tianyi heard this, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The others looked at him and didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid of angering Li Tianyi. Besides, God's will. Li Tianyi didn't know what to think. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Forget it. Since Palace Master Chu wants to pass the position to you, Su Yin, I believe Palace Master Chu naturally has his own plans. Sigh. Li Tianyi sighed helplessly and said, Su Yin, I will keep this matter secret from you. You just need to cultivate more. When the others heard that Li Tianyi not only didn't snatch the palace master's position, but also was willing to keep this matter a secret, they couldn't help but feel excited. However, before their excitement died down, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 295. Who is it? When this voice was heard, everyone in the room trembled. At this moment, everyone was already aware of the death of the Princess Chu. At the same time, everyone knew what would happen to the Monster Palace if the news of the Princess Chu's death were spread. At this moment, a few figures slowly walked in from outside the door. The people who appeared were none other than the strongest person in the South Palace, Murong Fu, and the strongest person in the North Palace, Lei Gao. The two of them had evil smiles on their faces. Looking at Su Yin, Murong Fu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I really didn't expect, Su Yin, you would actually be the palace master of our monster palace. This Princess Chu is really too much. If she died, then she died. She actually let a mere celestial stage ant be the palace master. Isn't she afraid that the monster palace will be robbed? Murong Fu. When Chu Linger heard Murong Fu's disrespect to her mother, a burst of anger immediately surged on her face. Chu Linger, the most beautiful woman in our monster palace, is quite good-looking. Murong Fu glanced at Chu Linger but didn't say anything. He then turned to look at Li Tianyi and smiled. Elderly, if this matter is known by the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng, what do you think will happen? You dare. As Li Tianyi spoke, a majestic aura suddenly surged from between his brows. At the same time, a majestic aura rushed towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu was at the 7th stage of the Spirit Sea Realm. He was only one stage lower than Li Tianyi, so he wasn't afraid of Li Tianyi's pressure. Looking at the anger surging on Li Tianyi's face, he laughed. Haha. Elderly, why wouldn't I dare? Don't tell me you want to use the same method to kill me. Elderly, your illusion technique is indeed powerful. However, if you want to deal with me, I'm afraid your illusion technique is still not good enough. Give it a try then. Li Tianyi was obviously an impatient person. When he heard Murong Fu's words, he immediately stopped talking nonsense. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged and a majestic force erupted. With a wave of his hand, his body quickly rushed towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu frowned when he saw Li Tianyi charging towards him. He did not dare to slow down and hurriedly retreated. Elderly, if you dare to attack again, do you believe that I won't tell Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng about this? Lei Gao sneered at Li Tianyi when he saw this scene. How dare you? Li Tianyi shouted angrily. Let's see if we dare or not. Murong Fu sneered. He did not put Li Tianyi in his eyes at all. Li Tianyi looked at Murong Fu and suddenly became listless. After all, Murong Fu's strength was only one stage lower than his. It would not be easy to kill him, not to mention there was Lei Gao. It was even more impossible to kill the two of them. Li Tianyi looked at Murong Fu and said with a gloomy face, Murong Fu, what do you want? What do I want? Murong Fu sneered. Actually, what I want is very simple. I want the position of the Palace Master of the Monster Palace. You want the position of Palace Master? Su Yin could not help but laugh when he heard Murong Fu's words. Yes. Murong Fu nodded. He looked at Su Yin with a mournful look in his eyes and said with a cold smile, Of course, that includes your life, Su Yin. Murong Fu. Hearing Murong Fu's arrogant words, Dong Chunghao and the others shouted angrily at the same time. Li Tianyi was even more furious. Murong Fu, it's fine if you want the position of Palace Master, but you actually dare to take someone's life. Why wouldn't I dare? Murong Fu sneered. He did not put Li Tianyi and the others in his eyes. Su Yin looked at Murong Fu and laughed again. Murong Fu, if you want the position of Palace Master, I, Su Yin, can give it to you. However, you want my life. At this point, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and his face became gloomy. If you, Murong Fu, want to take my life, then don't think about getting the position of Palace Master. Is that so? Murong Fu raised his eyebrows. Su Yin, do you think you have the ability to stop me? I really don't have the ability. Su Yin was not angry facing Murong Fu. He still maintained his calm smile. However, I believe that Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng are very interested in the position of Palace Master. Do you think you have the strength to defeat the two of them? When Murong Fu heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but be stunned. He then sneered. Su Yin, you really know how to use Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng to force me. Aren't you afraid that I will give up the position of Palace Master and directly tell them about the death of Princess Chu? Oh, Su Yin said with a calm face. Murong Fu, are you really willing to give up the position of Palace Master? With that, Su Yin took out the Monster Palace's Palace Master seal. Murong Fu looked at the Monster Palace's Palace Master seal, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of greed. He then looked at Su Yin, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, Good, good. Su Yin, you really won. I, Murong Fu, am indeed unwilling to give up the position of Palace Master. That's fine too. In any case, you are only at the Celestial stage. I, Murong Fu, can take your life at any time. Murong Fu sneered and took the Monster Palace's Palace Master's seal from Su Yan's hands. Su Yan, when Li Tianyi saw this scene, he could not help but be startled. He wanted to say something. The others also looked at Murong Fu in confusion. They did not expect Su Yin to hand over the position of Monster Palace's Palace Master so straightforwardly. Ha ha! Murong Fu took the Monster Palace's Palace Master's seal and suddenly laughed. Elderly, I am now the Monster Palace's Palace Master. When you see me in the future, remember to salute me. Okay? Oomph. Li Tianyi snorted coldly and did not care about Murong Fu. Murong Fu looked at everyone's ugly expressions and laughed loudly again. Then, he left the Spirit Palace. After the two of them left, Li Tianyi immediately questioned Su Yin. Su Yin, the position of Monster Palace's Palace Master was personally given to you by Palace Master Chu. Why did you? After Li Tianyi finished speaking, he kept shaking his head. Su Yin saw Li Tianyi's pained expression and said with a bitter smile, Elderly, actually, I don't want to. However, The situation now doesn't allow us to consider it at all. If we don't hand over the position of Palace Master, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect the entire Monster Palace. Originally, everyone did not understand why Su Yan would hand over the position of Palace Master so easily. Now that they heard Su Yan's words, they all laughed at themselves in their hearts. Just as Su Yan said, if they really did not give Murong Fu the position of Palace Master today, then the entire Monster Palace might not be able to be saved. Not only the Monster Palace, but their lives might be in danger. One had to know that Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng had been coveting the position of Palace Master for a long time. If the two of them knew that Princess Chu had fallen, they would definitely kill their way to the East Palace and seize the position of Palace Master. At that time, things would not be as simple as today. Li Tianyi did not understand Su Yan's actions just now. Now that he heard Su Yan say this, he felt that Su Yan had foresight. In his heart, he admired Su Yan even more. It was just that when he thought of obediently handing over the position of Palace Master, he was a little unwilling. However, although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. All right, today's matter will end here. I'll go back first. Li Tianyi said weakly, then left the Spirit Palace. Only Dong Qinghao and the others were left behind. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he did not say anything. However, how could Su Yan not know what they wanted to say? Su Yan had absolute trust in them. Looking at them, Su Yan did not hide anything. He clenched his fists and said, "Don't worry, no one can take anything away from me, Su Yan. Ming Ruofeng can't, and Murong Fu can't." If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, they would definitely laugh their heads off. After all, Su Yan was only at the Sky Phase realm, and Murong Fu was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The difference in strength between the two was too great. However, these words came from Su Yan's mouth. Although this voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, making people have no choice but to believe it. Especially when Su Yan spoke, there was a faint flash of light in his eyes that caused people's bodies to tremble. When Dong Qinghao heard his words, he was stunned at first. Then, his cynical smile returned to his face. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, "Su Yan, I believe in you." Su Yan nodded heavily. Then, the few of them chatted for a while and left. Only Chu Linger and Su Yan were left in the Spirit Palace. "Senior sister, will you blame me?" Su Yan looked at Chu Linger and asked. Chu Linger snuggled in Su Yan's arms and shook her head. "Fool, how could senior sister blame you? Although the Monster Palace is my mother's painstaking effort, compared to a Monster Palace, how could I bear to let you take the risk?" As she said this, Chu Linger's face could not help but blush. Then, she looked at Su Yan and said, "And I believe that you will definitely take back the Monster Palace, right?" Su Yan nodded heavily. His eyes emitted a ray of light. Thinking of Murong Fu, Su Yan gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "No one can take anything away from me. Murong Fu, I will make you regret what you did to me today." Chu Linger looked at Su Yan with a flash of anger in her eyes. She snuggled in his arms and said softly, "Junior brother Su, don't think about these things. I don't want to see you unhappy." Su Yan nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and stood up. "Right, senior sister, let me show you something." "What?" Chu Linger was stunned. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly took out the fire Kirin from his arms. "What is this? Wow, it's so cute." Although Chu Linger asked Su Yan to call her senior sister, she was actually younger than Su Yan. Moreover, she had always been doted on by Princess Chu. Speaking of which, Chu Linger was still just a young girl. Chapter 296. Chu Linger reached out to touch the fire Qilin, but the little guy didn't give her face. It roared and dodged. Chu Linger wasn't angry. Instead, she was amused by the little guy's cleverness. She pulled Su Yan and said, "Hey look, it still won't let me touch it." A young girl's mind couldn't be compared to a man's. Su Yan saw Chu Linger's cute appearance and looked at her enchanting body. Suddenly, an impulse surged in his heart. Seeing that Chu Linger was still chasing after the fire Qilin, he stepped forward and pulled her back. "Junior brother, you..." Chu Linger was stunned by Su Yan's sudden action. Then, she turned around and saw Su Yan's burning eyes. Her face couldn't help but flush. Her shy appearance made Su Yan feel even more moved. Looking at Chu Linger's sexy red lips, Su Yan couldn't help but call out senior sister. He slowly lowered his head and kissed Chu Linger. The moment their red lips touched, Chu Linger opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at Su Yan. Following Su Yan's kiss, Chu Linger slowly became lost. The Spirit Palace was Su Yan's residence. In the entire Spirit Palace, except for Chu Linger, no one could enter without Su Yan's permission or Chu Linger's lead. Therefore, in this vast palace, the two of them didn't fear each other. The two of them were not afraid at all. As their feelings for each other warmed up, the two of them quickly fell in love. Of course, the two of them didn't forget about the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. In the mystery of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, in the crystallization of the love of the previous masters of the Monster Palace, the two of them stepped into the peak of life together. For the entire night, the two of them were entangled. Until dawn, they were still hugging each other. Chu Linger nestled in Su Yan's arms, even though she and Su Yan were already husband and wife. Now, she was no longer a young girl, but Chu Linger still looked at Su Yan with a faint blush on her face. Linger. Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's bashful look and kissed her forehead. When he no longer called her senior sister, because from this moment on, Chu Linger, was Su Yan's woman. Su Yan. When Chu Linger called Su Yan, she also changed the way she addressed him. The tenderness in her heart towards Su Yan was no longer the same as before. She also knew that from now on, she would be Su Yan's woman, although they'd spent a night together. However, the two of them still had no intention of separating. They were still immersed in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, enjoying the aftertaste of life after the peak. All right, Su Yan, isn't dual cultivation in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond able to greatly increase one's cultivation? But Chu Linger touched the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. The two of them had spent a night together. However, they did not feel their strength increase by leaps and bounds. When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he frowned. He looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond and said, "Could it be that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond has no effect on the two of us?" Maybe. Chu Linger also frowned slightly. After all, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was originally a mysterious pond in the Monster Palace. No one knew what was in it, and no one knew why couples cultivating here would increase their cultivation. Everyone only knew that the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was a sacred place for dual cultivation. Forget it. Let's not think about these things. As long as I can be with you, it's fine. Su Yan shook his head. He did not want to think about the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond anymore. He stroked Chu Linger's hair gently. His eyes were filled with gentleness. Okay. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan and also leaned into Su Yan's embrace gently. Bang! However, just as Chu Linger was leaning into Su Yan's embrace, a loud explosion sounded from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy surged out from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Su Yan and Chu Ling couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately after, before the two of them could react, this powerful force directly surged into their bodies like a mountain torrent. This huge amount of energy invaded their meridians. The huge pain wrapped around their bodies, and the two of them could not help but groan at the same time. Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's uncomfortable appearance and resisted the intense pain coming from his body. He only hugged her, wanting to block this power for her. But just as Su Yan got close to Chu Linger, a loud bang was heard. A huge amount of energy exploded around Chu Linger, and Su Yan was sent flying. Chu Linger panicked when she saw Su Yan being sent flying. She wanted to check on Su Yan's situation. Unfortunately, this energy was too strong. It was like an invisible beast that wrapped around her tightly. Chu Linger could not resist at all. What's going on? Su Yan panicked when he felt this huge amount of energy. At this moment, the huge amount of energy suddenly rushed into Su Yan's body again. Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. No, I have to calm down. Calm down. Looking at Chu Linger's painful face, Su Yin endured the huge pain around his body and kept comforting himself in his mind. As the saying goes, caring makes you confused. Although Su Yin was only in his early 20s, his wisdom was not inferior to some of the 100-year-old people. At the first moment, Su Yin was completely dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the scene. Plus, he only thought of Chu Linger. This caused Su Yin to be unable to calm down at all. At this moment, Su Yin felt the strength of this energy and knew that he had to calm down. As long as he calmed down, he could figure out what was going on. Only then would the two of them have a way to resist this powerful energy. As Su Yin thought, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The cultivation method in his body surged. Just as Su Yin was circulating his cultivation method, Su Yin suddenly felt that the powerful energy was drilling into his meridians. Su Yin's eyes lit up. I understand. Shouting excitedly, Su Yin hurriedly circulated his cultivation method and flew in the direction of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger in pain, Su Yin hurriedly shouted, Linger, quickly circulate your cultivation method and absorb this powerful energy. This energy should be a gift from the supreme demon ancient pool. The moment Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation method. Indeed, it was as Su Yin had said. This was a gift from the supreme demon ancient pool. As she circulated her cultivation method, the pain that came from her entire body turned into a warm current that surged into her meridians. 5 stars heaven form, 6 stars heaven form. Chu Linger could see the power of the heaven and earth within her body expanding and breaking through continuously. Su Yin also noticed the situation within his body at this moment. His heart skipped a beat as his eyes shone with a bright light. He circulated the cultivation method within his body continuously, controlling a surge of energy and turning it into his own power of the heaven and earth. Spirit C state, level 1 Spirit C state, level 1 Spirit C state. Chu Linger shouted out excitedly. Her body was trembling slightly. This sudden increase in strength was something that she could not accept. 8 stars heaven form, 8 stars heaven form. Su Yin looked at the power that was breaking through continuously within his body. His eyes were filled with shock as well. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours before it came to an end. Following the news of the power, the two of them could feel the power within their bodies. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Excitement, astonishment, shock. They could not believe that just by cultivating in the supreme demon ancient pond, they could achieve such great results. Spirit C state. Su Yin, I've broken through to the Spirit C state. Chu Linger looked at Su Yin and shouted out excitedly. She had forgotten her usual shyness as she hugged Su Yin and kissed him fiercely. Su Yin was also excited that he had risen from the 3 stars heaven form to the 8 stars heaven form. However, he was even happier about Chu Linger's kiss. Chu Linger's strength had increased. Looking at the excited Chu Linger, he felt gratified and reached out to hug her. In the midst of their excitement, neither of them noticed that the water in the supreme demon ancient pond was slowly decreasing. It was slowly evaporating at the speed of the naked eye. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Only then did the two of them react. Seeing that the water in the supreme demon ancient pond had suddenly dried up, the two of them could not help but be stunned. It's been thousands of years. I've finally met a couple that I can rely on. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the supreme demon ancient pond. Although this voice was not loud, Su Yin and Chu Linger could feel the majesty of this voice. The two of them were stunned at the same time. At this moment, a light erupted from the supreme demon ancient pond, forming a shadow in front of the two of them. Su Yin and Chu Linger were shocked, but they could clearly see the appearance of this person from the shadow. This person was a woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. Even the purple robe she wore was unable to hide her enchanting figure. Her face that could topple countries was exceptionally alluring. Her red lips that were slightly moving seemed to have some sort of magical power. With just a glance, Su Yin felt a surge of impulse in his heart. This sudden feeling made Su Yin frown involuntarily. Su Yin, you just got Chu Linger, and you still dare to have evil thoughts about other women. You bastard. Su Yin scolded himself in his heart, suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart. Just as this evil thought was being suppressed, Su Yin quickly understood that all of this was probably the doing of this shadow in front of him. He could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. With a cold snort, he shouted, "Who the hell are you? And why are you here?" Ha! As expected of the person chosen by that old man, Fu Tuesday. You can actually remain so indifferent under the charm of my flaming red lips. Not bad, not bad. The person ignored Su Yan's words and laughed. Chapter 297. Who are you? Why can't we understand what you're saying? Although Su Yin and Chu Ling were not considered to be very powerful in the 5 counties, they were still very powerful. However, one of them was the daughter of the first wife of the Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Master. She grew up in the Supreme Demon Palace and was deeply educated by her mother. Although she did not know all the strange things in the world, she still knew a little about the matters of the cultivation world. Su Yin was born in a small family in Tianchuang City. However, he had gone through countless difficulties and obtained many inheritances from the Sword Catacomb to the Monster Palace. He knew a lot about the cultivation world. However, it was precisely these two people who were unable to understand a single word spoken by the woman who had suddenly appeared. The illusory woman looked at the shocked expressions of the two and laughed loudly. Haha, although the two of you can be considered as outstanding talents in the 5 counties, the 5 counties are just barbarians. How would you know what I'm talking about? Barbarian land. When the two of them heard the woman's words, they looked at each other and the shock on their faces deepened. The Qianjing world was divided into the 5 counties and the Jiuzhou continent. Everyone knew that the Jiuzhou continent was the land ruled by warriors. However, that was only because the warriors in the Jiuzhou continent were more powerful than the Jiuzhou continent. The Jiuzhou continent was still the center of cultivation for warriors. In the 5 counties, clans flourished and sects stood in great numbers. Countless warriors gathered here, and there were innumerable treasures of the heavens and the earth. However, this woman said that the Jiuzhou continent was a barbarian land. Who are you? Although Su Yin had some understanding of the 9 prefectures continent from ancient books, he knew that the strength of the cultivators in the 9 prefectures continent was much stronger than the cultivators in the 5 counties. He had also thought of visiting the 9 prefectures continent one day. However, no matter what, the Jiuzhou continent was where Su Yin was born. Su Yin had an inseparable feeling for the Jiuzhou continent. When he heard the woman say that the Jiuzhou continent was a barbarian land, Su Yin's face darkened and his tone was angry. Looking at the mysterious and unfathomable appearance of the illusory woman, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Who am I? Ha ha, who am I? The illusory woman continued to ignore Su Yin and laughed unscrupulously. She glanced at Su Yin from the corner of her eyes and saw the cold light in Su Yin's eyes. She suddenly looked up and roared, "Ha! How many years has it been? How many years has it been since a man dared to talk to me like this? Futu, you old man, you chose a good man." Su Yin and Chu Ling looked at the strange appearance of the illusory woman. Their brows furrowed tighter, and their eyes became more cautious. Su Yin looked at her and tried to guess her identity. Although the woman's appearance was still charming, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her laughter. Judging from her arrogant attitude and the fact that she mentioned the Buddhist sword sect's founder, it was obvious that she was related to the Buddhist saint. She was related to the Lord Futu. Su Yin thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked at the woman in horror. You're the god of love." When a woman heard Su Yin call out her name, she was startled. She looked down at Su Yin and asked, "You know me?" "Yes." Su Yin didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "When I received the inheritance of the Lord Futu, there was a memory of you in my memory. However, the memory was very vague. It was only a vague imprint of the god of love. However, I could feel the melancholy and helplessness in the Lord Futu's heart through this imprint. Just now, you called the Lord Futu by his name. The Supreme Demon Ancient Pool has a rule that only couples can cultivate. So, I guess you're the legendary god of love. When the woman heard Su Yan's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Not bad. You are worthy of being the person chosen by the old man Futu. You can guess my identity just by a vague imprint. Not bad, not bad. The woman looked at Su Yan and nodded approvingly. However, she didn't have much interest in Su Yan. Instead, when she looked at Chu Linger, a bright light surged in her eyes. What do you want to do? When Su Yan saw the woman looking at Chu Linger, he was startled. He hurriedly stood in front of Chu Linger. Speaking of Chu Linger and Su Yan, Chu Linger was now at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, while Su Yan was only at the 8-star Celestial Phenomenon realm. Chu Linger's strength was always much stronger than Su Yan's. But even so, Su Yan still stood in front of Su Yan without hesitation. This was the principle of being a man. It was also Su Yan's principle. Chu Linger was his woman, so he must not allow anyone to bully her. When Chu Linger was facing the woman, she was a little afraid when she saw the energy erupting from the woman. However, the moment Su Yan stood in front of her, her heart immediately warmed. The fear in her eyes also disappeared. She reached out and held Su Yan's hand tightly. When the woman saw this, she glanced at Su Yan and laughed. I didn't expect you to have some affection. I just don't know how the relationship between the two of you is like. Just as the woman finished speaking, all of a sudden, a powerful energy surged from her body. This energy was stronger than all the energy that Su Yan and Chu Linger were familiar with. Be careful, Su Yan had just warned, but under the attack of this powerful energy, before he could even activate the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture, his entire body trembled. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. Compared to Su Yan's situation, Chu Linger was not much better. The moment Su Yan landed, a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of Chu Linger's mouth. Just as her body was about to land, the illusory woman suddenly waved her hand, and Chu Linger's body landed in front of her. Linger! Su Yan was shocked. He wanted to save Chu Linger, but the energy was suppressing Su Yan. No matter how hard Su Yan struggled, he could not stand up. The woman looked at Su Yan, who was struggling, and smiled. Su Yan, only one of you can live. Now, make your choice. Haha, make your choice. Su Yan coldly snorted as he forcefully suppressed the corrosion of this energy. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Don't even think about it. Today, you can forget about taking our lives." Is that so? The woman looked at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, do you believe that I will obediently wave my hand and Chu Linger will die? As the woman spoke, a powerful energy suddenly surged from her body. In an instant, Chu Linger's body surged with a huge pain. With a low roar, she fainted. No, Su Yan looked at this scene. His whole body trembled. His face was filled with grief. He looked at Chu Linger's body that was gradually collapsing. He had not shed tears for many years. At this moment, he was sobbing silently. Linger. Su Yan was grief-stricken and bitter. Ha ha ha. Su Yan, do you know that this is all your fault? You are the one who killed her. The illusory woman laughed as she spoke. Then, she waved her hand, and a powerful energy rushed toward Su Yan. The strength of this energy was beyond imagination. Su Yan had no way to resist. Under the pressure of this powerful energy, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He emitted a red light. No, I want to avenge Ling. Su Yan roared. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly surged. Go to hell. Su Yan roared and patted his storage bag. The Buddha sword flew out. Su Yan took a step forward and attacked the woman. When the woman saw this, she frowned slightly. Then, a cold smile appeared on her face. Interesting. A mere 8-star celestial phenomenon stage can actually break through my love. Not bad. Unfortunately, do you think it's useful? The illusory woman sneered and waved her hand. A powerful force burst out and directly attacked Su Yan. This power was like a flash flood. Its speed was strange. Although Su Yin was borrowing the Blood Dragon pupil, he was still unable to see the fluctuations of this power. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yin felt a huge pain in his body and was sent flying. Die! At this moment, the woman shouted. Her body suddenly pressed towards Su Yin. That powerful force pressed down on Su Yin's mind. The moment the power surged, a ray of light of death exploded in Su Yin's mind. Death! Everyone was afraid. Su Yin was no exception, especially since Su Yin had experienced death once. He had a greater desire to live than anyone else. However, at this moment, Su Yin's face was ashen. He did not have the slightest fear of death. There was only anger. He hated himself for being useless and unable to protect his woman. As the power grew stronger, Su Yin gradually lost his mind and fainted. At this moment, the power on the woman's body also disappeared. Just as this power disappeared, Chu Linger, who had just lost her life, suddenly woke up. Chu Linger had just woken up when she saw Su Yin lying in the supreme demon ancient pond. Her heart suddenly ached. She let out a sorrowful roar and flew towards Su Yin. However, before she could take a step, she was blocked by the woman. When Chu Ling saw the illusory woman, the sadness in her heart suddenly turned into anger. With a loud bang. Chapter 298. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Chu Linger grew up under the protection of Princess Chu. In addition, Chu Linger was as beautiful as a flower. In the entire Monster Palace, many disciples were fond of Chu Linger. They even took good care of Chu Linger, their junior sister. The fight for the entire Supreme Demon Palace had never happened with Chu Linger. This also contributed to Chu Linger's simple character. She had never been angry. Even when Su Yin had perished last time, Chu Ling had only felt sorrow in her heart, but not anger. However, this time, Chu Linger was really angry. Seeing the cold smile on the woman's face, the anger in Chu Linger's body continued to surge. A killing intent that had never appeared before also appeared in her eyes. I'll kill you. Chu Linger roared crazily and attacked the Phantom Woman. The Phantom Woman didn't dodge. Just when Chu Linger's sword was about to pierce her, she said slightly, "He's not dead," although her voice wasn't loud. However, when Chu Linger heard it, it exploded in her ears like thunder. What? Chu Linger looked at the Phantom Woman. Ugh. You mean Su Yin is not dead? Yes. The Phantom Woman nodded. She glanced at Su Yin and said, I just put him into a temporary coma. After we leave, he will naturally wake up. That's great, that's great. When Chu Linger heard that Su Yin was not dead, she immediately cheered happily. However, in her excitement, she thought of the words of the woman in the illusory image and frowned. She raised her head and looked at the woman in the illusory image and asked, Senior, what exactly did you mean by what you said earlier? What did you mean by saying that after we leave, he will naturally wake up? Senior, you call me Senior. When the Phantom Woman heard Chu Linger call her Senior, she was very happy. She reached out and touched Chu Linger's hair. She nodded and said, Yes, he will only wake up when we leave. Leave? Where to? Chu Linger looked at the Phantom Woman and couldn't help but take a step back. To a place where you can be strong. The Phantom Woman looked into the distance and said. Then she saw Chu Linger's expression and said again, Of course, leaving also means that you will be separated from your lover for a while. Separated for a while. Chu Linger was stunned again. She looked at Su Yin and her eyes were filled with reluctance. She shook her head and said, No, I don't want to leave. I want to be with Su Yin. The Phantom Woman was not anxious when she saw Chu Linger's expression. She smiled and said, Chu Linger, you can choose not to leave. However, if you don't leave, Su Yin will never have the chance to wake up in this lifetime. No, how is that possible? You're lying. Chu Linger looked at the Phantom Woman with anger in her eyes. You could give it a try. Facing Chu Linger's anger, the illusory woman still maintained her indifferent smile. Ever since Chu Linger and Su Yin developed feelings for each other, they'd spent more time apart than together. Only last night, the two of them had hugged each other and spent the night together. However, how could Chu Linger bear to leave the two of them now? However, compared to Su Yan's life, the reluctance in her heart was insignificant. The Phantom Woman saw Chu Linger's hesitation. She smiled and said, "Chu Linger, believe me, I will not harm you. I want you to leave because I want you to become stronger. Only if you leave will Su Yan be angry. Only anger will make him stronger. I believe you." Chu Linger snorted when she heard the Phantom Woman's words. She said, "I don't even know who you are. How can I believe you?" The Phantom Woman was stunned when she heard Chu Linger's words. Then she laughed and said, "That's true. That's true. However, if you don't choose to believe me, do you have a choice?" When the Phantom Woman said this, her face suddenly turned cold. A powerful force surged out from her body. In front of this powerful force, Chu Linger felt a strong pressure. However, Chu Linger was not afraid. After going through so many things, Chu Linger was no longer a flower in a greenhouse. Chu Linger looked at the powerful force fluctuating from the Phantom Woman. She sneered and said, "Indeed, the two of us do not have a choice in front of you. However, if you want to separate me from Su Yan, you must tell me your identity. Otherwise, even if I die, I will be with Su Yan." Chu Linger's tone was full of determination. It gave people an irresistible force. "You're digging your own grave." The Phantom Woman suddenly became furious. She was the love god, the ruler of the 5 counties. In the thousands of years of the world of the 9 provinces, no one had ever dared to threaten her. But now, a mere first-level spiritual sea realm girl dared to threaten her. Thinking of the illusory woman, a burst of anger surged in her chest. A powerful force suddenly pressed towards Chu Linger. However, Chu Linger did not back down. Instead, she faced it head-on. Her eyes emitted a light of determination. The Phantom Woman looked at Chu Linger's appearance. She stared at the blood essence flowing in her body and the light emitted from her eyes. She was stunned. In her mind, the scene of her youth slowly appeared. "I have roamed the Qianjing world for thousands of years. Although I have never been threatened, wasn't my mentality when I was a girl the same as hers?" Thinking of this, the killing intent in the Phantom Woman's eyes slowly disappeared. The anger surging in her chest also disappeared. In exchange, a kind expression appeared. "Chu Linger, you are indeed worthy of being chosen. All right, you will know about this sooner or later. There is no harm in me telling you now." The Phantom Woman glanced at Chu Linger as she spoke. She saw that Chu Linger was listening. She did not stop. After thinking for a moment, she said, "If you have heard of the Futu Sword Sect, you will know the name of the love goddess, the Enchantress." The love goddess, the Enchantress. Chu Linger could not help but be stunned. Clearly, she had never heard of this name. The love goddess, the Enchantress, saw Chu Linger's reaction. She was not surprised. Instead, she smiled and said, "Chu Linger, it is not strange that you have not heard of my name. However, you should have heard of the world of the 9 provinces." The world of the 9 provinces. Although Chu Linger did not know much about the world of the 9 provinces, she had heard of it. She looked at the love goddess and nodded slightly. "Yes, very good." The love goddess nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then I am a warrior from the world of the 9 provinces. However, because of an incident, I have already fallen. To be precise, what you see now is only a remnant of my soul power left behind by my will." As the demoness of love spoke, a trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful face. She sighed and continued, "As for the existence of the supreme demon ancient pool, it is better to call it the pool of the goddess of love than the supreme demon ancient pool. Because the pool of the love goddess was created by me. It has existed for even longer than the monster palace. The pool of the love goddess." Chu Linger was surprised to hear this. She interrupted the love goddess and asked, "What is going on?" The demoness didn't beat around the bush and pointed at the supreme demon ancient pond. "It's not that big of a deal. I was the one who created the supreme demon ancient pond in order to find someone who could accept my legacy. The person who will accept your legacy." Chu Ling suddenly widened her eyes. "Yes, the reason why I created this pool was to find someone who can accept my legacy. Because I am the love goddess and my cultivation method is very special. In order to accept my legacy, they must be a couple. To be more precise, they must have feelings in their heart. Of course, outside of feelings, their bloodline is even more important. It's a pity that I've been searching for it for so many years, until the Supreme Demon Palace was built. This pond that no one knew about was called the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Over the years, countless couples have come here. It is a pity that I have not taken a liking to anyone. When Chu Ling heard this, she seemed to understand something and interrupted the demoness. So you thought that if someone entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool to cultivate, you would use your power to increase their strength? Yes. The love goddess heard Chu Linger's words and was even more satisfied with Chu Linger. She nodded and smiled. Yes, I wanted to attract more people here so that I could find a suitable candidate. It is a pity that after hundreds of years, I still have not found a suitable candidate. Plus, every time I use the power of my remnant soul to bless him, my strength is getting weaker and weaker. I don't know how long I can last. As she spoke, the beauty of Love's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Chu Ling. Her voice also grew excited. Until you appeared, I saw hope. I knew that my years of hard work were not in vain. Of course, I did not expect your lover to be the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. The successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. When the Enchantress of Love said this, there was some excitement in her eyes, but also some sadness. This sadness came from the bottom of her heart. Standing beside her, Chu Ling could feel that the kind-hearted Chu Ling had been infected by her. She suddenly felt that the love demoness, who had been so hateful just a moment ago, was actually a little pitiful. Of course, Chu Linger was also confused. She looked at the love goddess and asked, "Senior love goddess, what is going on with the Buddha Sword Sect?" The Buddha Sword Sect? The love goddess looked up at the sky, and the sadness in her eyes deepened. She lowered her head and sighed. Forget it, forget it. I can't tell you everything about the Buddha Sword Sect in a short time. I will tell you in detail in the future. Chapter 299. If it were a moment ago, Chu Linger would never agree to leave with the beauty of love. However, after hearing what the beauty of love said, although what the beauty of love said was not vivid, the sadness in her eyes infected Chu Linger. Thousands of years of waiting, thousands of years of bitter waiting, just to find someone who could accept her legacy. Thousands of years of protection. How much did she have to bear? Chu Linger could not imagine it. The beauty of love saw Chu Linger's hesitation and smiled bitterly. Chu Linger, you don't have a choice today. What? Chu Linger was a little unhappy when she heard the beauty of love say this. Because when the two of you cultivated in the ancient demon pool and received my power inheritance, you were destined to leave with me. Otherwise, Su Yin will die because of you. When Chu Ling heard this, she didn't understand what was going on. However, Chu Ling knew that all of this was definitely the work of the Enchantress of Love. Her face couldn't help but surge with anger. However, just as she was about to speak, the beauty of love shook her head and smiled. Chu Linger, don't be angry. In fact, this is not something I can control. It is the power of the goddess of love that is restraining it. When I chose you, you were destined to become the next goddess of love. However, you are too weak to control the power of the goddess of love, so you must leave. Only by leaving can the power of the goddess of love not restrain the power of the goddess of love that Su Yin received. Only then can Su Yin wake up. The power of the goddess of love. What the hell is this power of the goddess of love? Chu Linger was a little angry when she thought about it. After all, she had just been with Su Yin, and they had a lot to talk about. How could she bear to let him leave now? When the beauty of love heard Chu Linger's words, a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. I don't know what the power of the goddess of love is. You don't know either. When Chu Linger heard this, she was stunned. She looked at the beauty of love with disbelief. The beauty of love saw Chu Linger's doubt and smiled bitterly. I really don't know what the power of the goddess of love is. Although I have cultivated this power for thousands of years, I have not been able to fully understand it. Because of this, I want someone to accept my inheritance and truly unlock the power of the goddess of love. The beauty of love looked up at the sky. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She sighed and said, "Actually, I can understand your feelings. But this is the consequence of accepting the power of the goddess of love. You have no other choice." As the goddess of love spoke, the goddess of love became more and more. This sadness came from the bottom of her heart. It cannot be faked. Seeing the beauty of love like this, Chulinger thought about leaving Su Yin. She felt sad. Tears came out her eyes. She looked at Su Yin in the ancient demon pool and choked. Is there really no other choice? There is no other choice. The beauty of love also looked at Su Yin in the pool. She looked back at Chulinger and said, "Chulinger, come with me. If you stay here for too long, I am afraid that Su Yin will be eroded by the power of the goddess of love. Then, even I will not be able to save him." Chulinger really did not want to leave, but she could feel that the beauty of love was not lying to her. The beauty of love only had the power of a remnant soul. However, this power wasn't something that he could withstand. If the beauty of love wanted to take her away or kill Su Yin, there was no need for her to say so much. In addition to the sadness that the beauty of love had shown, Chulinger could clearly feel that it was not an act. It meant that the beauty of love was not lying to her. If she stayed there, she was afraid that she would hurt Su Yin. Although Chulinger did not want to leave, compared to Su Yin's life, she would rather leave than let Su Yin die. Chulinger followed the beauty of love and slowly flew into the sky. Seeing Su Yin's figure become more and more blurry, Chulinger's heart became more and more reluctant. "Senior goddess of love, when will I see him again?" Chulinger looked at Su Yin's figure that was about to disappear and asked the beauty of love while crying. "That depends on his growth. 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years." The beauty of love looked at Chulinger's sad appearance and smiled bitterly. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Chulinger could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. Then she looked at Su Yin's figure that was about to disappear, clenched her fist, and shouted, "Su Yin, you must come and find me. Linger, I will wait for you. I will always wait for you." After Chulinger finished speaking, she was already sobbing. The beauty of love looked at Chulinger's appearance and felt helpless. She looked down at Su Yin and said, "Su Yin, you must grow up quickly. We will wait for you in the 9 states." After she finished speaking, a ray of light surged from the goddess of love's body. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. She and Chulinger immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared between the heavens and the earth. After the two left, Su Yin, who was lying in the supreme demon ancient pool, slowly opened his eyes. Linger. The moment Su Yin opened his eyes, he could not be bothered to check his injuries. He leaped up and searched for Chulinger's figure in the surroundings. However, the surroundings were empty and there was no sign of Chulinger. "Linger!" Su Yin suddenly let out a low roar. The voice echoed in the spirit palace and finally disappeared into the horizon. "Linger, Linger!" Su Yin thought of the woman in the illusion and fell to the ground. His face was already wet with tears. He slammed the ground and said angrily, "Goddess of love, I don't care who you are. I must kill you to avenge Linger." After all, before Su Yin fell unconscious, Su Yin saw Chulinger die. As for what happened after that, Su Yin did not know. He only thought that Chulinger had died. Thinking of Chulinger's death, Su Yin cried more and more sadly. He did not care about the dignity of a man. At this moment, it was all fart. If possible, Su Yin was willing to exchange everything for Chulinger's resurrection. "Linger, I will avenge you. I will." Su Yin exploded with anger in his grief and roared at the sky. However, at this moment, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. "Su Yin, successor of the Buddhist sword sect. Don't worry, your Ling is not dead. I just brought her to the 9 states. If you want to see her again, come to the 9 states." This memory was left by the beauty concubine. Ling is not dead. When Su Yin heard the words of the love enchantress, his entire body froze. Then, a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. However, when he heard the latter part of the sentence, The excitement in his eyes suddenly turned gloomy. He clenched his fist and said, the 9 states, I will definitely go. As Su Yin said this, the anger in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. He had the same feelings as Chu Linger when she left. After all, he and Chu Linger had just been together. How could he bear to leave now? Amidst this grief, Su Yin even blamed himself. Lu Lan was taken away, and he could not protect her. At this moment, Chu Linger was taken away, and he still could not protect her. Even a monster palace had fallen into the hands of others, and he could not protect it. Thinking of this, Su Yin secretly hated himself. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes. He roared, I want to become stronger. Strength. Su Yin muttered to himself. The desire for strength in his heart had reached the extreme. However, Su Yin did not lose his mind because of this. Instead, he used his cultivation method and carefully felt his strength that had just risen to the 8-star celestial realm. Bang! As the cultivation technique in his body was circulating, Su Yin suddenly clenched his fist. The air that was hidden in the void suddenly surged with a loud sound. The 8-star celestial realm is indeed extraordinary. Su Yin smiled coldly as his eyes emitted a bright light. Of course, Su Yin knew that this power would never be enough. He had to become even stronger. After all, with this little bit of power, he couldn't even snatch back the monster palace. Strength. Su Yin muttered to himself. The excited emotions in his heart slowly calmed down. He knew very well that strength could not be crossed in a day or two. Only by constantly cultivating could it be possible. Thinking of this, Su Yin sat down cross-legged. His cultivation technique was circulating, and his mind was also rapidly revolving. Su Yin remembered very clearly that before his rebirth, he was a Heaven Stage martial artist who had crippled the Heaven Stage. The reason why he broke through was because he had swallowed Nangong Xiangming's soul. Nangong Xiangming, you have always been my benefactor. Su Yin's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Then, he slowly began to feel the power of heaven and earth around him. Although Su Yin was currently at the 8-star celestial realm. However, Su Yin had actually stepped into the celestial realm and had not truly felt the existence of the power of heaven and earth. After all, Su Yin had encountered too many times during this period of time, and from the 3-star celestial realm to the 8-star celestial realm. This was mainly because of the dual cultivation with Chu Linger and the gift of the supreme demon ancient pool, which led to the breakthrough. Of course, Su Yin did not know that all of this was actually the work of the love goddess. Right now, what Su Yin wanted to do was to understand the situation in his body. Water, elemental power. Fire, elemental power. Wind, elemental power. Su Yin circulated the cultivation technique in his body, feeling the power of heaven and earth around him. With every increase, the smile on his face became wider. Moon celestial phase, haha. I am no longer crippling the heaven stage, but moon celestial phase. No. As Su Yin was speaking, his body suddenly froze. He frowned and shook his head. No, the power of heaven and earth is not only that. Could it be? Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the power surging in his palm with a look of surprise. Chapter 300. Solar Celestial Phase. Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned when he thought of this. One had to know that in the entire 5 counties, Su Yin had never heard of anyone who had condensed the solar celestial phase. The celestial phase was divided into the celestial phase, lunar celestial phase, and solar celestial phase. The celestial phase comprehended 1 to 2 types of heaven and earth power. The lunar celestial phase had more than the celestial phase. As for the solar celestial phase, it was the power of everything in the world. In layman's terms, everything in the world could become one's own power. The solar celestial phase was much stronger than the lunar celestial phase. After all, everything in the world could become one's own heaven and earth power. The power contained was immeasurable. Not only was the power stronger, but even the cultivation speed was several times faster than the lunar celestial phase martial artist. For example, Ratley was a lunar celestial phase martial artist. The heaven and earth power he controlled was the fire origin power. If Ratley wanted to increase his strength quickly, other than absorbing the heaven and earth spirit chi, he also had to absorb the fire origin power to break through quickly. On the contrary, other martial artists who controlled the heaven and earth power were the same. However, if it was a solar celestial phase martial artist, then all of this didn't exist. This was because everything in the world could become one's own heaven and earth power. In other words, no matter where, solar celestial phase martial artists only needed to absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi. Just based on this, one could conclude that this solar celestial phase martial artist was several times faster than those lunar celestial phase martial artists. Or even more. Of course, the degree of solar celestial phase appearing could be said to be very rare. It could be said that in hundreds or even thousands of years, there might not be one. At this moment, Su Yin was constantly comprehending the heaven and earth power around him. His eyes flickered. Although he knew that it was very likely that he had condensed the solar celestial phase, he still couldn't believe it was true. After all, the difference between the crippling celestial phase and the solar celestial phase was too hard to accept. Su Yin comprehended for more than an hour before he was convinced that he had indeed condensed the solar celestial phase. Solar celestial phase, solar celestial phase. I didn't expect that I would actually condense the solar celestial phase. Su Yin could feel the power of the heavens and earth surging around him. His eyes shone with excitement, and his face was filled with unconcealable excitement. After all, the benefits brought about by the celestial phenomenon were not as simple as just speeding up one's cultivation. The real benefit of the solar sky avatar was that after stepping into the spiritual sea realm, all the power of heaven and earth would gather in the Dantian and form the spiritual sea. At that time, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent in the same realm. At that time, the power of the solar heavenly embodiment would be fully unleashed. Of course, aside from his excitement, Su Yin also knew that Sun Phase was much more difficult than condensing the Spirit Sea realm for ordinary warriors. After all, to enter the Spirit Sea realm, one had to condense all the power of heaven and earth into the Spirit Sea. The power of heaven and earth contained in the solar celestial avatar could be said to be all things in the world. To condense everything in the world into the Dantian, one could see how difficult it was for a Retian realm warrior to enter the spiritual sea realm. Of course, it was difficult. The benefits of the celestial body honoring technique would not become useless because of this. After all, in the spirit sea realm, as long as one had the celestial aspect, a single power of heaven and earth would be able to condense a spirit sea. In other words, in the spiritual sea realm, as long as you have power in your body, when you reach the bottleneck, you can condense it. In the same way, if you want to quickly step into the spiritual sea realm, you can give up some of the power of heaven and earth and condense the spiritual sea. This way, you can reduce some of the trouble and step into the spiritual sea realm. Of course, if you give up, then the benefits of the solar sky avatar will be gone. Give up. When Su Yin thought of this, his eyes turned, then he shook his head and chuckled. Right now, I'm only at the 8-star celestial phase realm, so it is too early to consider this matter. The most important thing right now is to think about how to step into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Ever since Su Yin stepped into the celestial phase realm, he had been advancing without any hindrance. In the celestial phase realm, Su Yin had never truly cultivated properly. Now that the cultivation technique in his body was circulating and absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, Su Yin truly felt the power of the celestial phase realm. If he wanted to step into the 9-star realm from the 8-star realm, the amount of spiritual energy required was so huge that Su Yin didn't even dare to imagine. It's a pity that the supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda has lost its spirit spring. Otherwise, with the spirit spring, I can enter the 9-star realm faster. Su Yin felt the spiritual energy in the Spirit Palace and was rather dejected. Although the Spirit Palace was considered a place with more spiritual energy in the Monster Palace, compared to the supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, it was slightly thinner. Moreover, Su Yin was very clear that with the amount of spiritual energy in the Spirit Palace, even if Su Yin was at the Celestial Phase realm, if he wanted to enter the 9-star Celestial Phase realm, a year wouldn't be enough. A year. Su Yin narrowed his eyes. For a warrior, how many people would enter seclusion for a few years, or even decades? A year was indeed not long. However, Su Yin couldn't wait any longer. This was because Su Yin was carrying too many burdens on his shoulders at the moment. More importantly, the Monster Palace was still in the hands of Murong Fu. Murong Fu, that brat, was ruthless and wanted to deal with him. It was hard to say what Murong Fu would do in this 1 year. Therefore, a year was too long for Su Yin. I have to find a place with more spiritual energy to cultivate. Su Yin muttered to himself. His eyes were shining with a determined light. At the same time, his mind was spinning quickly. Unfortunately, in the entire Monster Palace, apart from the East Palace main hall, the spiritual energy was only in the Spirit Palace. In the Monster Palace, where could there be a place with more spiritual energy than these two places? Thinking about this, Su Yin felt a little melancholy. Could it be that other than seclusion, there's no other way? Su Yin whispered. Suddenly, he thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now. Then I can use spirit stones to cultivate. As long as there are enough spirit stones, it will be enough for me to quickly reach the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. Spirit stones, the reason why it was used as a currency was because every warrior could absorb the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. It was just that at that time, Su Yin was too poor. When Su Yin was not poor, he had reached the Saint Bloodline realm, where he could comprehend one bloodline at a time. Other than comprehending the Tao, there was no need for spirit energy at all. This also caused Su Yin to almost forget that he could use spirit stones to assist in cultivation. At this moment, Su Yin did not feel that it was too late. He smiled slightly, patted his storage bag, and immediately took out a spirit stone. He operated his cultivation method and absorbed the spirit energy contained in the spirit stone. Unfortunately, when this spirit stone entered Su Yin's body, it was like an embroidery needle falling into the sea. It was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. There was not the slightest fluctuation of strength. Su Yin could not help but smile bitterly. It seems that if I want to use spirit stones to cultivate, I'm afraid I'll need hundreds of millions of spirit stones to support myself to reach the 9-star realm. Spirit stones, where do I go to get spirit stones? Su Yin narrowed his eyes. He, who had not had a desire for spirit stones for a long time, once again had a desire for spirit stones in his heart. Forget it. I'll first refine the spirit stones I have with me and the abundant spirit energy in the Spirit Palace. Su Yin patted his storage pouch as he couldn't think of where to get the spirit stones at the moment. Taking out the spirit stones he had when he was the palace master of the Monster Palace, he placed them in front of him. Although there were not many spirit stones, there were still hundreds of thousands of them. Looking at the spirit stones piled up into a small mountain in front of him, Su Yin could not help but think of the embarrassment when he first entered the Hidden Demon region. At that time in the Hidden Demon region, Su Yin almost had to sleep on the streets because of a spirit stone. Although he had so many spirit stones now, Su Yin still felt a burst of embarrassment and could not help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that after running around for spirit stones, I would still be able to get a monthly salary in the Monster Palace. I still have to worry about spirit stones. Forget it. Let's refine these spirit stones first. Su Yin smiled bitterly and did not think about these things anymore. He closed his eyes, and the cultivation method in his body slowly began to operate as he began to cultivate. The days of cultivation were definitely boring. After all, many years of cultivation could not be exchanged for a breakthrough overnight. But he could not cultivate, because if you wanted to be strong, you had to cultivate. Su Yin knew this very well. The moment he closed his eyes, his whole heart sank. He was focused on absorbing the spirit energy in the Spirit Palace and the spirit stones in front of him. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. 3 days had passed. Su Yin was cultivating, but when the cultivation method in his body was operating, he suddenly frowned and hurriedly opened his eyes. He looked at the spirit stones piled up in front of him, and there was not a single one left. So fast, Su Yin was surprised. Although Su Yin did not have many spirit stones, he still had hundreds of thousands of them. But in just 3 days, they were all gone. How could Su Yin not be surprised? It can't be so fast. Su Yin shook his head and operated the cultivation method. He felt the spirit power contained in his body and slightly calculated the spirit power that one spirit stone could convert. He was even more convinced that the spirit stones would not be used up so quickly in these 3 days. Could it be a thief? Su Yin's first reaction was that someone had broken into the spirit palace. However, this thought was quickly dispelled by Su Yin because the place he was currently living in was the spirit palace. This spirit palace was the first temple for the disciples of the monster palace. It contained a seal that even Li Qianni might not be able to open. And Su Yin had not opened the door in these 3 days. In other words, it was impossible for anyone to enter the spirit palace in these 3 days. If it's not a thief, then where did the spirit stones go? Su Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. When he saw the little guy curled up in the corner, he suddenly realized. He looked at the little guy licking his lips as if he had not had enough. Chapter 301. These spirit stones could be said to be all of Su Yin's belongings. Originally, Su Yin wanted to use these spirit stones to increase his strength. But who would have thought that the fire Qilin would steal them all? Looking at the cute fire Qilin, Su Yin was angry, but he was also helpless. Sigh, little guy, how many spirit stones can you swallow? You've absorbed the entire spirit spring and these hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, but you haven't grown at all. Su Yin looked at the fire Qilin, who was still the same as before, and could not help but smile bitterly. He really doubted whether this little guy would grow up. Su Yin patted his empty storage bag, shook his head, and said, Forget it. You've already eaten it, so there's no need to pursue it. Let's go. We haven't been out for a few days. I don't know what Murong Fu will do now that he's the palace master. Let's go out and take a look. The fire Qilin obviously understood Su Yan's words and jumped into Su Yan's arms. Looking at such a cute and smart fire Qilin, the anger in Su Yan's heart had completely disappeared at this moment. Looking at the fire Qilin in his arms, he smiled and said, Little guy, you have to remember that when you go out, you have to hide well. Otherwise, if you're taken away and become a pet beast, I can't help you. Saying this, Su Yin felt a little helpless. After all, his current strength was really nothing in this monster palace, and the fire Qilin was a sacred beast. If it was seen by others, it would definitely attract many experts to fight over it. Su Yin did not want to have more trouble because of this. After all, his current strength was still too weak. Hearing Su Yan's words, the fire Qilin growled and then went into Su Yan's arms. Looking at the cute little guy, Su Yin was overjoyed. He laughed and walked out of the spirit palace. However, the moment he opened the door, he saw Li Qianni flying towards him. Greetings, elderly. Su Yin didn't find it strange that Li Qianni was here. He cupped his hands and greeted him. Su Yin, there's no need to be so polite. I came here today to talk to you about something. Li Qianni waved his hand, an anxious look on his face. Seeing this, Su Yin frowned and asked, Elderly, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that Murong Fu is trying to get rid of you. Try to get rid of me. When Su Yin heard Li Qianni's words, he smiled faintly. He was not surprised at all. After all, the grudge between him and Murong Fu wasn't just a matter of a day or two. Murong Fu had long wanted to get rid of him, but he never found the opportunity. Now that he heard Li Qianni say this, Su Yin was quite interested in what Murong Fu had thought of. He looked at Li Qianni and asked, Elderly, what method did Murong Fu come up with to get rid of me? I'm not sure. I overheard it, so I came to tell you. Li Qianni shook his head. You're not sure? Su Yin frowned. After experiencing so many things, Su Yan's mind had matured a lot. He was no longer as reckless as before and had become calmer. Li Qianni looked at Su Yin and asked, Su Yin, are you planning to go out? Yes. Su Yin nodded and said, I've been in the palace for a few days, so I want to go out for a walk. Su Yin didn't tell Li Tianyi that he wanted to go out for spirit stones. After all, Su Yin couldn't trust Li Tianyi like he did with Dong Chunghao and the others. Go out for a walk. Why do you still want to go out for a walk? When Li Tianyi heard Su Yan's words, he looked at Su Yin reproachfully and sighed. Su Yin, do you know what kind of situation you are in now? You still have time to go out for a walk. Why don't you work hard to cultivate? Hearing Li Tianyi's reproachful voice, Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Li Tianyi. Looking at Li Tianyi's serious expression, Su Yin didn't know how to answer for a while, so he simply didn't say anything. When Li Tianyi saw Su Yan's expression, he felt a sense of disappointment. He sighed slightly and said, "Sigh, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Take this illusion first." When Su Yin saw the book Li Tianyi handed over, he was suddenly stunned. "Take it. What are you waiting for?" Li Tianyi stuffed the book into Su Yan's hands. Su Yin looked at the ancient book in his hand and saw the words Illusion Mystic Technique flashing with spiritual energy. Only then did he snap back to his senses. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for your gift, Elder Li Tianyi. However, I can't accept it." "You can't accept it." Li Tianyi frowned and glanced at it with a look of anger on his face. After all, this illusion mystic technique was something that many people dreamed of but couldn't obtain. Now that he was giving it to him for free, he actually didn't accept it. Su Yin was naturally aware of the preciousness of this transmogrification technique. During the battle for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yin had seen Elder Li Tianyi's illusions. At that time, he had the intention to cultivate illusions. However, Su Yin knew that he needed someone to guide him to cultivate illusions. If he were to rely on his own comprehension, he would not be able to fully comprehend it. Of course, if he had an ancient book on illusion mystic techniques, it would be much easier to comprehend them. Now, Li Tianyi had suddenly bestowed him with this book. Su Yin was naturally delighted. However, despite his delight, Su Yin knew very well that Li Tianyi's goal in bestowing the book was to make him his disciple. If Sword Sage had not appeared, Su Yin might have been able to accept Li Tianyi as his master. After all, if Sword Sage had not appeared, Su Yin would have been expelled from the Sword Collection tomb. However, with Sword Sage's appearance, Su Yin knew that he had not been expelled from the Sword Collection tomb. It was just that Sword Sage wanted him to leave the mountain for training. Furthermore, Sword Sage was still alive. Su Yin naturally would not submit to anyone else. It was because of this that Su Yin said that he could not accept Li Tianyi's illusion mystic techniques. In fact, Su Yin was quite touched that Li Tianyi had bestowed this book to him. After all, he did not have much of a relationship with Li Tianyi. For Li Tianyi to give him such a precious item, it was clear that Li Tianyi valued him. Looking at the slightly angry Li Tianyi, Su Yin smiled embarrassedly and told Li Tianyi the cause of the matter. Of course, Su Yin only said that he had become Li Tianyi's disciple many years ago. He did not mention the Sword Collection tomb and the time with Sword Sage. "You can't become my disciple." Li Tianyi had indeed bestowed this book to Su Yin because he wanted Su Yin to become his disciple. After all, Li Tianyi had this idea when he saw Su Yin resisting the illusion. Now that he heard that Su Yin could not become his disciple, Li Tianyi was naturally disappointed. However, when he thought of Su Yan's talent in illusion, Li Tianyi's love for talent overflowed again. He looked at Su Yan's determined gaze. Li Tianyi smiled bitterly. Forget it. Su Yin said that you are still the palace master of Monster Palace. It's not appropriate for you to become my disciple." "Sigh," Li Tianyi said and sighed helplessly. "I can't accept you as my disciple. The two of us are not fated. However, you can take this illusion first. You don't have to become my disciple. Just treat it as me, Li Tianyi, promoting a disciple of Monster Palace. That's fine." Su Yin was stunned for a moment. In fact, he knew that this was a gift from Li Tianyi. If it was someone else, they would have already agreed. After all, where in a world could you find such a good thing? However, Su Yin, who never liked to owe people, felt that something was wrong. Li Tianyi saw Su Yan's hesitation and smiled bitterly. "Su Yin, oh Su Yin, I have already said so. What are you still hesitating for? No matter what, this old man is stronger than you. I don't want you to call me master. If I want to teach you something, I think I can still do it. Su Yin heard Li Tianyi say so. If he still refused, it would be unreasonable. After all, Su Yin also had some desire for illusion. Elderly, Su Yin thanks you. Su Yin took the ancient book from Li Tianyi's hand and cupped his hands. Elderly, although I can't become your disciple, I, Su Yin, will remember your kindness today. I will not forget it for a moment. Li Tianyi obviously didn't have much interest in this. He nodded slightly and changed the topic. Su Yin, to be honest, in addition to teaching you illusion today, I mainly want you to be careful of Murong Fu. This person is ruthless. You have a grudge with him. Now that he is the palace master of the Monster Palace, he will definitely find ways to get rid of you. So, you have to be careful. Su Yin listened to Li Tianyi's words and could feel that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He felt touched in his heart. After all, before he dealt with Li Tianyi, Su Yin and Li Tianyi still had some conflicts. This was also the reason why Su Yin had always been wary of Li Tianyi. Now that he heard Li Tianyi treat him like this, he felt a little guilty that he was still suspicious of him. He cupped his hands and said to Li Tianyi, "Thank you for your reminder, elderly. I will be more careful." Li Tianyi nodded and then waved his hand. A wave of will surged into Su Yan's mind. Suddenly, a boundless memory entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan was slightly stunned. He felt that this memory was Li Tianyi's experience in cultivating illusion techniques. He felt touched in his heart. "Su Yan, cultivate well. I will help you take back the Monster Palace." Li Tianyi said seriously and then retracted his hand. His eyes revealed a look of surprise. 8-star Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Su Yin, I didn't expect you to be able to advance from the 3-star realm to the 8-star realm in just a few days. How did you do it? Li Tianyi was surprised, but his eyes also flashed with a trace of unconcealable excitement. Looking at Li Tianyi's expression, Su Yin smiled and said, "It's just luck, just luck." The reason why Su Yin said this was not to hide anything from Li Tianyi, but after all, dual cultivation was a private matter, so Su Yin did not want to mention it. Seeing Su Yin say this, Li Tianyi did not ask anymore. He only comforted Su Yin, "And good, very good. But don't be arrogant. You have to pay more attention to Murong Fu." Elderly, what do you have to pay attention to? Chapter 302. Hearing this voice, Su Yin and Li Tianyi couldn't help but frown. They were all too familiar with this voice. This person was none other than Murong Fu, the one who snatched the Monster Palace from Su Yan's hands. Murong Fu snatched Su Yan's Monster Palace. Although there wasn't a bloody outbreak, his methods were even more inhumane than a bloody outbreak. Su Yan's hatred for Murong Fu had reached its peak. When he saw Murong Fu walk over, he angrily shouted, "Murong Fu, what are you doing here?" Li Tianyi was also very displeased with Murong Fu's vicious and merciless methods. When he saw Murong Fu walking over, his complexion turned gloomy. Obviously, Murong Fu was like a cool breeze after obtaining the position of Monster Palace's palace master. He didn't care about their expressions at all. He smiled slightly and said, "Su Yin, Li Tianyi, you two should be more polite. You should know that I am now the Monster Palace's palace master. You two actually dare to speak to me like this. I can guarantee that you two don't respect your elders." Hearing Murong Fu's words, Su Yin and Li Tianyi both snorted disdainfully. Murong Fu didn't get angry at their attitudes. He smiled slightly and then looked at Su Yin and said, "Su Yin, as the palace master, I order you to quickly head to the Hidden Demon region to host the Monster Palace's auction in the Hidden Demon region." Auction? Su Yin had taken over the position of Monster Palace's palace master. He naturally knew that the auction had always been a lucrative job for Monster Palace. Every time the disciples went to the auction, they would get a lot of benefits. Now, Murong Fu had actually arranged for him to host the auction. How could Su Yin not be suspicious? Looking at Murong Fu's gloomy smile, Su Yin was even more certain that this was definitely not a good thing. "Murong Fu, what are you planning?" Su Yin looked at Murong Fu, killing intent flowing out his eyes. But after asking this question, Su Yin felt some regret. Since Murong Fu wanted to frame him, why would he tell him? As Su Yan expected, Murong Fu didn't say much to Su Yan. Instead, he sneered and said, "Su Yan, you can choose not to go. Of course, if you don't go, don't blame me for being rude. I'm sure you know the rules of the Monster Palace." As Murong Fu spoke, he waved his hand and sneered. "Well, it's useless for me to talk to you here. Su Yan, get ready. We'll set off tomorrow." After saying that, Murong Fu didn't care about Li Qianni and Su Yan's reactions and left. "Dog!" Li Qianni looked at the arrogant Murong Fu and couldn't help but burst out swearing. Then, he looked back at Su Yan and asked, "Su Yan, what do you think of this matter? Take it." Su Yan smiled slightly and said, "Didn't Murong Fu know that I would definitely go? Then I'll go and see what kind of conspiracy he has." Sigh. Li Qianni sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say. Although he was stronger than Murong Fu, it was a pity that there were stronger existences in the Monster Palace, Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. If the two of them knew that the Princess of Chu had died, at that time, the Monster Palace wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. It would definitely cause a bloody storm. Murong Fu used this reason to firmly control Li Qianni, Su Yan, and the others. Of course, although the death of the Princess of Chu could be used by Murong Fu, it was actually controlled by Su Yan. In other words, the secret of the Princess of Chu's death was actually a double-edged sword. After all, Murong Fu was also a little afraid of Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. If the two of them knew this secret, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the Palace Master. Li Tian, he wanted to say something to Su Yan, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. After all, no matter what, Murong Fu was the Palace Master of the Supreme Demon Palace. If they really fell out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. "Su Yan, you should be more careful." Li Qianni helplessly patted Su Yan's shoulder and sighed helplessly. He didn't say any more nonsense and left. Su Yan was left alone with a melancholy expression. After all, Murong Fu was Sima Zixin. Everyone knew that. This time, Murong Fu asked Su Yan to host the auction in the Hidden Demon region. It was definitely a conspiracy. Although it was called a conspiracy, it was more accurate to say that it was an overt scheme because Su Yan had no choice at all. Before Su Yan grew up, it was impossible for him to fall out with Murong Fu. Endure. What Su Yan had to do now was to endure and become stronger while enduring. Forget it, forget it. In any case, I really need spirit stones now. I don't know where to find spirit stones in this Supreme Demon Palace. Perhaps I will be able to obtain some spirit stones in this trip to the Hidden Devil region. As Su Yan thought of this, the melancholy in his heart lessened by quite a bit. Then, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Gu Yuezong. Su Yan had never forgotten this sect. It was because of this sect that he fell into the 10,000 Ghost Cave and came to the Monster Palace. It could be said that Gu Yuezong had ruined Su Yan's overall plan. Thinking of Gu Yuezong and the Hidden Demon region, Su Yan couldn't help but think of another person, Buttface. I haven't seen Buttface for a while. I wonder how he's doing now. Thinking of Buttface, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. After all, in Su Yan's life, he didn't have many friends. Besides the friends he made in the Monster Palace and the Hidden Sword Tomb, Buttface could be said to be a fellow disciple of the same sect. Su Yan's only friend was Buttface. I'm leaving tomorrow. Now I'm going to look for Dong Chenghao and the others. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and planned to say goodbye to Dong Chenghao and the others. But before Su Yan could move, a few figures flashed in midair. The people who came were Dong Chenghao, Ratley, and Makariu Ice. What a coincidence today. I wanted to look for them, and they all came. When Su Yan saw them, he couldn't help but smile. He was happy that he didn't have to look for them. Su Yan, Dong Chenghao, and the others stepped forward and greeted Su Yan. "Hello, senior brothers." When Su Yan saw them, he was in a good mood. He was always serious, but he couldn't help but joke with them. The three of them obviously rarely saw this side of Su Yan, and they couldn't help but be stunned. When Su Yan saw the three of them, he patted Dong Chenhao's shoulder and said, "Senior brother Dong Chenghao, let's go to your palace and ask for a few cups of wine. F***CK. We're already at the entrance of your palace." Why are you still going to my place? Dong Qinghao couldn't help but curse. However, he was just saying it casually. He called the three of them and flew to Dong Qinghao's palace. Dong Qinghao used to be one of the top 10 masters in the East Palace. He naturally had his own private palace. Although it couldn't be compared to Su Yan's spirit palace, it was still one of the more luxurious ones among the disciples. Not only that, but Dong Qinghao's palace also had the most servants. When a few of them arrived at Dong Qinghao's palace, Dong Qinghao was not careless. He ordered the servants to prepare the best food and wine in his palace. The table was filled with the best food and wine. When the four of them sat down, they didn't hesitate. They each raised their cups and drank. They didn't mention anything unpleasant. They just drank. Su Yan drank happily. However, he knew that no matter how happy he was, he still had to say goodbye. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Dong Qinghao stood up and said drunkenly, "Sai, I didn't want to talk about unpleasant things at this moment. However, there is one thing that I have to mention." As Dong Qinghao spoke, the usual cynical smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by a gloomy expression. Dong Qinghao saw that the three of them were looking at him. He didn't keep them in suspense. He took a sip of wine and said, "I will be leaving the Monster Palace tomorrow." What? When Su Yan and the other two heard Dong Qinghao's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After listening to Dong Qinghao's explanation, the three of them couldn't help but be surprised. They said in unison, "What? You are also going to host the Hidden Demon Regions auction. You are too." Dong Qinghao also looked at the three of them with a face full of shock. The three of them nodded at the same time. Then, the four of them burst out laughing at the same time. "Come, drink, drink. I thought I would have to say goodbye to you. I didn't expect that all four of us would be going." Dong Qinghao laughed and raised his glass. Su Yan and the other two didn't hesitate. They also raised their glasses and drank. "F***, I thought this Morong Fu wanted to get rid of me. I didn't expect him to want to get rid of all four of us. He is really ruthless." Dong Qinghao couldn't help but curse after drinking. In fact, Su Yan and the others had the same idea as him. They all thought that the Morong Fu only wanted to get rid of them. They didn't expect that the Morong Fu wanted to get rid of all four of them in one fell swoop. Su Yan thought. The hatred for the Morong Fu in his heart grew stronger. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the three of them and said, forget it. No matter what, this Morong Fu wants to deal with the four of us. At least the four of us can take care of each other. And I also want to see what this Morong Fu is going to do to deal with the four of us." Su Yan sneered. His eyes emitted a bright light. Hearing Su Yan's words, the other three also shouted in unison, "Yes, let's see what this Morong Fu is going to do. Come, drink, drink." The four of them raised their glasses and drank. Dong Qinghao was the first to react. He asked, "By the way, Su Yan, I wonder if this Morong Fu is going to deal with Junior's sister Chu this time." Junior's sister Chu. Hearing Dong Qinghao mention Chu Linger, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but ache. Originally, he didn't want to mention this matter. However, the three of them had deep feelings for Chu Linger. Thus, he explained the matter of Chu Linger being taken away. After the three of them heard Su Yan's explanation, their lively eyes dimmed. Each of them was silent. This kind of atmosphere was extremely depressing. "Come, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight." Su Yan stood up and shouted. He broke the depressing atmosphere because he didn't like this feeling. Not only him, Dong Qinghao, Makariu Ice, and Ratley also didn't like this feeling. After Su Yan broke the depressing atmosphere, the four of them began to drink heartily. They threw all their unhappiness to the back of their minds. This time, they really didn't go home until they were drunk. Chapter 303. A Night of Silence. The next day, just as the first ray of dawn rose, Su Yan, Dong Qinghao, Makariu Ice, and Ratley had already woken up. Although the four of them were dead drunk last night, because the wine in Dong Qinghao's palace was extremely precious, no matter how drunk they would be fine the next day. In addition, everyone's belongings were basically stored in their storage bags, so there was no need to pack them up. The four of them were even more unwilling to say goodbye to the so-called palace master, Morong Fu. As soon as the sky brightened, under the lead of Su Yin, they flew directly to the teleportation array that led out of the Monster Palace. It was funny. Su Yin was actually the weakest of the four, but when the four of them walked together, Iran was the leader of Su Yin. No one felt the slightest bit awkward. The strongest person here was Makariu Ice, who was at the third stage of the Spirit Sea realm, followed by Dong Qinghao, who was at the peak of the 9-star Celestial Phenomenon stage and was only one step away from the Spirit Sea realm. Then there was Rat Li, who was at the peak of the 8 stars Celestial Phenomenon stage. And then there was Su Yin, who had just stepped into the 8 stars Celestial Phenomenon stage. Are we leaving? The four of them walked to the teleportation array and floated in the air as they looked down at the Monster Palace. Their hearts were somewhat melancholic. After all, leaving the Monster Palace this time, the four of them knew that another calamity was waiting for them. This was especially true for Su Yin. After all, among the four of them, he had stayed in the Monster Palace for the shortest amount of time, but he was the one who had experienced the most. Su Yin still clearly remembered that when he first came to the Monster Palace, he only wanted to use the Monster Palace as his refuge. Who would have thought that in just a few months, his heart would be tied to the Monster Palace? Looking at the bustling Monster Palace, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a bright light. He clenched his fists and said, "Palace Master Chu, don't worry. When I return again, it will be the day I take back the Monster Palace." Although Su Yan's words were a bit like a promise to the soul of the Princess of Chu, it was also a promise to himself. "Monster Palace, I will return." Su Yan raised his head and roared in a low voice. Then, he flew directly into the teleportation portal. Makariu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Ratley glanced at the Monster Palace. The same light of determination appeared in their eyes. At the same time, they secretly clenched their fists, as if they had made some kind of decision. Then, they followed Su Yin and stepped into the teleportation portal. The hidden demon area, although it was a place where all the major forces in the 5 counties gathered. However, everyone knew that the real force in charge of the hidden demon area was the Monster Palace. Therefore, there was naturally a teleportation portal between the Monster Palace and the hidden demon area. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 10 days to half a month to travel from the Monster Palace to the hidden demon area. Now, there was a teleportation portal. In just an instant, the four of them had already appeared above the hidden demon area. Every day, the hidden demon area welcomed all kinds of major forces, all kinds of businessmen, and warriors of all levels. The appearance of the four of them did not bring any abnormalities to the hidden demon area because they all hid their strength. "Su Yin, where are we going now?" Dong Qinghao looked at the people coming and going in the hidden demon area and asked Su Yin aloud. Although his strength was stronger than Su Yin, he still treated Su Yin as the center. Su Yin did not have any taboos about this. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, he looked at the still bustling Monster Palace inside. Although Su Yin had not left the hidden demon area for long. However, when he came to this place again, things had already changed. Everything had already changed. Thinking about it, Su Yin felt that it was a little funny. The first time he came to the hidden demon area, he wanted to find an opportunity to enter the Monster Palace. But when he came here, he was forced to come here to reclaim the Monster Palace. The changes before and after were too great. If he told others, no one would believe him. Su Yin wanted to recite a poem at this moment to express the feelings in his heart. However, he was not a refined person after all. In addition, he did not know what dangers he would face this time. How could he be so leisurely and elegant to recite poems? Murong Fu asked the four of us to come here this time to host the auction, but we can't rule out the possibility that he will make the first move. Let's not go back to our sex station here first. Let's find an inn to stay first. Su Yin thought about Dong Qinghao's words and hesitated for a moment before speaking. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they all nodded in agreement. The four of them were not people who were afraid of death. However, the most important thing about this matter was that they did not know where the hidden danger was. Murong Fu asked them to host the Monster Palace auction in the hidden demon area. This was a lucrative job. Normally, many disciples would dream of hosting this auction. After all, they would be able to gain a lot of benefits just by coming here once. Now that Murong Fu asked them to come, naturally, it was not a good thing. The three of them felt that Su Yan's words made sense, so they did not say much. Under Su Yan's lead, they went to the inn that Su Yan first came to. Looking at this familiar place, Su Yan thought of the first time he came here, penniless, and suddenly felt a little funny. Of course, these were things of the past after all. Su Yan did not say anything to Dong Chunghao and the others. The four of them asked for a suite. It was reasonable to say that the four of them were all big men. It was awkward to ask for a suite and live in the same room. However, the four of them lived together for safety reasons. After all, no one knew when danger would happen. The four of them lived together and looked after each other. However, the suite was well designed. Not only did it have a living room, but it also had a separate room. This reduced the awkwardness between the four big men. The four of them were not in a hurry to go out. Instead, they sat together in the living room. This time, what do you think Murong Fu will do to us? Ratley was the first to ask. I think Murong Fu will probably set some traps at the auction and then deal with us. Macario Ice was the first to speak his thoughts. Dong Qinghao was not slow. He smiled slightly and said, I don't think so. Murong Fu must have other means to deal with us. This auction is probably just a cover to let us lower our guard and then kill us when we're not paying attention. My opinion is almost the same as senior brother Dong Cheng's. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he nodded and said, This Murong Fu is actually in the Monster Palace. The reason why he can't deal with us is that he is afraid that Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King will know the secret of Palace Master Chu's death. Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King did not dare to act rashly when they did not know that Princess Chu had died. They did not dare to leave the Monster Palace. So, in this hidden demon region, it is very easy for Murong Fu to deal with us. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they could not help but be startled. Macario Ice looked at Su Yan with a strange expression. Su Yan, you mean that Murong Fu will probably come to deal with us personally? We can't rule out this possibility. Su Yan said with a gloomy expression. After all, we all know Murong Fu's methods. So before we know what Murong Fu is up to, we better be careful. Yes. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they all nodded. Su Yan looked at the worried faces of the three and said with a smile, Well, senior brothers, don't worry. As the saying goes, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. What will come will come. Let's not worry anymore. If we start to worry now, I'm afraid we will really fall into Murong Fu's trap. So we should be happy. Anyway, the auction hasn't started yet. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to walk around the hidden demon region? Su Yan suggested. Yes, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go out and play. Dong Chunghao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. His cynical smile returned to his face. No matter what, Murong Fu is only a rank 7 Spirit Sea Realm. If he really comes, we don't have to be afraid of him. Yes. Macario Ice and Ratley both nodded. The few of them were bored by this oppressive atmosphere. They immediately nodded and went out for a stroll. Although the four of them said so, for safety's sake, the four of them still walked together. Passing through the bustling streets of the hidden demon region, the oppressive atmosphere in the four of them lessened a lot. Along the way, they talked and laughed. All right, this hidden demon region is the biggest black market in the 5 counties. It's said that you can buy anything here. This time, do you guys want to buy anything? Dong Chunghao looked at the many stalls on the side and asked the three of them. I don't have anything to buy. After all, I've been to the hidden demon region before. Moreover, the best things in the hidden demon region are all at the Monster Palace auction. If we really want to buy something, then we could just wait for the day of the auction to sell it. Macario Ice added. After all, among the four of them, only Macario Ice had hosted an auction before. Naturally, the three of them were more familiar with the details of the auction. Ratley also nodded. Even if I have the money, I'll wait until the auction to sell it. I don't care now. Su Yan, what about you? Dong Qinghao heard their conversation and turned to look at Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao ask him, his eyes turned slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, I really don't have anything to buy. If there's anything I want to buy, then I'm more concerned about where to go to earn more spiritual stones. I want to do that too. Spiritual stones were hard currency. In addition, they could be used for cultivation. Naturally, it was everyone's favorite item. When Dong Chunghao heard Su Yan's words, his eyes narrowed into slits. When Makaryu Ice heard the two of them, he immediately said, "Speaking of earning spiritual stones, I know a good place to go." "Where?" When the three of them heard Makaryu Ice's words, their eyes shone with excitement. They looked at Makaryu Ice. Chapter 304. Let's go, follow me. Mu Lubing looked at the flickering light in the eyes of the three people. He smiled and kept them in suspense. He didn't immediately tell them where this place was. Instead, he led the way forward. Su Yin, Dong Qinghao, and Ratley looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They followed Makaryu Ice. Although the Hidden Devil region gathered the disciples of various sects from the south and north. However, in the Hidden Devil region, the strength of the warriors were mostly in the Saint Bloodline realm and the Sky realm. Su Yin and the others walked together. It could definitely be said that they were a powerful group in the Hidden Devil region. However, the four of them deliberately hid their strength, so they didn't attract too much attention along the way. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a barren mountain. "Is this the place?" Su Yin looked at the barren mountain and asked in surprise. He originally thought that the place Makaryu Ice mentioned to earn spirit stones would be the same as the place where he earned spirit stones for the first time. They would earn spirit stones through the missions under the Hungduan mountain range. After all, with the strength of the four of them, if they wanted to accept missions to earn spirit stones, it would be easy. However, Su Yin never thought that Makaryu Ice would bring them to this bare mountain. How can there be spirit stones in such a desolate place? Dong Qinghao looked at the empty space in front of him and frowned. Obviously, he didn't believe that there would be spirit stones in such a desolate place. "Senior Brother Mu, are you bluffing?" Not only the two of them, Ratley also doubted, facing the doubts of the three of them. Makaryu Ice smiled. The so-called flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water, the myriad of things in the world. Nothing is too strange. Don't be fooled by the scene in front of you. Do you know what this place is called in the Hidden Devil region? What is it called? The three of them asked in unison. Obviously, they didn't believe that such a place would have any elegant and magical name. "Come with me." Mu Lubing looked at the expressions of the three men. She knew that if they only listened to her one-sided story, they wouldn't believe her. So, she simply didn't say anything. Her figure flashed, and she rushed up the mountain. The three of them exchanged glances, although they had doubts in their hearts. Seeing Makaryu Ice's confidence, the three of them did not hesitate and followed Makaryu Ice's footsteps up the mountain. In fact, it was more accurate to call a mountain, but it was just a small slope. After all, if this low mountain was compared to the Hungduan mountain range, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a plain. The four of them walked together for a while. Makaryu Ice suddenly stopped. His eyes turned and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a serious look. "Everyone, be careful. Once we enter this area, a spirit mine will appear. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people fighting for it. There is no lack of experts here, so we must be careful." The friendship between the four of them had long established mutual trust. When they saw Mu Liubing's solemn expression, Su Yin and the other two knew that Mu Lubing was not trying to frighten them. Their eyes darkened, and they no longer had the teasing smile from before. Instead, their eyes flickered as they scanned their surroundings. However, there was nothing on this bare mountain. Not even a demon beast or a bird could be seen. Seeing this, the serious look on Rat Lee's face disappeared. He looked at Makaryu Ice and said jokingly, "Senior Brother Mu, you are not lying to us, right?" Bang! Before Makaryu Ice could answer, a loud sound suddenly exploded in front of them. The four of them were startled. Su Yan's eyes shrank. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Looking at the flash of light in the void, his brows suddenly wrinkled. This is Dong Chunghao, and Rat Lee's expressions were not much different from Su Yan's. Their faces were full of fear. Only Makaryu Ice seemed to have been prepared. He was not too flustered. Looking at the three of them, He smiled slightly and said, "Now you know that what I said is true." Seeing the three of them nod, Makariu Ice saw that the movement in front of them was far from him. He began to explain the barren mountain to the three of them. It turned out that this barren mountain did have a great background. It was called Spirit Stone Mountain. There were many spirit mines buried here. Spirit mines. Hearing Makariu Ice say that there was a spirit mine here, the three of them suddenly had a flash of light on their brows. They were not unfamiliar with spirit mines. It was a place that produced spirit stones. All the spirit stones were collected from spirit mines. Almost every big sect occupied a spirit mine. Of course, Monster Palace was an exception. After all, Monster Palace was located on the reefs of the EC. There were no spirit mines in Monster Palace. This also led to all the income of Monster Palace to be obtained from the hidden demon area. Therefore, it could be said that Monster Palace was a relatively poor existence among the major forces. Perhaps some people would say that Monster Palace was such a powerful existence. Why didn't they go to other sects to snatch it? In fact, it was not that Monster Palace's successive sect masters had not considered these things. It was just that all the disciples of Monster Palace were of the Supreme Monster Bloodline. The Supreme Monster Bloodline was just a nicer way of saying it. In fact, the real bloodline was the bloodline of monsters. Since ancient times, monsters and humans could not coexist. Everyone discriminated against the Supreme Monster Bloodline. Therefore, even if Monster Palace was powerful enough now, they were afraid of angering the public. Therefore, they had always kept a low profile on the EC. In fact, this was also the goal that the previous palace masters of the Supreme Demon Palace had been striving for. They all hoped that one day, the Supreme Demon Palace and the Supreme Demon Tribe would truly stand at the top of this world and not be discriminated against by others. Senior Brother Mu, you're saying that there really is a spirit mine here? Suyin looked at Makariu Ice in surprise. He still could not believe that there was a spirit mine in this place. After all, it was really hard to believe that there was a spirit mine in this godforsaken place. It was not only Su Yen. Dong Qinghao and Rat Li also could not believe it. Makariu Ice looked at the three people who were doubting him and smiled. The three of you don't understand. When you go deeper into this place, you will not see this mountain in this way. This mountain not only has a spirit mine, but also many rare treasures, Makariu Ice said. The moment he looked into the distance, a ray of light burst out of his eyes. Treasures. Su Yin and the other two did not believe that there was a spirit mine in this place. How could they believe that there were treasures here? Makariu Ice knew that no matter what he said, the three of them would be doubtful. After all, this place was barren. It was really hard to believe. Only when they saw it for themselves would they understand the mystery of this mountain. Just like Makariu Ice, when he first came here, he also could not believe it. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he truly understand why a mountain could not be judged by its appearance, and a sea could not be measured with a pint pot. Makariu Ice narrowed his eyes. Seeing that the front had become quiet, he turned back and said to the three people, "Let's go. Let's go forward." Okay. The three of them nodded. Without waiting for Makariu Ice to go first, they gathered their chi and flew forward. They just wanted to see if there was any mystery in this bare mountain. Seeing this, Makariu Ice smiled slightly. Then, he gathered his chi and followed them. In order to find the treasures and spirit mine that Makariu Ice had mentioned as soon as possible, Dong Qinghao took the lead. The four people began to move forward at a very fast speed. Unfortunately, half an hour passed. The three people did not see the spirit mine that Makariu Ice had mentioned, let alone any treasures. Brother Mu, it's been so long, but we haven't even seen a single spirit stone, let alone a spirit mine. Rat Li could not help but turn back and ask Makariu Ice. When Makariu Ice heard Rat Li's words, he could not help but smile and said, "Do you really think that this entire mountain is a spirit mine? You know, this is the territory of the Hidden Devil region. Every day, many people search here, but they may not find it. We have only been searching for a short time. How can we find a spirit mine so easily?" Although Suyin also had some doubts about this place, he also felt that Makariu Ice's words were reasonable. He looked into the distance and said, Let's look again. After all, we haven't been searching for a long time. Hearing Su Yan's words, Ratley did not say anything. They continued to look for spirit mines in this mountain of spirit stones. When they were outside, they did not meet many people. But as they went deeper, they met more and more warriors on the road. These are the warriors of various big forces and big sects who had come to the Hidden Devil region. Seeing people appear, the few people who were originally dispirited suddenly became spirited. Senior Brother Mu, so many people are searching here. Could there really be a spirit mine here? Ratley looked at the increasing number of people and said with a faint smile, "What do you mean by really? There are spirit mines here." Makariu Ice said in a bad mood. Then he looked around and saw more and more people appear. He said helplessly, "I didn't expect that in this short period of time, so many spirit mines would have been taken away." And, hearing Makariu Ice's words, the three people frowned and looked at Makariu Ice. They did not understand the meaning of Makariu Ice's words. Now that Makariu Ice knew, the three people no longer doubted that this mountain had a spirit mine. So, he did not keep them in suspense. He pointed a place in front and said, "Look, there used to be a spirit mine there. But it has already been collected by someone." Has it been collected by someone? Suyin heard Makariu Ice's words and frowned slightly. He looked into the distance and asked, "Senior Brother Mu, is there no one here to take care of it? Or is there a big force that has taken care of this place?" After all, this kind of thing was the most common thing in this world where the strong were respected. Only the strong were qualified to receive such a gift from nature. Who dares to occupy it? Makariu Ice heard Su Yan's words and shook his head. It's not that no one has occupied it. It's just that this place is a little strange. During the day, there are countless people here. But at night, this place is haunted. Haunted. Chapter 305. Ridiculous. When Makariu Ice heard the words of the three, his expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. With a serious face, he said, "Don't speak nonsense. There have been many hauntings in this place. It is said that even disciples of the Origin Boundary might not be able to leave this place." Looking at Makariu Ice's serious expression, the three knew that he was not joking. They also stopped smiling and asked Makariu Ice, "Senior Brother Mu, what is going on?" Makariu Ice looked around cautiously. Seeing that there was no one around, he explained to the three, "This spirit stone mountain you saw just now, it is desolate and bleak and even a little gloomy." When the three heard Makariu Ice's words, they remembered that there was not a trace of human habitation in the Spirit Stone Mountain. Adding that there was no one around, it was indeed desolate and bleak. Now that they thought about it, if a person came here alone, they would feel a little gloomy. They could not help but nod. When Makariu Ice saw the three nodding, he asked again, "Think about it. If there were no spirit stones in this Spirit Stone Mountain, if there was nothing strange about it, would no one have set their eyes on this place?" Hearing Makariu Ice's words, the three could not help but be startled. Indeed, spirit stones had always been a scarce existence. Every time a spirit stone mountain appeared, it would attract the attention of all the major forces. If there were many spirit stones in this Spirit Stone Mountain, then it would have attracted the attention of all the major forces. How could it become so desolate and bleak? There was only one explanation for this. There must be some mysterious existence here. When Makariu Ice saw the expressions of the three, he knew that they had thought of the key point of the matter. After a slight pause, he continued, "The reason why no one wants to fight here is because of the hauntings. I once heard an old man mention this Spirit Stone Mountain. There was once a Origin Boundary cultivator who wanted to occupy this Spirit Stone Mountain and start a new sect. Unfortunately, he only entered for one night before disappearing. Not only that, but there are also many cultivators who are eager to give it a try. The same goes for the various great powers. They all want to occupy this Spirit Stone Mountain. Unfortunately, when night falls, those people mysteriously disappear. It is said that the number of warriors who have died in this Spirit Stone Mountain is more than the number of people in the entire Monster Palace. This is also why I said that there are not only Spirit Stones here, but also treasures. Those treasures were left behind by the people who died here. When the three of them heard what Impervious said, they were all stunned. They never thought that this seemingly ordinary Spirit Stone Mountain would actually have such a long history. Impervious looked at the expressions of the three and smiled slightly before continuing. It is precisely because of this that there is an unwritten rule on this Spirit Stone Mountain. That is, no matter who it is or where they come from, they cannot monopolize the Spirit Stone Mountain. As long as we occupy the Spirit Stone Mountain, we will definitely be killed. Impervious said seriously. His face was solemn, and it was obvious that he believed this without a doubt. Dong Qinghao and Ratley could not help but look at this mountain. They never thought that there would be so many things that happened here. Only Su Yin did not believe it, but he did not say it out loud. After all, Su Yin had not seen the whole thing with his own eyes. Although he did not believe it, it did not mean that the mystery did not exist. Moreover, Su Yin was most concerned about the Spirit Stone Mountain. Therefore, he did not continue to discuss this matter with Impervious. Instead, he asked Impervious, "Senior Brother Mu, what do we have to do to find the Spirit Stone Mountain?" "Luck. Although there are many Spirit Stones on this Spirit Stone Mountain, the Spirit Stones here are intricate. Some Spirit Stones even disappear after they appear." Impervious narrowed his eyes and said, "They disappear after they appear." When the three of them heard Impervious's words, they were surprised. After all, the Spirit Stone Mountain was a physical existence. They simply could not accept that the Spirit Stone Mountain would disappear into thin air after it appeared. Impervious knew that the three of them did not believe him. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The three of you don't have to look at me like that. Actually, I don't know what is going on. After all, I only heard about it from an old man. I have never seen it myself." Oh, the three of them originally thought that Impervious would lead them to the Spirit Stone Mountain. Now that they heard that Impervious was not clear about it, they could not help but feel disappointed. After all, the four of them came here to find the Spirit Stone Mountain. When they heard Impervious say that there was a Spirit Stone Mountain, they were happy. But now, they were happy for nothing. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Although there are many Spirit Stones on this Spirit Stone Mountain, Spirit Stones are rare after all. If we don't find it today, we can only blame the four of us for not having such good luck. Impervious said helplessly when he saw the disappointed look on the three's faces. After all, it was Impervious who suggested that they come here to find the Spirit Stones. If they did not find the last Spirit Stone, Impervious would feel guilty. Su Yin looked at Impervious. How could he not guess what he was thinking? He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu, Spirit Stones are precious. How can it be so easy to find them? So, you don't have to blame yourself. Besides, we don't have anything to do in the Hidden Devil region today. We came here to look for some opportunities. It would be best if we can find them. If we can't, then forget it. Just treat it as us coming here to broaden our horizons." When they heard Su Yan's words, Dong Qinghao and Ratley also expressed their views. In fact, their words were roughly the same as Su Yan's. They wanted Impervious not to be discouraged because they could not find the Spirit Stones. Impervious nodded. His mood had obviously improved a lot. However, the four of them were not in a hurry to find the Spirit Stone Mountain. After all, they had seen many people return in disappointment along the way. Obviously, they had not found the Spirit Stone Mountain. So many people had not found it. Su Yin was not conceited enough to think that the few of them would definitely find it. Therefore, they did not deliberately look for the Spirit Stone Mountain. Instead, they looked for the Spirit Stone Mountain as if they were having fun. Dong Qinghao relaxed his mood and said with a teasing smile, "Hey, if we don't deliberately look for the Spirit Stone Mountain now, will the Spirit Stone Mountain suddenly appear in front of us?" "You're dreaming." Impervious looked at Dong Qinghao's playful appearance and scolded him with a smile. In the end, it was also because of this that the few of them did not find the Spirit Stone Mountain. They also did not find the treasure that Impervious had mentioned. Not only them, but all the cultivators who came here also did not find the Spirit Stone Mountain. When the sun was about to set, everyone rushed down the mountain. When Impervious saw that everyone was about to leave, He hurriedly pulled the 3 people who still wanted to go forward and said, "It's going to be sunset soon. Let's quickly leave this place." The 3 people originally wanted to look for the Spirit Stone Mountain. However, when they remembered what Makariu Ice had said, they finally followed him and left. Looking at the Spirit Stone Mountain, there was a trace of reluctance in their eyes. The 4 of them returned to the place where they stayed. Because the 4 of them gathered together and drank some wine, and because they remembered that the matter of Murong Fu targeting them had not been investigated yet. The 4 of them did not participate in the unique nightlife of the Hidden Demon area. Instead, they returned to their rooms to rest. Su Yin was lying on the bed. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. The spiritual chi here was thinner than in the Spirit Palace. In addition, there were no spirit stones. Even if he cultivated, he was afraid that he would not make much progress in one night. Therefore, Su Yin simply did not cultivate. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling and thought about all the things that had happened during this period. Although he said that he was thinking about all the things that had happened during this period of time, because he was in the Hidden Demon area, he thought most of the things that had happened in the Hidden Demon area. Thinking of the Hidden Demon area, Su Yin naturally thought of Buttface. I wonder how this guy is doing now. Has his strength improved? Su Yin muttered to himself and smiled. Let's see. Tomorrow, there will be some time to look for him. If possible, when the time comes, I will bring him back to the Monster Palace. That will be one more helper. Since the trip to the Blood Demon Cave, Su Yin deeply understood the importance of a friend. After all, a person's ability was limited. Su Yin thought that it had been a long time since he had a good rest. He wanted to take advantage of tonight to have a good sleep. It was a pity that he had been cultivating all this time. Even if he really wanted to sleep now, how could he sleep? He tossed and turned on the bed, and the image of spirit stones kept surging into his mind. After all, what Su Yin lacked the most now was spirit stones. Spirit stones, spirit stones. Where exactly am I going to find spirit stones? Su Yin said with a wry smile. Suddenly, the scene of the Spirit Stone Mountain today appeared in his mind. If I can find a spirit stone mine that allows me to cultivate, then breaking through to the 9-star celestial phase stage is just around the corner. Su Yin thought, and a bright light emitted from his eyes. His heart was filled with desire for spirit stones. This desire continued to surge, and Su Yin was simply unable to calm down. No, I have to go to the Spirit Stone Mountain. Su Yin thought, and suddenly jumped up from the bed. Without saying anything, he opened the door and left the tavern, running in the direction of the Spirit Stone Mountain. The Spirit Stone Mountain was located at the very edge of the Hidden Devil region. This place was originally desolate and uninhabited. Coming here during the day, it was somewhat gloomy. At night, the cold wind whistled, causing the Spirit Stone Mountain to be shrouded in a deep and serene smell. When Su Yin arrived here, he didn't think too much. Now that he saw that there was no one around, he couldn't help but think of what Makariu I said during the day that the Spirit Stone Mountain was haunted. Thinking about it, Su Yin couldn't help but frown. Regarding the matter of ghosts, Su Yin naturally didn't believe it. Su Yin was now worried about whether or not there would be any strange things on the Spirit Stone Mountain. After all, this was the Great Thousand World, and there were all kinds of strange things. Haunted. When Su Yin thought of the haunted matter, he became more interested. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he said, "If there were no ghosts here, I would be a little worried. Now, I want to see what is on the Spirit Stone Mountain." Chapter 306. The Spiritual Stone Mountain had always been barren. Tonight, the sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it would rain at any time. A dark fog shrouded the entire Spiritual Stone Mountain, making the already gloomy Spiritual Stone Mountain even more terrifying. A cold wind blew, shaking the grass and trees on the mountain. Under the faint moonlight, it was even more frightening. A whoa! At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded from the top of the mountain. Su Yin was shocked, and his brows furrowed into a black line. Although Su Yin did not believe that this place was haunted, he was certain that there was something fishy about this Spirit Stone Mountain. Otherwise, the spirit or mine on the Spirit Stone Mountain would have attracted countless martialists to fight over it. It would not be that no one cared about it until now. A whoop! A whoa! At this moment, that roar sounded from the top of the mountain again. This roar was sometimes sharp and sometimes low, like a ghost howl. Could it be that the mountain is really haunted? Hearing this roar, Su Yin could not help but feel a little suspicious. After all, Su Yin was alone in the spiritual stone mountain. In the middle of the night, with the cold wind blowing, it was really a little scary. Show! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Su Yin. Who is it? Su Yin's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and he shouted in a low voice. Ha ha! Ha ha! As Su Yin roared, a high-pitched laughter suddenly sounded in front of him. Then, a black shadow continuously flashed in front of Su Yin. Su Yin's eyes flashed, and his expression became increasingly cold. Looking at the flashing black shadow, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and did not have the slightest intention of retreating. In fact, when Makaryu Ice asked him to leave the mountain today, Su Yin was somewhat unwilling. After all, the spiritual stone mine was too tempting for Su Yin at this moment. Furthermore, Su Yin did not believe in ghosts at all. Even if this mountain is really haunted today, I still want to find out. Su Yin looked at the constantly flashing black shadow in front of him. His eyes flashed, and the cultivation method in his body suddenly surged up. A burst of bright light burst out from his body, and a frosty color shrouded Su Yin's body. At the same time, Su Yin spun the ghost howl sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. Instantly, a series of shrill ghost howls erupted. The ghost howl sword was called the ghost howl sword because of its special characteristics. When it was activated, it would emit bursts of ghostly howls. The moment Su Yin spun the ghost howl sword, a ghostly howl erupted from the ghost howl sword. Following that, a black gas burst out from it. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black figure flashed again. Today, I'll see if you're a real ghost or not. Su Yin's pupils constricted abruptly as he sneered. Swish! He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and his figure was like a bolt of lightning as he stepped on the sword dragon and charged straight up. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yin suddenly hit the constantly flashing black figure. Ah! The black figure let out a low cry and immediately disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Su Yin looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. Could it be that this place is really haunted? However, the moment this thought appeared, it was quickly rejected by Su Yin. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. It doesn't matter if you're really haunted or not. I'm going to break into this spirit stone mountain of yours. Humph! Su Yin said in a low voice to boost his courage. Although he did not believe in ghosts, Su Yin would definitely be lying if he said that he was not afraid of such a strange phenomenon. However, the fear in his heart was insignificant compared to Su Yin's knowledge of the Spirit Stone Mountain and Spirit Stone Mine and the secrets that existed within it. Su Yin followed in as he slowly circulated his cultivation method. He did not dare to be careless as he cautiously observed his surroundings and walked forward step by step. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The reason Su Yin came to the Spirit Stone Mountain today was not only for the Spirit Stone Mine, but also because of his curiosity. He was curious about ghosts and wanted to explore the secrets of this Spirit Stone Mountain. He wanted to unravel the truth of the haunted place. Of course, other than his curiosity, the most important thing was that the Spirit Stone Mine caused the death of the Spirit Stone Mine. Su Yin was on guard against the dangers that could appear at any time as he constantly searched for traces of the Spirit Stone Mine. Unfortunately, along the way, other than the strange phenomenon that appeared just now, the entire mountain returned to its calm state and there was no sound coming out. However, even so, Su Yin could still feel the gloomy presence here and did not dare to relax in the slightest. Rumble! At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky accompanied by a loud bang. Suddenly, a torrential downpour followed, causing the oppressive atmosphere to become even more oppressive. The heavy rain fell on Su Yin's mystical ice-cold shield and was blocked by it. However, it did not cause any inconvenience to Su Yin. Looking at the blurring area in front of him, Su Yin could not help but frown. This heavy rain did not come earlier or later, But it did not come at this moment. Although the heavy rain would not soak Su Yan's clothes, it would bring some obstruction to Su Yan's senses and weaken his inspection of the surroundings. Other than the strange phenomenon just now, this place is peaceful. Su Yan leaped and walked deeper into the forest. However, that strange phenomenon didn't appear again. Apart from the fact that there wasn't any strange phenomenon, Su Yan also did not find Spirit Stone Mine. Am I still going to return empty-handed? Su Yan had unknowingly arrived at the place where he had been during the day. However, there was not the slightest harvest. This made Su Yan somewhat unwilling. His eyes turned and wanted to continue to walk forward. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang sounded. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy erupted. The bloody light shot straight up into the sky, emitting a burst of bright light, illuminating the entire Spirit Stone Mountain as if it was daytime. Su Yan was shocked. When he saw the scene in front of him, his whole face twisted together. His mouth was wide open, and he was shocked beyond words. The moment the light flickered, even the heavy rain that was falling from the sky seemed to be about to stop as it kept sliding outwards. This heavy rain did not stop, but was forced to change direction by a huge force. Su Yan quickly thought of the result of this strange phenomenon. In fact, this phenomenon was not difficult to explain. Just like the mysterious ice-cold shield on Su Yan's body, it could also block the rain and prevent it from falling on his body. However, it was because of this that Su Yan was shocked. What kind of force could block so much rain? Su Yan was shocked in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, "Not good." The cultivation method in his body was quickly activated and his body swept back. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the rain that had been blocked condensed together, turning into a pillar of water that shot toward Su Yan. It was so fast that Su Yan was unable to dodge in time, and he was hit by it. His body was sent flying back hundreds of meters. Although he was not injured, his body rolled in the grass and trees, looking a little embarrassed. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about this. His eyes turned, and he muttered to himself, "What is going on? How can there be such a powerful force? If it was someone else, they would have already run down the mountain." However, Su Yan did not. Instead, he held his breath and moved forward again. However, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He moved slowly, afraid that he would make some noise and alert the force just now. At this moment, suddenly, a horse's neigh was heard. Rumble. The moment this sound fell, the spiritual stone mountain suddenly shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Su Yan felt a strong earthquake and frowned. There was a trace of retreat in his heart, but he was also a little unwilling. He bent down and took a step forward. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thousands of horses were galloping, constantly neighing, and constantly attacking the spiritual stone mountain. There were many warriors on the backs of the horses, holding various weapons in their hands, and countless blood burst out. In a short while, the ground was covered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. It was not enough to describe this scene as tragic. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even with his experience, he had never encountered such a fierce battle. Is this really a haunted house? Su Yan thought about what Makariu I said during the day, and suddenly frowned. His heart was also a little shaken, especially when he saw the powerful explosion of energy. Su Yan also felt a sense of retreat in his heart. After all, he had experienced death once. Su Yan knew that the most important thing was to stay alive. He did not want to lose his life here because of the spiritual stone and his curiosity. Boy, after seeing the game between the two of us, do you still think you have a chance to escape? Just as Su Yan was about to retreat, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly rang out. Who is it? Su Yan was shocked. He shouted in a stern voice to hide the fear in his heart. Ha ha, ha. After Su Yan's shout, another laughter was heard. This voice suddenly came from the left, and then from the right, as if it surrounded the entire spiritual stone mountain. Who the hell is it? Su Yan heard the laughter and felt like he was being played. Anger surged in his chest, and he coldly shouted, "Who the hell is it? Why don't you dare to come out? Why are you pretending to be a ghost here?" Pretending to be a ghost. Hearing Su Yan's words, the voice was obviously a little sarcastic. He sneered, and then, as if he was asking someone, said, "Medicine King, do you think we're ghosts now?" "Ghosts." The one called Medicine King laughed and said, "We have been dead for thousands of years. Naturally, we're ghosts. Are we still human?" "Ghosts. Ha, yes, we're ghosts." Chapter 307. When Su Yan heard that these people were ignoring him, his face became more and more gloomy. At the same time, a burst of anger surged. Under this anger, the fear from before was suppressed, because Su Yan knew that since he had come to this point, it was impossible for him to retreat even if he wanted to. He could only fight. 1, 2, 3. Su Yan was angry, but he did not lose his calm. Instead, he listened to the different voices and distinguished how many people were here. 3. Su Yan quickly calculated that there were 3 people hiding around him. 3? Su Yan sneered. The great sun-colored glaze, sword scripture in his body slowly circulated. The blood dragon pupil also shrank as he cautiously looked around, observing the surrounding movements. Sigh. "Ninth uncle, how many years have you not dared to come here at night? I didn't expect that a mere sky phase stage cultivator would dare to come here today." The Medicine King sighed slightly. His words were filled with disdain for Su Yan's strength. "Ha!" The one called Ninth Uncle laughed loudly and said, "Sky phase stage is sky phase stage. It saves the 3 of us from taking action. Don't you think so, Black Devil? And I think it's not bad. It just so happens that we've been playing for thousands of years without a clear victor. Today, such a person just happened to appear. Let him join. Perhaps our game will have an unexpected result." The 3 of them talked and did not put Su Yan in their eyes at all. It was obvious that they did not care about Su Yan's strength of the sky phase stage. Their words were also filled with disdain for Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care about this. Suppressing the anger in his heart, his expression became more and more cold. He narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly separated 3 different voices. "Ninth Uncle, Medicine King, Black Devil," Su Yan secretly said in his heart, the corner of his mouth rising into a cold smile. "Then let him join and play now." "Ninth Uncle." When the voice rang out again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly turned and gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His body suddenly moved like a bolt of lightning. With a shout, he attacked in a certain direction. "What?" The voice that spoke just now suddenly trembled, and it no longer had the disdain from before. Instead, it turned into astonishment. "You? How did you know that I was hiding here? How is that possible? You are only at the celestial phenomenon stage. How can you detect my existence?" "Ninth Uncle." Su Yan ignored his words and smiled coldly. The cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved quickly. The ghost howl, sword in his hand, turned and directly attacked in the direction of Uncle Gio. Wherever the ghost howl, sword passed, a thick black fog suddenly burst out. At the same time, a series of ghostly howls erupted. Wail of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan used his sword technique as soon as he made his move. He was very clear that the strength of these 3 people was probably beyond his imagination, so Su Yan didn't dare to let his guard down at all. As soon as the wail of 10,000 ghosts came out, ghost howls rang out again and again. A huge ghost head ferociously pounced in the direction of Uncle Gio. "Oomph." A mere celestial phenomenon stage, cultivator dares to clamor in front of this sovereign. "You're courting death." The person called Uncle Gio was obviously angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the shadow on his body. What a powerful force! Seeing the power of the shadow in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank together, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan felt the aura of death surging over. "Uncle Gio, isn't it just a celestial phenomenon stage, kid? Why are you so angry?" Just as Su Yan felt that he was about to die again, the Medicine King suddenly opened his mouth and said, with a wave of his hand, he dissolved the powerful force. Bang! However, even so, Su Yan's body was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. His body churned, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell are these people? How can they be so powerful? Su Yan was shocked. He patted his storage bag and took out a pill and swallowed it. His eyes were fixed on this side. At this time, 3 more shadows appeared in front of Su Yan. Remnant's soul body. When Su Yan saw the shadow, he immediately recognized that it wasn't a person, but the body of a remnant soul. Hey kid, not bad. You actually know that we're dead. When Black Devil heard Su Yan mention the body of a remnant soul, a sneer appeared on his slightly aged face. The Medicine King looked at Su Yan and laughed. Brat, not bad. You actually dare to attack Uncle Gio. The person who was called Uncle Gio looked at Su Yan with a face full of anger and shouted, Brat, a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to attack me. You're courting death. You're courting death. Su Yan's body suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He knew very well that facing these 3 people, he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. Damn it, Su Yan cursed in his heart. Looking at the strand of energy surging from the 3 of them, he knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. He might as well suppress the fear in his heart and stand up. Humph, you keep saying that you're in the celestial phenomenon stage, but do you know that I'm only in my early 20s? As Su Yan spoke, his pupils suddenly turned, and a ray of light surged out. He looked at the 3 of them and shouted, All of you are old monsters who have lived for thousands of years, yet you dare to attack a child like me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? What? When the 3 of them heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Especially when they saw the light surging in Su Yan's eyes, they all felt a wave of astonishment. The Medicine King coldly snorted and shouted at Su Yan, Brat, do you know? Just based on your words, we can kill you. Kill me. When Su Yan heard his words, he suddenly laughed out loud. I know you have the ability to kill me, but don't you feel ashamed? When these words were spoken, the Medicine King's old face couldn't help but turn red. He then nodded and said, Not bad, not bad. Brat, to have such wisdom at such a young age, you are indeed a promising talent. So what if he's a promising talent? When the Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, he looked at Su Yan and said with disdain, In all these years, we have seen many talents that are much higher than this brat, but we are still not satisfied. Right now, this brat is only in the celestial phenomenon stage. What is there to create? Uncle Gio also coldly snorted and said, Yes, this brat dares to attack me. I will destroy him now. As he spoke, Uncle Gio was about to make a move. However, he was stopped by the Medicine King. Hey, Uncle Gio, why are you always so impulsive? Didn't we agree to let this brat participate in our game and see if he will bring us a surprise? When Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's words, his gloomy face immediately surged with a smile. Haha, that's good. It is indeed so. For so many years, no one has come here. If we kill this brat, it would be a pity. The Black Devil also nodded and said, That's right, that's right. Let this brat join our game. The Medicine King nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged towards Su Yan's body. Before Su Yan could react, his entire body suddenly leaped up. In an instant, his body flew hundreds of meters away. When he opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the battlefield where 10,000 horses were galloping. A burst of horse neighs exploded in Su Yan's ears like thunder. Uproar. At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. A warrior riding a tall horse wielded a large saber in his hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. F***CK. When Su Yan saw this, he could not help but curse. As his blood dragon eyes turned, his body suddenly leaped up and narrowly avoided that person's attack. The moment Su Yan dodged, a loud sound was heard. The warrior who attacked Su Yan was directly cut down by another person. Blood spurted out. Su Yan could not dodge in time and was directly sprayed. A fishy smell came out. Su Yan did not have time to feel disgusted. Another person attacked him. The strength of the attack was so great that it slid through the void, creating bursts of whistling sounds. Suyin did not dare to be negligent. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he joined the battlefield. Black Devil looked at Suyin on the battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the Medicine King, "Medicine King, this kid is only at the Sky Phase stage. Do you think he can really surprise us?" The Medicine King shook his head and smiled. "No matter what, we've been fighting for so long. Since it's still early, let's play." As the Medicine King spoke, he looked at the scene on the battlefield and sneered. He suddenly jumped up and laughed. "Ninth Uncle, your warriors today seem to be a little weak." "Weak?" Ninth Uncle sneered when he heard the Medicine King's words. He jumped up and waved his hand. Suddenly, another group of warriors surged out of the battlefield and charged into the crowd. The Medicine King was shocked when he saw this scene. Then he laughed. "Ha ha, Ninth Uncle, I didn't expect you to have trick up your sleeve. Not bad, not bad. However, we've been fighting for so long. Do you think I don't have a backup plan?" As he spoke, the Medicine King also waved his hand, and many more warriors appeared on the battlefield. Black Devil saw that both of them had increased their forces and was not willing to be outdone. He sneered. "Hey, both of you have increased your forces. Do you want me, Black Devil, to watch you fight?" Black Devil said and waved his hand. Another group of people appeared on the battlefield. Suyin was trapped in a black mass. What the hell is going on? Suyin resisted the warriors who swung their swords at him from time to time. At the same time, his mind was racing as he thought about the strange phenomenon in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how Suyin thought about it, he could not understand what was going on. Could it really be a ghost? Suyin frowned, but he quickly dispelled the thought in his heart. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Chapter 308. Suyin looked at his arm that had been cut open. Anger suddenly surged in his eyes. He shouted coldly. His body suddenly started to circulate rapidly, and a powerful force erupted from his body. Bang! Then he grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, and his body spun like a top. The Ghost Howl sword swept horizontally, and a powerful force burst out. Bang! Bang! A series of loud sounds rang out, and the surrounding warriors were suddenly sent flying by Suyin. Countless amounts of blood gushed out and directly covered Suyin's body. Fresh clothes, angry horse, drinking blood, chopping off heads. Suyin was now surrounded by all kinds of warriors, and his killing intent was aroused. He shouted angrily, and the blood dragon pupil burst out a burst of bright light. He stood on the sword dragon and rushed in the battlefield to kill. After a while of fighting, Suyin understood a little. Although the warriors here were all wearing the same clothes, they were clearly divided into three forces. Three forces. Could it be that they belonged to those three old ghosts? Suyin's eyes abruptly shrunk as he thought of this. Soon after, he saw that these people were still unceasingly rushing over. Ignoring them, he coldly shouted, "I don't care what you are up to today, just kill them all." Suyin's eyes flickered as he lifted the Ghost Howl sword and stood in midair. He was like a Grim Reaper as he continued to kill the surrounding warriors. This scene lasted for more than half an hour. However, on the battlefield, the number of warriors not only did not decrease, but also increased. These warriors didn't seem to be afraid of death, and constantly rushed over, completely ignoring the Ghost Howl sword in Suyin's hand. Why can't I kill them all? Suyin looked at the warriors who were constantly rushing over, and slightly frowned. He just saw that these warriors were not only attacking him, but also killing each other. Suyin wanted to take advantage of this situation and directly destroy them. However, it was clear that Suyin was overthinking things. There was simply no end to these warriors. Moreover, these warriors did not appear to be tired at all. It was as though they did not fear death as they kept piling up. On the contrary, after such a long battle, Suyin's spiritual power was becoming more and more depleted. He was constantly gasping for breath, and it was obvious that his physical strength had been overdrawn. If this goes on, I'm afraid, even if I don't die under these people's knives, I'll die from exhaustion. Suyin thought about it, and immediately realized that this method was not feasible. No, I have to think of a way to deal with this. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose my life here today. Suyin was now thinking about how to get out of here. He had neglected the 3 old ghosts. After all, no matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. As Su Yin resisted the attacks, his mind raced. Soon, Su Yin found the crux of the problem. Those 3 old fogies are clearly just remnant souls. Although I don't know why they are here, it is clear that they're already dead. A dead person, a dead person. Su Yin muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Those 3 old ghosts are just dead people. Then where did these warriors come from? Could it be that it's just an illusion? As Su Yin thought about it, his entire body suddenly froze. At the same time, he reached out to touch the blood on his body and the wound on his arm. Illusion, illusion. Su Yin's mind slowly calmed down. Suddenly, he pinched his wound. Suddenly, a huge pain surged up. This caused Su Yin to be extremely surprised. It hurts. Could it be that it's not an illusion? However, if it's not an illusion, then where did these people come from? The more Su Yin thought about it, the tighter his brows became. I didn't expect this brat to be able to hold on for so long at the celestial phenomenon stage. We have underestimated his strength. Black Devil looked at Su Yin and faintly smiled. Just based on this perseverance, I think this brat can be considered a powerhouse in the same realm. When a Medicine King heard his words, he looked at Uncle Geo and said, "Don't forget, this brat just discovered Uncle Geo and even dared to attack him." When Uncle Geo heard the Medicine King's words, his expression became more and more gloomy. He then looked at Su Yin and coldly smiled. "Medicine King, from your tone, it seems that you are quite impressed with this brat." Impressed? The Medicine King narrowed his eyes and looked at Suya on the battlefield. He nodded in satisfaction. There is indeed some appreciation. However, he still doesn't have the qualifications to enter my eyes, unless he can really break the gambling formation between us. As the King of Medicine spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a ray of light surged out. With a thought, another group of warriors appeared on the battlefield. As soon as the strength of these warriors appeared, their aura immediately suppressed the warriors that had just appeared. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, they became much stronger. Seeing this, Black Devil coldly smiled. "Medicine King, good plan. Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the 2 of us? Don't even think about it." As soon as his words fell, he also moved his mind. Bang on the battlefield. Another group of warriors appeared on the ground. Uncle Geo wasn't willing to be outdone. He coldly smiled. "Medicine King, if you want to test this person, then I will lend you a hand," Uncle Geo said and coldly shouted. Suddenly, many warriors in black clothes appeared on the battlefield. Each of them was strong and robust. The moment they appeared, the entire battlefield suddenly surged with a thick smell of gunpowder. Bang! As soon as the 3 forces appeared, they immediately twisted and killed each other. Of course, Su Yin wasn't any better off in the midst of the 3 forces. One must know that Su Yin didn't belong to any of the forces. Regardless of which force saw Su Yin, they would fiercely attack him. They didn't give Su Yin any chance to breathe. What the hell is going on? Although Su Yin was very angry, he was even more surprised in his heart. He couldn't understand what was going on in front of him. Just now, he was secretly happy that the number of people was slowly decreasing. In that case, he would have a chance to get out. Who would have thought that so many people would suddenly appear? Moreover, Su Yin could feel that the strength of these people was clearly much stronger than those people from before. Not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of strength. If the strength of the group of people from before was limited to the Saint Vane realm, then the people who appeared this time were all at the Sky Phase realm. Some even surpassed the Sky Phase realm and reached the Spirit Sea realm. Su Yan's resistance also became more and more powerless. The wounds on his body were also increasing rapidly, and blood was constantly flowing out from all over his body. Looking at the wounds on his body, Su Yan's chest also surged with a raging anger. However, Su Yan's reason told him that he had to remain calm. "Calm down, I have to stay calm." Su Yin kept comforting himself in his heart because he was very clear about the current situation. No matter how angry he was, no matter how hard he tried, it was almost impossible to kill his way out of here. I have to find a way. While Su Yin was fending off the continuous attacks of these cultivators, He carefully thought about the scene that was happening in front of him. Although this Spirit Stone Mountain is said to be a barren mountain, no matter what, it is still within the territory of the Hidden Demon region. Moreover, the forces of the Hidden Demon region are all controlled by the Monster Palace. If so many warriors appeared here, the Monster Palace, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Black Ghost Cave would definitely know. After all, the number of warriors that appeared here had long surpassed that of any sect. It could even be said that if these forces were to be combined, they would probably be even stronger than the current Monster Palace. Such powerful forces suddenly appeared here, and this was a territory under the jurisdiction of the Monster Palace. It was absolutely impossible for them not to notice. In that case, there is only one explanation. These warriors don't exist at all. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. However, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged over. Spirit Sea Realm. Su Yan's body trembled. He was about to resist, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The Spirit Sea Realm warrior's palm flew over, and a majestic force surged out. Bang! Before Su Yan had time to react, Su Yan felt a huge pain all over his body, and his whole body was sent flying with a bang. Su Yan suddenly fell into the crowd. Innumerable martial artists swarmed forward, directly burying Su Yan among them. King of Medicine, it seems that this kid is going to die. I'm afraid we can't determine the winner of this game. Uncle Gio saw Su Yan being drowned by many warriors, and the corner of his mouth rose into a sneer. Sigh. The old man called King of Medicine saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at Uncle Gio, who had a proud face, and snorted, Uncle Gio, if we can't determine the winner of this game, what good will it do you? Do you have a way to get out of here? Ha ha. Uncle Gio heard King of Medicine's words and suddenly laughed. King of Medicine, my Uncle Gio didn't intend to get out of here. Humph. The Medicine King gave an exasperated snort and was about to say something else. But before he opened his mouth to speak, Black Devil beside him sighed helplessly. Okay, the two of you, stop arguing. He stood between the two of them, looking at the two of them staring at each other. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. The three of us have been arguing for thousands of years. After being trapped here together for so long, what grievances can't we see through? What's there to argue about? Hearing Black Devil's words, King of Medicine and Uncle Gio's eyes dimmed. Looking at Su Yan on the battlefield, he smiled bitterly. It's a pity that this person can't break the game between us, otherwise, sigh. Chapter 309. When Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's sigh, he no longer had the anger he had when arguing with the Medicine King. Instead, he looked at the cultivators who were constantly fighting on the battlefield and said helplessly, Sigh, the three of us have been competing here for thousands of years, but we can't decide the victor every time. Now that the spirit stones in the spirit mine are getting scarcer and scarcer, how long do you think the three of you can hold on? Sigh, I'm afraid that if we can't solve this situation in another 10 years, the three of us will completely die here. Black Devil looked at the battlefield that was still fighting and smiled bitterly. Back then, in order to attract more people here, we specially opened these spirit mines to attract those people. But so many people came, and no one was able to solve this situation. Instead, they took away a lot of spirit stones during the day. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Uncle Gio said angrily, but his eyes were filled with helplessness. When the Medicine King heard the words of the two, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Sigh. That's right. Just now, I thought that this brat would give me some surprises, but I didn't expect. Medicine King, I think you are old and confused. That brat is only at the celestial phenomenon stage. What hope do you have? Before the Medicine King could finish his words, Uncle Gio said sarcastically. Black Devil couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's right. After so many years, how many people stronger than this brat have come? In the end, didn't they all die here? He's just at the celestial phenomenon stage. What surprises can he give us? The Medicine King wanted to quibble, but when he saw Su Yan's figure disappear, he sighed helplessly. The three of them looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After watching for a while, they felt bored and were about to leave. Asterisk, oh whoa. Asterisk suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the battlefield. This is when the three of them heard this sound, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly stopped and cast their gazes towards the battlefield. A ray of golden light finally soared into the sky from the battlefield. Asterisk oh woo. Asterisk with the dragon's roar. All the cultivators were pushed away. The Medicine King and the other two looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes immediately revealed a look of shock. Their mouths opened wider than anything else. What? What is going on? The three of them stared at the scene before them in astonishment. For a moment, they were unable to recover from their shock. And when they saw the place where the golden light was flashing, the King of Medicine's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he shouted, "It's him! It's that brat!" What? When Uncle Geo and the Black Demon heard Yao Wang's words, their bodies shook. Then, they looked at the place where the golden light was flashing. It was where Su Yin was just now. Their pupils shrank abruptly. That kid actually didn't die. How is this possible? That brat only has the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he not die? All three of them were astonished. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at this moment, there was a loud bang. As the golden light flashed, a dragon's roar surged. At the place where Su Yin had landed, a golden dragon leaped up. The dragon soared into the sky, and its bell-like eyes suddenly shrank and burst out with a ray of blood-red light. This dragon was none other than the dragon form that Su Yin had transformed into with the last trace of spiritual energy in his body. Illusion? This must be an illusion. Su Yin raised his head and looked at the cultivators in front of him. With a roar, his body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped past them. His pair of giant eyes constantly flashed with blood-red light. Illusion, illusion. Su Yin muttered in his heart as he constantly circled around the battlefield. Asterisk swish, swish, asterisk under the circling of Su Yan's dragon body. The cultivators on the battlefield disappeared one by one like lightning. What the hell is going on? When the Medicine King and the other two saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the disappearing cultivators, the Medicine King's face suddenly surged with excitement. He said excitedly, I understand. This brat must have found a way to break through our game. He succeeded. As the Medicine King spoke, his body began to tremble in excitement. How is this possible? How could he succeed? How could he? When Uncle Geo saw all of this, his face was filled with astonishment. He simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to solve this game that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw the scene in front of him, he also frowned. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. After all, Su Yan's strength was too weak in their eyes. They simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to break through the formation that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw all of this and looked at Su Yan's huge body, his brows turned and revealed a gloomy smile. He muttered in his heart, although this formation has been broken now, if I want to get out of here, I must find a suitable body to be reborn. A suitable body. This person has the bloodline of a dragon. He should be able to withstand my soul. As the Black Devil thought, a cold light surged in his eyes again. Then, he ignored the astonished Uncle Geo and the Medicine King. With a move of his body, he quickly turned into a black shadow and flew in the direction of Su Yan. When the Medicine King and Uncle Geo saw this scene, they were stunned at first. Then, they reacted and shouted, "Not good." Following that, the two of them did not dare to be negligent. With a move of their bodies, they hurriedly chased after the Black Devil. At this moment, Su Yan saw that all the cultivators in front of him had disappeared. His body slowly returned to human form. The light on his body also receded and he fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, he felt a powerful force surging towards him. Su Yan was shocked. Not good. I was so focused on breaking this illusion that I forgot that there were still 3 old fellows here. In a panic, Su Yan jumped up. He only gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, wanting to resist the power that was surging in front of him. However, before Su Yan could use his strength, Su Yan's pupils suddenly dilated as he felt an intense pain in his body. The pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan's eyes were wide open as he felt an intense pain in his body. This pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. The pain of his soul being torn apart caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Su Yan wanted to mutter and resist, but he could not muster the slightest bit of strength. His entire body was being exploited by this powerful force. Possession. Su Yan had personally experienced a fierce battle of possession. Naturally, he knew that someone wanted to occupy his body. He wanted to resist, but this force was too strong. Su Yan's soul seemed to be imprisoned and could not resist at all. Black Devil. As expected of the Black Devil. You have a good plan. The Medicine King looked at the Black Devil and shouted angrily. Uncle Gio was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Black Devil and shouted, Black Devil, you really haven't changed. For thousands of years, you've been playing the good guy every day. I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Next, Su Yan felt his body loosening up and he fell to the ground. This time, Su Yan was able to see clearly that the 3 old ghosts standing before him were the 3 old ghosts he had seen earlier. And the one who wanted to devour his soul was the Black Devil. The Black Devil saw that the other 2 followed and did not pay attention to Su Yan. Instead, he turned to look at the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. He sneered and said, Medicine King, Uncle Gio, it is not that I, the Black Devil, am insidious. It is human nature. Is this human nature? When Uncle Gio heard Black Devil's words, he sneered and said, Black Devil, we've been fighting for thousands of years. Every day, we've only been manipulating these cultivators to play games. Today, the game array has been broken. Let me, Uncle Gio, see if you've regressed in these thousands of years. Haha, do you think I am afraid of you? The Black Devil sneered and suddenly jumped up. Uncle Gio was not slow either. He jumped up, and at the same time, a strange force erupted from their bodies and attacked each other. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with this force. It was the force of the soul. When the Medicine King saw the 2 of them fighting, he frowned and looked at Su Yan on the ground. He rolled his eyes and sent a surge of energy towards Su Yan. Su Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. Asterisk Pong. Asterisk at this time, 2 forces attacked the Medicine King at the same time. It was the Black Devil and Uncle Gio. Medicine King, I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Humph, Medicine King, you still have the face to say that. You're also borrowing this boy's body to be reborn. The Black Devil and Uncle Gio looked at the Medicine King and snorted at the same time. The Medicine King smiled and said, Do you think I am like the 2 of you? I just want to use this boy's body to get out of here. Do you think we will believe you? The Black Devil and Uncle Gio sneered, obviously not believing the Medicine King's words. When Su Yan heard their words, it could be said that he came from the clouds and left in a fog. He did not understand the meaning of their words at all. He did not understand, but the Black Devil, Uncle Gio, and the Medicine King were clear. Today, the game formation that had trapped them for thousands of years was broken. It was equivalent to them being able to leave here and obtain a chance to be reborn. They knew how powerful their souls were, so it was very difficult to find a body that could bear their soul force. Su Yan's body contained the dragon bloodline. It was a powerful soul that could bear their souls. The 3 of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Of course, because there was only one Su Yan, only one of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Rebirth. They had been imprisoned here for thousands of years and longed for rebirth all the time. Now a great opportunity was in front of them. How could they believe that the Medicine King only wanted to use Su Yan's body to leave here? After all, if they just wanted to leave here, they might not be able to find a suitable body for their rebirth even after hundreds of years. Even if they found a body that could bear their soul force, that person would definitely be powerful. It was unknown whether they could succeed in seizing the body. Su Yan, who was in front of them, only had the strength of the celestial phase realm and the dragon bloodline in his body. It was enough to bear their soul force. Chapter 3:10. Yao Wang, don't pretend to be a saint here. You should know that the reason why the three of us fell here and are trapped in this damn place is because of you, Yao. Uncle Joe pointed at Yao and clenched his fists tightly. Blue veins appeared on his weathered face. Obviously, he was very angry at the thought of them being trapped here for so long. When Yao heard his words, he sneered and said, "The culprit is me? Don't you think it's funny? If it weren't for Uncle Joe's greed and wanting to seize the elixir I refined, the three of us wouldn't be imprisoned here." When Black Devil heard their words, he sneered and said, "Things have come to this. We have been fighting here for thousands of years. There is no need to bring up the past. Let's settle the matter at hand. No matter what happens today, I will take this boy's body." Black Devil snorted and his pupils suddenly contracted. A bright light surged in his eyes and a ruthless look flashed across his face. As he spoke, he leaped up, and at the same time, a burst of power erupted and swept directly towards Su Yan. "Black Devil, don't say anything nice here. If it weren't for your appearance thousands of years ago, I would have gotten the divine elixir pill and not be trapped here." When Uncle Joe heard Black Devil's words, he snorted and leaped to attack Black Devil. When Yao saw this, he frowned and glanced at Su Yan. He secretly said, "It seems that we can't escape today's battle. Shameless people will always be shameless people. They usually say nice things, but when they have the chance to get out, they will still turn against each other." As the Medicine King thought about it, he snorted and joined the battle as well. Not only were the three of them fighting, but they also didn't give each other the slightest advantage in their words. The grudges of thousands of years were brought up one by one, and the battle between the three of them. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yan originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Su Yan was seriously injured. The last trace of spiritual power in his body was exhausted because of the illusion technique just now. Not to mention, there were three powerhouses staring at him. He couldn't find a chance to escape. Since there was no chance to escape, Su Yan decided not to run. He sat down and began circulating his cultivation technique. As he healed the wounds on his body, he also paid attention to the battle between the three of them. Hearing their words, Su Yan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Especially when he heard the arrogant words of the three, Su Yan was even more astonished. He thought to himself, "The strength of the three has reached such a level. Who exactly has the ability to imprison them here?" While Su Yan was shocked, he could not help but think highly of the three of them. After all, if what the three of them said was true, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest people in the 5 counties when they were alive. Of course, under the shock, Su Yan also realized the danger he was facing now. After all, the stronger the three of them were when they were alive, the stronger their soul power was. And if the battle between the three of them ended, what awaited him next was death. "No, I have to take advantage of the time when they are fighting to recover my strength as soon as possible and then leave here." Su Yan thought to himself and hurriedly circulated the sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. While healing his wounds, he also recovered the exhausted spiritual power in his body. It was a pity that although this Spirit Stone Mountain was a Spirit Stone Mountain, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Even though Su Yan absorbed the spiritual energy at an extremely fast speed, at this moment, the recovery of his injuries was like a snail crawling. It was extremely slow. Even so, there was nothing Su Yan could do. He could only choose to continue cultivating. It would be great if a spirit mine could appear now. Su Yan sighed helplessly. At this moment, suddenly, not far in front of Su Yan, a bright light flashed. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Su Yan hurriedly took a step forward and touched the shiny object. His whole body immediately trembled with excitement. "Spirit mine, that's right, this is a spirit mine." Su Yan couldn't help but shout out in excitement. After shouting out, Su Yan immediately regretted. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the 3 people who were still fighting in midair. Seeing that they were not paying attention to him, he calmed down and touched the spirit mine. Su Yan also didn't care about anything else. He directly sat down and started to circulate the great sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body and began to cultivate. Although Su Yin didn't know how many spirit stones were in this spirit mine, Su Yin didn't care at all. He just focused on cultivating quickly. With this spirit mine, his cultivation speed was hundreds of times faster than before. The spirit stones in the spirit mine emitted streams of spirit qi, which continuously flowed into Su Yan's body. As the streams of warm current flowed through him, it brought a comfortable feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Of course, there were different sizes of spirit mines. However, the spirit mine that Su Yan was in now was obviously a big one. If it was developed, at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones could be mined. Hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Su Yan couldn't believe how huge this number was. He never thought that he would accidentally stumble into such a huge benefit today. The joy and excitement in his heart couldn't be expressed with words. This feeling of suddenly going from a pauper to a billionaire was simply indescribable. He was excited, and even a little crazy. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't lose himself because of this. He still knew that being a billionaire meant that he had to successfully survive this calamity. Su Yan didn't forget about the three mysterious old men. Looking at the three of them still fighting, his eyes flashed, revealing a bright light. Following that, the great sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body started to circulate again. He suppressed all the emotions in his body and only focused on absorbing the spirit qi in the spirit mine, enjoying the comfort brought by the continuous recovery of spirit qi. I wonder how long these three old fogies are going to fight. I wonder if I can use this spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage in one go. Su Yan looked at the three of them, his eyes flashing. He licked his lips and once again circulated his cultivation technique, quickly absorbing the spirit qi here. Borrowing the spirit stones here, Su Yan had already recovered to his peak state. However, he really couldn't bear to leave just like that. After all, so many spirit stones were a fatal temptation to every martial warriors, and Su Yan was no exception. After recovering his strength, Su Yan wondered if he could use the spirit mine here to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. However, at this moment, the three people who were fighting in the air suddenly leaped and flew towards the spirit mine. Su Yan's eyes turned, and while he was circulating his cultivation technique, he hurriedly jumped up and avoided the three of them. The three of them were obviously bloodthirsty and didn't care about Su Yan at all. Instead, they glared at each other. Ninth Uncle, I don't think you can hold on for much longer. Black Devil looked at Ninth Uncle, who was obviously weaker than before, and panted. I can't hold on for much longer. Can the two of you still hold on? Ninth Uncle looked at the two of them with a sneer. He didn't care about this and silently chanted a chant, as if he was absorbing something. The Medicine King was even more so. He only glanced at the two of them before stepping on the spirit stone and began to absorb the spirit qi in the spirit mine. The moment the three of them stood on top, Su Yan could clearly see that the spirit qi above the spirit mine was constantly flowing away. The speed was hundreds of times faster than Su Yan's absorption of the spirit qi just now. These three are just remnant souls. How can they absorb the spirit qi? Su Yan was shocked when he saw this scene, but when he saw the speed at which they absorbed the spirit qi, he was even more stunned. If they continue at this speed, I'm afraid that in less than half a day, the spirit mine will be completely absorbed. No, I have to stop them. Although Su Yan was afraid of the strength of the three of them, he thought of the spirit mine that he had found with great difficulty. Su Yan was a little unwilling in his heart. After all, Su Yan still wanted to rely on this spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. If the three of them absorbed all of it, it would not be so easy to find so many spirit stones again. I want to stop the three of them. Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and circulated his cultivation technique. He was about to step forward to stop the three of them, but just as Su Yan was about to make a move, the spirit qi on the three of them suddenly disappeared. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Medicine King, Uncle Gio, and Black Devil were even more shocked. The three of them absorbed the spirit qi above the spirit mine, but not long after, they felt that there was no longer any spirit chi above the spirit mind. The three of them were shocked at the same time and looked down at their feet. Although the place where they were standing was still emitting a bright light, this light was not emitted by the spirit stone, but by an ordinary stone. That's right, it was an ordinary stone. In other words, the spirit stone was still the same spirit stone, but the spirit chi contained in the spirit stone had been absorbed by someone and had become an ordinary stone. What the hell is going on? Black Devil was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at the spirit mind that had turned into a waste rock, his entire body trembled because of the anger in his body. Uncle Joe was also shocked and kept shaking his head. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this spirit mind suddenly turn into a pile of waste rock? How is this possible? Only the Medicine King didn't speak, but from his ugly face, one could see the anger and doubt in his heart. The three of them had been trapped here for thousands of years and knew everything here like the back of their hands. They knew very well that the spirit mine here contained billions of spirit stones. Even if they deliberately exposed the spirit mine during the day to the warriors who came here to search for it, the spirit mine would still not be enough. However, the spirit stones that had been mined over the past thousands of years were only SOSO compared to what was left now. The spirit stones left here were enough for them to recover their strength, but now they were all gone. Chapter 311. Who is it? The Black Devil howled in rage. His voice trembled slightly as a powerful surge of energy gushed forth from him. His eyes swept over, and when he saw Su Yan's silhouette, his eyes narrowed. It's you, isn't it you? The Black Devil looked at Su Yan and muttered. Killing intent immediately gushed out from his eyes. Su Yan looked at the powerful force erupting from Black Devil and couldn't help but be shocked. He was just thinking about how to stop them from absorbing the spiritual energy here. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan understood that his meager strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of them. Looking at Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. However, looking at his angry expression, he quickly guessed the reason for his anger, which surprised Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was also very suspicious in his heart. Who exactly had absorbed all the spirit ores here? There were hundreds of millions of spiritual stones here. Even if Su Yan wanted to absorb them all, it would probably take him a year. How could it be so fast? This was what puzzled Su Yan the most. Who on earth absorbed all the spiritual energy here? Su Yan muttered to himself as he furrowed his brows. However, Black Devil completely ignored Su Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger as he stared at Su Yan. The cold light emitted from his eyes made Su Yan tremble. Not only that, but at this moment, Uncle Joe also looked at Su Yan and a powerful soul force attacked him. Su Yan had just regained his strength and recovered from his injuries. Under the influence of these two forces, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a spluttering sound. Su Yan wanted to defend, but under the power of the two, Su Yan truly realized how small he was. In front of them, he had no defense at all. He could only watch his life slowly fade away. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. These two forces were too powerful. They were so powerful that Su Yan's cultivation method condensed together and the power in his body was completely suppressed. At this time, Su Yan also understood the terror of these three people in front of him. Go to hell. Go to hell. Uncle Joe and Black Devil roared at the same time. They waved their hands, and a powerful soul force surged. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of horror. Death was always the most terrifying. Not to mention, Su Yan had experienced death, so he knew how terrifying it was. Death represented the end. With death, everything would disappear. Everything would be gone. Bang! Just as Su Yan was in despair, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw a black shadow blocking in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Medicine King. Su Yan looked at the figure in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, the Medicine King, who he didn't know, would save him. The Medicine King glanced at Su Yan but didn't say anything. Instead, He coldly looked at Uncle Geo and Black Devil. Black Devil and Uncle Geo also didn't expect that the Medicine King would help this kid. Looking at the Medicine King, Black Devil angrily shouted, "Medicine King, what do you mean by this?" Uncle Geo was even more furious. He pointed at the Medicine King and shouted, "Medicine King, this kid has absorbed all the spiritual energy here. It's the same as cutting off the three of us. You actually helped him." When the Medicine King heard their words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Uncle Geo, Black Devil, you've lived for so long. Do you think that he, a mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm, can absorb all the spiritual stones here?" What? When Uncle Geo and Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Only now did they realize that with Su Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to absorb all the spiritual stones here in such a short period of time. Other than this kid, who else could it be? Black Devil was slightly stunned. Thinking about the sudden disappearance of the spiritual energy, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He coldly snorted and said, "I don't care. If it wasn't for this kid, none of this would have happened. So, this kid will definitely die." When Uncle Geo heard Black Devil's words, he also snorted and said, "That's right. It's because of this kid that so many things happened tonight. So this kid must die." Ha ha! When the Medicine King heard their words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "It's all because of this kid. Have you ever thought that if it wasn't for this kid, I'm afraid that the three of us would continue to play here and be imprisoned here?" When Black Devil and Uncle Geo heard the Medicine King's words, their old faces couldn't help but turn red. Su Yin stood at the side, but he didn't understand what was going on. However, Su Yin didn't have the mood to think about this. He still had lingering fear when he thought about the scene just now. The terror of that power was not something he could withstand at all. Su Yin was now thinking about how to escape from here. Su Yin wanted to escape just like that, but this thought was quickly interrupted. Just as Black Devil had said, he was only an 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could he be faster than these 3 old ghosts who had existed for who knew how many years? Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Su Yin said unwillingly. At this moment, Black Devil, Uncle Geo, and the Medicine King said something and began to quarrel again. Black Devil looked at Uncle Geo sinisterly and said, "Uncle Geo, if the two of us work together and kill the Medicine King first, won't our chances of survival increase by a lot?" When Uncle Geo heard Black Devil's words, his eyes turned and he said excitedly, "That's true. Ha! The Medicine King's soul force is the strongest among the 3 of us. If we successfully devour his soul, then even if we don't have the Spirit Stones here, we should be able to survive until we leave." Hearing their words, the Medicine King's body suddenly trembled. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shameless people, don't forget that the reason you were able to survive until now was because I taught you the Spirit Chi Soul nurturing technique. Otherwise, how could the 2 of you survive until now?" So what? Uncle Geo and Black Devil sneered at the same time. They didn't take the Medicine King's words to heart. What? Hearing their words, the Medicine King couldn't help but be furious. He shouted sternly, "As expected, ungrateful people. Since that's the case, let's see how the 2 of you can defeat me today." As the Medicine King spoke, his tiger-like eyes suddenly glared. He wasn't angry, but a terrifying power erupted from his body. Seeing this, Uncle Geo and Black Devil didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly jumped to avoid the Medicine King's attack. In an instant, the 3 of them were tangled together again. But this time, it wasn't a 3-way confrontation. Instead, Uncle Geo and Black Devil were dealing with the Medicine King together. Su Yin didn't understand the grudges between the 3 of them. He didn't want to understand either. Looking at the 3 of them fighting, he licked his lips and said, "This is a good chance for me to escape." After saying that, Su Yin rode the sword dragon and was about to leave. But when he saw the Medicine King's figure, he was clearly at a disadvantage against the pincer attack of the Black Devil and Uncle Geo. Looking at him, Su Yin suddenly felt a wave of pain in his heart. Although Su Yin didn't know who the Medicine King was, the reason why Su Yin was still alive today was all thanks to the Medicine King. In other words, It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Medicine King had saved Su Yan's life. Now that the person who saved my life is in danger, I, Su, will not leave just like this. Su Yan thought. His eyes flickered as he dispelled the thought of escaping. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, his eyes emitted a wisp of light as he looked at Black Devil and Uncle Gio. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated, ready to help at any time. But before Su Yan could go forward to help, Pudong. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Facing the pincer attack of Uncle Gio and Black Devil, the Medicine King's figure slowed down and was directly sent flying by the two. The Medicine King's body directly flew in the direction of Su Yan. Ha ha, Medicine King, although you are the strongest among the three of us, you are not a match for the two of us. Uncle Gio looked at the Medicine King, who was repelled, and laughed loudly. Black Devil also sneered and said, Medicine King, be obedient and surrender, lest we attack again. Humph, don't be complacent. Without the Spirit Stones here, you won't be able to hold on for long. Since I, the Medicine King, am destined to die today, do you think I will give you the chance to devour my soul? Ah! The Medicine King laughed loudly as a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. Not good. Uncle Gio and Black Devil were shocked. They hurriedly jumped up and besieged the Medicine King. Today, even if I, the Medicine King, die here, I will take you down with me. The Medicine King sneered. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked the two. Uncle Gio and Black Devil's figures were not slow either. Humph, Medicine King, with your strength, do you think you have the chance to be a match for the two of us? Uncle Gio sneered. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from his body. Bang. Suddenly, the two collided. A burst of black fog burst out, and the powerful force swept out. Su Yan, who was standing in the distance, could not help but take a few steps back. Black Devil, what are you waiting for? Uncle Gio suddenly felt a pressure under the powerful force of the Medicine King and shouted at Black Devil. Black Devil's figure did not move an inch as he coldly looked at the two. Uncle Gio saw Black Devil's appearance and immediately reacted. He shouted emotionally, Black Devil, you despicable and shameless person, how dare you frame me? Ha ha, ha ha ha. When the Black Devil heard Uncle Gio's words, he suddenly laughed. Uncle Gio, oh Uncle Gio, I have always been despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? Now that you and the Medicine King have been seriously injured and are on your last breath, I want to see how you too will resist me. Ha ha. Chapter 312. Black Devil, I'm going to kill you. Uncle Gio roared and wanted to attack the Black Devil. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength in the fight with the Medicine King. Now he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. How could he be the Black Devil's opponent? The Black Devil waved his hand, and Uncle Gio's body suddenly retreated hundreds of steps. Black Devil, you shameless and despicable person. Uncle Gio couldn't attack and could only curse. He was also regretting it in his heart. The Medicine King looked at the agitated Uncle Gio and said with a wry smile, Uncle Gio, you brought this upon yourself. Uncle Gio was heartbroken. How could he have thought that the Black Devil would make such a move? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Ha ha, ha ha. The Black Devil completely ignored the two. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, he laughed excitedly. He looked at Uncle Gio and the Medicine King and said with a proud smile, Uncle Gio, Medicine King, if I devour your souls and use that kid's body to be reborn, will I be able to return to my peak state? The Black Devil sneered and walked step by step toward the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. Just as the Black Devil was feeling proud, a force suddenly attacked. The Black Devil frowned and turned his head. Seeing that it was Su Yan, his heart immediately surged with anger, and he shouted, A mere heaven stage kid wants to attack me? You're courting death. Black Devil snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several hundred meters away. The Medicine King and Uncle Gio were shocked when they saw this scene. The two of them never thought that Su Yan would actually save them, and that she would only rely on the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage. If it was anyone else, they would probably only care about running for their lives and would not dare to make a move. The Medicine King also realized something and hurriedly shouted to Su Yin, "Run!" Uncle Gio was stunned and hurriedly shouted to Su Yin, "Run, kid! Run quickly! Run as far as you can! Run!" When the Black Demon heard the conversation between the Medicine King and Uncle Gio, he sneered, "Medicine King, Uncle Gio, do you think that this kid can escape?" Just as Black Devil finished speaking, Su Yin slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Black Devil. His eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. A sneer appeared on his face as he pointed at Black Devil and said, "I never thought of running." Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, filled with unswerving determination. Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, and the Medicine King were stunned when they heard this. Uncle Gio and the Medicine King were both impressed by Su Yan's perseverance. However, the Black Devil was furious. A mere 8-star Heaven Phase brat actually dares to speak to this sovereign in such a manner. "You're courting death." In his fury, the Black Devil was about to attack Su Yan. However, when he thought about how he was going to use Su Yan's body to be reborn, he decided to attack Su Yan. In the end, he restrained himself and sneered, "Kid, don't be too complacent. Wait until I devour the Medicine King and Uncle Gio's souls before I devour you." "Do you think I'll give you that chance?" Su Yan sneered and attacked the Black Devil again. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand was replaced by the Buddha sword. After leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan also understood the dangers of the Jianghu and what the pagoda sword represented. Therefore, Su Yan rarely used the Buddha sword under normal circumstances. At this critical juncture, Su Yan also took out the Buddha sword. Although the Buddha sword was not a divine weapon, Su Yan knew that it had a unique suppressive effect on the soul. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to use the Buddha sword to take a gamble. When the three of them saw the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, they were stunned. "The Buddha sword? It's actually the Buddha sword. Then this kid is..." The three of them looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Success or failure depends on this move. Su Yan did not care about their expressions. He gripped the pagoda sword tightly and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the Vairocana glaze sword manual in his body surged, and the majestic spiritual chi continuously surged into the pagoda sword. Rumble! The Buddha sword emitted a dazzling light and a deafening sword cry. The moment it attacked, it was like a ferocious beast. 9 dragons seizing soul. Su Yan roared and directly attacked the Black Demon. He was using the strongest attack he could muster at the moment. In fact, Su Yan had already thought it through. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. He could not just watch his savior die here without doing anything. Death, although it was scary, Su Yan feared death more than anyone else. However, Su Yan knew that there were some things that a man had to do, even if it meant death. As Su Yan roared, the Buddha's sword, which was emitting a brilliant light, seemed to explode at that moment. It transformed into 9 different colored lights that revolved around the Buddha's sword and attacked the Black Devil. The Black Devil was shocked when he saw Su Yan's powerful attack. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment. He sneered, "I did not expect a mere 8-star realm cultivator to be able to muster such a powerful attack. Kid, you are indeed something. You are indeed worthy of being from the Buddha sword sect. But do you think it will work?" The Black Devil sneered. He thought that Su Yan was from the Buddha sword sect, but he did not know that the Buddha sword sect had already been destroyed. He waved his hand and a dense fog condensed in front of him, blocking Su Yan's attack. When the 9th Uncle and the Medicine King saw this, they glanced at the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand. The two of them looked at each other as if they had thought of something. The two of them shouted at the same time and used the last of their strength to fly toward Su Yan. The Black Devil frowned when he saw this. Then his face filled with anger as he shouted, "9th Uncle, Medicine King, what a plan the two of you have. Do you still want to increase this kid's strength? Do you think I will give you this chance?" The Black Devil roared angrily. He waved his hand and a powerful force surged. Su Yan's body suddenly flew out. The Medicine King and Ninth Uncle's bodies also swayed. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they rushed toward Su Yan. Ha ha! Medicine King, Ninth Uncle, do you think this will work? The Black Devil laughed when he saw this. The two of you only left the last of your strength. Even if you increase this kid's strength, do you think he can stop me? The Medicine King and Ninth Uncle ignored the Black Devil's words and rushed towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not help but frown when he saw the actions of the two old men. However, he quickly understood that the two old men wanted to use their last bit of strength to enlighten him and increase his strength. The Black Devil kept saying that it was useless. However, when he saw that the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle ignored him, he was shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Medicine King, Ninth Uncle, don't you want to enlighten this kid? Then I will devour you first and see how you can help this kid." The Black Devil roared and suddenly flew towards the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle. Just one more step, one more step. The King of Medicine and Uncle Joe also clenched their teeth and turned into a force that surged towards Su Yan. Su Yan looked at this scene, and his pupils suddenly shrank. It was not the first time Su Yan had received this kind of enlightenment. In the Monster Palace's ice-cold pool, Su Yan had received enlightenment from the former Palace Master of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yan knew what this enlightenment was. It was to use the last of the condensed strength to increase one's strength. The Medicine King and Ninth Uncle could be said to have no resistance now, because the last of their souls had turned into strength. If the Black Devil wanted to devour them, he would not have to waste any strength and could directly devour them. Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed tighter as he watched Ninth Uncle and the Medicine King transform into two streams of energy that surged toward him at the same time, with the Black Demon's figure following closely behind. He anxiously shouted in his heart, "Just one step, just one step." Unfortunately, the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle had just suffered heavy injuries. How could they be faster than the Black Devil? Seeing the Black Devil open his mouth wide and about to devour the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, Su Yan, Medicine King, and Ninth Uncle felt a sense of regret. Especially Su Yan, he smiled bitterly. After all, he knew very well that if the Black Devil successfully devoured the two Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, he would be next. The devoured soul would face true death. Ninth Uncle and Medicine King felt the surge of the Black Devil's power and felt regret. After all, if the two of them had not fought just now, the Black Devil would not have taken advantage of them. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything was already too late. The three of them could only watch as the powerful Black Devil attacked without any strength to fight back. Ha 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 ha! The Black Devil looked at the three of them and laughed complacently. His face was also filled with excitement because he knew very well that as long as he devoured the two Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, he would be reborn. He, the Black Devil, would once again stand at the peak. I, the Black Devil, will be reborn. Reborn! The Black Devil shouted excitedly and opened his mouth to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, however, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion and the entire ground began to tremble. This is, whether it was the Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, Medicine King, or Su Yan, they were all shocked when they saw the strange scene in front of them, especially when the Black Devil was about to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. This sudden change made his brows knit together. Looking at the trembling ground, two words came out of his teeth that were trembling because of anger. He shouted, "Who is it?" Asterisk rumble, asterisk. Chapter 313. Who the hell is it? The Black Devil looked at the trembling ground and growled angrily. The King of Medicine, Uncle Joe, and Su Yan frowned when they saw this scene. However, compared to the Black Devil's anger, the three of them were much calmer. After all, no matter what kind of danger there was underground, they all felt that it was much better than dying in the hands of a despicable villain like the Black Devil. Looking at the Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan ridiculed, Black Devil, didn't you want to devour me? Why don't you come?" The Black Devil was already angry, but when he heard Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. A mere child dares to speak such arrogant words. I'll kill you first." The Black Devil roared, his eyes suddenly emitting killing intent. He leaped and attacked Su Yin. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at this moment, the ground was directly blown up and countless stones exploded. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as flying sand and stones. The Black Devil was shocked. Asterisk awoe. Asterisk, however, before he could react, a huge flame soared into the sky. The Black Devil was shocked and wanted to retreat. At this moment, another growl was heard. The flame rushed up, and a huge fire-Chelan demon beast surged up from the ground. The huge body emerged from the ground, and with a shake, countless sand and stones flew out. Asterisk awoe. Asterisk the moment the fire-Chelan came out, it roared towards the sky. The roar was loud and clear, and the prestige of sacred beast was fully displayed. The huge body stood still, and it was even more awe-inspiring. Its bell-like eyes looked at the Black Devil in front of it with disdain. It even naughtily scratched the whiskers at the corner of its mouth with its front claws. Su Yin looked at the fire-Chelan in front of him, and all the doubts in his heart were solved. Looking at the naughty fire-Chelan, he couldn't help but smile. How could I forget about this little guy? This little guy has eaten many of my spirit stones. This spirit mine is naturally his favorite. How could not steal food? Su Yin smiled. When he saw the astonished expression on Black Devil's face, he couldn't help but feel smug. "Kid," he called out, "destroy that guy in front of you." Roar. The moment Su Yin finished speaking, the fire-Chelan immediately let out a low roar. However, it remained where it was, licking its lips in an unbridled manner, completely ignoring Su Yin's words. This caused Su Yin to be extremely embarrassed. Looking at the fire-Chelan's disdainful gaze, he laughed bitterly without end. "Little fellow, aren't you giving me too little face?" When the Black Devil saw the fire-Chelan, he was also startled, especially after hearing Su Yin's words. He was even more astonished and scared half to death. He had lived for so long, so he naturally knew that the demonic beast in front of him was the fire-Chelan sacred beast. Although the fire-Chelan was still underage, the Black Devil knew that it was impossible for him to be its opponent. After all, a sacred beast like the fire-Chelan had an innate suppression of soul power. Because of the battle with the Medicine King and Uncle Geo, the Black Devil's strength had decreased. Facing the fire-Chelan, he definitely didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Su Yin could control the fire-Chelan, then the one who would die today would be him, the Black Devil. Seeing that the fire-Chelan ignored Su Yin, the Black Devil was relieved. He looked at Su Yin coldly and said, "Kid, you are too arrogant. You want the fire-Chelan to listen to you with the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage?" When Uncle Geo and the Medicine King saw the fire-Chelan's indifferent expression, they were also disappointed. When they heard Su Yin's words just now, they thought that the fire-Chelan would be Su Yin's pet beast, which made them excited. Now that the fire-Chelan didn't pay attention to Su Yin, the astonishment in their hearts settled down. After all, Su Yin was only a celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he make the fire-Chelan his pet beast? If that was really the case, it would be enough to shock them. However, although their hearts settled down, they were also disappointed. After all, if the fire-Chelan wasn't Su Yin's pet beast, then they were afraid that they would all die here today. Of course, the proudest one was still the Black Devil. He carefully glanced at the fire-Chelan. Seeing that the fire-Chelan had no intention of attacking, he was relieved. He then looked at Su Yin and smiled. "Kid, I will devour you now." As the Black Devil spoke, his body suddenly rushed towards Su Yin. Not good. Uncle Geo and the Medicine King were shocked when they saw this scene. Seeing the Black Devil's fast figure, Su Yin's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to defend himself, but in the face of the Black Devil's powerful strength, Su Yin didn't have the strength to fight back. The Black Devil looked at Su Yin, his eyes shining. This time, he also gave up on devouring the Medicine King and Uncle Geo's souls. This was because he knew very well that as long as he devoured Su Yin's soul and succeeded in seizing his body, even if he couldn't recover his previous peak strength, he would be able to fight against the fire-Chelan. At that time, he would take the fire Qilin as his pet beast. The day of returning to his previous peak was just around the corner. The more the Black Devil thought about it, the more excited he became. He really didn't expect that he would have such good luck. Not only could he be reborn, but he could also subdue an underage pet beast. Ha! This is destined to let me. The Black Devil set foot on the peak again. The Black Devil couldn't help but shout excitedly. A powerful force surged towards Su Yan. Asterisk bang. Asterisk unfortunately, before his excitement could fade, a huge force surged over and sent the Black Devil flying. The Black Devil also screamed and looked at the fire Qilin's sacred beast in surprise. This. Su Yan also came back to his senses. He looked at the fire Qilin's sacred beast and laughed. Little guy, I thought you really didn't want to save me. When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it turned its head proudly and ignored Su Yan. Su Yan's hot face was stuck to the cold, but it couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little guy, do you really think you can control the fire Qilin? When the Black Devil heard Su Yan's intimate call, a burst of anger surged in his chest. He roared and attacked Su Yan again. Bang! But this time, the fire Qilin didn't give him a chance at all. With a wave of its huge claw, it blocked the Black Devil. Beast, there's so many people who don't attack. Why do you attack me? The Black Devil was blocked by the fire Qilin again and again. He couldn't help but burst into anger and pointed at the fire Qilin. Haha, because you're despicable. You are shameless. You are despicable. Hearing the Black Devil's words, Su Yan, Yao Wang, and Uncle Jiu said at the same time, which made the Black Devil even angrier. You are about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant. The Black Devil was so angry that his 2 rows of teeth were constantly clattering. The more he wanted to clench his teeth, the more violently they trembled. Looking at the fire Qilin's arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. Beast, it seems that today, before Black Devil could finish speaking, the fire Qilin suddenly jumped up. Without waiting for Black Devil to react, the fire Qilin jumped up. With a loud bang, the fire Qilin's huge body directly sat on Black Devil. A blood-curdling shriek rang out as the insufferably arrogant Black Devil was instantly obliterated. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin sitting on the ground with a lazy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, little guy, good job. Let that brat be arrogant and directly sat him to death. Uncle Jiu looked at the place where the fire Qilin sat and couldn't help but sneered. Black Devil, you certainly didn't expect that you would be sat to death by a demon beast in the end, right? Yao Wang also smiled and said, This is the result of the Black Devil's own fault. No one else can be blamed. Uncle Jiu nodded, looked at Yao Wang, and then looked at Su Yan. Suddenly, he turned into a force and rushed towards Su Yan. At the same time, Yao Wang also jumped up and turned into a force that rushed towards Su Yan. The 2 of them had experienced so much and could be considered indifferent. They no longer pursued rebirth and only hoped to entrust their last strength to Su Yan. It could also be considered as an inheritance of their strength. Su Yan originally saw that the Black Devil was dead and wanted to take Yao Wang and Uncle Jiu out of here. In the future, he would find an opportunity to let them be reborn. Seeing them suddenly turn into power and rush towards his body, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly shouted, 2 seniors, don't. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Su Yan only felt a powerful force surging in his body. He directly broke through his own blood vessels and condensed it. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture quickly rotated, and the countless spirit energy rushed into the blood vessels all over his body. The spirit energy in his body was also constantly rising. Peak of the 8-star celestial phase. 9-star, was it going to break through to the 9-star celestial phase? Su Yan licked his lips and felt a burst of excitement in his heart. With a bang, a powerful force surged from all over his body and directly broke through the 8-star celestial phase realm and jumped into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his strength was still increasing. He couldn't help but lick his lips and his eyes revealed a ray of desire. Spirit Sea Realm. Is this going to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? Unfortunately, the moment his strength surged, it stopped at the peak of the 9-star Celestial Phase Realm. Su Yin couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It seems that although the two seniors are strong, it's still impossible for them to break through in one go. After all, after entering the Celestial Phase Realm, the amount of spirit energy required was no longer something that Su Yan's previous Saint Vane realm could compare to. From the 8-star Celestial Phase Realm to the peak of the 9-star Celestial Phase Realm, it was already the peak. However, after being disappointed, Su Yin discovered that there was still a lot of spirit energy hidden in his body. This made Su Yin puzzled. I still have so much spirit energy hidden in my body, then why can't I break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? However, Su Yin quickly understood. After all, the Spirit Sea Realm and the Celestial Phase Realm were different levels. If he wanted to enter the Spirit Sea Realm, he had to fuse the power of heaven and earth with his own Dantian to form the Spirit Sea. It seems that I only need to find the power of heaven and earth to fuse with it. Although Su Yin was a little disappointed that he did not break through to the Spirit Sea Realm, he was still somewhat gratified when he thought about how there was still spirit energy in his body. Chapter 314. These two memories were left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. Su Yin quickly combed through the memories of the two. After learning of their identities, Su Yin was flabbergasted. I never thought that the two seniors would have reached such a pinnacle when they were alive. It is truly awe-inspiring. Su Yin muttered to himself. At the same time, his eyes emitted a resplendent light. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I will definitely reach such a pinnacle one day. While speaking, Su Yin once again combed through the memories of the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. The more he combed through, the more Su Yin was shocked. The Medicine King not only had his strength reached such a terrifying level, he was also an alchemy Grandmaster. This identity made Su Yin feel endless admiration. Su Yin was very clear about the strength of an alchemist and the harsh requirements to become one. If one wanted to become an alchemist, not only did they need to have a strong soul, they also needed to have subtle control over flames. Only then could one become a true alchemist. After becoming an alchemist, wanting to become an alchemy Grandmaster was even more difficult. Alchemists were divided into 9 ranks. Every rank was more difficult than the cultivation of strength. For the Medicine King to become an alchemy Grandmaster, how could Su Yin not feel admiration? Alchemy Grandmaster. Su Yin clearly remembered that there was not a single alchemist Grandmaster in the entire 5 counties. The best alchemist was only a Tier 4 alchemist. This was also the reason why there was a shortage of high-grade elixirs in the 5 counties. Su Yin had once thought of refining pills himself, but as the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. Thus, Su Yin did not think of refining pills. Of course, more importantly, Su Yin felt that it was impossible for him to become an alchemist. Now that he felt the glory of being an alchemist from the Medicine King's memories, Su Yin could not help but feel a rush of excitement. At the same time, Su Yin also saw the alchemy notes left behind by the Medicine King. This made Su Yin very excited. At the very end, the Medicine King's final words appeared in his mind. Brat, although we have only met once, we can be considered to have fought side by side. This book contains my lifetime of experience in alchemy. I hope you can study it well, so that in the future, you can kill your way into the Medicine Tower and help me regain my glory. The Medical Tower. When Su Yin heard this, he couldn't help but slightly frown. He didn't understand where this alchemy tower was. However, Su Yin could feel the resentment in the Medicine King's heart. Recalling his memories, Su Yin couldn't help but clench his fists and say, Senior Medicine King, don't worry. I will definitely help you regain this honor. As Su Yin spoke, his eyes glowed brightly. He had originally not wanted to learn alchemy, but he had decided to embark on this path. This was not for himself. It was for the Medicine King's final promise. A man must spit a nail in his heart. Su Yin would do what he promised. Next, Su Yin began to comb through Uncle Gio's memories. The memories left behind by Uncle Gio were much simpler than those of the Medicine King. He only left behind his identity and asked Su Yin to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization when he met them in the future. The Heaven and Earth organization. I didn't expect Uncle Gio to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yin couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he learned about Uncle Gio's memories. He really didn't expect Uncle Gio to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization. Thinking about how the Heaven and Earth organization was even stronger than the Monster Palace, Su Yin found it funny that Uncle Gio would entrust him to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, his current strength was too weak. Su Yin finished combing through the memories of the two. The first ray of morning light slowly rose from the horizon, making the night after the heavy rain a little warmer. Su Yin looked at the morning light and thought about the experience of this night. He was still a little shocked. In particular, the memories left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Gio made Su Yin sigh. Who is imprisoning such powerful people here? This was what confused Su Yin the most. Unfortunately, there was no information about this in the memories of the two. They didn't even explain why they and the Black Devil were imprisoned here, not to mention the person who imprisoned them here. Thinking about the strength of the three and the fact that someone could imprison them here for thousands of years, Su Yin's heart couldn't help but tremble. To be able to imprison such powerful people here, the strength of that person, Su Yin didn't dare think about it. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I can't come into contact with people of this level now. The most important thing now is to leave this place. After dawn, there will definitely be a lot of people coming here. Su Yin knew that from today onwards, there would not be any more spirit stones in this spirit mine. But Su Yin knew that didn't mean that others knew. So when dawn came, there would be a lot of people coming up the mountain to look for spirit stones. Su Yin didn't want to be seen as a monster, and he didn't want to expose his whereabouts last night. If that was the case, then wouldn't the haunting incident be over? Then there would definitely be a lot of people looking for him to understand the truth of the matter. Su Yin didn't want to suddenly become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yin prepared to leave, but when he saw the Fire Chilin's huge body, Su Yin couldn't help but frown. This guy's body is so big. How am I going to take it away? If I go with it, I'll definitely become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yin knew very well that if the Fire Chilin went out, no matter where he went, he would become the focus of attention. He might even be hunted down by a lot of powerhouses. After all, the Fire Chilin was a holy beast, and it was still in its infancy. There would be a lot of people who wanted to take it as a pet beast. Looking at the Fire Chilin's huge body, Su Yin had a headache, especially when he saw the Fire Chilin still licking its lips with a lazy look. Obviously, it was still not satisfied after absorbing so many spirit stones yesterday. Su Yin gritted his teeth. He wanted to take it as his pet beast. That way, it could coexist with his body and save him the trouble. Of course, that was only Su Yin's thought. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the strength to take in the Fire Chilin as his pet beast. Even if he had the strength, he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to, he would have taken it in as his pet beast the moment he met it. He wouldn't wait until he didn't have the strength to take it in as his pet beast before thinking about it. However, looking at the Fire Chilin, Su Yin was secretly impressed by the huge fellow's ability to absorb spirit stones. In just a short while, it had absorbed the entire spirit mine. While admiring its speed of absorbing spirit chi, Su Yin was also secretly amazed at the fellow's cultivation speed. When Su Yin encountered the Fire Chilin, it was probably only at the life-soul realm. But now, it was at least at the spirit sea realm. Its cultivation speed was something that even Su Yin felt ashamed of. Of course, the stronger the Fire Chilin was, the happier Su Yin was. However, looking at its huge body, Su Yin frowned. After thinking for a while, Su Yin still couldn't think of a way. With such a huge body, he couldn't hide it anywhere. Sigh, you little guy. Oh, no, you should be a big guy now. Sigh, but I still like you when you're small. Su Yin sighed helplessly, but he didn't dwell on it. He waved and said, little guy, let's go. Follow me down the mountain. Just as Su Yin said this, the Fire Chilin's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the Fire Chilin suddenly became the size of a mouse. This. Su Yin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the fire Qilin to be able to shrink. He thought that since the fire Qilin had swallowed so many spirit stones last night, it was impossible for it to shrink. When the fire Qilin saw Su Yan's dumbfounded look, it smiled smugly and proudly extended its claws to grab its whiskers. However, because it had shrunk, it no longer had the majestic domineering aura it had when it was big. Its arrogance also became extremely cute. Su Yan, who had been silent all night, couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw this. Ah, little guy, let's go down the mountain. When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it jumped into Su Yan's arms. Not bad. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, thud. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Yan turned around and saw a few figures walking towards him. He frowned. Why are these people here so early? Su Yan looked around and saw an ancient tree beside him. It was so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was perfect for hiding. After a glance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly hid behind the ancient tree. There were a total of 4 people, all wearing the same uniform. They were obviously from the same sect. Senior brother, do you think we'll find a spirit mine today? Who knows? This spirit stone mountain is a little strange. Even if a spirit mine appears, it's still running around. It's hard to predict. When Su Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that the spirit mine that appeared in the Spirit Stone Mountain caused people to run around was because of the Medicine King and the other 2. The Medicine King and the other 2 just wanted to use the spirit mine to attract more people to come up the mountain and then break their gambling array. But they never thought that their actions would cause the entire Spirit Stone Mountain to be haunted. If he hadn't foolishly come up, they might not have been able to break their gambling array, even after thousands of years. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little regretful. After all, if he hadn't gone up the mountain last night, the 3 of them wouldn't have really fallen because of this. Sigh. Su Yan sighed helplessly and was about to leave. All of a sudden, Su Yan's attention was attracted by a few words that were exchanged between them. I don't think there will be many people coming today. Everyone is rushing to the Guyu sect to watch the show. And we can take advantage of this opportunity to search. If we can find a spirit mine, then we'll be rich this time. Maybe we can use this spirit mine to surpass the Guyu sect. Yes, I hope the Guyu sect is destroyed by that kid. Chapter 315. Guyu sect. If these people were talking about other sects, Su Yan wouldn't care. However, they happened to mention the Guyu sect, which attracted Su Yan's attention. After all, Su Yan had once vowed that one day he would definitely flatten the Guyu sect and wash away his shame. He didn't expect that before he even set foot in the Guyu sect, someone would walk ahead of him. Although it had been a long time, Su Yan had never forgotten the shame that the Guyu sect had brought to him. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a bounty, but they also issued a warrant to hunt him down, putting him in danger many times. Su Yan had always engraved this hatred and enmity in his heart, and had always been looking for an opportunity. Now, Su Yan didn't expect that someone would walk ahead of him. Of course, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, with the shameless conduct of the Guyu sect, it was normal for them to provoke some enemies. However, when he heard that this person dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone, Su Yan also appreciated his courage and was a little more interested in his identity. Hearing that these people were still talking, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. "Sai, you don't say. That brat really does have some skills. In the past, he was just a trash existence in this hidden devil region. Now, he has actually risen to the celestial phenomenon stage and even dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone. This boldness is truly admirable," a slightly younger brat said. However, as soon as he said this, he was immediately scolded by a person next to him. "Courage, my ass. A mere heaven-faced age cultivator dares to challenge the Guyu sect. This is simply arrogant. He deserves to live at the bottom for his whole life. Otherwise, with his strength, he can enter any sect and get a good position." When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Butt face. When Su Yan thought of this, his whole body suddenly froze. He didn't care about hiding himself and jumped out from behind the ancient tree, blocking in front of them, and asked, "Who is the person you just mentioned who challenged the Guyu sect alone?" Ah, the four of them were shocked by the sudden appearance of Su Yin. When they saw Su Yin clearly, they calmed down. However, when they saw Su Yan's impolite behavior, the slightly older of the four said unhappily, "Who are you? Why do I have to tell you this? Hurry up and tell me, who is that person?" Because of his impatience, Su Yin did not have the time to be polite with these people. His face darkened as he activated the cultivation technique in his body. The strength of the peak of the 9 stars celestial phenomenon suddenly surged out, directly pressing towards the four of them. The strongest of these four was only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. Under the pressure of Su Yan's strength at the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, the four of them couldn't help but be stunned, especially the slightly older young man. His entire body trembled as he said, "Senior, please spare my life. I'll speak. When Su Yin heard what this brat wanted to say, he slowly retracted his pressure. The young man was obviously still in a state of shock. He said in a trembling voice, That kid is called Buttface. He is our swish." Before he could finish speaking, Su Yin suddenly turned into a ray of white light and disappeared, leaving behind the few people who were still in a state of shock. When they came back to their senses, they saw that they had already jumped hundreds of meters away. The four of them were even more astonished. What a fast speed. The few of them were frightened by Su Yin, but they did not expect Su Yin to appear here so early. They stood there in a daze, and only after a while did they regain their senses and continue their search for the spirit mine. However, this time, the few of them became much quieter and did not dare to say any more nonsense. Moreover, he would occasionally pay attention to the side, afraid that another person would suddenly appear. It really is this brat. If Su Yin had no other choice, he wouldn't bully the weak. When he heard what these people said just now, he couldn't help but think of Buttface. In his anxiety, he didn't care so much. At that time, Su Yin was still secretly praying in his heart that this reckless person was not Buttface. However, he did not expect this person to be Buttface. Su Yin thought of Buttface and could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Just now, he had some admiration for this person's courage, but now it all turned into curses. He cursed Buttface, recklessness, and overestimation of his own abilities. Of course, Su Yin was even more furious as he cursed. He stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the Guyu sect. At the same time, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Guyu sect, if you dare to harm a single hair on my brother's head, I will definitely bury all the disciples of your Guyu sect with him." The Guyu sect was not a powerful sect in the 5 counties. However, because the Guyu sect was in the vicinity of the demon-subduing sect, they took advantage of the terrain to earn spirit stones. Although it could not be compared to the 3 major forces, the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace, and the Black Demon Cave, it was still considered a top sect in the 5 counties. At least, it was stronger than the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, such a sect was now littered with corpses, and the light of blood filled the sky. The initiator of all this was the thin young man standing on the Guyu sect's martial arts field. The young man was the same as many years ago. The clothes on his body were still shabby, but there was no trace of the compassion from back then on his face. That pair of red eyes emitted a murderous intent. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, there was no sympathy, because he knew very well that these people were the ones who killed his seniors. It was these people who ruined his only friend in this world. Buttface, I didn't expect you to become so strong in just half a year. As the young man swung his sword to kill, a loud voice surged from the horizon. That's right, this person was Buttface, who had seen Su Yin being forced to jump off the cliff by the Guyu sect. At this moment, he was no longer the Buttface of the past. Instead, he was a 6-star celestial phase expert. In the entire demon-subduing sect, he was considered a top powerhouse. Hearing this voice, Buttface's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, it became gloomier and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. This was because he could tell that the owner of this voice was Elder Gujian, who had forced Su Yin to jump off the cliff. As the voice fell, Elder Gujian, who was dressed in a black robe, had already arrived in front of Buttface. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Elder Gujian's face suddenly surged with anger. What a good-for-nothing. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've actually cultivated to such a level. You have some skills, but do you think that the Guyu sect is something you can bully at will? Elder Gujian looked at Buttface and shouted angrily. That eight-handed man's beard twitched because of his agitation. Buttface did not move in the slightest in the face of his words. His eyes turned, and he gripped the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a burst of sword cries shook the air, emitting bursts of bright light. This sword was the thrilling sword that Su Yin had given him that day. It was forged by a master craftsman of the generation, Ugly Uncle. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a treasured sword. When Elder Gujian saw Buttface's actions, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Buttface, seeing your qualifications, if you surrender now, haha. Buttface did not wait for Elder Gujian to finish his words and burst out laughing. He pointed at Elder Gujian and shouted, Gujian, you forced my senior, and now you want me to surrender. Go to hell. Buttface shouted, and his eyes suddenly shrank. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly attacked. Wherever the long sword went, a powerful force surged, and the surrounding disciples of the Guyu sect could not help but take a few steps back. Arrogant brat. I originally want to pull you into the Guyu sect because of your qualifications, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Don't blame me for being impolite. As Elder Gujian spoke, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and a powerful aura was emitted. Ever since he suffered at the hands of Su Yin, Elder Gujian had exhausted all his efforts to cultivate in seclusion. At this moment, he was no longer the same as before. He was at the 8-star celestial stage, and at the moment his body surged, a powerful energy suddenly burst out. Unappreciative brat, do you really think that a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator can break into my Guyu sect? Elder Gujian shouted angrily and looked at Buttface's attack. With a bang, he turned into a white light and rushed towards Buttface. Elder Gujian was not a swordsman, but he was holding a treasure called the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand. When he waved it, bursts of black fog burst out, condensing and turning into a black dragon with amazing power. 8-star celestial stage. Buttface did not expect Elder Gujian's strength to be so strong in such a short time. Looking at the black fog, he frowned slightly, but did not avoid it, because before Buttface came, he had already thought it through. If he did not succeed today, he would die trying. Spirit shaking the world. Buttface shouted angrily, and suddenly, a burst of bright light burst out from the shocking celestial sword, as if countless sharp swords were flying up. Bang! Suddenly, it collided with Elder Gujian's black dragon, and the powerful aftershock of the energy spread out. All the surrounding disciples took a few steps back, including some other elders of the Guyu sect. Die! Elder Gujian did not retreat in the slightest. He waved the Spirit Summoning Banner, and in an instant, another black fog spread out. Although it was not much different from before, at this moment, it was much more powerful and faster than before. With a bang, it was already in front of Buttface. Not good. Buttface was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. His body was hit by the black fog. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body suddenly retreated a few steps away. Elder Gujian followed up, holding the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand and slapping it on Buttface's head. There was an evil smile in his eyes. Buttface, you asked for it. Just as the Spirit Summoning Banner was about to hit Buttface's head. Chapter 316. What? Elder Gujian was taken aback by Buttface's swift counterattack. However, it was too late for him to dodge Buttface's attack. The shocking celestial sword swept out horizontally. It shone brightly, and with a swoosh, a gash was cut open in Elder Gujian's abdomen. Blood spurted out like brilliant fireworks. Butt-face! Elder Gujin roared in pain. He never thought that he, an 8-star celestial stage cultivator, would be injured by a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator. Although it was only a difference of 2 stages, the difference in strength between the two was indeed hundreds of meters. A 6-star celestial stage cultivator couldn't be compared to an 8-star celestial stage cultivator. But he was injured by a 6-star celestial stage cultivator just like that. Butt-face, you must die. Elder Gujian's voice burst out from the roots of his teeth in anger. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method, and a powerful force surged out with a bang. The soul-summoning banner in his hand kept surging with a black fog. The black fog condensed into a huge ghost head. Howl! A mournful ghost howl was heard. Elder Gujian waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soul-summoning vengeful ghost, die. Bang! With this shout, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the sky. The huge ghost head directly attacked Butt-face. Butt-face saw this and couldn't help but be startled. Clenching the awakening celestial sword in his hand, he gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. He waved the awakening celestial sword in his hand and rushed toward the huge ghost head. Bang! When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. Unfortunately, Butt-face's strength was ultimately weaker than Elder Gujian's. Under this powerful attack, Butt-face's clothes became more and more tattered, and blood gushed out of the corner of his mouth at this moment. Although Butt-face was still holding on, more and more wounds appeared on his body. The soul-summoning vengeful ghost and the black fog were like little ghosts that bit people, leaving wounds on Butt-face's body. "I like to see how long you can hold on." Elder Gujian snorted when he saw Butt-face's stubbornness. He waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and suddenly, another surge of power surged out. Bang! Butt-face, who was already unable to withstand the attack, was sent flying by the force of the collision. Boom! With a loud bang, Butt-face fell to the ground, followed by Elder Gujian. He pointed the soul-summoning banner at Butt-face's throat and shouted, "Butt-face, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Ha ha ha! Butt-face didn't care about what Elder Gujian said. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Elder Gujian, you're over 100 years old, but you're only at the 8-star celestial stage. What's there to be happy about defeating me today?" Anger flashed in Elder Gujian's eyes when he heard Butt-face's words. He nodded, all right. Butt-face, I want to pull you into my Guyu sect, but it seems that you don't know how to repent. I'll fulfill your wish today." As he spoke, Elder Gujian suddenly raised the soul-summoning banner in his hand and smashed it at Butt-face's head. Butt-face looked at the descending soul-summoning banner and slowly closed his eyes. He shouted, "Senior, I'm here. Butt-face, I won't allow you to die." At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly came from the horizon, followed by a whoosh. A white light flashed in midair. Bang! Just as Elder Gujian's soul-summoning banner was about to land on Butt-face's head, there was a loud explosion, and his soul-summoning banner couldn't hit it anymore. What? Elder Gujian couldn't help but be stunned. Not only him, but Butt-face was also stunned. Looking at the flying sword in front of him, there was a look of confusion in his eyes. The people who came to the Guyu sect to watch the show were also stunned. However, they weren't directly involved, so they quickly reacted. In their astonishment, they all looked in the direction of the white light. They saw a young man in a white robe with a flying sword on his feet, slowly descending from the sky. "Su Yin, it's Su Yin." Soon, someone recognized Su Yin. After all, at that time, Su Yin was considered a celebrity in the Hidden Demon region. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a reward of 1 million spirit stones for Su Yin's capture, they also issued a red wanted notice, causing a craze to surge in the entire Hidden Demon region to catch Su Yin. However, the Guyu sect later announced that Su Yin was dead. As time went by, this craze slowly disappeared. Now, seeing this white figure with that handsome face, Su Yin's face once again appeared in their minds. Su Yin, Senior. When Elder Gujian and Butt-face heard the shouts of the people next to them, both of them were stunned at the same time. Impossible. Elder Gujian shook his head and muttered to himself, "That kid is already dead. How could he appear?" Senior. Buttface came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He wanted to find Su Yan's figure again. Su Yan had already appeared in front of him. Buttface. Su Yan was quite happy to reunite with an old friend, and he looked at Buttface with a smile. "Senior, is it really you? You're not dead." Buttface looked at Su Yan's figure in front of him, and there was still some disbelief in his eyes. After all, he saw Su Yan fall off the cliff that day with his own eyes. In the end, he tried to check the cliff at one point. However, at that time, he couldn't get down the cliff at all with his strength. After a while, he suddenly found that the cliff had disappeared into thin air, which made Buttface even more certain that Su Yan was dead. Now, although Su Yan was standing in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, all of this would turn into bubbles. He was afraid that all of this would be a dream again. Su Yan looked at Buttface's excited expression and smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Buttface, it's me. It's really you." Buttface only dared to believe it when he heard Su Yan's words, and he jumped up excitedly. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious, and this excited jump immediately affected his wounds, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. When Su Yan heard Buttface's voice, he immediately recovered from the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Looking at the injuries on Buttface's body, his face darkened, and a burst of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The moment he turned around to look at Elder Gujian, a ray of red light suddenly rushed towards him. Su Yan, you're not dead." When Elder Gujian saw Su Yan's red eyes, he didn't know why, but his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he staggered a few steps back. He looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise, and he simply couldn't accept the news that Su Yan was not dead. "Die." When Su Yan heard Elder Gujian's words, the corners of his mouth rose into a cold smile. "Gujian, I, Su Yan, haven't destroyed your Guyue sect. How can I die like this?" When Elder Gujian heard Elder Su Yan's words, the muscles on his face twitched, and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, don't be arrogant. You're just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even after half a year, how strong can you be?" Although Elder Gujian said so, he didn't know why. When he saw the red lights surging in Su Yan's eyes, he felt that he didn't have much confidence. When he looked at Su Yan, there was even some fear. "Is that so?" When Su Yan heard Elder Gujian's words, he sneered and slowly pulled out the ghost howl sword that he had shot down to save Buttface. He looked at Elder Gujian with a gloomy expression, thinking of the humiliation that Elder Gujian had brought to him that day. He thought of how the Guyue sect had forced him to jump off the cliff. He thought of how he had almost lost his life. The murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Elder Gujian and said word by word, "A Saint Vane realm cultivator is enough to destroy your Guyue sect." One arrogant kid. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, several people jumped out from the surroundings. These were also elders of the Guyue sect, but their strength was not as high as Elder Gujian's. In fact, when they saw Buttface just now, they wanted to make a move. But when they saw Elder Gujian make a move himself, they knew Elder Gujian's strength, so they didn't help. But now, when they heard that Su Yan was just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator, they couldn't stand it and surrounded him. "Senior." Buttface saw those people surrounding him and looked at Su Yan with worry in his eyes. He took a step forward to help Su Yan. Su Yan saw Buttface's action and felt touched. He took out a healing pill from his storage bag and handed it to Buttface, saying, "I don't care about these people. You just heal by the side." Buttface wanted to say something, but when he looked at Su Yan's determined eyes, he didn't know why, but there was a numbing trust in his heart. He nodded and retreated to the side. Su Yan's actions showed that he didn't care about the elders of the Guyue sect at all. The elders were furious, and each of them took out their own weapons and shouted, "Arrogant brat, if we don't kill you today, how can we show the Guyue sect's might?" It wasn't just them. Even those who came to watch the show today had a look of doubt on their faces. "Hey, you said that when Su Yan disappeared, he was only a Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even if half a year has passed, He's at most a Saint Vane realm cultivator. What strength does he have to be so arrogant? That's right, even a monster like Buttface wasn't a match for Elder Gujian, let alone him. Although they knew about Su Yin, they weren't familiar with Su Yin at all. Instead, they were familiar with Buttface, who had grown up in the Hidden Demon region, and Buttface's monstrous cultivation speed. All of them were amazed. They wouldn't have thought that Su Yan's cultivation speed was even more monstrous than Buttface. In half a year's time, they thought that he would at most go from a Saint Vane realm cultivator to a Saint Vane realm cultivator to a Saint Vane realm cultivator. If his cultivation speed was faster, he would only be able to reach the Saint Vane realm. Chapter 317. Arrogant brat, I'll let you experience the power of our Guyu sect today. An elder of the Guyu sect looked at the disdain in Su Yan's eyes and flew into a rage. With a cold shout, he circulated the cultivation method in his body, causing a burst of bright light to erupt. The strength of a 4-star Heaven Stage cultivator surged all of a sudden. A 4-star Heaven Stage cultivator was more than enough to deal with a Saint Vane Stage cultivator. When the other elders saw him take action, they couldn't help but look at Su Yin with a mocking smile, as if to say, "Humph, stinking brat, a mere Saint Vane Stage cultivator dares to break into our Guyu sect, courting death." Su Yin saw their expressions, but his expression remained the same, especially when he saw their mocking smiles. The disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. Everyone attacked together. At this moment, Elder Gu Jian suddenly shouted. He raised his chi and waved the spirit-beckoning banner in his hand to attack Su Yin. When the other elders heard Gu Jian's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After all, in their hearts, Su Yin was just a Saint Vane Stage cultivator, while the elders of their Guyu sect were all above the celestial stage. They were more than enough to deal with Su Yin. The elders of the Guyu sect who didn't take action looked at Gu Jian with puzzled expressions. However, because Elder Gu Jian was currently the strongest in the Guyu sect, they didn't dare to disobey him. They all took out their weapons and surrounded Su Yin. However, although they moved, they were absent-minded. Even those who didn't get along with Gu Jian in the Guyu sect sneered, "Gu Jian, do you need all the elders of our Guyu sect to deal with a Saint Vane Stage cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Just as Elder Gu Jian was about to answer, he heard the surrounding cultivators sigh. What a great Guyu sect. To deal with a mere Saint Vane Stage cultivator. They actually dispatched so many celestial stage experts. How ridiculous. That's right. I wonder if Gu Jian was scared by Su Yan's attacks. The noise below grew louder and louder. Hearing these words, Elder Gu Jian couldn't help but blush. He didn't know why he was afraid of a mere Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator. That's right. In his eyes, Su Yin was only a Saint Bloodline expert. Although he knew that Su Yan's cultivation speed was very fast, according to his estimation, no matter how fast Su Yan's cultivation speed was, he would at most stop at the peak of the Saint Bloodline Realm. But even so, the peak of the Saint Bloodline was only the Saint Bloodline Realm. It was not on the same level as the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. A Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator was definitely not a match for a Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivator. But for some reason, when Elder Gujin looked at Su Yan's cold face, he felt a sense of panic in his heart, especially when he looked at the faint smile on Su Yan's face. Elder Gujin's heart trembled even more. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's deal with this brat first. Hearing the other elders still talking, Elder Gujin gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Immediately, his subordinates waved the spirit-summoning banner and attacked Su Yan. Although the other elders were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey Elder Gujin's strength. They casually waved the weapons in their hands and flew towards Su Yan. Die, brat. The first elder to attack was the first to arrive in front of Su Yan. He waved the weapon in his hand and directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing that Su Yan didn't dodge, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a cold smile. Arrogant brat, you still dare to be so arrogant when you're about to die. The crowd couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the sharp attack of the elder. Seeing that Su Yan was unmoved, mocking laughter sounded from the crowd. Hey, look at that brat. He's just a Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator, but he's still so calm when facing a Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivator. He's simply courting death. He's not courting death, he's dead meat. That's right. Look at the speed of that Elder's attack. Even if Su Yin is a Celestial Emperor, it's too late to dodge now. Not only them, but even Buttface was nervous when he saw Su Yan's unmoving body. Although he believed in Su Yin and trusted Su Yin, seeing that the weapon was about to hit Su Yan's head, Buttface finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, "Senior, be careful." As he spoke, Buttface was about to attack, but just as he was about to attack, bang, there was a loud explosion. "Senior!" Buttface's heart suddenly sank, and he growled. The people around heard the loud noise and sneered. "Let's go. There's nothing to see. Su Yin is dead, and Buttface is so seriously injured. He's dead for sure." Indeed. After all, the Guyu sect is also a powerful sect. How can a Celestial Emperor and a holy bloodline cause trouble? Let's go, let's go. Everyone was talking in twos and threes as they prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a surprise voice suddenly came from the crowd. "No, the person who fell is not Su Yin." What? Everyone heard this shout and was stunned. They hurriedly looked in the direction where Su Yin had been. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. How is this possible? How did he do it? Yet just now that elder clearly hit him, everyone was stunned. Even Buttface was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. They all saw that Su Yin had been hit, but now Su Yin was unscathed. On the other hand, the elder spat out blood and stopped in midair. He looked at Su Yin in surprise. "Yeah?" Before he finished speaking, his whole body had fallen from the void. "Junior brother." After a while, the elders of the Guyu sect suddenly came to their senses and looked at Su Yin in surprise. Although they still couldn't see through Su Yan's strength, they were not as calm as before. One by one, they roared angrily. "Su Yin, I'm going to kill you. Su Yin, I'm going to break you into pieces." At this time, they didn't care about bullying, let alone being ridiculed. They all waved their weapons and attacked Su Yin. Elder Gujian directly used his strongest move. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect in the Celestial Phase stage attacked Su Yin separately. The momentum was vast, the spiritual energy vibrated, and the light flickered. The condensed energy exploded into a powerful hurricane, like the stormy waves of the East Sea, and directly attacked Su Yin. The martial artists who were watching by the side saw such a powerful attack and took a few steps back. At the same time, they looked at Su Yin with a little more worry in their eyes. Seeing this, Buttface couldn't help but growl. "Don't forget, there's still me, Buttface." However, just as Buttface took a step forward, he was stopped by Su Yin. "Senior." Buttface was about to explain something. Su Yin smiled, and then a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the power that was constantly surging, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. "Guyu sect, half a year ago, you forced me to the edge of the world and humiliated me. Now, it's time for you to pay back." As Su Yin spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly began to operate. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a powerful force soared into the sky. At the same time, countless rays of light burst out from his body. The light was so bright that it seemed to cover up the sunlight. What? When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Soon, someone reacted and shouted in horror, No, this Su Yin is not in the Holy Bloodline realm. He's in the Celestial Phase realm. Yes, he's in the Celestial Phase realm, and he's in the 9-star Celestial Phase realm. How is this possible? Everyone looked at the spiritual power that was surging in Su Yan's body and couldn't help but feel a little crazy. When Elder Gujian and the other elders of the Guyu sect saw this scene, there was a look of horror in their eyes. In particular, Elder Gujian's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a deep fear. When he saw the red light emitted from Su Yan's eyes, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, retreat, retreat! This kid is not in the Holy Bloodline realm. Retreat, retreat!" When Su Yin heard Elder Gujian's words, he smiled coldly. Suddenly, He waved the ghost howl, sword in his hand, and jumped up. With a whoosh, followed by a scream, an elder of the Guyu sect died. That speed was always beyond the imagination of humans. Many people didn't even see when Su Yin made his move. They only saw a bloody mist explode in the void, which made them suddenly realize that someone had died. Su Yin had killed someone. Each and every one of them looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. Many people thought that they were dreaming and kept rubbing their eyes, wanting to tell themselves that this was a dream. However, every time they rubbed their eyes, they would still see this shocking scene when they opened their eyes. This made them even more astonished and shocked. Not only that, in their shock, they saw flashes of light constantly in the void, and bursts of bloody mist filled the air. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect died just like that. How? How is this possible? This speed? Everyone was almost going crazy. Although they were shocked by Su Yan's 9-star celestial phase realm strength. Even so, even if they accepted that Su Yan was at the 9-star celestial phase realm, it was impossible for a 9-star celestial phase realm cultivator to have such abnormal speed. Under the encirclement of so many experts, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. When Elder Gujian saw the corpses of his fellow disciples falling down, his eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't until Su Yan's body descended in front of him that he suddenly woke up. In the past, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence in the eyes of Elder Gujian. Chapter 3:18. Su Yan looked down from above, his majestic aura directly suppressing Elder Gujian. In terms of aura, he had already surpassed him forever. At this moment, Elder Gujian finally understood that Su Yan was no longer the person he could casually need in the past. The surrounding spectators looked at Su Yan, their hearts also filled with shock. This was especially true for those who had wanted to capture Su Yan for the sake of 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this moment, they finally understood that Su Yan was not someone they could compare to. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Su Yan. Of course, other than astonishment, there was even more shock. They could not imagine that in just half a year, Su Yan was actually able to step into the stage 9 from the Saint Vane realm. That cultivation speed. Using this word was probably unable to estimate Su Yan's cultivation speed, because it was so fast that they did not dare to believe it. Gu Jian, that day when you forced me to jump off the cliff, did you ever think that such a day would come? Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian and shouted angrily. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes, only a cold, killing intent surging out. For the humiliation that day, the hatred that day, Su Yan had never forgotten it. Not to mention that today, Gu Jian had even injured his only friend in this hidden devil region. This Gu Jian had already committed a capital crime. However, Su Yan was not in a hurry to kill Gu Jian, because he wanted to let the entire hidden devil region know that he, Su Yan, was a king, a divine dragon, and was not something that ants like them could compare to. No, Senior, please be magnanimous and spare me. Elder Gu Jian no longer had the slightest bit of his usual arrogance. Looking at Su Yan, his entire body was trembling. He was afraid of death. He didn't even care about his reputation and knelt in front of Su Yan, calling him Senior Su Yan. I'll spare you. Perhaps if it were someone else begging for mercy, Su Yan would not be willing to bicker with them. However, Gu Jian was different. This was because Gu Jian had almost caused him to fall into a desperate situation, causing him to lose his life many times. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Yan to forgive him. Not only would he not forgive him, but Su Yan would not forgive the entire Guyu sect. Although half a year had passed, Su Yan still clearly remembered the scene of the Guyu sect forcing him to jump off the cliff. Gu Jian died, Su Yan coldly shouted and slowly raised the ghost howl, sword in his hand. Senior, spare me, spare me. Elder Gu Jian knelt in front of Su Yan and begged for mercy. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to him. If Gu Jian had fought him like a man, Su Yan might have respected him a little. But now, looking at Elder Gu Jian's begging appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. Asterisk Shio. Asterisk the sword quickly slid past. Suddenly, a low cry came from Gu Jian's throat as a blood mist drifted away. Elder Gu Jian had fallen. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning as it slid past Gu Jian's throat. The sword was still trembling in the void, causing a series of explosions. The dazzling light was also trembling unceasingly. When surrounding people saw this, they kept quiet out of fear. Even when they looked at Su Yan, a feeling of worship rose in their hearts. Su Yan ignored the gazes of these people. Instead, he looked at the gate of the Guyu sect and shouted, "That day, the Guyu sect forced me to jump off the cliff. I swore that I would massacre the Guyu sect one day. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." Su Yan's words were directed at the other disciples of the Guyu sect. When the disciples heard Su Yan's words, their bodies trembled. Looking at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand, they all roared and took off their Guyu sect uniform and ran to the foot of the mountain. A bunch of scoundrels. Su Yan looked at them running away and snorted disdainfully. He turned to look at Buttface and asked, "Buttface, how are your injuries recovering? Although I've recovered to my peak, I can still fight." Buttface looked at Su Yan and said firmly. His eyes also emitted a ray of unswerving determination. He seemed to know what Su Yan was going to do next, and the blood in his body started to boil. Su Yan nodded heavily and pointed his sword at the gate of the Guyu sect. "Well then, Buttface, today you and I will fight side by side and flatten the Guyu sect." "Flatten the Guyu sect." Buttface growled, and the two of them rushed forward at the same time. The elders of the Guyu sect had been killed by Su Yan. The disciples who had not run away were just SOSO and weak. They could not resist Buttface and Su Yan at all. The two of them entered a no-man's land and killed their way into the Guyu sect's inner palace. Su Yan knew very well that the inner palace was where the Guyu sect's palace master was in seclusion. He wanted to kill this person today to take revenge for that day and flatten the Guyu sect. "Su Yan, you are so ruthless." Just as Su Yan and Buttface were in the middle of their massacre, a loud and clear voice suddenly exploded in the sky. When Su Yan heard this voice, he licked his lips slightly and revealed an evil smile. "Guyu sect master, Gu He, you are finally willing to show yourself." A black shadow leaped out from the inner palace of the Guyu sect. It was as fast as lightning, and in a flash, it was in front of everyone. This person was none other than the Guyu sect master, Gu He. Back then, he was also involved in forcing Su Yan to jump off the cliff. Gu He looked at the corpses of his Guyu sect disciples all over the ground. There were also several elders of his Guyu sect lying on the ground. His old face suddenly twitched and a burst of anger surged. "Su Yan, you actually dare to destroy my Guyu sect." Gu He looked at Su Yan and shouted angrily. Su Yan smiled coldly. "Gu He, you asked for this. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid I would have died at the bottom of that cliff. How could I be standing here? So you asked for all of this? You asked for it, huh?" Gu He snorted and shouted, "Su Yan, do you really think that there's no one in my Guyu sect? You alone can flatten my Guyu sect. Is there anyone here?" A trace of coldness flashed across Su Yan's face. Looking at the corpses around him, a mocking gaze surged in his eyes. Gu He was already angry. Seeing Su Yan's contemptuous look, he became even more furious. "Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be the Guyu sect master in vain." Asterisk bang. Asterisk as Gu He spoke, his body trembled and a powerful force suddenly surged. Spirit Sea Realm. It's the Spirit Sea Realm. This Gu, he has actually reached the Spirit Sea Realm. When everyone saw the power surging from Gu He's body, a look of astonishment appeared on everyone's face. A Spirit Sea Realm cultivator could definitely be considered a top expert here. How could they not be surprised? However, to Su Yan, the Spirit Sea Realm was just an ordinary existence. After all, there were too many Spirit Sea Realm experts in the Monster Palace. "Su Yan, I have to admit that your cultivation speed is fast. However, a mere celestial realm cultivator dares to barge into my Guyu sect. You're courting death." Gu He was really angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, he no longer spoke nonsense with Su Yan. He patted his storage bag and immediately took out a long sword and attacked Su Yin. "Senior, be careful." When Buttface saw Gu He's sharp attack, his heart suddenly trembled. He wanted a block for Su Yin. However, he heard Su Yin shout coldly, "Buttface, back off." When Buttface heard Su Yin's words, he hesitated for a moment. However, in the end, he still chose to believe in Su Yin and retreated to the side. Arrogant person. A mere celestial realm cultivator wants to fight me alone? Gui originally thought that Su Yin and Buttface would attack together. He didn't expect that Su Yin would actually ask Buttface to back off. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, he held the long sword in his hand and attacked. It was obvious that Gu He's long sword was not an ordinary item. The moment he raised the sword, a burst of bright light suddenly burst out. At the same time, waves of sword cries shook the air. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked Su Yin with his sword. The speed was as fast as an arrow leaving the bowstring. As the long sword was waved, Gu He's strength of a level 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator suddenly erupted. When the sword came down, the momentum was even more grand. It was like a cheetah pouncing straight up. Wherever the sword passed, there were countless explosions. The sword light flickered like stormy waves. When the people at the side saw this, they were all dumbfounded. This Gu He is indeed worthy of being the sect leader of the Guyu sect. This sword can actually erupt with such a powerful attack. That's right. Looks like this Su Yin is most likely doomed. When everyone saw Gu He make his move, they all secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yin. When Su Yin saw Gu He's powerful move, he no longer had the calm expression from before. After all, Gu He was at the Spirit Sea Realm. The power and speed that he erupted with were not something that those Sky Realm cultivators could compare to. Under the pressure of Gu He's powerful aura, Su Yin even felt his entire body trembling slightly. However, Su Yin was not afraid at all. Instead, waves of bright light flowed out from his eyes. Level 2 Spirit Sea Realm. I wonder if I can withstand it now. Su Yin licked his lips. His eyes turned and a bright red light immediately appeared. At the same time, his body also burst out with a burst of light. Die! Gui shouted angrily as his sword slashed down towards Su Yin's mind. His eyes revealed a ruthless expression. However, when the sword slashed down, Gui saw that Su Yin had already dodged it. Gui could not help but be shocked. Looking at Su Yin, who had retreated a few meters, he said with a face full of surprise, How can your speed be so fast? How could it be so fast? Su Yin laughed coldly. Naturally, he would not tell Gu He that he had always been proud of his speed. When Gu He saw Su Yin's expression, the surprise on his face quickly turned into anger. Chapter 319. Will I die without a doubt? I'd like to see what kind of ability the sect leader of the Guyu sect has. Su Yin coldly said. His plain and simple words slowly drifted across the huge square, causing the atmosphere that filled the square to become slightly turbulent and chaotic. In the square, the onlookers all looked at Shi Yin with different emotions. They weren't unfamiliar with this young man called Xiao Yin. After all, they had wanted to capture him for the Guyu sect, causing Su Yin to set off a wave of excitement in the demon-subduing sect. Of course, at that time, when this name was mentioned, most people would feel a little disdain and ridicule. When Guyu Zong said that Su Yin had already been killed, they felt that it was a reasonable thing to do. After all, Su Yin was still too weak at that time. Offending the Guyu sect and being chased was a matter of course. However, when everyone looked at Su Yin's white-robed body, their gazes were extremely complicated. Even when they heard Su Yin's words, no one felt that there was anything wrong. Although it was impossible for Su Yin, who was only at the Sky Phase stage, to deal with someone at the Spiritual Sea stage, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. As the unreachable sect leader of the Guyu sect, no one had ever dared to be so rude to him. Now that a mere Sky Phase stage cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner, the anger on Gu He's face became even more intense. Su Yin didn't pay any attention to Gu He. His hand slowly gripped the hilt of his sword and suddenly pulled it out. The ghost howl sword brought about an oppressive wind as it slanted towards the ground. The wind from the sword blew up the dust on the ground. Faint spiritual chi lingered on the surface of his body. Su Yin waved his sword and pointed it at Gu He. Gu He, you forced me to jump off a cliff in the past. Today, it's time to repay this hatred. Bang! As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly leapt up. He waved the ghost howl sword and attacked Gu He. In front of everyone's eyes, that robust body was like an angry, demonic beast. The ghost howl sword slashed down, and a series of ghost howls burst out. At the same time, there were traces of black fog lingering above it. A mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually dares to make the first move. Gui calmly looked at Su Yin, who was charging straight at him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Gui calmly watched for a long time. When he saw that Su Yin had arrived in front of him, Gui finally made a move. The tip of his foot gently tapped the ground. His body was like a fallen leaf in a wild wind, drifting and flickering. In an instant, he crossed paths with Su Yin. In the instant they crossed paths, the long sword in Gu He's hand slashed horizontally in an extremely natural manner. With the help of his body movement technique, a few tiny wind blades burst forth, slicing towards Su Yan's neck. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. His rapidly charging figure came to a halt. He slightly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand. With a loud bang, it directly collided with Gu He's long sword, causing a burst of resplendent fireworks. The speed of the two was so fast that it surprised all the onlookers. When the two swords collided, Su Yin suddenly felt a sense of oppression coming from his sword. He slightly raised his eyes to look at Gu He, licked his lips, and said, "The second step of the spiritual sea, you really do have some skills." As he spoke, Su Yin suddenly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and leaped forward. The ghost howl sword released a ferocious spiritual energy and smashed towards Gu He's abdomen. The spiritual energy was so strong that it instantly created a strong wind that blew up Gu He's clothes. Feeling the oppressive spiritual energy behind him, Gu He frowned slightly. "I never thought that this brat, who is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, would actually have such a fast speed. But so what if he has speed alone?" As Gu He spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly thrusted out. The light green long sword left behind a green arc in the air. The sharp sword tip seemed to pierce through the air. Following a crisp ding sound, the tip of the sword pointed straight at Su Yan's ghost howl sword that was smashing towards him. When the two came into contact, the strong spiritual energy contained on top of it caused a slender long sword to be pressed into an extremely hair-raising arc die. At this moment, Gu He suddenly let out a furious roar. A powerful spiritual energy burst out from his long sword. With a loud bang, the powerful energy directly spread out from the ghost howl sword. Not good. Su Yin was shocked. He immediately felt his palm shake, and the ghost howl sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. However, in the end, it was still suppressed by Su Yin. At the same time, his body suddenly retreated a few steps. Su Yin was very clear about the difference in strength between him and Gu He. If he wanted to defeat Gu He, he had to rely on his own speed. As Su Yin retreated, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch. A few flying swords instantly burst out and attacked Gu He. The speed of the flying swords had always exceeded Gu He's imagination. Furthermore, Gu He did not expect that Su Yin would be able to suddenly burst out with so many long swords. Due to a moment of carelessness, a flying sword directly pierced through Gu He's clothes. "Good brat, you actually have such a skill." Gu He was shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger erupted in his heart. "Humph, it seems that if I don't show you some colors, you will really think that I, Gu He, am someone that you can compare to." Just as Gu He's voice fell, he suddenly let out a roar and waved the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the air around him seemed to tremble. A burst of whistling sound burst out. Simultaneously, a powerful energy surged and directly contracted into Gu He's long sword. What a powerful energy. Yeah, I'm afraid that Su Yin is doomed this time. Seeing the powerful energy erupting from Gu He's long sword, the spectators below whispered to each other, "Go to hell." Gu He let out a roar and waved his long sword. The huge energy that had contracted suddenly rushed towards Su Yin like a powerful wave. Seeing such a powerful attack from Gu He, Su Yin frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, the energy that Gu He released was too powerful. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Su Yin. There was no way for him to avoid it. At the same time, Su Yin could feel the power of this energy. This was because when the power surged, Su Yin's body started to tremble slightly. Not only that, Gu did not stop because of this. Instead, he sneered and instantly raised the long sword in his hand. With a leap, he charged toward Su Yin. "Go to hell, Su Yin." Gu smiled coldly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He believed that Su Yin would not be able to withstand his double attack. Su Yin would die without a doubt. When the spectators below saw this scene, their bodies shrunk together. They did not dare to blink. They stared at this scene and saw that Su Yin was still standing there motionlessly. Everyone was sweating profusely. Buttface, who was standing at the side, also gasped when he saw this scene. He wanted to help, but he realized that he was too late. He could only look at Gu He with anger in his eyes. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. Elder Gu Jian's powerful attack directly rushed towards Su Yan's body. Bursts of bright light burst out and enveloped Su Yan's entire body. Is he dead? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. A sneer appeared on Gu He's face as he snorted, "You overestimate yourself. A mere celestial stage cultivator actually dares to threaten to flatten my Guyu sect. Is that so?" Right at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the resplendent light. At the same time, the light slowly faded, and Su Yan's body once again appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes could not help but shrink as they looked at Su Yan in surprise, especially when they stared at the frosty light outside Su Yan's body. Everyone was even more surprised. "Look, what is that?" "Yeah, that light circle seems to be able to absorb Gu He's power." Gu He looked at Su Yin in surprise. He did not believe that Su Yin, who was merely in the celestial stage, could actually withstand such a powerful attack from him. Looking at the playful expression on Su Yan's face, Gu He was even more furious. "Su Yin, I will definitely kill you." Gu He roared as his body rushed towards Su Yin. However, the movement of the long sword in his hand did not stop because of this. His feet lightly stomped on the air as waves of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the longsword. In an instant, a large number of sharp wind blades were formed as they ruthlessly cut towards Su Yan's body. Feeling the power coming from the sword, Su Yin did not slow down in the slightest. He raised the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and welcomed Gu He. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a black mist suddenly surged out. Compared to Gu He's power, it was slightly weaker. However, when the two collided, Gu He was actually unable to do anything to Su Yin for a moment. This made Gu He even angrier. He suddenly waved the long sword in his hand and slashed down. A huge energy sword cut through the air as if it was tearing through space. The resplendent arc of light split from the tip of the sword, and the 5 sword shapes connected head to tail like a meteor falling from the sky. Seeing this, Su Yin could not help but frown. He did not dare to panic in the slightest. He hurriedly raised his sword and charged forward, directly colliding with Gu He's powerful attack. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body suddenly staggered backwards. Following that, Gu He pressed forward again, the corner of his mouth revealing a cold smile. "Su Yin, do you think you can stop me?" As he spoke, Gu He waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down towards Su Yan's head. Su Yin was suddenly shocked. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. At the same time, his body quickly retreated. Unfortunately, just as Su Yin retreated, Gu He pressed forward again. Gu He's speed was comparable to Su Yan's. In particular, the powerful energy contained in the long sword made Su Yin frown. "If this continues, I will definitely die in Gu He's hands." Su Yin thought to himself. Looking at Gu He's body that was constantly surging towards him, the blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. One sword to decide the universe. Su Yin shouted angrily. He did not dodge, but directly attacked Gu He. Gu He did not expect that Su Yin would burst out with such a sharp sword. His pupils shrank, and his body pulled back a few steps. At the same time, he did not dodge. Instead, he waved the long sword in his hand and blocked Su Yan's attack. Do you think this is it? When Su Yin saw Gu He's indifferent face, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint sneer. With a shout, Su Yan's body suddenly burst out with a bright brilliance. That brilliance surged up. Oh, whoa! Suddenly, a low roar was heard. It turned into 9 huge dragons and directly attacked Gu He. 9 dragons, soul-snatching. Su Yin shouted angrily. His left hand directly attacked Gu He's body. Gu He did not expect that Su Yin would attack from 2 sides. For a moment, he could not dodge. Bang! After being hit by Su Yin, Gu He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. What a good Su Yin. He actually managed to injure me. Gu He looked at Su Yin in astonishment. His eyes were filled with anger. You are fine. Su Yin completely ignored Gu He's words. Seeing that Gu He was safe and sound, he could not help but frown.